Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. As I was observing the situation, Maiho spoke with a curious tone. How strong is the gambling going on here? There's a mountain of gold bars piled up behind her. Indeed, Dao King Baiokji-sang had more than 20 gold bars stacked behind her, with silver bars and silver coins also piled high beside them. It seemed they had exchanged as many silver coins for gold bars as possible, but still needed to bring in silver bars to cover the difference. How much money is that, really? Just the amount gathered here could easily claim the title of the richest in Sichuan. It made sense, considering that she had raided the Shuhan gambling house for 2 months straight. However, having amassed such wealth also meant she'd drawn enmity upon herself. Now facing a coalition of the 6 sects intent on killing her, definitely a mixed blessing. Maiho suggested. Why not give it a try, just to test the waters? Are you serious? That person is the god of gambling. Exactly, that's why it would be good to play lightly. You'd want to gauge her skills for future reference, right? There was some truth to Maiho's words. So I decided to put in some silver coins and joined the game where Dao King Baiokji-sang was playing. Maiho opted to watch casually from outside. As I sat at the mahjong table, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Mahjong is typically played by 4 people, but the other 2 players, aside from Dao King Baiokji-sang, looked utterly defeated like a couple of dead fish. They were probably losing a lot right now but unwilling to give up, still clinging to their stakes in the game. You could call them victims of gambling. Dao King Baiokji-sang glanced at me and said, "You're just a child. Do you enjoy mahjong?" Her voice was cold yet melodious. With her short hair and elegant demeanor, she had a certain charm when seen up close. I nodded and replied, "It's all right." A vague answer. If I really enjoyed it, I wouldn't be betting money in a game like this. At my response, Dao King Baiokji-sang showed a hint of interest in her eyes. She asked, "Why is that?" Whether I win or lose, someone's life gets ruined, right? Unless you're some sort of pervert who enjoys your own downfall, you wouldn't stake money on mahjong. Isn't it boring if you don't bet? If you truly love mahjong, you could find enjoyment in it even without betting. As I responded somewhat brusquely, Dao King seemed genuinely amused, letting out a laugh. Haha, that's a wonderful answer. Clatter. Shortly after, the game began. Mahjong typically starts with drawing the initial tile. Players typically shuffle 4 sets of tiles east, south, west, north without showing them, then flip 1 tile each. The player who draws east gets to decide their seat and the rest sit counterclockwise based on their drawn tiles. The one who draws first east is called seat east. Next, the seat east rolls 2 dice to determine who becomes false east, followed by true east, who is the first dealer, based on another dice roll. From there, we select the position of the first round using 2 dice and stack 2 layers of tiles in front of each player. After shuffling the discarded tiles and removing unneeded ones, the player who completes their hand scores based on the size of their win. Moreover, the game is played in rounds from east to north until all 16 rounds are complete. While 16 rounds might seem lengthy, the time for each round is manageable, leading to relatively quick games. Mahjong isn't just a game of luck. It requires sharp thinking and guts. I had learned mahjong during my time in the Pio. I recognized that while some players can win frequently, others, no matter how much they try, seem to continuously lose. The outcome of the tiles is up to luck, but establishing one's winning strategy involves keen psychological warfare, tactics, and calculations. It becomes a battle of wits. In that sense, my venture into a game against Dao King Baiokji-sang, as a nearly novice player, felt borderline insane. Renowned gamblers had fallen before her, so how could I possibly win? Regardless, I needed to assess her skills, so I willingly braved a monetary loss and took the chance. Win in mahjong. In the first round, I managed to quickly win in mahjong thanks to favorable tiles. Naturally, even with a win in mahjong, that doesn't mean an instant fortune. Seizing minor victories to follow up is key. Since I had at least taken a small victory off Dao King, I slyly glanced at her. In that moment, I flinched. I couldn't read any emotions at all. Absolutely nothing was comprehensible. Even after considerable experience and training, I could usually sense the aura and psychology of Jianghu experts, but before Dao King, she glimmered void of life like an inanimate object. I felt a shiver at her presence just as the next round began. An hour passed. Ching 10. I was hit again. I felt all strength drain from my body, nearly collapsing forward. Just how much have I lost? After that, I couldn't properly win in mahjong or complete any hands. Dao King would always beat me to the punch, or it felt like she could anticipate my moves, shutting me down before I could even act. It was as if a ghostly good fortune glued to her allowed her tiles to flow seamlessly. I stumbled about, and in my fluster, committed a foul, incurring additional costs. I soon realized I owed several times more money than I initially intended. Thankfully, the stakes weren't astronomically high, or else I would have ended up in a colossal deficit. I was in serious danger of losing all my capital. I even found myself fearful of Dao King as she busily organized her tiles, her delicate fingers. How could someone become so formidable at gambling? While I'd expected this, the skill gap in mahjong felt as vast as heaven and earth. I felt as if I'd been made a fool from beginning to end. As I contemplated how to manage my payment for the losses and bury my head in shame, Dao King said, "You play quite honestly. It's a rare trait in a place like this. You're remarkably strong." I replied faintly, and then Dao King said, "Well, being strong at mahjong doesn't equate to having a strong life, Bakwang." At her words, my mind jolted awake. Dao King Byokji-sang stared at me with transparent eyes. She brushed aside her short hair and continued, "It's not surprising. I've been waiting for you all this time." "No way." With a lack of change in her expression, Dao King replied, "Bakwang, you were looking for me, weren't you? But you seem so lukewarm that I decided to call you over." From her words, I could piece things together. Dao King Byokji-sang had likely gone into hiding to evade annoying matters after a night of mahjong with Dongbang Mujaiol. But while lying low, she seemed to have sensed that I was trying to find her through the open sect. For whatever reason, she deliberately manipulated the situation to draw me in. Given that she knew my name and appearance, she had likely done some digging on me as well. I stared at her, bewildered, and finally spoke. "So you deliberately raided the Shuhan gambling house to incur the anger of the Sichuan Martial World Alliance. If I die, you'll have a problem, won't you? I figured you would come." "Crazy." I spat out incredulously. My tone had shifted to a serious one. "I came out here by accident. It was merely a matter of priority. Had I forgotten and wandered back in a few months, you'd probably be dead by now for putting yourself in such precarious gambling situations." My words lacked exaggeration or threats. I had genuinely arrived to seek Dao King purely by chance, prioritizing that over looking for Dongbang Mujaiol. I had assumed I'd find her at my leisure, but I never envisioned she would gamble her life away like this. In response, Dao King Byokji-sang laughed, unruffled. "Is that a problem? I don't feel alive, you know, except when I'm gambling." In that moment, I had no rational reason to think so, but I sensed that Dao King Byokji-sang bore the air of a nautical spirit. She seemed like a beast capable of jumping into flames and burning her own life. Such figures are beyond the grasp of ordinary sentiments, they were incomprehensible to mere mortals. I sighed. "Ugh, what now? Are you asking me to save you? You've come here intending to rescue me. I suppose that's unjustified confidence." Dao King Byokji-sang continued to smile gently. Though her smile was pleasant and warm, after experiencing her cold sense of self-awareness and aloofness, it felt terrifying. It made me realize just how fickle and incomprehensible emotional states could be for her. 1 in 100 years a true genius of gambling? All right. Follow me. Good thinking. The negotiations concluded. Dao King Byokji-sang seemed pleased as she tied up her hair, revealing a visage reminiscent of a pretty figure drawn by the previous Wahisa's caretaker. It seemed she also belonged to the category of beautiful women. "I'll take this money." I watched as I handed a significant sum of money to Dao King Byokji-sang, who was then about to take an extraordinary amount out from the Shuhan gambling house, 20 gold bars she had amassed over her 2 months of winning, alongside an enormous stash of silver bars and coins. She seemed prepared to carry it off by cart. At that moment, serious intervention was about to unfold. The goat-bearded manager of the Shuhan gambling house, looking troubled, gave Byokji-sang a sinister smile. "Ha ha ha, Dao King, you didn't really think you could walk away with all that, did you?" "What do you mean? You've gotten too reckless." Bam bam bam! Simultaneously, dark shadows erupted from nearby, encircling us. They all appeared to be highly trained martial artists. Gazing blankly at the encircling figures, the manager snickered. He. They're the experts from Bloodflame Gate and Twin Star Knife Gate. At Novel bin at. Not a single one of them could stop me. Dao King Byokji-sang's calm response bore the truth. How she had achieved peak skills at such a young age remained a mystery, but without a doubt, she was certainly a peak expert. While the surrounding men were well trained, their limitations were clear. If she were to truly break through, stopping her wouldn't be easy. The manager grinned wickedly. "I knew it would come to this, so I brought in some distinguished guests." Swish. Silently, around a dozen powerful figures infiltrated the hall. They may have been fewer in number than the cultivators from Bloodflame Gate and Twin Star Knife Gate, but upon seeing them, Dao King slightly narrowed her eyes. The manager introduced them. Absolute Dragon Faction and Heavenly Heart Association have each sent 5 esteemed experts. They won't be easy to deal with. A death trap? The experts dispatched by the Absolute Dragon Faction and Heavenly Heart Association appeared more formidable. Normally, once a martial artist found themselves caught within this kind of encirclement, they would lose hope of survival. I thought to myself, the intersex rivalry hasn't been properly formed yet. They must have been scheming from the very beginning. That means each sex interest in Dao King is immense. Not only could they gain information on Dongbang Mujaiol, but if they could draw her to their side, they would also reap a substantial gamble like her. Moreover, given her gender, the likelihood of her being mistreated increases significantly. No sooner had I thought this than the manager of the Shuhan gambling house eyed Dao King's figure with ravenous desire, muttering vile words. "Jihi, you'd surely come to miss this moment if your martial prowess were to be wasted away for years before being sold as a slave in Honglu. You surely aren't aware of how many men would pay a fortune to exploit you, right?" His gaze slid over Dao King Byokji-sang's shape. It wasn't overly curvy but balanced, and given her striking beauty, it seemed to incite the filthy imaginations of men. Dao King didn't change her expression one bit, but Maiho grew furious. With her eye aflame, Maiho glared back, growling. Baekwang, I'm thinking of ripping out that scoundrel's tongue. You'll help, right? Why are you so wound up all of a sudden? We don't need to get into a fight, I said in annoyance to Maiho. It would be as simple as putting Dao King into my bikang and gathering up with Maiho to leave for Jinlang Valley. Picking a fight with the Sichuan Martial World Alliance would be foolish. But Maiho sharply responded. You will help me, right? I understand. Maiho clenched her fists, boldly proclaiming. There's no need to let such garbage live. Dao King looked at Maiho with a hint of intrigue. You have a lot of affection. Too much, to be honest. As I mumbled discontentedly, the Shuhan gambling house manager, who'd been listening to our banter, remarked in disbelief. I don't care who you are, but you're foolish. If you want to become slaves together, so be it. Don't you know that treating slaves according to the great law is punishable by death? Attack. With the signal given, it was as if no one had anything more to say. I took a deep breath inward. Oh dear, this is going to be tough. Simultaneously, my body sped into action like light. I swung my sword at terrifying speeds toward the figures in front of me, launching a crescent-shaped arc of energy. A crescent blade, about 5 yards wide, glimmered as it sped forth. I had purposefully tempered my speed, but it was still beyond a common understanding. Those rushing at me all reeled back in fright. Kaboom! Way. Those struck by my crescent were knocked backward, sent flying far away. Since I'd prioritized ricocheting over cutting, no direct harm would befall them. Hiek. What's going on? Typically, a blade's energy would manifest near the edge of the blade, delivering its effect only within a yard's reach. But shooting forth a crescent arc of that size was nearly impossible in Jianghu. After restraining myself from killing anyone, I unleashed a lion's roar. I've embarked on a journey with the Sichuan Tang sect to protect the Dao King. If you seek death, then step forward. Thundering? Woa. In that instant of lion's roar, nearly all of the surrounding experts were rendered powerless, collapsing or fainting right where they stood. Only the few dispatched by the Absolute Dragon faction and Heavenly Heart Association stood, looking pale and trembling. I scratched my head in confusion as my simple roar had practically cleared the hall. Has my level risen along with my capacity? Both the power of the crescent attack and my lion's roar had become vastly stronger since the beginning. The relentless training I'd put in was finally showing results. I glanced at Maiho, conveying through my thoughts. Maiho, I think I can handle this all on my own. Please refrain from any killing. Maiho nodded silently. If Maiho were to truly engage, she'd summon her spirit beasts and employ various techniques, transforming into her main self, the nine-tailed fox, and turning the whole place upside down. If that happened, survival for anyone present would be nearly impossible, and managing the aftermath would prove to be nearly impossible as well. Frightened, one of the experts from the Absolute Dragon faction shouted. Who are you? What immortal has graced us with their presence? I answered bluntly. I'm Baekwang. As stated, I stand with the Sichuan Tang sect. Anyone who dares to touch the Dao King will consider it a strike against me. Sichuan Tang sect. The leader of Sichuan Tang sect pledged to protect the Dao King. Keep that in mind. Whispers. The 10 or so experts exchanged glances, astonished. Suddenly finding themselves on the wrong side of the Sichuan Tang sect was hard for them to digest. At that moment, a voice rang out, an elderly one. Ho, the young dragon is making quite a scene. I turned towards the sound, spotting a Taoist entering confidently at the entrance of the gambling house. He bore a longsword at his back and was dressed in the regalia of the Qingcheng sect. Upon recognizing him, I inquired. Are you the dual sword elder of the Qingcheng sect? You've heard my name. I've heard you hold a grudge against the Dao King for losing your sword, yet here you are tangled up in worldly matters. I subtly mocked him, causing the dual sword elder to twitch an eyebrow. Why do you protect the Dao King? She's a gambling addict and an orphan, draining the lifeblood from countless gamblers. A villain. The kind of villain you claim she is sounds remarkably similar to another, doesn't it? I shot back with a wry smile. How did you contribute to the world while the Dao King was taking money from your gambling booth? I've been eliminating the demon head of Sama Wedo. Is a demon's life less valuable? Is it acceptable for you to go about killing indiscriminately? Sounds rather similar to your claims of her being a villain. That's fallacious reasoning. By defeating that demon, I've rescued countless decent lives. I burst into laughter. By siphoning money from helpless gamblers, isn't the Dao King preventing destruction to others? There's no purpose in talking frivolously. We're standing here for our own interests. The only path left is to decisively push our claims through strength. Swish. While I calmly declared this, Dual Sword Elder's eyes widened. It seemed he realized he couldn't easily engage with me given my overwhelming presence. He hesitated, seemingly weighing the odds. Is it true that you, the leader of the Sichuan Tang sect, have sided with the Dao King? If you wish to know, wait a day. I'm willing to wager my head on it. Well, it's not merely curiosity. Stumbling over his words, Dual Sword Elder cast his gaze toward the sky before continuing. Regardless, the Dao King should stop her foolish gambling and live a healthier life. Swish. As his last words left his mouth, Dual Sword Elder utilized an agile maneuver and disappeared. His splendid exit sounded quite convincing, yet there was no doubt he was fleeing. Upon realizing this, the faces of the experts from Absolute Dragon faction and Heavenly Heart Association turned ashen. I smirked at them, threateningly. Will you scatter and leave peacefully, or will you fight? In rapid succession, they turned to flee. Watching the sudden resolution of the tense scene, I felt somewhat deflated. What was that? Why was it so easy? I had steeled myself for a grueling fight with all these 6 sects, yet it appeared I wasn't even required to engage. No, hold on. It wasn't that they were weak, it was that I had grown stronger. Had I still been the me from before, this situation would have spelled death. Now, however, it had just become a casual murder scene. While I contemplated my growth, I noticed Maiho's eyes had turned a bright red. This transformation indicated the murderous aura of a fox spirit. I'll spare you, but I'll rip out your tongue. In a stunning display, Maiho wrestled the Shuhan gambling house manager's tongue right out. Both Dao King and I watched in silence as gory chaos unfolded before us. KKGH? The manager clutched his mouth, oscillating confusedly before collapsing sideways. Wow, people's tongues are longer than I thought. I mused absurdly about the spectacle. While still holding the twitching red tongue, Maiho clenched it tightly before popping it. Crunch. I don't want to eat this. Why's that? I guess I'm just in the mood for something else. Maiho appeared disinterested, as if her shock from ripping out a human tongue barely registered. I soothed her before turning to Dao King and spoke. With things as they are, life in Sichuan will be tough. Come with us. If you help us, I won't ask for anything in return. Great. Sounds fun. I felt stunned seeing Dao King Baiyokji sang, not showing any surprise, casually welcoming the idea. I'd never encountered such a composed person before. It felt like she was rapidly adjusting to the situation, lacking any emotional turmoil, even witnessing Maiho ripping out a tongue without a shred of fear. Could this actually be a win? The truth is that people can always find ways to use their skills, no matter where they go. Having Dao King Baiyokji sang as an ally seemed oddly promising. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I returned to Jinrang Valley with Dao King Baiyokji sang. Upon arriving, I introduced Dao King Baiyokji sang to Meng Niang, who simply stared at her and said, "What's your game?" Dao King Baiyokji sang replied without changing her expression. I thought it looked fun. I see. Meng Niang nodded casually and then led Dao King Baiyokji sang to her lodging. When he returned, he flapped the 5-fire 7-bird fan and looked at me, saying, "Baek Wong, let's have a chat." I followed Meng Niang to a secluded patch of grass. He perched himself on a rock and said, "What do you plan to do next?" "What do you mean?" "I'm thinking of going to Jakko to study the soul extinguishing technique." Meng Niang sighed briefly and replied, "That's fine, but I've uncovered something significant that I need to share along the way. You must understand all this before making any decisions." And I suspect that Chinho is listening to this conversation, so I'd appreciate it if you could just step out and join us. Swish. Suddenly, Maiho appeared out of nowhere, having cast a transformation technique to disguise herself as an inanimate object. I was taken by surprise, not expecting to see Maiho, and she too had a sparkle in her eyes as she looked at Meng Niang. "How did you know? Has your skill improved that much?" "Not at all. I just figured if I were Chinho, I'd want to hear this too." "You're unnecessarily clever." Meng Niang flapped his sleeves. "If Chinho is protecting Baek Wong, it's better for him to know about this conversation as well. Please, sit and listen." "Fine. Let's hear how interesting this is." Maiho also sat on a nearby tree stump. As our gazes turned toward Meng Niang, he slowly began to speak. "Currently, the Jinrang Valley and the Banghian Alliance have become quite powerful. We've taken plenty of time to administer spiritual pills to our talents, and our organization is now formed. I can confidently say we possess the strength akin to a substantial sect. However, we are still lacking for a major operation, so for now, we gather intelligence while lying low. We have also succeeded in rescuing General Huang Yan's family." "I see. And aside from that, I received 2 tasks from you, Baek Wong." "2 tasks?" Meng Niang nodded. "One is related to the method to unseal Moya and its location, and the other concerns the statue of Zhen Wu from the ruins of Suyo and the Oracle Bone Scripture." "That's right." I could clearly recall the former. I had constantly asked Meng Niang to look into it, but I hadn't made much progress because I died so quickly. As for the latter, it was a query I had recently learned about in this lifetime. Looking at Meng Niang, he continued, "I had a question first. Why does Moya have a separate seal unlike the other 7 luminaries? Why isn't there a guardian at the seal?" Thinking through that, I wondered whether the statue of Zhen Wu might hold the answer. The statue of Zhen Wu. So, before I interpreted the riddle that symbolizes the seal of Moya, I decoded Zhen Wu's Oracle Bone script. If it had been just me, it would have taken a long time, but using the organizational strength of the Banghian Alliance, I was able to decipher it in 6 months. Having said that, Meng Niang took a brief breath before continuing. The Oracle Bone script of Zhen Wu, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, is as follows. Has the passage between heaven and earth in the north collapsed? The divine child, Goyang, returns at the emperor's call. He has left behind the method for water control for humanity. Thus, it remains marked as Moya. The passage between heaven and earth in the north. It refers to Zhen Wu's mistake in Shenhai Jing. Long ago, there was a connection between the celestial realm and the mortal realm, where humans could cross into the celestial realm without going through the process of ascension. But due to Zhen Wu's mistake, that passage collapsed, giving rise to the system of ascension. Explaining this, Meng Niang glanced briefly at Maiho. "Since you were in the celestial realm, you might understand this well." Maiho showed a contemplative expression as she listened to Meng Niang's explanation. Finally, she said, I don't know well. However, I can confirm that there exists a secret passage connecting the celestial realm and the mortal realm, which is indeed somewhere in the world. I was also expelled to the surface through one of those passages. That was an unexpected revelation. Meng Niang asked while unfolding the 5-fire 7-bird fan. Then why don't you use that passage to return to the celestial realm? I don't know where anything other than where I came from is, and that could be considered a backdoor. If I were to enter through there, I would immediately be attacked and annihilated by the heavenly spirits. I see. After a moment of pause, Meng Niang turned back to me. Regardless, what's important isn't that, but about the method of water control. Water control. Long ago, there was a cataclysmic flood. An enormous flood submerged the world, putting all living beings at risk of extinction. The one who stopped that flood was Nuwa, the 3 sovereigns and progenitor goddess. She ground the 5 colored stones to patch the holes in the sky and supported the heavens with the 4 legs of a giant turtle from the sea. That's the legend. Oh, I remember that. It had been a while since I read the myths, and Meng Niang's explanation jogged my memory. Moreover, separately, there's also the legend of selecting Gun and Yu as human representatives to perform water control. I believe there were likely 2 great floods. One was halted by the power of the 3 sovereigns, while the other was dealt with by Gun and Yu, who stepped up alongside the people to stem the major flood in the Central Plains. Meng Niang, having said this, lit up with enthusiasm. I hypothesized this, perhaps Gun and Yu successfully learned the method of water control from Zhenwu as human representatives to manage the Great Flood. And Zhenwu, by separating the celestial realm and the mortal realm, left behind the mark of the agreement for water control as Moya in the ruins of Suyo. If not, the oracle bone script found with the statue of Zhenwu wouldn't connect with Moya, the mark of the agreement for water control. I began to think of the enormous amount of written records contained in Moya. Could this have been a remnant of the Great Flood that occurred in antiquity? If so, I pondered quietly before speaking. Why did Zhenwu separate and leave the celestial realm and the mortal realm? He could have just ruled the world as a 3 sovereign. The first line states with a sigh that the passage between heaven and earth in the north has collapsed. There must have been a critical reason for such a passage to collapse, of which we have no knowledge. In other words, perhaps Zhenwu severed all connections between the celestial realm and the mortal realm in a hurry, leaving only Moya behind. All because of one passage. That's something we cannot ascertain. It's an unfathomable ancient mystery, and there are no surviving texts. Meng Niang sighed briefly and continued. And I have another hypothesis. What hypothesis? Moya possesses the ability to control water, and that ability might be too powerful to be allowed to humans. Hence, it might not have simply left an ancient being at the seal, rather, it might have required anyone wishing to be the owner of Moya to prove their worth at the location of water control. Was it really necessary to go that far? I scratched my head. At novel bin at. Isn't Ijana's guardian, Izanaga no Mikato, enough of a proof on its own? That being alone could destroy an entire nation within a week. It indicates that a gap exists even among the 7 luminaries. Meng Niang, gazing towards the distant mountains, added, whatever the powers of the Sun Guardians may be, how would the world react to another myth-level Great Flood? I reckon that among the humans in the Central Plains, around 80% would perish, and civilization would regress at least 500 years. Not just in the Central Plains, but all countries would be similar. The key to causing such a disaster that could overturn the balance between heaven and earth might very well be Moya. I can assert it confidently. Suyo Moya is among the upper tier of the 7 luminaries. The day you unseal Moya, you will find it hard to find rivals across the world. Oh, I was ecstatic at Meng Niang's words. If that were true, I had to figure out the method to unseal Moya above all else. While I might not be able to utilize the ability that could incite a great flood, using any other supernatural powers within Moya would make my goals much easier to achieve. I might even acquire skills capable of opposing the ancient rulers. Just then, after quietly listening to Meng Niang, Maiho spoke up. So, where exactly is the true location guarding the seal of Moya? It must be a very troublesome place, which is why you warned me. Meng Niang displayed an awkward expression. Maiho had picked up on it. As I glanced between their faces, Meng Niang carefully said to me, Baek Wong, let me mention something. What is it? At his words, I opened my eyes wide. This world takes on the shape of a round sphere. I shook my head firmly. That can't be true. Obviously, it's flat and there must be an end to the world. Why do you think that? Well, if the world were round, wouldn't we just fall off the bottom? Meng Niang hesitated for a moment and then said, there's a note made by Li Sheng of the Tang dynasty in the Union that mentions this. The earth moves in 4 directions. It rises upwards in the east and goes northwest for 30,000 miles. In the summer solstice, it moves downwards to the southeast for 30,000 miles. The vernal equinox and autumnal equinox lie in between. The earth is constantly in motion, yet people are unaware, much like a boat oblivious to its movement while on the water. It's not the heavens that move but the earth. How should I put it? Meng Niang produced a round crystal sphere from his sleeve. He then said to me, if you keep walking on this crystal sphere, you might think you'd slip off, but the inside has a powerful gravitational force keeping everything up. That sounds far-fetched? What nonsense are you spouting? Meng Niang insisted strongly. It's not nonsense. Those who observe the cosmos have realized they cannot explain the positions of the stars if they don't assume this. That's why the Zhe family, who have been astronomers for hundreds of years, acknowledged the Earth's spherical shape and concluded that an end to the world does not exist. Not just the Zhe family, but many great sages of the Ming dynasty roughly understand it but don't speak out. I was flabbergasted. The world is round. Is Meng Niang messing with me? Is he deceiving me? My trust in Meng Niang was absolute, but this shocking story was enough to shake that trust. The notion that our world is a spherical globe, and we are anchored to the surface? I was bewildered, scratching my head and asking, wait, then what about the sun, stars, and moon? They are celestial bodies residing far away. They may appear small, but they are likely much larger than the land we inhabit. As I gasped in astonishment, Mai-ho beside me spoke up. It's likely true, Baek Wong. Mai-ho, I've been in the celestial realm since the time of my birth, but not a single heavenly spirit ever spoke of the end of the world or even discussed it. The absence of an end is why they didn't feel the need to discuss it. I tilted my head in confusion as Meng Niang wore a wry smile. You'll find it hard to believe right away. Let's first continue the conversation under the assumption the Earth is round. Alright, now look at this crystal sphere. If you do this with the end of the globe, whoosh, Meng Niang inserted a large iron rod into the crystal sphere. Whether there had already been a hole, it slid in without resistance. Meng Niang held the iron rod piercing through the middle of the crystal sphere and said, there's an axis. If there are 2 points at the extremes of this axis, where would this location be? I calmed my thoughts and pondered carefully. Then I replied, it would be a very cold place. Although I couldn't believe the Earth was round, if I were to entertain the notion, then it would get colder as one journeys north. The reason for that would likely be due to receiving less sunlight. So, if that were the case, the extremes of the axis must be the coldest places in the world. Meng Niang smiled brightly and said, exactly. What do you mean exactly? The contents of the stele in the ruins of Suyo were as follows. Song of Darkness, Pears, Steps of the Wind, the God of Cold and White Silence. The Primordial North, the arrival, no trials, but, to unseal, meet the God of Silence. Mark the blood, awaken and arrive. What is offered at this altar, is the blood of the arriver. What could the Primordial North refer to? Doesn't it seem to fit perfectly with the text from Zhen Wu's Oracle Bone script? The power of Moya, passed down within Taoism, is known as heavenly ice. This forbidden technique can freeze everything in the world with extreme cold, even erasing a great sage. When combined with that tradition, the place called Primordial North may, in another sense, be regarded as a location that could signify the end of this world. I was silent for a long while, and I felt I was beginning to grasp why Meng Niang had deemed this conversation so significant. After some stammering, I asked Meng Niang to confirm my thoughts. If that's the case, does it mean we have to go beyond the North Sea Ice Palace and reach a location past the icy sea where even the blue-eyed barbarians can't survive? Precisely. Meng Niang replied decisively. We must go to the land at the northern extremity to find the altar of the ancient beings, and once you offer your blood, the seal of Moya will be unsealed. This was unreal. My head spun. Though I had thought the world was vast, I never imagined I would ever be expected to venture to such places. When I challenged the 12 standards, I had been to the North Sea Ice Palace, which was a place of eternal blizzards year-round. Beyond that lies an area where even humans couldn't survive a desolate frozen wasteland. To traverse that wasteland and reach the northernmost end? It was ridiculous, and it seemed Mai-ho felt the same way, as she questioned Meng Niang. I can hardly believe this. Also, there are too many leaps in logic and no evidence. You really think we can reach the end of the world just based on the mere mention of the Primordial North? I think so too. However, I need to tell you this hypothesis, Baek Wong. Because, understanding Meng Niang's intent, I nodded. I got it, Meng Niang. Thank you. I was a body that could die at any moment. Up until now, I had died way too quickly, and Meng Niang's research results had often led me to my untimely demise without me even learning of them. Meng Niang recognized that, and even if there wasn't solid evidence, he wanted to share whatever he could with me. It was a kind gesture on his part. As if he had overcome a significant hurdle, Meng Niang wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. And one more thing. What is it? I'd like to ask you to take on a secret mission soon. What kind of? Meng Niang grinned. We can't just sit back and watch our enemies grow. We need to steal a march. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Swish. As soon as my conversation with Meng Niang concluded, I teleported alongside Mai-ho to the underground lair of the Imperial Palace, specifically the lowest level of the abyss. Here, shining in the darkness, stood a massive stele. Mai-ho gazed at the crystal stele and remarked, impressive. This magical power is. This stele contains the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone. I stared intently at the crystal stele. During my 13th reincarnation, Zujfu had directed me to the existence of this stele. At that time, he had proposed that we harmoniously create the Philosopher's Stone together. However, I had refused his offer, unable to trust him, and chose to confront Zujfu instead. There really are no guards around. This location was reserved for emperors, alchemists, or high-ranking figures like Zujfu. Naturally, it's highly confidential. It's possible that alchemists wouldn't even allow emperors or Zujfu to access it. Thus, it would make sense that regular guards were nowhere to be found near the crystal stele. As I approached the crystal stele to insert it into my pouch, Mai-ho suddenly stopped me. Wait. Why? There's some kind of magic barrier set up. If you touch it, it will connect to the source of the spell. That seemed reasonable. For an alchemist, this crystal steel was likely more precious than life itself, so it wouldn't be strange to have all sorts of defensive spells in place. Directly contacting the crystal steel would indeed be quite risky. Maiho, can you break the curse? It's difficult. This isn't a regular spell, it seems to be magic forged from pure magical power. It appears to borrow the power of a demon god, making it challenging. It seemed alchemists indeed used bizarre magic as servants of the demon god. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to press the pouch against the crystal steel anyway. It can't be helped. It's possible the alchemist was alerted upon my entry. Returning is out of the question. The only choice is to act swiftly. Swish! In an instant, the large steel, which was 3 spans tall, was sucked into my pouch. Click, click, click. At the same time, red eyes seemed to emerge from everywhere, flickering with intense light. I quickly grabbed my hose hand and activated the teleportation again. Swish! We reappeared in Shinlam's room, the research chamber where the incomplete superior being was still located. This room, too, had no guards present, only young boys and girls lying on a stone altar. I raised an eyebrow. 4 bodies. The number had increased. When I had come here before, there was only 1 young girl, but now there was a boy by her side and a beautiful woman in her 20s, along with a tall, muscular figure. It seemed the alchemist had expanded the number of experimental subjects for the superior being within about a year. In any case, there was no time to hesitate. I didn't even pause to confirm if the superior being was still in a suspended state. I stretched out the pouch and absorbed their bodies. After placing all 4 into the pouch, I quickly grasped my hose hand again. Swish! We emerged once more in Jinrang Valley. Using teleportation in quick succession left me feeling mentally drained and tense. Judging by her slightly weary expression, Maiho felt the same. Ha! Ha! We made it. And there awaited us, a beaming Mang Niang. Well done. By now, the alchemist and the forces of the Imperial Palace Demon Subduing Hall must have made significant progress with the superior being. Of course, I could not let them grow stronger without interference, so I had brought the crystal steel here while simultaneously rescuing the incomplete superior being. It was a tactic of containment. Mang Niang said, do not extract the crystal steel from here. Though the pouch might act as a spatial barrier preventing location tracking by spells, bringing it out will expose its location. If Jinrang Valley is tracked by the demon subduing hall, we will be in big trouble. He seemed to suspect some sort of tracking magic was indeed in place. So what do we do? There are 2 options, Mang Niang said, handing me a flask filled with water. The first is to bring the crystal steel out to the farthest and most remote location you know and start interpretation. Naturally, the alchemist isn't a magician capable of long-distance teleportation, so we can momentarily forget about being tracked and interpret it at our leisure. I gulped down the water and replied. And the second? The crystal steel itself can be regarded as a magnificent divine treasure. By presenting it to the gods, you may obtain new abilities or blessings. Oh ho! I was tempted by the latter choice. After all, I didn't even know how much I truly needed the Philosopher's Stone at this point and had no desire to make the effort to work for it. Instead, simply offering the crystal steel to a god like an offering seemed like a solid plan. Well, that's something we can't attend to right now. And what about the superior being? That's the same. Mang Niang wore a bittersweet smile. Flying to Dongyang and doing research by myself would be good, but right now, as the head of the Banghian Alliance, I'm working to expand our power, making that difficult. We can do that once the alchemist is dealt with. I realized that Mang Niang had unspoken constraints. If he weren't bound by the weight of leadership within the Banghian Alliance, he could freely study the crystal steel and the superior being in distant lands. But that was not the case. At that moment, another idea crossed my mind. However, betraying Mang Niang was not something I wanted to entertain, and there was no immediate reason to act on it, so I tucked it away in my heart. Mang Niang said, with this, we've at least gained 5 years. 5 years. During that time, we must expand the scale of the Banghian Alliance, gather strength, and be in a position to reliably take down our enemies. You, Baek Wung, should focus on improving your martial arts as much as possible. I pondered and then said to Mang Niang, what will we do about the Emperor, who hasn't died this time? The previous Emperor's death was a very unique circumstance. Let me say up front that overt rebellion is not an option. We plan to rally the figures from the Clearstream faction and politically pressure the Emperor. With the Emperor wholly cooperating with the demon subduing hall, how is that possible? That's the most crucial point. Mang Niang, seating himself nearby, said, if the Emperor cooperates with the demon subduing hall of his own volition, it could render our resistance futile, but paradoxically, that can also work to our advantage. What's the difference? If the Emperor can voluntarily reject the alchemist's contract, it suggests that he might also choose to expel the demon subduing hall. At the very least, it indicates that he isn't merely a puppet being controlled by them. That seems to be the best approach for now. The Emperor could throw out the demon subduing hall. If that came to pass, then there would be no need for the Banghian Alliance to create a hassle. The Emperor's alliance with the source of all evil-wielding power was the root of the problem. Pondering this, I nodded, mumbling to myself. Is that really possible? At that moment, Maiho, who had been listening, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. It seems you're just saying what Baekwang wants to hear. Do you think it's that easy? It won't be an easy feat. The power player has teamed up with the demon subduing hall under the premise of immortality and eternal life. If we can't deliver greater benefits or pressures, the Emperor will never sever ties with them. And where can you find a reward greater than immortality and eternal life for a power holder? Maiho's laughter carried the perspective of a power broker wielding authority in Dongyang. Indeed, if a power player dangled the carrot of immortality before them, the Emperor would never give up on the alliance with the demon subduing hall. After a moment of contemplation, Mang Niang replied, even if we can't change his mind, there are alternative methods. It's just that this is the most ideal. Ugh, it seems like a thorny path. There's no other way. Mang Niang sighed and addressed me. Baekwang, henceforth, your role becomes paramount. No matter how capable I may be, there are limits to utilizing the Bangtian alliance to confront the Emperor. You need to move and create variables, and further, generate blind spots in the enemy's plans. I understand. We returned to Jinrang Valley and sought out the Dao King. Dao King Baiokji Sang had unpacked her belongings and changed into attire akin to that of a gentlewoman from a common household. A beautiful woman exuding both elegance and a refreshing charm stood there. Upon noticing me, Dao King Baiokji Sang chuckled lightly. You seem busy. I truly am. I replied indifferently and then said to her, Dao King Baiokji Sang, I need you to tell me everything you know, the circumstances of meeting Dongbang Mujaiol, the reason you ended up gambling in the unfinished house, and the identities of those wearing the monkey masks. Ah, so that's what you were planning to ask. I hope you answer sincerely. I'd rather not resort to torture. Dao King Baiokji Sang's eyes narrowed, almost as if she were smiling. You seem soft, yet you're much colder and tougher than I expected, considering the composure of your age. Please spare me the unnecessary flattery. All right. It's not an important matter, so I'll share it. She began recounting her experience of meeting Dongbang Mujaiol. When Dongbang Mujaiol came to find me, he made a proposal. He asked me if I would please join him at a grand gambling board. Dongbang Mujaiol requested you. Indeed. And since I owed him a debt, I accompanied him under the condition that he forgave it. Afterward, he expressed a desire to test my skills, so we toured several gambling halls in Sichuan. Once his requirements were satisfied, we headed to the unfinished house. Debt? What sort of debt? Dao King Baiokji Sang shook her head. I can't disclose that. It's a personal matter between him and me. Adat novel bin adat. Please continue. When we arrived at the unfinished house, we played mahjong. I brought the table, and two men wearing monkey masks were already waiting there. I managed to completely win against them, taking their chips from the 16 states, and Dongbang Mujaiol thanked me afterward. Is that the end? Yes. Do you have any idea who the ones in the monkey masks were? Or perhaps why they chose to gamble at the unfinished house? At my question, Dao King Baiokji Sang pondered for a moment before saying, I'm not entirely sure, but those in the monkey masks appear to be exceptional masters. Dongbang Mujaiol seemed hesitant to use force against them. It also felt like Dongbang Mujaiol wagered a substantial sum at that gambling table, and after the game, he seemed to whisper something to the ones in the monkey masks. I'm not certain why they chose to gamble at the unfinished house. Perhaps only Dongbang Mujaiol knows. I was flabbergasted and replied to Dao King Baiokji Sang. Then, are you saying you didn't know anything? So you walked into such a risky situation without having a clue. That's what makes it interesting. I gazed at Dao King Baiokji Sang. In exasperation. This woman seemed to have something broken inside her head. Even without knowing anything, she was willing to dive headfirst into a gambling den that could jeopardize her life. It was an incomprehensible mindset for an ordinary person. Then she suddenly recalled something and said, Oh, by the way, I do know where Dongbang Mujaiol went. He said he was going to meet a fellow by the name of Black Prince. Black Prince? Who's that? He's reputed to be the top master of martial arts in the Nancehong. The Black Prince of Nancehong? What kind of character was that? I had unexpectedly gleaned some information, but not understanding it left me with questions, hence I asked her. What on earth is Dongbang Mujaiol trying to achieve? Why did he venture beyond the Central Plains all the way into Nancehong? He said he wanted to cure an illness. An illness? What I'm certain of is that he won't return to the Central Plains until he finds a solution. As I fell into deep thought, Dao King Baiokji Sang interlocked her fingers and said, I want to join forces with people like you. It seems fun somehow. If that's the case. I subtly glanced at Maiho. Just then, as though she had been waiting, Maiho suddenly cast her enchantment technique on Dao King Baiokji Sang. Almost instantly, Dao King Baiokji Sang's eyes glazed over, and she fell backward as if fainting. There was no way she could withstand the enchantment technique that even a peak expert like Jang Bong had fallen victim to in one blow. Maiho grumbled. Wasn't it better to cast the enchantment from the beginning? There are things you can't pull out solely with magic, plus I needed to see how sincere she is towards us. Oh, are you interested in her? Why's the conversation veering into that direction? I chuckled awkwardly. This woman is beautiful, but she has a mentality that I can't possibly handle. Even if she were 10 times more beautiful, I would still decline. Ho ho ho, to hear such a declaration from you, Baekwang, is quite a feat indeed. Being obsessed with gambling is a frightening thing. As Maiho laughed, she began interrogating Dao King Baiokji Sang. Now, look at me. After casting her enchantment one by one while asking questions, it became clear that Dao King Byeokji-sang had not lied at all and had spoken the truth entirely. She truly knew almost nothing about Dongbang Mujaiol and seemed inclined to join us. Personal debts, so she's absolutely unwilling to disclose that. The enchantment technique couldn't uncover everything. It was impossible to pry out the contents that she firmly resisted and closed her heart to. After finishing the interrogation, Mai-ho said, "It seems there's no problem with her. That's good. Having another master is always beneficial. So where are we headed next?" To Jigho. I led the unconscious Dao King Byeokji-sang toward Mangniang and then, alongside Mai-ho, we headed to Guangzhong, where Jigho was located. Upon our arrival in Guangzhong, Mai-ho and I stopped by an inn for a meal. While Mai-ho slurped up some noodles, she asked, "Baekwang, how much do you plan to explain to Jigho?" Mai-ho's question was crucial. I believed I could share everything with Mangniang and Mai-ho, including details about my past life, as I considered them complete comrades. However, Jigho was a neutral figure, and I had no established trust with him at all. Just revealing that I experimented on transferring my Yin Hanbo from Dongyang to the swordsman would likely have me treated as a scoundrel. I pondered for a moment before replying to Mai-ho. "Mai-ho, lend me a hand." "How?" I responded confidently. "With my beauty trick. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." Swish. Jigho was residing in the Spring Scene Pavilion, the largest building in Guangzhong, acting like a pillar man as usual. Unsurprisingly, no one realized his true strength and that he had attained the license to practice the Thunder God lineage, making him a peak expert, nor did they know he possessed the secret technique known as the secret technique of blood severing. I had no idea of his true identity until Li Kuang came looking for me, so I could definitely say he was a recluse expert. Mai-ho and I didn't go straight to the Spring Scene Pavilion. Instead, we carefully monitored it and analyzed Jigho's comings and goings. We discovered that he roamed around Guangzhong aimlessly about once every day or two. The seduction operation began on the 3rd day. While walking down the street, Jigho spotted Mai-ho reading a book under a willow tree and stopped in his tracks. Beautiful. Mai-ho's current appearance was not that of a sultry beauty, but rather akin to a delicate and pure flower. She was an embodiment of a beautiful young lady from a prestigious family. I thought a more voluptuous look might win him over, but Mai-ho disagreed. "From what you say, it seems Jigho pretends to be a lecher but actually has a pure heart. He may act like he prefers voluptuous women, but in reality, he's likely to favor a pure, delicate girl whom he wants to protect." "Really? That man's managing to maintain his essence while flirting with women in that massive building. Is he a regular human? His willpower and self-control, along with his taste in women, are quite refined. It seems I'll need to put a fair amount of effort into seducing him." Jigho's standards were high, huh? I couldn't quite comprehend it, but no one could outmatch Mai-ho in the art of seduction. I regrettably had to hide nearby and watch the process of her attempting to charm Jigho. As expected, Jigho initially appeared to pass by casually without a care. However, a moment later, he timidly turned around as if trying to act nonchalant and began to linger near Mai-ho, finally gathering the courage to speak to her. "What brings you out here reading such a fine book, miss?" Mai-ho slowly lifted her face, showing a soft smile as she replied. "I'm reading a book called Shanhai Jing. And you are?" I am Jigho. I happened to pass by and was captivated by the sight of you reading." That was quite direct. For someone who fancied wooing women, his approach was rather clumsy. I had witnessed him fumble in his attempts to seduce Mai-ho before, so I was flabbergasted. A self-proclaimed dandy, yet so inept? Normally, Mai-ho would have burst out laughing, but it seemed she was committed to playing the innocent girl this time, so she feigned surprise. "Oh my, thank you. It's quite chilly. You might catch a cold. How about we grab some tea somewhere nearby and talk?" "Indeed, it is quite cold. Let's go together." As Jigho quietly extended his hand, Mai-ho smiled brightly and took it. "Thank you." Mai-ho stood up and followed Jigho, her steps light. Ugh. Watching that scene stirred my unknown turmoil. I knew it was all an act, yet my heart felt uneasy. It annoyed me to see Jigho genuinely attempting to court Mai-ho. It didn't help that, despite his usual clumsiness, he was quite a handsome guy too. What am I even thinking? I shook my head vigorously and used my concealment technique to silently follow them. Mai-ho and Jigho entered a nearby inn and engaged in quiet conversation for a while. Their discussion revolved around trivial matters and jokes, but they seemed to be connecting quite naturally. After a while, Jigho turned serious and said to Mai-ho, "Among all the women I have seen in my life, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful. I have never seen anyone like you in Guangzhong. Which noble family do you belong to?" Mai-ho made a troubled expression. "I'm sorry, but I can't casually reveal my name or my family to strangers. Please forgive me." Ugh. Perhaps I should take my leave now. As Mai-ho subtly began to rise from her seat, Jigho hurriedly grabbed the sleeve of her robe. When Mai-ho gazed at him with a blank expression, Jigho awkwardly added, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, I wanted to ask if we could meet again." Mai-ho smiled brightly. "I often come out to read. I'd like to have an interesting discussion about books next time." With that, Mai-ho slowly exited the inn, leaving Jigho dazed. I had been observing him for some time, and it seemed Jigho had intended to follow Mai-ho, beginning to stealthily trail her. Watching his naive behavior struck me as pathetic. "Are you trying to uncover details about the girl you fancy?" What a fool? Well, that might be a natural response for a guy, but since I had anticipated this much, I patiently awaited Maiho to shake off Jikho. Eventually, using her transformation technique, Maiho disappeared without a trace, leaving Jikho floundering. When Maiho returned to me, she was bursting with laughter. Ha ha ha, what an innocent guy. That was entertaining. Huh? Why so sulky? It's nothing. With a mischievous smile, Maiho approached and poked my cheek with her finger. Ohua, are you jealous? I'm not. After briefly staring at me, Maiho laughed softly and discreetly hugged me from behind. I froze in surprise as Maiho comforted me. Don't worry. I like you much more than Jikho. Really? Whatever. Ha ha ha. Don't let your voice tremble. My face flushed, and I felt embarrassed. It bothered me that she seemed to have picked up on my feelings for her. Expressing such feelings felt awkward. Shaking my head, I said to Maiho, so what? Do you think you can seduce Jikho? Maiho swayed her tail and replied confidently. He has a surprisingly strong mind. It will likely be tough unless a significant gap in his focus opens up. Unlike that ultra-strong master from the Jang clan or Dao King Byeokji-sang, who seemingly fell easy to your charms. Maiho explained while interlocking her fingers. The enchantment technique isn't directly linked with martial arts. Just because someone's martial arts are formidable doesn't mean their inherent willpower is necessarily so. Of course, the stronger someone has trained in martial arts, the better their mental power might be, but that delves into the finer aspects of their moral character. Dao King Byeokji-sang possesses exceptional gambling skills and cool self-control, right? However, her inner state is highly unstable and chaotic. Since her spiritual essence isn't stable, it makes her very susceptible to enchantments, irrespective of her apparent mental strength. I see. Martial arts are not omnipotent. Especially if one hasn't studied the mystical art forms of the Dao or the monks, they are likely to fall victim to enchantments. Suddenly, everything clicked. I understood why Maiho had been able to enchant Jang Bong so easily during battle. His mind had been clouded with concerns for his family, and overwhelmed by the intensity of the fight, he became an easy target for her enchantment. I then said to Maiho, it's too complicated and time-consuming to explain my circumstances to Jikho and convince him, so I'm sorry to him, but I will have to charm him to extract the secrets of the secret technique of blood severing. Maiho replied confidently. Ohua, what's there to feel sorry about? A beauty like me is gracing him with her attention. I gazed at Maiho and pinched her tummy between my fingers. It was smooth, but I still caught a bit of soft flesh. Maiho looked at me in bewilderment. Lose some weight. Yikes. You little rascal. Maiho chuckled and ruffled my hair. After playing around for a bit, we took a break at the inn and continued planning. Maiho and Jikho's pulling and pushing game went on for about 8 weeks. Initially, Jikho had been awkward, but eventually, he started showing a desperate longing for Maiho, even saying outright, I feel like I can hardly live without you. A confession. Maiho blinked her eyes in mock confusion, but Jikho seized her hand and exclaimed, I love you? Please go out with me. I had never imagined he would confess so directly. While I concealed my presence, I watched in shock as Maiho pondered for a moment. She then gently pushed Jikho's hand away and replied, I know nothing of you besides your name, nor do you know what kind of woman I am. How could we date? I am Jikho, disciple of the Thunder God lineage. Jikho, seeming to get anxious, revealed his secret. Maiho tilted her head, intrigued. Thunder God lineage. Yes, I. Then, Jikho unveiled his past, how he was taken in by his master at a young age to learn the Thunder God lineage, and how that master was killed by the Wind Spirit sect, leading him to hide in Guangzhong, relying on Li Kuang to seek revenge. Most of it was information I already knew. After revealing that, he said, but if you would be with me, I feel I could give up that vengeance. I never wished for a companion like you in my life. Maiho gazed quietly at Jikho and then said, a true man should not give up on revenge. I don't want to put you in danger. You're jumping to conclusions. Such a man lacks true manliness, and I don't want to associate with someone like that. As Maiho's cold retort struck right at Jikho, he momentarily looked overwhelmed with despair. He then asked, is it really not possible? After a pause, Maiho replied, complete your revenge first and then return. I will consider it then. I will be leaving Guangzhong for the time being. Please do not look for me. Please wait. At least your name. As Jikho held on to Maiho, she answered, it's Saiho. Saiho. I will surely complete that revenge and find you. Please wait for me. Maiho merely smiled lightly and departed. Jikho sat there lost in thought for a while before sprinting off somewhere. When I reunited with Maiho at our base, I was bewildered and asked, Maiho, you were supposed to completely charm him? Why did you suddenly change the story? That was right. Our original plan was to fully draw Jikho in, take advantage of his weaknesses with the enchantment technique, and extract all the secrets of the secret technique of blood severing from him. Yet, out of nowhere, Maiho urged him toward revenge and walked away. It was undeniable, it seemed to be Maiho's fickleness. Once she resumed her usual demeanor, Maiho swept away her hair and responded, there were simply no openings. What? That man, Jikho, despite having feelings for me, was resolute in his will. Even while he stated he would give up on revenge today, his determination only seemed to burn brighter. He possesses a remarkably strong will. Attempting to use the enchantment technique on him seemed highly likely to fail. Hearing Maiho speak this way, it appeared that beneath his clumsy demeanor, Jaco possessed exceptional abilities deserving of a Thunder God lineage heir. While I was internally impressed, Maiho continued. Then I thought it would be better to spur him on, maximizing his desire for personal revenge. If there are prerequisites he cannot abandon, we ought to utilize that. What do you mean? Maiho smiled softly. Now, you should subtly showcase the Thunder God lineage's martial arts nearby, or you might as well join the Azure Dragon martial arts school and let them know. Either way, Jaco will feel compelled to seek you out. Since he's eager to take revenge, if some new variable arises, he'll be much more inclined to reveal his martial arts. I was hit with a chill down my spine. Had Maiho really figured all this out in that short span? Indeed, Jaco seemed to lack sentimental attachments towards imparting the secret technique of blood severing, but his wariness toward others was significant. Even if he assured he could trust someone, he was quite picky about passing along his teachings. However, with Maiho planting that seed, obtaining the secret technique of blood severing would undoubtedly be much easier now. She had this uncanny ability to manipulate human emotions so freely. That alone made Maiho a terrifying presence. Got it. I resolved to act according to Maiho's plan. Taking a few days, I entered Guangzhou under the guise of coincidence and engaged in minor conflicts with the lesser evil factions there. While battling with the second-rate black deists who hang around gambling houses, I openly showcased the techniques of the Thunder God lineage. Bam? Ugh. Weary sorry. After easily dispatching a group of over 20 black deists with a couple of swift moves, I crossed my arms smugly. What do you all think you are getting bold with? Oh no, we're just committing sins. Humph. I am Baekwang. Surely, there must be more black deists calling this area home? Bring them to me, I'll take care of them too. Why yes. I was pretending to be a righteous swordsman just starting to journey through the Jianghu, acting as though I was angered by the minor misdeeds of the black deist rabble. The black deist gang seemed unwilling to face more punishment, so they promptly began to guide me toward the factions existing in Guangzhou. Crash. Bam. In just 2 days, I crushed 5 different factions. I had not killed anyone, but dozens, if not hundreds, had gotten knocked out while carelessly trying to show off. It was a bit ridiculous how easy it had been, considering I hadn't even needed my sword. I wish I could at least pretend it was tough, but they're just too weak. I felt a bit exhausted by those thoughts. Guangzhou wasn't that extensive an area, so I felt I had trampled through almost every faction there. It was while I was wandering the night that, passing by the Spring Scene Pavilion, I suddenly heard a voice. Hey, Baekwang, is life treating you well? A young pillar man standing in front of the building called out to me with a chuckle. Sure enough, it was Jaco. I knew this moment would come, and I replied nonchalantly, at novel bin at. Who are you? If you're the pillar man from Banjari, don't stir up trouble. Haha, so proud. But that's a trait of our section. Our sect? What nonsense. Swish. Jaco gave a cheeky smile before suddenly activating the secret technique of blood severing and lunging at me. I was already prepared in my heart, but when Jaco unleashed the secret technique of blood severing, the sight left me breathless. Like a mirage unfurling at astonishing speed, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of the real Jaco. Bam! I hastily raised my arm to block Jaco's strike, but it pierced through my defenses and landed. As I tumbled to the ground and sprang to my feet, Jaco exclaimed in surprise. Wow, you got up after taking that hit? Who the heck taught you to take a punch like that? The Thunder God Fist? No way, are you also? Jaco burst into a hearty laugh and replied. Haha, yeah, I'm also a disciple of the Thunder God lineage. Recently, I've heard you flaunting your martial arts a lot. Given your impressive internal power and Thunder God lineage techniques, it's understandable. Yet, Jaco's eyes turned sharper. However, that's not how it should be. I retorted bluntly. Why? I'm using my martial arts as I please. Jaco's expression turned serious. The Wind Spirit sect has its eyes on you across every corner of the Central Plains. If you intend to take revenge, then you must conceal yourself and remain incognito. I'm not scared of the Wind Spirit sect. I've consumed the 1,000-year snow ginseng and possess unrivaled internal power. Huh? You really think those words would hold up before the Wind Spirit sect's guardian lion? Of course, I didn't. Acting as a novice disciple of the Thunder God lineage, I felt anxious when the guardian lion of the Wind Spirit sect was mentioned. Even in my current state, I doubted I could match the guardian lion even if I brought out everything I had. If I utilized all my skills, I could probably achieve a draw, but that would be of little significance. When I fell silent, Jaco took it as acknowledgement and said, Don't waste your strength here, follow me. Why must I follow you? I'd like to introduce you to a remarkable person, and also pass on some of the hidden techniques from the Thunder God lineage. How about that? He was likely going to introduce me to Li Kuang from the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. I feigned some hesitation before nodding. All right. I was internally astounded. Maiho's beauty had managed to create a situation where I could enter the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School without suspicion, while also presenting me the opportunity to learn its hidden techniques. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The process of entering the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School went surprisingly smoothly. Despite it being late at night, Jaco headed straight to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, easily evading the disciples patrolling at night, and made his way to Weryang Hall. Lightly landing in front of the hall, Jaco opened the door and casually walked inside. As I followed him in, I found a softly lit room illuminated by a lantern. A calm voice emerged from within. "Jiko, yes. Come inside." Once both Jiko and I entered the room, Li Kuang, the master of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, was seen reading a book illuminated by the lamp. I didn't know what book it was, but Li Kuang was known for his love of reading. He glanced at me and said, "Who is this?" Jiko answered, "This is Baek Wong, the boy who's recently been making waves." I confirmed he uses the techniques of the Thunder God lineage and brought him. Li Kuang scrutinized me with an indifferent gaze. Those animal-like eyes didn't mean he was lost in thought, they were the eyes of someone thoroughly analyzing a person. After a while of observing me, Li Kuang said, "Impressive achievements at such a young age. Who is your master?" I knelt down slowly, performing a respectful gesture as I replied, "I can't reveal my master's name. However, I have obtained the secret technique and license of the Thunder God lineage." Li Kuang seemed to ponder for a moment before asking, "What brought you to Guangzhong?" I was not pleased with the behavior of the Black Dao sect. "Is that all? Do you require anything else?" When I turned the question back at him, Li Kuang wore an amused expression. "You're quite an unpredictable one. Jiko, it looks like you've brought in a sly fox." As he muttered that, Li Kuang looked at me and asked, "Do you seek revenge on the Wind Spirit sect?" I knew that Li Kuang, while unable to read minds, had an extraordinary intuition for sensing subtle human conflicts and weaknesses. Clumsy lies or masks wouldn't work on him. So, drawing from the power of the Dharma protector from the Wind Spirit sect and my pent-up resentment, I exclaimed, "There's definitely someone I want to kill." "Who?" "The leader of the Wind Spirit sect." At that moment, Jiko's eyes focused on me. Li Kuang's eyes also bore a hint of surprise. My answer caught Li Kuang off guard, causing him to cross his arms and say, "Is it a personal vendetta?" "It is both personal and not." "What do you mean?" "If I must defeat the Badas of the Thunder God lineage, then I absolutely have to kill their leader." Despite my somewhat bold statement, it conveyed my true feelings. I was determined to tear that Dharma protector from the Wind Spirit sect apart someday. As I spoke, I felt a surge of bloodthirst and fighting spirit rise within me, memories of losing my hoe flooding my mind. Li Kuang, observing me, shouted, "Focus." Whoosh! Instantly, my bloodlust was suppressed by Li Kuang's commanding aura. I felt the boiling energy within me gradually subside. Li Kuang grinned and said, "I like your spirit. Very well, from today, you are a disciple of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School." "Thank you." Afterward, I shared my sword techniques and specialties with Li Kuang, detailing my proficiency in spear and fist techniques. After hearing all of this, Li Kuang remarked, "Considering your level, it seems you're still in the phase of gradual improvement. You're probably progressing, so if there's anything you don't understand or find difficult, feel free to ask me or young master so. Yes, I'll officially register you as an instructor in the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Of course, if it's a hassle, you don't have to teach the kids." I thought for a moment before replying, "I'm sorry, but can we try a different approach?" "Why?" "I'm searching for something based on my former master's wishes. As this journey isn't finished yet, I can't settle down in the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School just yet." "What are you looking for?" In this instance, I opted to be honest. It was a part I couldn't easily fabricate. I decided to mix a bit of truth with some falsehoods because Li Kuang would eventually learn about my actions in Sichuan. As a collateral descendant of the Hua family, I acquired medical skills and stumbled upon this issue. Then I described the White Lotus sect's little sect leader's mysterious ailment, the 7 great healers, and their subsequent actions or speculations to Li Kuang. He and Jiko seemed intrigued, hanging on every word. After explaining everything, I concluded, "My last lead is that Dongbang Mujal, the heavenly doctor, stirred things up in the Sichuan Tang sect while searching for a cure for the ailment, even traveling as far as the country of Yu beyond the southern borders. Unlike the other 7 great healers, he likely has some insights into this plague." Li Kuang crossed his arms, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief silence, he asked, "What's your reason for chasing this lead regarding the ailment?" "As you know, the White Lotus sect possesses the power to dominate the martial world of the Central Plains at any time. However, they are probably stalled right now due to the little sect leader's sickness. If I uncover the truth behind that ailment, I believe it would be useful when confronting the White Lotus sect in the future." Li Kuang genuinely admired my reasoning. "Impressive. You're a rare talent. Even I wouldn't have thought that far." "Not at all. I have heard rumors about the little sect leader's ailment. However, I neglected them due to a lack of solid evidence, but if what you say is true, it means the ailment is likely a form of sorcery or curse." "Indeed, I suppose that's the case. Are you considering traveling to the southern land beyond Yu? If necessary?" Li Kuang shook his head dismissively. "That's a foolish endeavor, and also uncertain. Do you have any idea how far the southern land is?" "I'm not very sure. It takes thousands of miles just to reach Yunnan from Sichuan, and from there, to traverse the harsh terrain of the southern lands to reach Yu would take thousands more. Of course, with your incredible internal power, it wouldn't be impossible, but I don't think you need to exert yourself to that extent. Then, now that I have your lead, I will investigate Dongbang Mujal my own way. Leave that work to me." Li Kuang's words carried significant confidence. After all, he possessed a strong desire for revenge against the White Lotus sect, but without a solid strategy, he'd just be floundering about with Jin So Chong. Hence, I had provided him with a lead that could potentially exploit the White Lotus sect's weaknesses, making it hard for him not to be thrilled. Yes, understood. I soon noticed that Jikho's expression, which had been observing me, shifted to one of astonishment. Up until that moment, I felt like I had just brought in a thunderous wild card, but now he couldn't hide his admiration. Li Kuang then said, "It's late, but I'd like to assess your skills firsthand. Head to the training ground." Soon, I made my way to the training area, holding a sword while standing a distance of 3 paces away from Li Kuang, who was observing. Jikho lit up all the torches in the training area, and Li Kuang, also armed with a sword, said, "Using a spear would skew a proper evaluation, so I'll use a sword as well. Thank you for the instruction. In case things get intense, let's agree to take a moment to catch our breaths." "Yes." Hiss. I gathered my energy and glared at Li Kuang. Internally, I griped. Damn it, he's just ridiculously strong. This monstrous human. Honestly, I believed I might have a fighting chance against Li Kuang wielding a sword instead of a spear. After all, the spear holds significant advantages in martial combat. However, my years of training with the sword gave me a bit of confidence, thinking I might stand a chance. Yet, I was completely wrong. The instant I faced him, Li Kuang's stature loomed like a mountain. It was nearly my first time seeing him perform his sword techniques, but I had a gut feeling that his 10,000 success sword technique was the very embodiment of legendary swordsmanship. I declared, "I'll take the first move." Foyer. In that moment, my body surged with lightning-fast energy. I activated the Baekuang style, tightly tying my essence together before shooting forth, merging my body with the sword. It was the perfect choice for my first attack, and Li Kuang couldn't help but be impressed. Good. Bang, clang. In the blink of an eye, 10 exchanges passed. I poured all my internal power into attacking Li Kuang with the essence of the 10,000 success sword technique, but he deftly deflected my strikes using the mechanics of his revolving blade art. Then, proving the technique of moving the heavens and the earth, he unleashed tremendous force from a light strike. Crash! I hastily employed Thunderclap Hand to envelop the area, but my attack, which could send dozens of masters flying, had no effect on Li Kuang. With minimal motion, Li Kuang brushed aside my Thunderclap Hand, moving in on me with his Thunder God Starslayer, and soon unleashed sword energy toward me. As I blocked his counter with my defensive sword play, Li Kuang's body seemed to momentarily pause. 10,000 success sword technique. Secret technique. 1,000 kills slash. Seeing hundreds of sword lights burst forth like a fantastical display, I was left speechless. It was only natural that Li Kuang could use the 1,000 kills slash, as he was the one who imparted me the 10,000 success sword technique, but to think he could unleash a secret technique so casually in a spar was shocking. This 1,000 kills slash, one misstep in defense or evasion, and it could easily cut me to bits. I clenched my teeth. 1,000 kills slash? Resolving to counter the 1,000 kills slash with my own ultimate technique, I fortified my surroundings and deployed a sword barrier as hundreds of sword lights rained down. With the resounding ping of bouncing sounds, my surroundings were filled with a furious buzz, reminiscent of a swarm of angry bees. I struggled, beads of sweat forming on my forehead as I swung my sword frantically in the thundering storm of sword lights. Clang, clang, clang. I could see a hint of a smile creeping onto Li Kuang's face. Gah! I felt a single beam of sword light, concentrated into one strike, pierce through my defenses. The significant impact made me cough up blood, sending me flying backward. As I landed and regained my stance, Li Kuang stood calmly, sword hanging at his side. Li Kuang remarked, "If we continue like this, it might end up being too exciting, so let's stop here. I've seen enough of your skills." Ha, ha, what do you think? Quite sufficient. However, your swordsmanship isn't purely from the Thunder God lineage, is it? Have you learned from other schools? Without hesitating, I nodded. Yes, that's correct. Why wouldn't there be? Of course. It's encouraged to gather the strengths of various schools. However, I should know at least the origins of your techniques. The sword techniques I've learned include. And so, I calmly explained and demonstrated briefly. Most of it came from the skills I'd picked up from Yang Dongbin's ascent and the last insights from Zhang Sambong. As Li Kuang and Jikho observed my performance in silence, their faces gradually turned to shock. A true master knows the hidden power within my techniques, especially those rooted in Zhang Sambong's insights. In particular, Li Kuang spoke with a trembling voice. What a terrifying sword technique. Which grandmaster taught you that? There was no way they'd believe I was blessed directly by Zhang Sambong. I just casually replied, Adat Novel bin Adat. I learned it from a talented individual of the Mugwort sect. That wasn't a lie, so Li Kuang wouldn't catch on. Unsurprisingly, he seemed too engrossed in contemplating Zhang Sambong's insights to pay any mind to my answer. Jikho, standing next to him, also wore an expression as if he was experiencing a eureka moment. After a while, once the realization faded, Li Kuang spoke somberly. If you have anything else you know, feel free to share. I gazed at Li Kuang for a moment before saying, I'm sorry to bring this up, but don't you think I and the disciples of the Thunder God lineage share a mutual fate? If that's the case, I also wish to share your secret techniques, Master Li. Moreover, I'd love to share insights with Jin Sochong. Li Kuang looked as though he'd been struck. Then, seeming pleased, he laughed heartily. Indeed, if you're bringing back such a treasured achievement, why would I hold back? He then glanced subtly at Jikho. As if Jikho noticed, he stepped forward and said to me, Baekwang, starting tomorrow, let's have you learn the soul-devouring steps. With your talent, who knows, you might even grasp it. Understood. Then Li Kuang, who had been listening from the side, said, it seems you haven't fully learned the advanced stages of the 10,000 success sword technique. I'll also pass on what I know about it, and the ultimate sword technique that surpasses the 10,000 success sword technique. Wait, there's more? I felt completely stunned inside. Damn it, Li Kuang, just how many secrets have you been hiding from me? How many lifetimes has it been? And yet it was absurd to think that Li Kuang was still concealing secrets of the Thunder God lineage. I felt convinced that I had learned everything there was about swordsmanship by the time I reached the pinnacle. Surely, it seemed that Li Kuang had utilized those hidden techniques to force me back in our earlier spar. Li Kuang was truly a fearsome individual. As I shivered internally, Jikho approached and patted my shoulder. I want to trust you. His words were laced with sincerity. For Jikho, who usually never took anything seriously, to display such a look meant he saw me as a secret weapon against the Wind Spirit sect. Realizing what I had done, I suddenly felt a panic. Oh, I raised too many expectations. The Meng Maiyang had mentioned that this time around, I wouldn't involve Li Kuang and Jin Sochong in the rescue of General Huang Yan's family. I wanted to handle it with just the Banshin alliance. The reason being, if the Thunder God lineage intervened, their excessively passionate tendencies might lead them to act recklessly instead of collaborating, which I had felt from their past actions. Obviously, without adequate strength, it would be impossible to challenge the powers of the Imperial Court. At the very least, the Banshin alliance would require ample time to grow strong and establish itself. So, in this life, I didn't extend the training offer to the Thunder God lineage. Thus, the task of integrating the Thunder God lineage into the Banshin alliance became entirely mine. Additionally, since the Thunder God lineage would certainly be at the front lines in any confrontation with the Imperial Court, I had the added responsibility of strengthening the masters of the Thunder God lineage with the knowledge I possessed. That said, garnering the attention of Li Kuang and Jikho brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. Moreover, I'd soon attract the attention of the genius Jin Sochong. The fact that extraordinary masters and talents from across the Central Plains were now closely observing me was a staggering burden. Forget it. Let's think positively. I shook my head vigorously. In any case, I just had to focus on improving my martial arts over the next few years. In 5 years, I'll grow to the next level in the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. I clenched my fists. This life felt promising. If I keep moving forward like this, everything will be just fine. And thus, my life at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School began. It could have easily turned mundane or annoying, but instead, I found myself feeling rather pleased, as everything was progressing smoothly. I was confident that receiving the destruction of the soul technique would elevate my abilities to the next level. So much motivation. The next day, after greeting Jin Sochong, I started learning the destruction of the soul technique from Jikho. Of course, I had already memorized the essentials since I had not only heard them but also reiterated them while passing them on to the swordsmen of Dongyang. Therefore, I had no worries about remembering them. After passing on the key points, Jikho scratched his head with a somewhat dubious expression and said, actually, no one else in the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School has mastered this technique yet, except me. So, it wouldn't be strange if you can't master it either. His tone was surprisingly cautious rather than his usual free-spirited and playful manner. It was probably because of my status within the Thunder God lineage. In Jikho's mind, it felt like he was giving away a massive secret of swordsmanship to someone while feeling uncomfortable due to the vague conditions of the destruction of the soul technique. It made sense since the destruction of the soul technique was a unique martial art that couldn't be easily achieved through talent or effort. I pretended to practice the technique as instructed and then asked, Jikho, isn't this technique related to the mind? I had already shown Jikho how I had once fallen into my ego while reciting the core of the destruction of the soul technique. His expression changed to one of realization as my question caught his attention. He then asked, what do you mean, Baekwang? Well, it's like throwing oneself away, that destructive feeling I just couldn't follow. Therefore, I couldn't maintain my consciousness. Isn't it related to one's inherent character or temperament? Is it possible that, unlike others, only you have a natural disposition that aligns with it, Jikho? In an instant, Jikho's eyes lit up as if he had grasped something. After contemplating for a moment, he said, wait for me a moment, disciple. I'll go see Master Li Kuang. Jikho headed towards Wuryong Hall, and he returned half a shishin later. The reason it took some time was likely because he had discussed the destruction of the soul technique with Li Kuang. With his face slightly flushed, Jikho said, Master will be here soon. As expected, Li Kuang followed him in, and along for the ride was Jin Sochong as well. Li Kuang glanced at me and said, Baekwang, it seems your speculation is correct. So, it seems that the innate disposition for this technique is only granted to those with a wanderer's free-spirited and destructive nature. Through various methods I tested, I have confirmed it. I wasn't sure what he had done, but it seemed Li Kuang had conducted some experiments to gain assurance. Based on Jin Sochong's satisfied expression, it appeared that there was no doubt about this conclusion. As I stood there in a daze, Li Kuang continued. If the condition of the destruction of the soul technique is a wanderer's mindset, there are indeed methods we can attempt to fulfill it. There are 2 ways to artificially acquire the technique. The swordsman of Dongyang could not come up with a solution at this stage. However, like the consummate master he was, Li Kuang seemed to have a solution. What methods? First, to control one's heart and soul to fit the conditions for the destruction of the soul technique. Of course, for this method, I must be at the level of a generational Grand Master in my training, and a great focus would be required. It would be best to create a separate mental method using Thunder Spirit to control it. Then Li Kuang crossed his arms and continued. Second, you must learn dual mind cultivation. Dual mind cultivation. It's a mental method said to be exceedingly rare and uncommon in Jianghu. It separates one's mind for simultaneous operation and is only secretly passed down among a select few sects. The most famous version is likely that of the Wudang sect, but obtaining it would be like plucking a star from the sky. The second method lacks practicality, hence, we will use the first method. It will take quite some time. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Wait, dual mind cultivation, Wudang sect. I had previously learned the key technique of the Wudang sects, Heavenly Rebirth technique, and had evolved it into my own Baekwang style by maximizing its capabilities through my internal powers. I was aware that even though it belonged to the Heavenly Rebirth technique, it certainly had elements of dual mind cultivation. I hurriedly said to Li Kuang, could this work? Then I revealed my Baekwang style to the gathered Thunder God lineage experts. As I shared the key points, their faces turned pale with shock. Especially, Jin Sochong, who was next to me, grabbed my shoulder and shook me in excitement. Amazing, Master? How did you know something like this? If we combine it with Thunder Spirit, we could perfectly integrate it with the martial arts of the Thunder God lineage. Haha. Just as I suspected, Li Kuang couldn't hide his joy and said, we need to study further, but this undoubtedly possesses the effects of dual mind cultivation. If we can isolate the effects of this mind technique, developing a key technique suited for the destruction of the soul technique will be much easier. It will be several times faster than creating it from scratch. Wow, but how did you come to know of this? I told Li Kuang. I learned this from a gifted individual in the Wudang sect. Back then, I merely utilized it to assist in understanding techniques, but it's helping me quite a bit now. Do you remember their name or appearance? I'm sorry. As part of the agreement I made in return for training, I swore on the honor of the Thunder God lineage not to disclose that information. When I mentioned the honor of the Thunder God lineage, Li Kuang's expression turned mixed. He was somewhat uneasy about my words, but with all of his disciples present, questioning it could lead to him revealing too much. So, he dismissively said, it doesn't matter. I figured someone as skilled as you would know a legendary master. Well, that's obvious, isn't it? After all, it's not just any master, it's Zhang Sambong? Yes. I nodded slightly and then asked Li Kuang. However, the destruction of the soul technique seems to be a rather strange martial art. Unlike the other techniques of the Thunder God lineage, it feels like it just popped up out of nowhere. The history of the Thunder God lineage is very old. Throughout, many masters have researched and redefined it, and the destruction of the soul technique likely emerged during one of those experiments. However, it was interrupted when the White Lotus sect caused trouble, leading to the training process getting disrupted. Oh, at novel bin at. It's likely that there were naturally connecting techniques or arts to the destruction of the soul technique. However, with the current successors scattered, it remains a mystery. Li Kuang's words carried a sigh. Implicit in his words was that even he did not know everything about the Thunder God lineage's martial arts. Listening to Li Kuang, I thought, finding the other successors would be challenging. At the very least, I should strive until the Thunder God lineage rises again, so that others may gather under its banner. I continued to practice the destruction of the soul technique in front of Jaco but confirmed that I was making no progress by the end of the day. The Thunder God lineage experts listened to my Baekwang style multiple times before heading into their personal training. It felt like I was the only one losing something, but since researching the destruction of the soul technique would take time, there was nothing I could do about it. TCH, well then, I should practice Zhang Sambong's insights more. I began to painstakingly practice every insight of Zhang Sambong that had been passed down to me. Currently, I could only confidently share insights like the earth-shattering palm and heaven-revealing sword, and I would need a significant period to re-establish the other insights. Especially since I wasn't particularly gifted, I would need a long training time. At least while Yang Dongbin was engaging in battles against demon beasts, he had given me the feeling of perfectly executing the earthly principles, so I felt that experience would shorten my training time. I needed to create an environment where I could summon Yang Dongbin more often. Then, the next day, Mai-Ho disguised herself as a young innocent girl and came to visit the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Complaining like a child, she begged me to admit her. I casually mentioned whether it might not be a good idea, and Li Kuang ended up assigning her as a 3-line trainee. That night, Mai-Ho sneaked into my chamber and giggled softly. Hehe, learning human martial arts might be fun. Stop joking. You don't really need or care for it. I replied bluntly. In fact, based on my previous experience when Mai-Ho had joined the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, she seemed to enthusiastically practice for about a month or two, but then lost interest and ultimately gave up because the martial arts practice was so labor-intensive. Mai-Ho chuckled and said, haha, what would I gain from learning martial arts anyway? If you use the Thunder God lineage martial arts to fight, wouldn't you be even stronger? Mai-Ho had nestled herself into bed with me, whispering softly, Not a chance. Both martial arts and sorcery ultimately require reaching a higher realm to make use of them. For me, martial arts are just a burden, so I see no reason to waste time on them. Instead, I'd rather refine my sorcery during this time. So, how's your training going? I nodded from under the covers. Just endure for 5 years. I want to show some results in that time. I'm bored? Suddenly, Maiho wagged her tail enticingly and pressed her alluring figure against me, making it awkward for me to decide where to place my hands. I shook my head vigorously. Please, do you realize what would happen if we got caught here? Everything would go wrong. Given her half-hearted consent, I could have indeed attacked Maiho and moved forward, but such a loud commotion wouldn't go unnoticed by Li Kuang or Jin So-chong. Even if I wanted, this was not a situation I could act upon. I'm so bored. Maiho said with a giggle. Should I go seduce the trainees for fun? Yug. Please hold off. Visions of mischief danced on Maiho's face, sending chills down my spine. Maiho could genuinely lure innocent trainees and make fun of them. Without even using charm magic, her inherent allure and beauty would easily draw attention. If that were to happen, I would find myself in an extremely tricky situation. Maiho burst into laughter and said, I'm just joking. I might stick around for a bit longer since this place seems a tad dull. I think I'll head to Jinrang Valley soon. To help Mang Niang. Honestly, I worry that if I stay here too long, my identity might be uncovered. While Li Kuang is one thing, Jin So-chong seems to have an extremely acute sense. Understood. I sensed that Maiho's true intention was to pretend to be a low-ranking trainee at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School and observe me secretly. However, sensing Jin So-chong as a potential threat, she likely had come to warn me before leaving. I instinctively felt that Jin So-chong was a surprisingly dangerous individual. Jin So-chong is also hiding quite a lot. Like Li Kuang, she had a personality that never fully revealed herself to those ranked beneath her. She only used minimal strength to repel lower ranks while concealing her true thoughts as effectively as possible. For someone in Jianghu, that could be seen as top-notch behavior, but truly, individuals like Jin So-chong who hide their abilities so thoroughly were incredibly rare in Jianghu. 2 days later, Maiho took her leave. She claimed it was due to the arduousness of training, and nobody cared that she was leaving. Just a few trainees who had tried to woo her were left disappointed. Meanwhile, my training and instruction continued. I diligently honed Zhang Sambong's insights through personal training daily, while occasionally engaging in discussions about martial arts with the visiting Thunder God lineage experts. Most of the conversations revolved around how to integrate the profound mysteries hidden within the heaven-revealing sword and earth-shattering palm into the martial arts of the Thunder God lineage. Surprisingly, I thought I'd have to bow out of these discussions quickly, but unexpectedly I found myself participating for 2 or 3 months without a hitch. In fact, I often felt that the discussion couldn't continue smoothly without my input. Considering the company included talents like Li Kuang, Jin So-chong, and Jack-ho, this was truly astonishing. Moreover, I realized that the reason I was able to contribute continuously was due to the positive feedback loop generated by the experiences I had accumulated while training. My initial dismissal of my lack of talent didn't do justice to the fact that I had gained real-world experience through encounters involving swordsmen and high-level masters. The fluid martial arts that had taken root within me were alive and kicking. I'm learning. This is fun. Half a year flew by in the blink of an eye. Strangely enough, I found joy in mastering martial arts like never before. Though I hadn't progressed significantly in my martial skills yet, the sheer fun of discussing with the experts from the Thunder God lineage delighted me. It was exhilarating to share insights that I had kept to myself and see their talents firsthand. Despite not improving, I was enjoying martial arts for the first time in my life. Today, I shall make an important announcement. The gaze of Jin So-chong, Jack-ho, and me converged on Li Kuang, who sat down in Wuryang Hall. Slowly, he continued. I have completed the integration formula for the destruction of the soul technique. From now on, we will learn using this formula, which shall be called the split heart technique. Split heart technique. The sequence in which you will learn is, firstly, the thunder spirit technique, then the heavenly pillar kill, and based on that, you will reach the destruction of the soul technique with the split heart technique. This is the most natural progression. Li Kuang's words were true. It took all of us about 7 weeks to fully grasp the split heart technique, and once we did, everyone was able to activate the destruction of the soul technique. Particularly, Li Kuang and Jin So-chong bore expressions brimming with newfound confidence the moment they mastered the technique. I've basically given a tiger wings. Even Jack-ho, who had been practicing the destruction of the soul technique previously, seemed to gain new insights. With its control now more manageable, there'd be few in the realm who could keep pace with him and master the technique swiftly. Likewise, with my newfound ability to use the destruction of the soul technique, I felt confident I could fill the gaps with practice. Then, about 3 months later, Li Kuang called for me and said, Baek Wong, it seems that Dongbang Mujal has returned to the Central Plains. I sensed the inevitable occurrence. Up until now, I had been solely focused on my martial arts training, but the affairs related to Dongbang Mujal were equally important. Li Kuang likely had some intelligence channels connected to gain news about Dongbang Mujal. He is currently in Henan, Li Kuang mentioned. I told him, we must make contact. Learning information from Dongbang Mujal is essential for our next steps. I think so too. However, it seems Dongbang Mujol's martial arts are quite formidable, so we must approach with caution if we wish to capture him. What are you planning? Li Kuang pondered for a moment and replied. While it would be best for the Thunder God lineage to mobilize, we cannot leave the Azure Dragon martial arts school unattended for long. So, Jiko, you, and Jin Sochong should go together. Aren't you coming along? Jin Sochong can subdue him alone if need be. You three must concentrate on encircling him. Yes. As I turned to leave, Li Kuang called out to me. Baekuang. Yes. When I turned back, Li Kuang stared at me intently. He then said, you are a truly mysterious individual. It's as if you harbor the talents of a great genius, while also displaying actions and demeanor built solely through effort. Sometimes it feels like I'm conversing with someone who has lived for centuries. But even if I have my doubts about you, I will not seek to probe further. Your feelings for the Thunder God lineage are genuine, and it's a fact that the martial arts of the Thunder God lineage have progressed due to your teachings. You are undoubtedly the future of the Thunder God lineage. Overly flattering. Come back successfully. Yes, I will definitely succeed. As I strode forward, I reflected. That's not like Li Kuang at all. It was utterly impossible for someone like Li Kuang to voice such inner thoughts. The fact that he expressed his suspicions toward me signified that he wanted to convey a desire to trust me. In other words, it seemed that he was in the process of gauging whether or not to trust me. I paused for a moment to contemplate. Was it truly correct to pass on all Jiang Sambong's insights to the Thunder God lineage? If they grew too powerful, wouldn't there be side effects? That's an unnecessary worry. I chuckled to myself. Given that there were more than enough masters and monsters in the world, my concerns were, in fact, just fears. After all, it wouldn't be possible for Li Kuang or Jin Sochong to instantly become conquerors of the world just because they learned a few lines of Jiang Sambong's insights. And thus, the operation to capture Dongbang Mujol began. I've got 3 more books to read before summer to avoid a hassle. Tadadad at novel bin at. I, Jin Sochong, and Jiko began making our way toward Henan at a rapid pace using the destruction of the soul technique. With this technique, I could run for much longer and faster with significantly less energy and stamina compared to traditional methods. Originally, such a feat required immense internal power, but with the destruction of the soul technique, it became easily achievable. Awesome. It goes without saying that utilizing the destruction of the soul technique allowed me to feel like I was flying. I felt as if I could run continuously for 4 days and 5 nights without breaking a sweat. The joy of traversing the world as if it were my backyard filled me. Sure, using the body lightning technique would have been even easier, but the enhancement in mobility itself was exhilarating. This meant I had to adjust our speed to match that of my companions. Having kept the existence of the body lightning technique a secret from them until now, it felt a bit awkward to bring it up now. While using it wouldn't be a problem, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was better to keep it under wraps. Just then, Jiko, who had been resting against a tree stump and wiping his forehead, exclaimed, "Ugh, gulp, what the heck? How does this little brat have such amazing internal power?" His awkward demeanor turned back to his usual self as if it was just a joke. After more than 6 months of martial discussions and sparring, I had become quite friendly with Jiko and Jin Sochong. Hearing Jiko banter made me chuckle as I replied, 30 years of Kanjo research, please. Huh? Look at this punk, joking around? Pet. Jiko, chuckling, spat lightly on the ground and continued. Anyway, is that ancient dude Dongbang Mujol really that strong? Do we all need to go together? At that moment, Jin Sochong, munching on some tree fruit, responded. Being younger and a disciple of the Thunder God lineage, he usually treated Jiko with respect. Jiko, I think that's likely. If even the Dharma protector of the White Lotus sect is cautious, then he's incredibly strong. Hey, does that tree fruit taste good? Isn't it bitter? Want to try some? Sure. After chewing on the fruit, Jiko grimaced. Ugh, it's awful. That's how tree fruits are. Ugh, who would have thought I'd end up in Henan? What the heck? I replied to the complaining Jiko. Jiko, do you happen to know anything about mastering skills? Mastering skills? Whose name is that? The Thunder God lineage does mention it, but none of us knows it. Even Li Kuang doesn't. Then who does? Not me. Someone among the scattered disciples of the Thunder God lineage might know. That's disappointing? Jiko laughed heartily. Huh? Don't be so anxious with the 3 of us together. The only ones who could challenge us would be a couple of guys far away in the White Lotus sect. There's no way we'd lose to those ancient guys. Right. In my opinion, if there were any mastering skills in the Thunder God lineage, it would allow Jiko and I to easily encircle Dongbang Mujol together. But as Jiko said, it was indisputable that with the 3 of us combined, there was hardly anyone in the realm who could pose a threat. It was one thing if Dongbang Mujol had martial arts on par with the Dharma protectors, but if he didn't, of course, we would win. Considering they couldn't handle the Sichuan Tang sect, Dongbang Mujol can't possibly be at the Dharma protector level. A Dharma protector level martial force symbolized absolute power. Someone capable of stirring a frenzy in the Jianghu alone. This meant that even if there were exceptional masters hiding here and there, one comparable to a Dharma protector would be impossible to find. While I was deep in thought, Jin Sochong asked, Master, is there no way to negotiate aside from engaging with Dongbang Mujol? I shook my head. From what I've gathered about him, no. That's unfortunate. Letting him get a free pass might put us in danger. Indeed. The common evaluations regarding Dongbang Mujal were terrifying, strong madman, or that bastard, or even crazy lunatic. These assessments came from reputable river and lake figures, making it clear just how chaotic Dongbang Mujal must have acted in his daily life. So, it was plainly clear that normal conversations or negotiations with someone like him would be impossible. He dared to challenge the Sichuan Tang sect, so it really says it all. Typically, most would avoid the Sichuan Tang sect out of fear of hidden grudges, but Dongbang Mujal seemed to have incited Tang Mujik's wrath, proving he was indeed a lunatic. I couldn't fathom having a normal conversation with someone like that. We would have to overwhelm him by force. Having recovered his stamina and regained focus, Jekho replied, "We're just a few hundred paces away from Henan Castle. Rumor has it he's wandering about in there, so we must definitely capture him." Yes. Tadadad. Before long, we managed to enter Henan Castle. Thankfully, we possessed proof of identification and some money, so the entry was smooth. Upon stepping into the castle, I could feel a vibrant atmosphere bustling around us. Henan Castle is quite big. Yup. But I heard this place is thriving with the demonic factions. I had heard about that, too. When I brought Seo Munhai and the hostages to the Fogless Gate in Henan, I'd come across that information but hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now, however, it stirred some curiosity. Why is that? Isn't the Shaolin Temple, the leader of the 9 great sects, still holding up? Jekho chuckled lightly. Under normal circumstances, the Shaolin Temple's influence should have suppressed the demonic factions. But it seems it's because of the Henan Castle Lord. Excuse me, that was something new to me. A lord of Henan Castle would presumably be royalty or nobility, so what was his relation to the Jianghu factions? As Jin Sochong and I turned to Jekho walking along the street, he straightened up and answered leisurely. Seems the lord of Henan Castle isn't fond of the Shaolin Temple. So the demonic factions have grown considerably over the past few decades, and even the Shaolin Temple doesn't venture out for purging malevolent entities easily. Moreover, the prestigious sects in Henan are all too busy accumulating wealth, letting the demonic factions expand their influence easily. The reason Jekho seemed to know so much was likely because he had roamed around Henan before. I had visited Henan, but I hadn't paid much attention to be aware of such details. Listening to Jekho, Jin Sochong appeared puzzled. Don't those demonic factions simply disrupt the peace of the world? Isn't the Lord just making his own mess? Sochong. The world doesn't work in such simple terms. A lord of his standing likely doesn't care about trifling Jianghu matters. And if the demonic factions offer enough incentives, why wouldn't he let them run amok? He'd probably just leave them to do as they wish. Then what about the common folk? At this, Jekho looked astonished. Why would high-ranking figures care about the commoners? Are you stupid? And besides, the mysterious shadow sect, known as the strongest among the 8 devils of martial daos, is firmly holding on to the region. As long as they maintain control over small fries, there won't be any major incidents, and their own sort of order will keep establishment. Hence, no one attempts to change the current state. Jin Sochong appeared unconvinced. After pondering for a moment, he sighed. It's complicated, senior. Jekho chuckled. Sochong, your martial arts are impressive, but you still don't understand the world well. This little brat probably knows more than you do. I scratched my head at being pointed out. Well, that's true. I've had my share of experiences, so I know better than Jin Sochong at the moment. But when it comes down to it, the most crucial factor when venturing into the world is often one's pure martial prowess. Jin Sochong, who carries basic wisdom, may flounder a little at the start, but with a bit of experience, he could quickly grasp the intricacies of Jianghu. His cautious nature means he generally avoids making big mistakes, which is a huge advantage in the world of Jianghu. As we idly chatted, we arrived at an inn, settled our belongings, booked a room, and ordered food. After we had eaten, Jekho gathered us together and said, "The informant Li Kuang has connections with the Divine Maiden sect, one of the 8 devils of martial daos. We'll rest today and tomorrow we'll meet them for information on Dongbang Mujal. Yes. Once we locate him, let's capture him swiftly. Is that understood?" Understood. Li Kuang fascinatingly seemed to have relationships with the Divine Maiden sect, one of the most secretive factions within the 8 devils of martial daos. The fact that he could make use of their information was quite curious. I wondered if he had any significant past with them, but it was predictable that even if I asked, he wouldn't reveal it. The next day, we met with a skilled member of the Divine Maiden sect and received some crucial information. Dongbang Mujal is staying at Jianbong Inn, near the north gate inside the castle. The Divine Maiden sect informant didn't appear to have particularly strong martial skills as a woman, but even from behind the veil, one could tell she was quite beautiful. Jekho stared at her momentarily, then cleared his throat and asked, Is he alone? No, he has 2 companions. 2 individuals in black, wearing monkey masks. They almost never step outside the inn, but they surely appear to be his guards. Hearing this, we exchanged glances. Jekho turned back to her and inquired, "What about their martial skills?" "I'm sorry, but we observe them discreetly from afar using a special method. We can't get close enough to discern their martial skills. What I can confirm is that Dongbang Mujal doesn't seem to want to be separated from those 2. There's no further information I can provide. I will take my leave now. Please take care." Whoosh. Once the informant from the Divine Maiden sect vanished, we returned to the inn. Jekho initiated the conversation. Kiddo, are those the masked guys you were talking about? The ones rumored to have played mahjong with 4 at the Skull Temple. Yes, that's definitely them. Jin Sochong crossed his arms. Could they have traveled from Sichuan to here alongside Dongbang Mujal? Nothing's for sure. Right. They could have joined forces in the Central Plains. Still, the fact that they are moving together is important. Jikho, contemplating, then asked. Kiddo, what did you say about their martial arts? I recalled what I heard from Du Wang from earlier. From what I gathered, their martial arts are exceptionally high. Dongbang Mujal couldn't even dream of exerting any force against them. They're likely on par with him or at least close to being peerless. Jikho frowned. Damn it, this is turning into a mess. If those guys stick around like guards, capturing Dongbang Mujal will be troublesome. What should we do? I have no idea. Sochong, what do you think? Jikho casually handed over the decision-making to Jin Sochong. After contemplating it long enough, he responded. It's been a while since we received the information, hasn't it? Yeah, it's been a bit. Making the journey from Shaanxi to Henan isn't typical. Yet, the fact that Dongbang Mujal and his crew have remained in the inn indicates they're waiting for something with a purpose. Waiting for what? I'm not sure, but if we uncover that, it should make things easier. I agreed with Jin Sochong's words. While Dongbang Mujal appeared to move freely, he was certainly acting with a clear objective, something about treating Sokyoja's illness. There had to be a reason for them to stay in Henan Castle for several consecutive days. After a moment of silence, Jikho proposed. How about this? Since fighting in the castle would likely cause collateral damage, let's wait until they move as much as possible, then lead them into a remote area and tackle them one by one. That way, we can increase our chances of capturing them. The idea was to rely on suiting one's martial talents against each other. And for Dongbang Mujal, well, that's for Sochong to handle. You and I will each take on one of the masked ones. Understood. Let's keep surveillance on Jian Bongin in shifts, at least for a week. With that, we began a long-distance watch on the individuals entering and exiting the inn. Given the considerable distance, the chances of Dongbang Mujal discovering our surveillance were minimal. Even if by chance he did, we maintained a network of communication, allowing us to pursue them immediately. Change began to unfold 3 days later. They're moving? The trio of Dongbang Mujal and the masked individuals exited Jian Bongin and started toward somewhere. We cautiously followed them, keeping our auras concealed. They left the castle and walked for quite a while until they stopped near the edge of a secluded grassy area. Then, moments later, Dongbang Mujal turned in our direction and bellowed. You little brats? If you have something to say, why don't you come out? We were hiding about 60 paces away. Jikho frowned. Damn it, they've found us. They're not trying to escape. These fellows are confident in their strength. What a pain. Jikho turned to Jin Sochong in a resigned manner. Sochong, I'm counting on you. Since we don't know the true skills of the masked ones, you need to handle it well. Understood. Leave it to me, senior. Let's go. Whoosh. We simultaneously dashed forward, facing Dongbang Mujal and his companions. Dongbang Mujal, standing in the center, looked at us with a cold smile and said, You're all just kids. No matter where you're from, you've fallen right into my hands. Oh no, I'm terrified. You're just too strong for me to handle. As Jikho fired back provocatively, Dongbang Mujal momentarily lost his words. However, rather than becoming infuriated, he simply stared at us, and one of the masked individuals standing next to him asked, Dongbang Mujal, what will we do? If I cow down to these little brats, my grand aspirations will be stalled. Let's hear what they have to say. It seemed Dongbang Mujal and the masked individuals held equal standing, likely a temporary partnership forged for convenience. Listening to their exchange, Jin Sochong spoke up. Hold on. Fighting right away isn't a solution. Please hear us out first. What do you want? Are you not working to cure the illness of the White Lotus sect's leader? This time, Dongbang Mujal flinched in surprise. Oddly enough, the masked individuals didn't show signs of fear, remaining calm. Dongbang Mujal glared at Jin Sochong and snapped. How do you know that? That's not the point. What matters is that we can assist one another. Assist? How? How do you know what I'm doing? And how can I know who you are? Showering me with suspicion. Dongbang Mujal's murderous intent was palpable. Don't make me laugh. You're clearly a band of ruffians keen on stealing my research. Good luck drinking the poison yourself. Cough cough, you're the ones who'll be the ones in trouble. Seeing Dongbang Mujal spewing nonsense, Jikho remarked. See, if we weren't in the good books, we wouldn't need to trouble ourselves defeating him. Damn brat. Boom. In a sudden fit of rage, Dongbang Mujal swung his glowing white hand forcefully forward. At that moment, we quickly activated the destruction of the soul technique to evade, and the area ahead exploded with light. Crackle? Ugh. It was astonishing. Just a single swing from him obliterated everything in a fan-shaped area ahead of us. There must have been an immense power hidden behind Dongbang Mujal's strength, nearly rivaling mine. On top of that, his latent potential was enormous. But the issue was that none of the disciples of the Thunder God lineage were faced by such a show of strength. Jikho boldly charged at the masked individual while shouting, Come on, let's have some fun. Kapow, crunch. In an instant, each of us locked in our battles. Jin Sochong dashed toward Dongbang Mujal, while I lunged at the masked individual on my right. Jikho rushed left, delivering thrusts with his spear, as he attempted to maneuver the fight away from Dongbang Mujal's area of blasting attacks. Being someone with immense internal power and area attacks, he clearly wanted to avoid getting caught up in those. Jin So-chong should handle it well. I, too, felt reassured. I glanced at Jin So-chong, then turned my focus on the masked individual, asking, "Let's take this one-on-one, alright? Sounds good, kiddo." The masked individual and I agreed and moved about 70 paces away. There, we each grasped our weapons. I considered using my Muramasa, but since I wasn't quite comfortable with it, I simply grabbed a well-crafted iron sword. As it turned out, the masked figure also wielded a sword. Calmly, he declared, "You look young, but you seem quite talented. I can't go easy on you." Ha, the mouse worries for the cat. Do me a favor and just bring it on. Haha, you're not even going to plead for mercy. For some reason, the masked guy seemed to chuckle ominously and then gradually unleashed the name of his sword technique. I don't know what your sex sword technique is, but can you handle my Moon Maiden's sword? Swish. Ugh. In that instant, I felt an overwhelming sword pressure sweeping toward my front. I hastily activated the destruction of the soul technique and dodged, but it was an attack that sent chills down my spine. Had I not mastered the destruction of the soul technique, would I have taken a direct hit? I realized I'd been mistaken. Among Dongbang Mujal's crew, I had thought he would be the strongest, but it wasn't just him. This masked individual's martial arts were equally extraordinary. With fierce determination in his eyes, the masked individual boldly stated, "Here I come." Our battle concluded after about 180 seconds. Squish. Ugh, ugh. The masked individual clutched his severed arm and wailed in agony. I stood unfazed, radiating my aura. In a calm voice, I stated, "Sorry, but I don't have time to waste. If you choose to continue, I'll end your life right here." Though I could not see the masked individual's face, his shock was palpable through the trembling air. He had unleashed his full Moon Maiden's sword technique at me only to find himself overwhelmed by my immense internal power. After merely 180 seconds, I had nearly reached the conclusion of our duel. After a short sigh of resignation, the masked figure uttered, "Ugh, I have no other choice. I'm beaten, so I'll retreat." Good call. Did you spare my life out of mercy? As he picked up his severed arm, I couldn't help but chuckle. If you pay up, I might even offer you some reconstructive help. Ugh, today really is my unlucky day. Shaking his head, the masked figure declared, "Bakwon Sangmaya will withdraw for today. Do what you will with Dongbang Mujal." Wait, who are you? Go ask Dongbang Mujal yourself. He picked up his arm and fled. I thought about chasing him but decided it wasn't necessary. Although I had severed his arm, that didn't mean I had fully triumphed over him. If the masked individual was driven to fight with his life on the line, I would have to be prepared for serious injuries as well, so I let him go. Phew, I won. I let out a long sigh. In my past life, I could have found myself in dangerous situations quite frequently. In this duel, I sensed that my swordsmanship had become much broader and more diverse. The Moon Maiden's sword, known for its variations and speed, was ultimately overshadowed by my improved skills, and I had managed to fend it off without showing significant vulnerability. This was clearly a result of my efforts honing my martial arts in the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Q. Upon my return to the place where Dongbang Mujal resided, a fierce battle was already underway. Dongbang Mujal was unleashing enormous bursts of energy in waves, as if he possessed boundless internal energy, making it seem almost beyond human capability. In response to this overwhelming force, Jin So-chong calmly deployed the destruction of the soul technique, carefully searching for an opening. It appeared that he had yet to be struck by a serious blow, and I could sense his sharp hawk-like eyes scanning for weaknesses. Perhaps realizing this fact, Dongbang Mujal momentarily withdrew his energy and glared at Jin So-chong. Who does this brat think he is? What kind of trick is this? Jin So-chong landed on the ground. Is that it? Can't you go any further? As Jin So-chong leisurely replied, Dongbang Mujal fell silent. I could guess the current situation upon seeing this exchange. His energy has dropped significantly. Ordinary peak experts would have been engulfed in shock and fear just from Dongbang Mujal's display of power. It's no easy feat to avoid or block such abilities. However, by using the destruction of the soul technique, Jin So-chong managed to evade it all, leaving Dongbang Mujal only exhausted from his own energy consumption. Even so, I couldn't help but sigh in admiration at Jin So-chong's mastery of the destruction of the soul technique. Although all the experts from the Thunder God lineage practiced it, I doubted I would have been able to dodge Dongbang Mujal's attacks as effortlessly as he had. Jin So-chong's skill must have evolved dramatically over just a few months. Ta-da-dad! Before long, Jikho arrived at the scene, drenched in sweat, which indicated he had faced quite the battle. With a grin, he said, "What's going on? Are we late to the party? How embarrassing, Jin So-chong. Apologies, older brother. But that guy's energy is truly immense." Jikho stole a glance at the scattered remnants of energy around us. "Seems that way. So this is the boss. What are we going to do?" "What do you mean, what? We jump him." Swish. As soon as Jikho spoke, the 3 of us arranged ourselves into the 3 talents formation, surrounding Dongbang Mujal. Dongbang Mujal looked bewildered as he scanned us, particularly giving me an odd look as he spoke. "You little brat. You didn't actually defeat the Baekwon twin horses, did you?" Of course. Would he have let me go otherwise? Ugh, what? Dongbang Mujaiol's expression turned to one of confusion. It seemed he hadn't even considered the possibility of the Baikwan twin horses losing. Given they were all peak swordsmanship masters, why would he suspect that? Let alone the idea of a little kid like me defeating them in a one-on-one? With my sword aimed at him, I declared. I'm not here to kill you. I'm just offering help. If you don't surrender peacefully, I can't guarantee your life. Dongbang Mujaiol furtively glanced at the formation around him. The three talents formation could simply block the three positions, but with experts from the Thunder God lineage, it became an unbeatable encirclement. Even if Dongbang Mujaiol exploded with internal energy to break free, none of us would let him slip through, and ultimately, he would be at our mercy. Dongbang Mujaiol directed his gaze toward Jin Sochong and questioned, "Is that true? Have you really come because of the illness of the young master of the White Lotus sect?" At novel bin at. Indeed, Jin Sochong replied. Ugh, if you can guarantee my life, I will surrender. Of course. Hiss. Dongbang Mujaiol then lowered his aura. Gradually, Jaco walked forward and bound him with rope. Naturally, given Dongbang Mujaiol's skills, he could easily sever those ropes with a burst of internal power, so Jaco didn't forget to channel energy restraint using the techniques of the Thunder God lineage. Grr. Instantly reduced to a lower-tier martial artist, Dongbang Mujaiol let out a pained groan. However, having dealt with him, none of us felt sympathetic after our earlier struggles. Jaco turned to me and said, "Kiddo, you ask him." It seemed Jaco thought it best for me to interrogate since I was the one leading this venture. I nodded and approached Dongbang Mujaiol. Dongbang Mujaiol, the heavenly rare, I am Baek Wung, a disciple of the Thunder God lineage and a distant descendant of the Hua clan, skilled in medicine. The reason I sought you out was to uncover the secrets tied to your connection with the Great Five of the world and the illness affecting the young master of the White Lotus sect. Dongbang Mujaiol's brows twitched. The Hua clan? Did you hear my tale from the bright divine Wasio Maiyang? Indeed. I know you five were forcibly invited to the White Lotus sect. I've also heard about that incident. And I believe you might be the only one who can guess the true nature of the illness. You seem to think it's some kind of curse. Dongbang Mujaiol eased a bit, leaning back against a tree and sighed. You don't seem to be an ordinary ruffian. Did you really come to me out of sheer curiosity? I stared at him seriously. The other four of the Great Five have all hidden themselves, seeking a way to survive in the Jianghu. Yet, you alone dared confront the Sichuan Tang sect and even ventured as far as the Manchuria state. You must have a strong determination to cure that illness. Our Thunder God lineage needs to know your intentions and how much you understand about that illness. Upon hearing my remarks, Dongbang Mujaiol chuckled. However, it was a laugh tinged more with resignation than mockery. Haha, Thunder God lineage? You really intended to come see me? Since I've been expelled from the White Lotus sect, I suppose you want to know their weaknesses. While we are currently binding you, I believe there might be ways we can assist one another moving forward. Dongbang Mujaiol appeared to be in deep thought. After a long while, he finally spoke. Release the bindings. Otherwise, I'm not telling you anything. I glanced at Jaco and Jin Sochong. They nodded in agreement. The bindings were merely a precaution. We had truly restrained Dongbang Mujaiol with energy suppression. Once I unbound him, he stood and declared, I have a proposal. What is it? There's a particular item I wish to obtain from the White Lotus sect, and I want your assistance. This was an unexpected request. Jaco, overhearing from the side, firmly stated, that's a matter for our master to decide. But depending on the conversation, it might be something we could agree to. As the eldest among us, Jaco seemed to want to wrap this matter up promptly. Dongbang Mujaiol, catching onto Jaco's response, narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. All right, I'll put the cards on the table, and then you'll decide later. Do as you please. To recap, just as you surmised, the young master of the White Lotus sect's illness is indeed a curse. As you guessed, I have traveled the world in search of a way to lift that curse. I paused to think before asking. Were you trying to learn the toxicology skills of the Sichuan Tang sect to dispel the curse of the formless poison? Did you figure that out? You're quite interested in my affairs. Dongbang Mujaiol continued. That is correct. But it seems that the formless poison would take at least a few centuries to reappear. So, I decided to forego the study of it and journey to the southern barbarians. Why did you go to the southern barbarians? Actually, I was thinking of traveling beyond the southern barbarians to Tianzu. They're well versed in mysterious techniques and are said to have extensive knowledge of both myth and curses across a long history. What did you find there? Seeing our curiosity, Dongbang Mujaiol interlocked his fingers and continued. Just as you guessed, I found something worthwhile in southern barbarians, and thus, I returned to the central plains without going further to Tianzu. What did you acquire? Dongbang Mujaiol flashed a sly grin. I can't discuss that here. I must report it to your leader. Why's that? Because it's incredibly hard to believe. If the message doesn't get relayed properly, I won't be able to bear it. We exchanged glances for a moment. Jaco remarked. Don't put on any airs. We can force you to tell us right now. Swish. Energy surged in Jaco's hands. This was a manifestation of the Thunder God lineage's torture techniques. Clearly, he was familiar with our lineage's methods. However, Dongbang Mujaiol didn't even blink as he said, do as you will. But you all know that extracting information through torture isn't a surefire method? I pride myself on the value of my information, so if you act rashly, you could end up ruining it. Dongbang Mujiaol spoke truthfully. Unless one were as skilled at torture as Li Kuang, it posed risks to rely heavily on extreme measures for extracting information. While sheer suffering might lead someone to release their secrets, the level of detail might become distorted due to the excessive pain. Furthermore, repeating torture might even shatter the victim's sanity before they revealed anything explosive. Jin Sochong gazed at Dongbang Mujiaol with his clear eyes and questioned, "Is there any guarantee that my leader would believe such unbelievable information?" "None at all. That's entirely on me to bear. If that's the case, I'll let it slide for now." While Jin Sochong accepted Dongbang Mujiaol's proposal, neither Jiko nor I could dismiss it lightly. There was a hint of arrogance in Dongbang Mujiaol's demeanor, but we also didn't want to act hastily and jeopardize our efforts. I posed a question. "Those two swordsmen, the Baiquan twin horses, I heard they were involved in gambling at the Sichuan Wu Husa and somehow ended up following you. What happened there?" "They were hired as my guards." "Guards? You may not know this, but the Baiquan twin horses are masters of the Moon Maiden's sword technique. They're among the best in the underworld. I felt anxious about traveling alone to the southern barbarians after leaving Yunnan, so I brought them into my fold through a game of mahjong." "So that's why you played mahjong at Sichuan Wu Husa?" "That's right. I wanted the thrill of it." The absurdity of the situation sank in as I realized Dongbang Mujiaol had played mahjong to secure his guards. And by ensuring his victory, he had brought the Baiquan twin horses along for the ride. But the fact that he played at Wu Husa just for some excitement raised questions about his mental state. "Then why did you return to the central plains from the southern regions?" "Well, I took the maritime route back from Zhejiang province, and upon passing through Anhui, I ended up in Henan." "So you were headed somewhere." "To where?" "Towards Gansu." "Gansu province. Located in the northwest, it was a region you would hit after traveling far north from Shaanxi. Known as Shuliang, it was predominantly known for its arid terrain." As I worked out Dongbang Mujiaol's journey in my mind with a map of the central plains, I couldn't help but feel perplexed. Wouldn't it have been faster to head straight back through Sichuan to reach Gansu? Why would you go out of your way to pass through Zhejiang and cross the entire central plains? The Baiquan twin horses insisted we stop by to check on their section. "Oh, they're also the leaders of an affiliated sect, but having lost a gambling match, they were compelled to accompany me." So it seemed that the Baiquan twin horses' base was likely in Zhejiang or Anhui. Traveling thousands of miles back from southern barbarians would surely evoke some nostalgia. With a curt response, Dongbang Mujiaol continued, "You're probably also wondering why we lingered in Henan." "That's right. It's because we sensed someone was trailing us." "What?" "That's why I waited, casually throwing out bait to see if they would take it." Upon hearing that, Jin Sochong sighed. So the Xinyan sect's pursuit was exposed. It was all fine and well that Li Kuang had hired the Xinyan sect for intelligence, but it seemed that Dongbang Mujiaol and the Baiquan twin horses, all of whom were peak experts, had sensed the follow. So, they had intentionally appeared to be nonchalant in order to catch the pursuers off guard. With 3 peak experts among them, they would have no cause for concern. However, underestimating our Thunder God lineage's might was a major oversight on their part. Dongbang Mujiaol spoke again. "Now, do you truly understand the risks? By uncovering the secrets of that illness, you may become trapped in a quagmire from which escape is impossible. Such things aren't your concern." Hehe. "Well then, let's move along." We decided to escort Dongbang Mujiaol back with us. Naturally, taking him back for several days while suppressing his power was going to be exhausting, so I had no choice but to pull out the bamboo raft. "What's that?" "An exceptionally good item." I briefly explained about the raft and the wooden slabs. The expressions on all 3 of their faces reflected their astonishment, of course. And when I concocted a tale about my inexperience since I had never been to Henan, it seemed to answer their queries sufficiently. Shortly after, I placed all 3 onto the raft and cast the spell. Puff! Upon arriving at Wary Dragon Hall, I freed them from the raft. They stood dumbfounded as they had just traveled thousands of miles to reach Wary Dragon Hall in an instant. A familiar voice rang out. "What's happening here?" Li Kuang was approaching us. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After a short while, we seated Dongbang Mujiaol at a large table, surrounded by the masters of the Thunder God lineage. It was true that Dongbang Mujiaol was a prominent figure known across the realm, and it was also true that we had forcibly brought him here. So, Li Kuang bowed politely and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Li Kuang. It seems I'm meeting the Azure Dragon who once shook the Shenxi Wu linear. I'm also pleased to meet a figure of such renown." After exchanging light pleasantries, Dongbang Mujiaol spoke up. "Where shall I start?" "Of course, from everything. Are you asking me to show my sincerity?" "That's right, isn't it?" Though Li Kuang spoke politely, there was an underlying sharpness to his tone. It seemed he was putting on a facade, hinting that the atmosphere could shift dangerously at any moment. Treating Li Kuang as if he were just some ordinary scholar would be the biggest blunder anyone could make. Understanding Li Kuang's true intentions, Dongbang Mujiaol offered a wry smile. "Very well. I'll begin by telling you how I got involved with the White Lotus sect." Everyone in the room focused their attention on him. "This story begins about several decades ago. It was likely after your Thunder God lineage was expelled. I was wandering around, calling the world too small, and became curious about the White Lotus sect, visiting their main hall. At that time, I considered joining the White Lotus sect, but it had an air that was quite unwelcoming to outsiders. So, I thought I'd just look around as a guest and leave, but the master of the White Lotus sect called for me. The master of the White Lotus sect. He asked me to search for the dragon flower tree. At those words, Li Kuang paused for a moment before responding. Isn't the dragon flower tree the legendary tree from Buddhism where the Maitreya is said to be born? Indeed. If you're joking with me, you won't escape unscathed. Q. Li Kuang emanated a chilling aura, his deadly intent making even the disciples of the thunder god lineage sitting around flinch. Dongbang Mujaiol, despite having his powers suppressed, turned pale upon feeling that presence but soon composed himself and said, I can stake my name on this, the master did indeed ask me to find the dragon flower tree. The tree where the Maitreya will descend is indeed the one. Maitreya? The Maitreya is the future Buddha in Buddhism. According to legend, after Shakyamuni entered Nirvana, he will be reborn after 56,007,000,000 years. Until then, it is said that the Maitreya resides in Tushita heaven to guide sentient beings. Because of this, he is often referred to as both a Bodhisattva and a Buddha. However, with the immense time frame of 56,007,000,000 years, the dragon flower tree became more a symbol of myth than a real entity. Temples honoring Buddhism might build shrines to the dragon flower tree or the Maitreya, but even the highest monks cannot definitively claim the tree's existence. Yet, for the master of the White Lotus sect, the supreme figure of the Shensi Wu Lin, to be asking for the dragon flower tree. Li Kuang calmed his deadly aura, seemingly willing to listen for the moment. So what did you say in response? Of course, I said I would help. The master assured me with his name that the dragon flower tree exists. What? From that day forward, I obtained the right to enter and exit the White Lotus sect freely and was able to have at least casual conversations with the protectors. Thus, I traveled the world in search of dragon flower tree. Li Kuang, along with the rest of us, could only sit there in silence. It appeared Li Kuang was deeply unsettled by the fact that the master of the White Lotus sect was so confident about the existence of the dragon flower tree. After quietly listening for a while, Li Kuang responded, the dragon flower tree exists in the central plains. It's not an imaginary tree. Did you really venture all the way to the southern kingdom to find it? A chuckle escaped Dongbang Mujaiol. Do you think I wouldn't know that? Sure, the species of the dragon flower tree isn't common, but you can see it here and there in the central plains. However, what the master referred to as the dragon flower tree is the original variety that holds the divine powers allowing the Maitreya to descend. It's also the place where the divine being known as the Buddha can manifest. Divine power? Are you saying that the master of the White Lotus sect believes in such superstitions? Don't debate with me. I merely believe what the master, the best in the world, confirmed. Li Kuang, along with the other masters of the thunder god lineage, looked perplexed. Since I was accustomed to myths, sorcery, and the existence of extraordinary beings, I wasn't shocked at all. Given that the master of the White Lotus sect was the best in the world, I believed there had to be connections with transcendent beings. Dongbang Mujaiol continued. So I searched all over the central plains, delving into myths and legends, but I couldn't find anything. Then, all of a sudden, a messenger from the White Lotus sect came to summon me to cure the illness of their young master. I see, so the four great leaders gathered in one place. Yes. The others also claimed a certain level of medical knowledge, so they were confident they could handle any ailment in the world. However, that illness had a different quality. It didn't seem like an illness from this world. With a sigh, Dongbang Mujaiol said. The rest, as you all know, wrapped up with the four great leaders facing the hostility of the central plains. However, unlike the others, I realized the illness was a result of sorcery or a curse and had a discussion with the master of the White Lotus sect. What did the master say? The master suggested that unless we obtain pure holy lotus or the dragon flower tree, or eliminate the source of the curse, there was nothing we could do. As Li Kuang listened, he crossed his arms, looking skeptical. Then why on earth did they call the four great leaders in the first place? Perhaps it was out of hopeful optimism. After all, could there not be a way to treat it using medical skills? Yet, the results were evidently predetermined. I see, so you then resolved to seek the dragon flower tree and decided to travel to Tianzhu. That's correct. Why did you stop by the southern kingdom along the way? Dongbang Mujaiol shrugged. Though not as significant as Tianzhu, many countries in the southern kingdom are deeply intertwined with Buddhist myths. Since I had decided to search for the dragon flower tree, I figured I should explore thoroughly. Li Kuang's eyes sharpened. You found something that could solve the illness, didn't you? So you returned to the central plains. That's right. However, I didn't find it right away. What is that solution? Before answering Li Kuang's question, Dongbang Mujaiol replied. I would like to ask you something first. Go ahead. What's with that kid? Dongbang Mujaiol's gaze shifted directly to me. As all eyes turned my way, Dongbang Mujaiol looked at me as if he were observing something extraordinarily bizarre. Such remarkable items like the golden amulet and the protection ring. Whether they're artifacts of magic depends on their capabilities. Besides, the level of your martial arts isn't believable for someone your age. What exactly is this Baekwang kid's identity? After a moment of silence, Li Kuang finally responded, Adat Novel bin Adat. Baekwang is a disciple of the thunder god lineage. That is the only fact that matters to me. Aren't you curious about the origins of that peculiar item? Li Kuang glanced at me and suddenly asked, Bakwang, where did you obtain the golden amulet and the protection ring? Though it seemed simple, it was a challenging question to answer. However, since I was planning to unite all the masters of the Thunder God lineage with the Banshan Alliance, I thought the timing was just right. So I answered slowly. I acquired them after defeating a pirate. A pirate. I personally took down the Bloodsword clan, which was controlling the trade routes to Goryeo. Then, I casually mentioned that I received the golden amulet and the protection ring from the Bloodsword clan's base. Of course, I actually obtained the protection ring from the great deity Jade, where General Wanjun was imprisoned, but revealing that part of the tale would have led to involvements with General Wanjun or the Banshan Alliance, so I kept that to myself. I also shared how I utilized my knowledge about the effectiveness of the golden amulet and the protection ring to help others, prompting Li Kuang to express his admiration. You truly exhibit the spirit of a hero. To help others so selflessly without expecting anything in return. Flattery won't get you anywhere. As I answered, an odd feeling washed over me. Li Kuang, along with Jin So-chong and Jiko, gazed at me with sincere admiration. It was clear they weren't lost in the excitement of my adventure stories but were genuinely awed by my sense of justice. What's this? Have I really done something so noble? I had learned from Mungrayang that such deeds were commonplace, so I didn't particularly feel proud or boastful. While I pondered these thoughts, Li Kuang asked, Then why didn't you mention acquiring such items to me? There wasn't an appropriate opportunity to bring it up. Let's discuss that later. For now, understood. Sure. Li Kuang decided to put that matter aside and turned his attention back to Dongbang Mujaiol. As I've heard, this kid is exceptional and was merely doing what needed to be done. We shouldn't doubt that he's a disciple of the Thunder God lineage. Dongbang Mujaiol glanced at me with a somewhat complicated expression before saying, In any case, I found a solution in the Southern Kingdom. With the help of the Black Prince, Nair Zayun, I accessed the ancient library in the Southern Kingdom, where I discovered the location of the Dragon Flower Tree and the legend of the Seven Luminaries. You speak the language of the Southern Kingdom. I didn't reach this age for nothing. I can speak the languages of all 7 surrounding countries. Oh. While they continued their conversation, I was taken aback by the mention of the 7 luminaries. Why would the 7 luminaries even come up here? I sharpened my focus on their dialogue as Dongbang Mujaiol continued. The Dragon Flower Tree is said to be a being that waits for a myriad of eons, warming its seeds by the radiant light of the Fire Planet. Thus, if we find where the secret of the Fire Planet is hidden, we might also acquire the Dragon Flower Tree. So where is it? After a moment of hesitation, Dongbang Mujaiol replied. Well, how should I put this? It's really, really far away. So where? If you go further south from the Southern Kingdom, you'll reach the Southern Archipelago. Then, further down, you'll find the Great Ocean. Travel several thousand li to the south from there, and you'll come across the legendary continent where Shening was said to have lost to the Emperor and been exiled. The room fell into silence. Typically, even the Southern Kingdom or Tianzhou would be perceived as far-off places, but the locations Dongbang Mujaiol mentioned were nothing short of fantasy, bordering on the edge of the world. I could sense Li Kuang becoming slightly irritated. Are you seriously trying to mock me? Damn it! I didn't want to say any of this. Who would believe me except the master of the White Lotus sect? But I'm telling you this all based on my own thorough investigation. Cough cough. Li Kuang cleared his throat uncomfortably. It seemed he had caught the vibe that Dongbang Mujaiol was speaking the truth. At that moment, Jin So-chong, who had been quietly listening, raised his hand and asked, Were you planning to go to the White Lotus sect in Gansu and tell them about this? Ultimately, what you've discovered is that going to the southernmost tip of the world is needed, but isn't that a bit insufficient? Upon hearing that, Dongbang Mujaiol had a slightly guilty expression. He nodded. Indeed, that's true. So I gathered another piece of information from a different legend. What is it? It's about where the pure primordial Holy Lotus can be found. Li Kuang interjected. Isn't the Holy Lotus an elixir cultivated only by the White Lotus sect? What difference does it make if it's pure? You see, the current Holy Lotus of the White Lotus sect has lost its divine quality from the original strain to make it easier for cultivation. If we get our hands on the pure primordial Holy Lotus, we should be able to cure the young master's ailments, while the current Holy Lotus is merely a medicinal brew to bolster internal strength. Taking a brief pause, Dongbang Mujaiol's eyes sparkled. According to what I discovered in the ancient library of the Southern Kingdom, the pure primordial Holy Lotus exists as black and white lotus blooming near the ruins of the Water Planet. The ruins of the Water Planet must be somewhere in the Central Plains. If we find it, we can surely cure the young master's illness with the pure black and white lotus. Upon hearing that, Li Kuang nodded in admiration. Impressive. If your words are true, then this information is worth countless riches. Ha ha ha. So, where is the ruins of the Water Planet? Then Dongbang Mujaiol looked a bit flustered. Well, I don't know either. All I have is a clue left by Su Yu, who left evidence of his water control in the primordial age. But as for where that is, I'm not sure. Understood. They seemed to be wrapping up their discussions, yet I found it hard to resist the urge to speak. I struggled to contain my laughter. Internally, I yelled. So that's why. The reason why the black and white lotus from Goryeo had flowed into the White Lotus sect, causing it to thrive. And the reason the protectors had come all the way to Goryeo searching for the black and white lotus. The threads of karma experienced in my 10th life were finally unraveling in my 14th life. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. About half a meal later, as the discussion with Dongbang Mujaiol was wrapping up, Li Kuang appeared deep in thought about how to handle him. If he released him from the incapacitating seal, the possibility of Dongbang Mujaiol, who had made many enemies in the Jianghu, being killed was high. Yet, if he kept the seal, there was always the risk that Dongbang Mujaiol would betray them later and summon powerful figures from the White Lotus sect. Noticing Li Kuang's troubled expression, Dongbang Mujaiol remarked, "No matter how much you've captured me by force, do you think I would simply share this highly confidential information just to avoid torture? What are you trying to say? I haven't been gathering information all these years just for the status of the White Lotus sect. I'd say I've been pursuing something a bit more entertaining." Dongbang Mujaiol continued, "If your Thunder God lineage can rise as a new pillar in the world of martial arts, I'd love to witness that. The world would become much more interesting." Li Kuang narrowed his eyes. "So you live solely for amusement, huh? Haha, I'll take that as a compliment." Indeed, while Dongbang Mujaiol may have received some promise of reward from the master of the White Lotus sect for searching for the dragon flower tree and remedies for the young master, at his core he was an adventurer seeking amusement. Despite the enticing conditions presented by the master, it wouldn't be enough to travel alone to places like Southern Kingdom or Tianzhou. It seemed Dongbang Mujaiol was clearly focused on the conflict between the White Lotus sect and the Thunder God lineage, appearing to be willing to join us. Dongbang Mujaiol added, "Just so you know, the master doesn't harbor any hatred toward the Thunder God lineage. Rather, he actually feels a bit sorry for you." "Nonsense. I'm serious. I've attended meetings with the master and the protectors twice, and both times he lamented, if only the Thunder God lineage were here. Believe it or not, it seems the master didn't cast you out of disdain for you." This was problematic. Given Li Kuang's temperament, hearing such words would likely make him explode with anger. It appeared that both Jin So-chong and Jak Ho shared the same concern, their gazes fixed anxiously on Li Kuang, fearing he might unleash his wrath upon Dongbang Mujaiol. To everyone's surprise, however, instead of erupting, Li Kuang was deep in thought. After contemplating for a while, he spoke up. "Continue. However, there's no need for the Thunder God lineage to be subservient to the White Lotus sect again. What I mean is, the master wouldn't necessarily dispatch a punitive force even if you were to establish a new faction in the Central Plains. Why not take this opportunity to completely break away from the past of the White Lotus sect and emerge as a new dominant force in the realm? A new faction for the Thunder God lineage?" This was something the masters of the Thunder God lineage had never considered before. They had always thought of their roots being with the White Lotus sect, and their desire for vengeance was focused solely on accumulating power to retaliate without the thought of establishing a foothold in the Central Plains. The fear of a punitive force from the White Lotus sect also contributed to this mindset. If the White Lotus sect were to send a punitive force to eliminate the Thunder God lineage, the survivors could be wiped out. But if what Dongbang Mujaiol said was true, then the Thunder God lineage could have a future to thrive independently in the Central Plains. Of course, if the Thunder God lineage were to establish a new faction, their power would be immense. Their martial arts were already on a different level compared to other sects in the Central Plains, and with the peak masters gathering, they could quickly build a formidable force, perhaps even rivaling the major orthodox sects. Yet, Li Kuang merely chuckled. How dreamlike. He didn't say anything more, instead glancing toward Jin So-chong as he instructed. "So-chong. Yes. There should be a guest room available in the reception area. Give it to our guest, it seems he'll be staying with us for a while." "Understood." Dongbang Mujaiol, hearing this, chuckled softly. "Cautious, are we? It never hurts to be careful. We'll end today's discussion here. Let's meet again tomorrow." After a short while, Jin So-chong took Dongbang Mujaiol to the reception area. Ostensibly, it was to accommodate a guest, but Li Kuang seemed to be making it clear that he didn't fully trust Dongbang Mujaiol, nor could he just let him return to the White Lotus sect, hence, a form of house arrest. Jak Ho then spoke to Li Kuang. "We can't keep him here forever. What do you intend to do?" "I'm still considering. But that man knows quite a bit about the Thunder God lineage already. I can't let him go as is." The implication behind Li Kuang's words was that he might resort to kill to silence if necessary. As I looked at him, feeling tense, he continued. "However, there's still some thinking I need to do. You all keep a close watch on Dongbang Mujaiol and focus on your martial arts training. I'll handle matters concerning him." "Got it." As we were about to disperse and head back to my quarters, Li Kuang stopped me. "Baekuang, could you come here for a moment?" "Yes." Li Kuang led me deeper into the dragon's den. He studied me quietly before speaking. "Baekuang, from now on, answer honestly to my questions." "Yes." "Are you affiliated with any other organization apart from the Thunder God lineage? Or are you a subordinate of another organization?" In that moment, I realized Li Kuang had begun to interrogate me. I knew that with this kind of questioning, his sensitivity was at an entirely different level than usual. As I understood the situation had escalated, I decided to be truthful. "Yes, I am." "What organization?" "It's called the Banghian Alliance." "Banghian Alliance, do you know what kind of organization that is?" "Before you ask that, may I ask why you think I'm connected with another organization?" Li Kuang replied impassively. "Your actions may seem chaotic at first glance, but they exhibit a clear pattern. Such behavior must stem from an organization with its own objectives behind it. My instincts tell me that you must certainly belong to some organization. I see. I chuckled inwardly and replied slowly. The Bankian Alliance was established to counter the darkness of the Imperial Palace. The darkness of the Imperial Palace. Those with a sense of justice are gathering to oppose the Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang. The very existence of the Great Prison should give you an idea. Gulp. When I mentioned the Great Prison, Li Kuang couldn't hide his agitation. Even someone as steadfast as Li Kuang appeared quite startled. With a serious expression, he replied, "That sounds plausible. I may not have mentioned it earlier, but General Wang Yian was also imprisoned in the Great Prison and rescued by the Bankian Alliance." "What? Is that true?" "Yes. Additionally, we also rescued the Wang family from the Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang near the capital." As I spoke, I fixed my gaze on Li Kuang. "You're quite familiar with the tactics of the Golden Eagle Guards, aren't you?" Li Kuang sat back, a complicated expression on his face. He leaned deeply into his chair, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "What exactly are you aiming for by approaching me?" "To be frank, the present situation spells doom for the Thunder God lineage." "What do you mean?" "I decided to take a gamble here. Either Li Kuang would distrust me, seek to kill me, or likely consider torturing me if he thought I was a threat. Rather than that, I felt it would be better to exploit the discomfort and belief gap he was experiencing." This gut feeling stemmed from observing Li Kuang over the decades. "Prior to my arrival at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, what plans did you have? You harbored hatred against the White Lotus sect, but you had no means of achieving it other than honing your martial prowess, correct? The proper strategy and direction only came after I arrived." Li Kuang seemed taken aback by my words. Before he could respond, I pressed on. "We can't let things stay the way they are. Are you truly willing to wait until the master of the White Lotus sect dies? I bear the identity of a disciple of the Thunder God lineage as much as I am a member of the Bankian Alliance. Right now, we need to gather as much information and strength as we can to prepare to challenge the strongest powers in the Jianghu. That's why I chose to ally with the Bankian Alliance. You may think of me as a spy for the Bankian Alliance, but if I wanted to harm the Thunder God lineage, I could have done so long ago." As I poured out my arguments with fervor, Li Kuang remained silent, lost in thought. If it had been the old Li Kuang, he would have dismissed my words as nonsense and tried to physically overpower me. However, everything I said pierced through the contradictions and dilemmas he was grappling with. Li Kuang wasn't a fool, so it wouldn't make sense for him to act rashly without considering the consequences. About half a moment passed before Li Kuang broke the silence. "All right, so you were considering proposing a partnership with the Bankian Alliance someday?" "Yes. Did you think that was feasible?" "I've always considered loyalty to my country and serving my nation, and forming a partnership with the Bankian Alliance would mean opposing the Emperor who has granted full authority to the Golden Eagle Guards. No matter how corrupt the Golden Eagle Guards are, I can't take an unequivocal stance against them." At first glance, it might seem like Li Kuang was rejecting my proposal. However, I picked up on a flicker of his desire to know more. So I immediately countered. "Then what do you think about General Wang Yian's imprisonment in the Great Prison?" "That's just your claim, there's no undeniable proof of that. If you could verify that, would you consider partnering with the Bankian Alliance positively?" "Even if that were the case, it's hard to believe that the Golden Eagle Guards acted independently without the Emperor's intent for such a drastic action." At that moment, I recalled the conversation with General Wang Yian and Li Kuang. At that time, Li Kuang was clearly shaken, and I decided to seize the opportunity, looking him dead in the eye. "May I ask? The loyalty you painstakingly devoted to the previous emperor, was it not him you swore your soul to? Of course, you're also loyal to the current emperor, the son of the previous one. But if that's the case, where does that leave the Great Ming?" "That's..." I clenched my fist tightly. "If the emperor symbolizes the Great Ming Empire, then true loyalty lies in purging the darkness that festers within it. Isn't that the true loyalty to the previous emperor?" In that instant, I could see Li Kuang's gaze flicker dramatically. It felt as though my words had struck a nerve, causing his long-held beliefs to falter just slightly, shifting his direction of thought without completely shattering his beliefs. Although my words echoed the sentiments of General Wang Yian, they resonated deeply with Li Kuang. Li Kuang nodded. "You are right. I never imagined the Golden Eagle Guards could sink that low." As he murmured in contemplation, he looked at me and spoke. "Then, are you currently protecting General Wang Yian and his family within the Bankian Alliance?" "Yes. Would you like to meet them?" "No, that's fine. If what you say is a lie, you wouldn't have made me aware of such critical information in the first place." Considering I could fly to the Bankian Alliance with my Golden Eagle right now, he assumed I wouldn't lie too clumsily. Li Kuang lounged back in his seat and leaned forward slightly. "Baekuang, are you the leader of the Bankian Alliance?" "No, I'm not. The master of the Bankian Alliance is my comrade and one of a kind." "Did the master send you to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School?" "No, I came here of my own volition." "I believe you, Li Kuang, are the leader of the Thunder God lineage who can confront the White Lotus sect and the Wind God lineage head-on." So you and the master of the Bankian Alliance are comrades after all?" "Yes." Li Kuang linked his fingers together, then said, "Very well. I appreciate your honesty and thank you for imparting what seems to be golden advice. Had you even told a little lie, I wouldn't have spared you." Though he spoke nonchalantly, I felt a chill creep down my spine. Over the years, I had gathered a deep understanding of just how genuine Li Kuang could be with those words. I could also confirm that I had successfully guided this conversation into a partnership, securing him as an ally. Eventually, Li Kuang continued. To be straight with you, I remain uncertain about the handling of Dongbang Mujaiol or the future direction of the Thunder God lineage. Therefore, I wish to hear the opinions and wisdom of someone capable of leading a character like you. What do you mean? I intend to form a partnership with the Banghian Alliance. Guide me and Sochong to him. Upon hearing Li Kuang's firm response, it felt like a huge hurdle had been crossed. Shortly after, Jin Sochong, who had taken Dongbang Mujaiol to his lodgings, returned, and we set off for Jinrang Valley using my golden eagle. Whoosh! It was evening. As the sunset faded in the mountains of Jinrang Valley, the humble abode of Mangniang came into view. Li Kuang and Jin Sochong looked somewhat worn out, but they wore bearable expressions. I spotted Mangniang sitting by a well, humming a tune. Mangniang, we're here. As I called out to him, he looked up. His expression turned slightly surprised upon noticing Li Kuang and Jin Sochong standing behind me. Then, quickly regrouping, he broke into a gentle smile and approached us. It's good to see you. What an honor to meet Li Kuang, the Thunder God. Please, come inside. Moments later, the four of us were seated opposite each other in the small hut, engaging in conversation. I first explained to Mangniang why we had come, sharing the information Dongbang Mujaiol had mentioned as well. Mangniang closed his eyes, contemplating slowly before he responded. Before we discuss solutions, let's meet with General Wang Yian first. Understood. Following Mangniang's lead, we went to meet General Wang Yian. The Jinrang Valley was vast enough for Mangniang to create a secretive living space for General Wang Yian and his clan using Kimendunjia. It resembled a humble village, but Li Kuang was taken aback when he finally saw General Wang Yian's face. General. General Wang Yian was equally taken aback, but quickly broke into a warm smile. So you've come. The two exchanged conversations for about half a meal's worth of time, while Mangniang and I stood off at a distance observing. During that time, Mangniang muttered to me, "This is happening faster than I expected. I had hoped to prepare for at least 2 more years. Sorry, but with Li Kuang's temperament, I couldn't deceive him. It can't be helped. I can only hope it's because of you that we've weathered this crisis." Mangniang scratched his head and continued. However, things are about to get trickier. The Jianghu is going to shake quite a bit. What did he mean by that? However, there was no doubt that Mangniang had foresighted his moves far into the future. He had already prepared a plan to present to Li Kuang. After the meeting between Li Kuang and General Wang Yian concluded, we returned to Mangniang's humble abode. Li Kuang watched Mangniang with eyes filled with trust, having confirmed General Wang Yian with his own eyes. Mangniang, the head of the Banghian Alliance. Pardon my intrusion, but I would like to seek your wisdom. What do you believe is the best course of action for us? While asking for advice so actively, it seemed Li Kuang held Mangniang's wisdom in high regard. Mangniang stared contemplatively at Li Kuang, placing his hand against his temple for a long time, then suddenly declared, "Establish a new faction. Formally launch the Thunder God lineage into the Jianghu. Are you suggesting I trust the words of Dongbang Mujaiol? Don't be absurd. That's a separate issue altogether." Mangniang shook his head vigorously and explained, "Dongbang Mujaiol talking about the Thunder God lineage is irrelevant. The only reason he has amassed such exceptional martial arts is due to the extensive information he consumed while visiting the White Lotus sect in his youth in exchange for favor. That's a given." Adat Novel bin Adat. We exchanged glances, stunned by the revelation. This was a possibility we hadn't considered before. Well, that remarkable martial prowess must have come from the dragon flower tree and the holy lotus. Mangniang continued. He claimed he acted without greed, but in this world, what goes around comes around. He must have been promised some sort of compensation for the search for dragon flower tree or the holy lotus. Thus, you could consider Dongbang Mujaiol as an underling of the master of the White Lotus sect. It would be foolish to trust the words of someone who was clearly coerced. I agree. Nevertheless, separate from that, I am in favor of the Thunder God lineage stepping out into the Jianghu. Why do you say that? The punitive forces could come to hunt us down. They won't come for you. Li Kuang's brow twitched. Do you seriously believe the master of the White Lotus sect would afford the Thunder God lineage such grace? That's not the message at all. Mangniang smiled coyly. This is about negotiation. Negotiation. Yes. The young master's illness will be treated in exchange for formal recognition of the Thunder God lineage's establishment. Are you saying we should no longer return Dongbang Mujaiol to the White Lotus sect? Precisely. As the greatest physician, we'd benefit from his wisdom very much. Mangniang's intentions were clear. He wanted to intercept Dongbang Mujaiol's information and utilize it as bargaining leverage for establishing the Thunder God lineage. After a brief moment of thought, Li Kuang noted, "If what I know about the White Lotus sect is true, they could very well ignore such offers and send punitive forces immediately. What would you do if that were the case?" "That's improbable. Because, per Dongbang Mujaiol, the master knows very well what kind of sect the Thunder God lineage is. Given a generation has passed since it was cast out, the mighty masters are growing stronger. He'd have no certainty the forces sent would assist him. Especially since we hold significant intel regarding the young master's illness. If there's still any anxiety, we hold the Golden Eagle in our arsenal." All eyes turned towards me. Mang Niang grinned. Even if we were to lose a battle, we could escape with the Golden Eagle at any moment. With such crucial information, how could we possess a better card? That makes sense. Li Kuang seemed to grasp Mang Niang's point instantly. While it was plausible for the White Lotus sect to annihilate us in seconds, that option required killing or capturing us all. If we possessed the means to escape at any time, the risk on their end would appear downright foolish. Mang Niang reiterated. Establish a new faction. If we consolidate the strength of the Thunder God lineage, we'll eventually be strong enough to confront the White Lotus sect without fear. But what if we share this discovery with the White Lotus sect, later curing the young master? They'll then rampage throughout the Jianghu. Ho ho, it's a place where Sovereign Hung left behind evidence of Yushui. If a few sentences could unravel the location of the elixir, then all treasure hunters and scholars in the world would be wealthy. There's no doubt it will remain lost for decades, so rest easy. Even as Mang Niang cheerfully laughed, it was evident he spoke the truth. Since he commanded virtually all the knowledge I amassed over my previous life, he was certain that even if Dongbang Mujaiol returned to the White Lotus sect, they couldn't instantly uncover the Dragon Flower Tree. With future intel in hand, there was no fear. Finally, Li Kuang seemed to gain resolve. All right then. Let's prepare for a partnership with the Bangqian Alliance and get ready to negotiate with the White Lotus sect. I look forward to your cooperation. I will extend the same courtesy. And thus, an alliance was forged between the Thunder God lineage and the Bangqian Alliance. Before returning to the Thunder God lineage with my Golden Eagle, I turned to ask Mang Niang. Mang Niang, establishing the Thunder God lineage in the Jianghu hasn't happened yet. Why propose such a risky idea? Making choices I'd never made in my past lives meant predictions of the future were also subject to alteration. I couldn't grasp the reason why Mang Niang was willing to forsake such potential by advocating for the establishment of the Thunder God lineage. Mang Niang chuckled gently in response. It's all for you. What do you mean? The Thunder God lineage martial arts you currently possess are incomplete. They're fragmented. That's because the Thunder God lineage was dismantled and expelled. Countless masters must have been scattered. Since it's impossible for one individual to master all the secret techniques, each of those masters leaned their unique skills and secrets. Not, you don't mean. Indeed. Mang Niang's eyes gleamed. Now's the chance to establish the Thunder God lineage, allowing you to gather all the fragmented martial arts. That will become your destiny in this life. Due to controversy, I changed secret technique to vision. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Then, the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace explained the situation north of the Great Prairie to us. It seemed that he thought he owed it to us to share all sorts of information in return for the gold ingot we had given him. Currently, the Ereza Empire is engaging in powerful conquest activities centered around an autocratic ruler known as Ivan IV. Although they haven't reached our region yet, they're expanding their influence by uniting the northern ethnic groups year by year. Ivan IV is quite a fierce and wild conqueror, often referred to as the Thunder Emperor. I see. And the Ereza Empire has close ties to a western land known as the Western Regions, often clashing with a nation called Holland. In any case, it's significantly different from the civilization of the Central Plains. During the times of the UN Empire, exchanges were sparse, but lately, news of them has been frequent. If you wish to head north to the North Pole, you will definitely have to pass through the territory of the Ereza Empire. At that point, I interjected with a question. Are there martial artists there as well? At my question, the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace let out a wry smile. Well, it's a bit hard to say. Really hard? Of course, there are knights who can use chi to engage in combat, but unlike martial artists, they pledge absolute loyalty to their lords. Moreover, the kingdoms in the West are increasingly reducing their reliance on hand-to-hand combat. Does that mean they train a lot of archers? Not quite. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace contemplated for a moment and suddenly went to his study nearby. He returned with a strange object and presented it to me. What do you think this is? I've never seen anything like it. I tilted my head in confusion, but Maiho recognized the item and narrowed her eyes. It's a matchlock gun. Matchlock gun? At that, the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace seemed to perk up, saying, So there's someone who knows about guns. You seem to be a woman, how do you know? I spent some time in the WA Kingdom and heard many things about Holland's culture. I see, so the Holland merchants were the ones behind it. Not quite understanding what they were talking about, I blinked, prompting the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace to explain the matchlock gun to me while holding it. The kingdoms of the West are transitioning from night combat to gun warfare. Although it's still hard to penetrate the powerful armor of knights, it seems we will soon be entering the age of guns. If you plan to pass through the Ereza Empire, I believe it would be a big mistake not to understand this gun. What is this thing? It looks like a hunk of iron. As I curiously examined the long barrel of the matchlock gun, the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace gasped in shock. What are you doing? That's dangerous. He hastily pulled the gun away from me. I looked back at him, bewildered, and he sighed before saying, 100 hearsay is not as good as 1 sight. Let me show you what this object can do. He led Maiho and me to a quiet clearing. He took out the matchlock gun and seemed to attach something round to it, creating smoke. After putting the round thing inside the gun, he made a slight tap against what looked like an oil dish. After going through a long and messy process, he aimed the matchlock gun at a wooden barrel in front of him. A moment later, something shot out from the end of the matchlock gun at an incredible speed. It was as fast as a peak expert's sword strike, and I flinched for a moment. It was several times faster than an arrow. That object struck the wooden barrel in an instant. THTH, that's incredibly fast. As I honestly expressed my thoughts, the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace replied, "This is what we call a gun, and the matchlock gun operates by using gunpowder to fire. This is likely what has spread to the WA Kingdom as well." You might have guessed, but reloading this is quite difficult. However, if a group of soldiers lines up and fires this in sequence, it could unleash tremendous power. It's not a weapon to be taken lightly. That does seem to be the case. Even if a matchlock gun were fired at close range, I could probably dodge it easily thanks to my peak expert reflexes and destruction of souls technique. But that was solely because I was an expert. For an ordinary person, facing multiple gunmen would surely be lethal. This weapon could be definitively said to surpass bows in performance. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace put the matchlock gun back in his study, saying, "Furthermore, the current gun technology of the Ereza is advancing even further, with gear-type guns being deployed in practical applications. Although the structure is complex and they don't use matchlocks, they're significantly more portable, making them suitable for cavalry." If I hadn't given you this explanation and you found yourself facing many gunmen, it could have been dangerous, right? That's true. I openly acknowledged his point. While I might dodge bullets considering my prior knowledge, that knowledge didn't exist for everyone else. If left to stare blankly, a sudden attack could lead to a bullet piercing through them, even with soul destruction active. The information the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace shared about guns was undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. Maiho, watching from the side, spoke up. "Don't you think you're overestimating it a bit? While it's true that an ordinary person could knock down a martial artist, I don't see it being effective against peak experts or heavily armored troops like Iron Shield soldiers." Although she rebutted her own point, the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace smiled warmly in response. "That's true. It may struggle to penetrate heavy armor, but it's still not enough to match a master's techniques or physical abilities. However, if thousands of soldiers are involved, it will unleash tremendous power." That could be the case. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace sat back down and savored his fire wine once again. Right now, the Ming Empire is feeling a robust sense of superiority because they have overthrown the Yuan dynasty, but from what I see, their arrogance will eventually turn into a massive blunder. Even at this very moment, the nations of the West are engaged in numerous local conflicts, advancing their military techniques, with guns leading the charge. In a few hundred years, they'll have a gap in gun technology that will be impossible to close. He smirked slightly. Adat novel bin adat. Well, there's no use worrying about this sort of thing. In any case, you need to be cautious of gunmen in the Ereza Empire. No matter how skilled you are, one wrong shot could lead to instant death. Thank you for the explanation. It's a bit odd, though. Ereza wasn't originally such a powerful country, yet it suddenly grew dramatically over the last 20 years. As the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace mumbled to himself, I started sorting through the information he had just shared. It was then that I asked the crucial question. "So, you mentioned the North Pole is a land of glaciers. Can humans even survive there? I've heard it's not entirely impossible. They say there are a few tribes living there, but I don't know how they manage to survive. After all, who would invade such a cold place? There's nothing to gain, and no interactions or wars taking place. So people do live there. They don't form any nations, just small tribes, to my understanding." The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace stated this nonchalantly, but I sensed how significant this information was. After all, a region where humans could survive was vastly different from one where they couldn't. Since I had already been there once, being able to return would make navigating to the North Pole much easier if I pinpointed where these tribes lived. I quickly followed up with another question. "Then do you have any idea what route to take to get there?" I hadn't really thought about it. I suppose I have to offer something in return for the gold ingot, so let me think for a moment. Yes. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace pondered before saying, "I think it would be better to head to the Ereza Empire first and gather information from the locals. Isn't the Ereza Empire pretty far northwest from here? Wouldn't that be a roundabout way? The maps and geographical knowledge related to the north should be well established there. Of course, you could go straight north from here, but I can confidently say you would cross through some of the most dangerous terrain for humans. No matter how great you are, you won't make it to the North Pole without preparation." I see. And surprisingly, the capital of the Ereza Empire isn't that cold. I suppose it's because it's located inland. It's bearable there. When I was young, I visited that area, and it actually felt less cold than here. Haha. Maiho piped up with a question. "Do you happen to know the Ereza language?" "I know the basics of conversation and grammar. Anyone from the North Sea Ice Palace would have learned it, and not just me." Confused by the reasoning, Maiho and I looked over at him, prompting the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace to elaborate. The North Sea Ice Palace is originally a clan from Ereza who ventured down to the Yadong area by chance and eventually settled down after mastering martial arts. Our main lineage is in the west, it's only natural. Could you teach us the Ereza language? It's not difficult. This will conclude our transaction. Understood. Maiho and I became guests in the North Sea Ice Palace to learn the basics of the Ereza language and script. While we stayed there, we had the opportunity to see the clan members of the North Sea Ice Palace, and indeed, most had fair skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes, resembling the man with colorful eyes. Of course, there were also many with black hair scattered among them, confirming that they were mixed with Yadong ethnicities. The intonation and stress seemed to be very important in this language. Maiho and I held magical tools that facilitated language acquisition, allowing us to learn faster than ordinary humans. However, despite that, the Areza language was quite challenging, especially when it came to written script. What's up with these squiggly characters? That's called Cyrillic scripture. Cyrillic script. It might be challenging to learn, but there's no helping it. Even the clergymen of Areza struggle with that writing. Clergymen? Surprised by the unexpected word, I countered. Are you talking about sorcerers? The Cyrillic script bore some resemblance to the characters used in otherworldly faiths, raising my suspicion. But the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace seemed completely unaware of the otherworldly race, tilting his head in confusion. I don't know what you're talking about, but clergymen are just clergymen. They believe in monotheism. Monotheism. Really, the folks from the Central Plains know nothing about the West. Grumbling, the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace continued speaking. That place is a completely new world. Approaching it with preconceptions will only lead you to disadvantage. Thus, roughly 3 months passed. Maiho and I managed to learn enough of the Areza language to communicate reasonably with locals. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace was surprised by our quick learning and remarked, "You're learning extremely quickly. Impressive. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. I truly hope you find that treasure." He wished us well as we parted, but I knew it wasn't entirely sincere. After all, he believed humans couldn't survive in a place like the North Pole, so he was only halfway sympathizing with us by sharing his knowledge. I said to Maiho as we left the North Sea Ice Palace, "Maiho, I've been wanting to ask you for a while. Yeah, do they use the matchlock gun in Dongyong as well? It was adapted by a guy named Oda Nobunaga from the Holland merchants and became the Teppo. It played a huge role in ending the Warring States period in Dongyong. Even now, the Tokugawa shogunate operates Teppo infantry as their main force, so it's hard to miss. A country effectively uses matchlock guns." I suddenly felt a chill. While it's true my martial prowess wouldn't be shaken by matchlock gun infantry, I realized that the power of the Teppo infantry could easily overwhelm existing spear and foot soldiers in inter-country warfare. As my expression grew serious, Maiho chuckled mysteriously. "Perhaps the thoughts of the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace aren't so wrong. That's unsettling to hear." I muttered. "It's just that in battle, distance is everything. The reason a spear is more powerful than a sword is largely due to its ability to control range. The same goes for why bows never vanish from warfare. However, this species of firearms seems entirely different. With a range similar to that of a bow and with bullets that can kill an enemy at speeds that even a peak expert can hardly dodge once fired, if many of these shots were fired in tandem, the entire nature of warfare would change. And if guns develop even further, the end of martial artists." I felt a sense of frustration but shook my head to dismiss it. No matter how it was, the matchlock gun was notoriously slow to reload and had a high failure rate. A top-tier expert could easily take down several opponents with ease. With current firearms, it was still far too inadequate to disrupt the world of martial artists who had honed their skills. "All right, let's go." We were heading toward the capital of the Areza Empire. Following the advice of the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace, we aimed to find the Orthodox Church known for possessing the richest knowledge in Areza. Perhaps they might even have maps leading to the North Pole. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After that, I spent about 2 months relearning the theory and practical aspects of surgical techniques from Wasong Maiyang. The surgical techniques I received were purely for the alteration and enhancement of appearance, but in reality, surgery had been developed to minimize injuries caused by burns and various other life-threatening wounds. Therefore, it required considerable advanced knowledge and experience, and for the first time in a while, I felt a renewed dedication to medical practices. Wasong Maiyang seemed pleased as well since my learning helped him lighten his workload. "You mentioned there's a place you need to go? With this level of skill, you should be all set." "Thank you. You know everything you need to know, and since you've gone through clinical training, you should be able to handle most things on your own." After expressing my gratitude to Wasong Maiyang, I headed towards Lord Zhang with Maiho. Our stay here would not have been possible without Lord Jiang's kindness, so it was essential to pay our respects before leaving. "Lord Zhang, I extend my gratitude to you. We are about to depart." However, something about Lord Jiang's demeanor seemed off. He was making slight groaning noises and appeared to be contemplating something. "Lord Zhang." When I tilted my head, he let out a sort of lamenting noise. Never mind. It's just that, perhaps. Is there something you wish to say?" "No, it's nothing. Just go." Lord Zhang seemed to be holding back some desire and sent us on our way. Once outside, Maiho spoke to me. "I have a guess about what Lord Zhang was going to say." "What's that?" "Perhaps some of the noble women from Lord Jiang's clan have asked to meet you, hehe." Now that I thought about it, I had indeed felt some glances from noble women during our 2-month stay, but since it didn't seem particularly important, I had ignored it. Were those women actually interested in me? I blinked in disbelief when Maiho burst out laughing. "Look at this street. How many gazes do you suppose are directed towards you?" This was the bustling daytime market of Gagaiyang, filled with people. Following Maiho's prompt, I surveyed my surroundings and noticed the exquisite beauty that Maiho had transformed into was attracting considerable attention. To my surprise, I also felt some curious gazes directed at me. Having become accustomed to ignoring the eyes of others, I was late to realize this. I felt a strange embarrassment and turned my head away as I spoke. Bunch of idle folks. Why are they looking at someone else's face? Miho giggled and playfully stretched my cheek. You don't mean that. You adorable thing. Stop that. How about trying to strike up a conversation with that girl over there? She's been staring intently. Miho was pointing at an elegant young lady who was lurking around a fabric shop, seemingly sneaking peeks at us. She looked like she was in her late teens and had a rather beautiful face. Frowning, I responded brusquely to Miho's suggestion. Why should I do that? Hehe. I was going to particularly teach you fire sorcery, but I guess I'll have to drop that idea. Sorcery? I was taken aback by Miho's words and looked at her. Her skills in sorcery were specialized in illusion and fire sorcery, but she had been reluctant to teach them up until now. Yet now, she was offering to share sorcery with me. Really? I couldn't ignore Miho's words due to the policies I had learned from Mangyang. From now on, I needed to train not only my martial arts but also sorcery. With a mischievous look on her face, Miho chuckled. Go ahead and charm that girl into buying you clothes from the fabric shop. If you succeed, I'll happily teach you fire sorcery. Charm her. That was a word I had never even considered in my life. But since I had nothing to lose, I reluctantly decided to give it a try. Charm a girl? How on earth do I do that? I had no idea. I braced myself and marched straight towards the young lady standing in front of the fabric shop. Upon noticing me approach, she looked surprised and her face turned beet red. I spoke up. Excuse me. Yes. I'm So Wung, and if it's not too much trouble, could you buy a piece of clothing from this shop? At the same moment, Miho struck me like lightning with her thoughts. You fool? Who would fall for that line? It was so ear-piercing that I nearly lost my mind. I slightly stumbled, and the young lady, startled, caught my arm. She then asked. So Wung, understood. What kind of clothes do you need? A blue outfit. Yes. The young lady immediately placed an order with the shopkeeper for the clothes. The shopkeeper looked bewildered but accepted the money and soon returned with the clothing. As I awkwardly accepted the garments, the young lady softly touched my cheek and said, So Wung, would you like to come over to my home? I'd like to extend a meal to you. I was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. Glancing over, I saw Miho giving me a fierce glare, prompting me to hastily reply, Thank you for your kindness. We shall meet again. So Wung. I quickly made my escape. Sprinting at a speed that could have taken off the roof, I dashed about 3 li when Miho caught up to me. She wore a slightly sulky expression and said, That worked like a charm. What was that about? Why did she just buy me clothes out of the blue? I had approached her thinking that whatever happened, it was worth a shot. Lacking social finesse, I was unsure of what to say, but unexpectedly, I had succeeded. Maybe it's because you look like a pretty boy. She probably saw right through her own desires. I wanted to protest that Miho knew exactly what kind of setup this was, but held back, sensing she was in a mood. After a moment, Miho softened her expression and looked at me peculiarly, touching my neck. But there's one more reason. What is it? When you underwent surgical techniques, I secretly gave you the power of a Wanhuake pearl. It's infused with Wanhuake's essence, radiating an alluring aura that enhances your appearance. My expression turned stiff. Miho, what did you do? Why are you suddenly upset? I merely extended a gesture of goodwill. I had my surgery to avoid being recognized. How is attracting attention a good thing? As I protested vehemently, Miho laughed. Think about it differently. With that beauty combined with the power of the Wanhuake pearl, as you grow older, women will be utterly helpless against you. Thus, acquiring information on your desired goals will be much easier. People are dying to become more beautiful to seek favor, and look at you, feeling so full of yourself. Has something been bottled up inside you? Maybe so. However, I don't take kindly to being judged solely on my appearance. Miho giggled and poked my forehead with her finger. Know that your current anger is actually a testament to the effects of your appearance. If you truly thought looks didn't matter, you wouldn't be so reactive. Don't delude yourself. Miho's words hit a nerve. I licked my lips. She's got a point. I had lived for so long with a lack of looks, never having really enjoyed any benefits associated with appearance. Suddenly, having the ability to earn favor through my looks felt strange, and I began to panic and wear a mask. Miho's warning was a reminder against falling into the beauty-centric mindset. Not wanting to press the topic further, I said to Miho, So, the Wanhuake pearl is essentially part of my sorcery now, right? What's its effectiveness? It's a pearl I cultivated by severing part of my tail and maturing it for around 50 years. Even an ordinary human obtaining the Wanhuake pearl would instantly gain the charm of a beauty. With your current self, you can garner strong affection from any woman in this world. Considering that, you don't seem to be affected much. Miho replied. I may like beautiful people, but that's just my preference. The truth is that all human appearances are pretty much the same. Also, since I created the Wanhuake pearl, I wouldn't be susceptible to its influence. I see. It struck me once again how Miho was indeed a great monster. Although she professed to be attracted to handsome and beautiful looks, deep down, she viewed humans as merely humans. It was not much different from how humans perceive animals. We have seen all we need to see in Gagaiyang. Let's head straight to the North Sea Ice Palace. From now on, should we go by So Wung? Yeah, it suits me pretty well. True, both names are quite ordinary. The next moment, Maiho and I teleported to the North Sea Ice Palace. Although it's called the North Sea Ice Palace, it wasn't entirely made of ice. Instead, it was a large structure erected close to the vast sea. Several pavilions and towers stood tall, along with walls and moats. Overall, it felt like a big village. If we enter through the gatekeeper, it'll expose too much of our tracks. Typically, I wouldn't infiltrate an unfamiliar martial sect, but an official visit to the North Sea Ice Palace would leave too much evidence behind. Consequently, I had no choice but to sneak closer to the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace's quarters, as I had done in the past during a martial arts competition. At Novel bin Adat. Fortunately, it appeared that the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace had sensed our presence as we approached his quarters, for he turned around calmly without showing any signs of surprise. He was a man in his 50s with silvery hair and blue eyes, evidently a man with colorful eyes. A remarkable young boy, possessing formidable martial skills and heavenly beauty. His evaluation of me felt strangely different, yet I awkwardly bowed to him and unveiled my identity. I apologize for sneaking in like this. However, I mean no ill will, I came to speak with you. I am So Wung, from the Central Plains martial world, and this is my wife beside me. I'm Maiho. Maiho smoothly played along and acted the part of my wife. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace seemed to grasp that we posed no threat, as he stroked his beard thoughtfully. What brings you to seek me? Simply put, we intend to journey to the land said to lie at the northernmost edge of this world. We hope to hear your insights, as you know much about the area. I had polished my words to sound political. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace stared at me quietly before asking, the northernmost edge? What specific place do you mean? Beyond the Great Prairie, heading further north into the frozen land. I believe that the true northern edge exists even beyond that. And what is your purpose for venturing to such a place? To be honest, I've heard rumors of the greatest treasure in the world being located there. My wife and I plan to devote our lives to seeking this treasure. I wasn't lying. The treasure of the 7 luminaries is indeed said to be the greatest treasure in the world. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace appeared to ponder for a moment, sitting at a table and pouring himself a glass of fire wine. After taking a sip, he turned to us. Please take a seat. As Maiho and I sat across from him, the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace narrowed his eyes. If I were to provide you with that information, what would you offer in return? I will give you this. I took out a gold ingot. Upon seeing the gold ingot, the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace appeared slightly taken aback but soon assessed it and seemed to conclude that it was indeed real gold. That's a sufficient fee for information. After considering for a moment, he began to speak. You claim to be from the Central Plains, but do you know the structure of the land known as the Great Prairie and the Northern Desert? I don't know particularly well. People from the Central Plains refer to the northern enemies, eastern barbarians, southern savages, western nomads, as mere barbarians invading the land of Zonghua. However, the truth is that the Great Prairie and Desert are just passages to a vast world beyond, and the Central Plains are merely a frog in a well. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace continued speaking. Currently, the situation north of the Great Prairie is evolving in ways that the folks from the Central Plains wouldn't begin to imagine. This is because the Thunder Emperor, Ivan IV, has formally proclaimed himself Tsar and is building a formidable empire. This was a remark about a foreign nation I had never heard before. What did he just say? It seemed Maiho was equally perplexed, as her expression reflected confusion. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace chuckled wryly and continued. Beyond the Great Prairie, you will find a nation called Ereza, inhabited by the man with colorful eyes. It originates from the far western continent. My bloodline from the North Sea Ice Palace also descends from the people of Ereza. I see. I see what? Your expression indicates you don't understand anything. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace chastised me, but I had no comeback. Learning that a nation called Ereza actually existed was news to me. At least none of the books I had studied since birth ever mentioned it. I only knew that there were men with colorful eyes to the north or west. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace continued. The place you refer to as the northernmost edge likely means passing through the Ereza Empire to reach the land of eternal ice, made entirely of glaciers. A land composed of glaciers. Yes. He said it with an air of nonchalance. We refer to that area for convenience as the North Pole. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After that, I brought Dongbang Mujaiol to Jinrang Valley. At first, he seemed oblivious to what was happening as he was tucked away inside my Mokgaiab, but once I suddenly pressed on his vital points, a look of shock crossed his face. No. Pa? He tried to unleash his latent energy all of a sudden, but I was far quicker. Using the golden sealing technique of Hua's 108 needles, I sealed off his 16 acupoints, reinforcing the seal on his internal energy. Eventually, as Dongbang Mujaiol struggled and collapsed, I looked down at him coldly and said, with Chakho's internal energy, it won't be enough to completely seal someone of your caliber. You knew that, which is why you had the confidence you did until now, but things are different now. With the vision technique of Hua's 108 needles infused with my internal energy, you won't be able to escape. Ugh, what nonsense. Despite Dongbang Mujaiol trying to elevate his internal energy further, his expression grew fatigued as if he was trying to run with a heavy weight tied to him. No matter how hard he tried, his internal energy was scattered by the 400 extremes, so he must have been bewildered. I smiled slyly and said, give up. Jinrang Valley has great air and good clear water, so you can rest comfortably here. You brat? What are you doing? Give me back my internal energy. You really don't understand a word I'm saying, do you? Swish. My Taoist fist hovered over his forehead. Feeling threatened, Dongbang Mujaiol stopped squirming and closed his mouth. It may have seemed like a simple posture, but he realized that if I hit him, his head might explode like a balloon. I then relaxed my Taoist fist and said, Li Kuang wanted to lock you in the torture room and extract information from you over a long period of time. But that would be too inhumane, so, we simply agreed to seal off your internal energy and keep you here. Thank Bangkian Alliance's leader for that. What on earth am I being treated like this for? What have I done wrong? Don't worry. I won't keep you trapped forever. When the time is right, I'll let you go. Ugh, you brat. Though Dongbang Mujaiol squeaked out a pained voice, he had no choice but to remain stuck in Jinrang Valley's lodgings due to his inability to use internal energy. From now on, he would have to use his medical skills for Jinrang Valley. Was that a bit too much? From Dongbang Mujaiol's perspective, it was undoubtedly one-sided harm. I felt a little guilty, but once the Thunder God lineage matured and gathered its strength, I was willing to let him go then. After putting Dongbang Mujaiol in his lodgings, I went to find Mang Niang. Did the talks go well? Li Kuang also agreed. Good. Mang Niang replied with satisfaction. So, are you ready to go as an envoy to the White Lotus sect? Of course. After discussions among Mang Niang, Li Kuang, and the Thunder God lineage experts, it was decided that Thunder God lineage needed to negotiate its faction separation. During the talks about who would be the envoy, Mang Niang suggested me as the best candidate. Li Kuang reviewed the proposal and approved, sending me along with Dongbang Mujaiol to Jinrang Valley. You're the owner of the Golden Eagle, so you can slip away at any time, making you the most suitable choice. There's no one better than you for this role. Then do we head to Gansu province now? Having never been to Gansu province in my life, I felt a bit uneasy at the prospect of running around again, scratching my head, but Mang Niang shook his head. No, it would be mad to go through the main gate of the White Lotus sect. Instead, let's use the back roads to secure ourselves. What do you mean? From now on, we'll head to Luoyang. Luoyang? I was puzzled at first, but soon understood Mang Niang's reasoning. Isn't there an envoy from the White Lotus sect nearby? After a brief while, I arrived in Luoyang. Appearing in a deserted alley, I finally stepped out onto the main street, and after walking a short distance, I found the main gate of the Han clan. Knowing there were other experts hiding around besides the gatekeeper, I cautiously approached. Just then, the gatekeeper asked me, Hey kid, what do you want? I answered as Mang Niang instructed. I'm a guest from the most secretive place. The gatekeeper looked somewhat stunned before darting inside. A short while later, he returned and said, The young master of the Han clan is waiting for you, so I'll lead you to a separate room. I followed the gatekeeper into the Han clan. Although it had been a while since I last visited, I couldn't walk easily due to the pressure from the hidden guests and experts lurking around. At the same time, I couldn't help but chuckle. I used to swagger around here like a brat? Unbelievable. Upon arriving at the separate room, I entered to find Han Jinsong, the young master of the Han clan, waiting. While I had seen him several times before, this was likely our first official face-to-face meeting. As I sat across from him, Han Jinsong spoke. It's a rare visit from a valued guest. How is the leader of the alliance doing? It seemed that Bangkian Alliance was indeed receiving assistance from the Han clan, as Mang Niang had mentioned. Normally, due to the secretive nature of Bangkian Alliance, operating in Luoyang would be difficult, but with the Han clan's help, they were managing to gather significant information without exposure. Of course, Mang Niang also paid a modest fee to the Han clan for this. It was a symbiotic relationship, but the initiative lay with the Han clan. I reflected on this fact slowly before responding to Han Jinsong. I'm doing well. What brings you here today? His high-spirited appearance was as good-looking as a character from a painting. He was indeed one of the finest men in Luoyang. To discuss a potential connection. A connection. I looked straight into Han Jinsong's eyes and said, I have something I wish to directly convey to the sect leader of the White Lotus sect. Please be the bridge. Han Jinsong's face flickered with surprise. Then he replied, I'm not sure I understand. The sect leader of the White Lotus sect is in Gansu province, so you should seek him there. As expected, this was in line with Mang Niang's words. While Mang Niang was aware that the Han clan were enforcers of the White Lotus sect, the Han clan would never disclose such a fact. I glanced around before sending him a mental message. This concerns the Thunder God lineage and the young master's illness. This is not a joke, please respond seriously. Han Jinsong's face briefly turned pale. He seemed to ponder something before saying, What is your name and title? Baekwang. Baekwang, please follow me. He took me into the Han clan's backyard. There stood a girl with a doll-like, beautiful appearance, just as I had seen before. Wandering through the empty garden, she answered coldly as Han Jinsong approached. Jinsong, what's up? Didn't I tell you to handle things with the Bangkian Alliance's envoy yourself? Han Jinsong's lips trembled as he sent her a mental message. Moments later, as she received his message, her eyes sharpened, and she glared at me intensely. Who are you? What does the leader of the Bangkian Alliance want? I knew she was Han Baekrayong, one of the 3 Dharma protectors of the White Lotus sect and the head of the Wasin lineage. Her martial prowess might even surpass Li Kuang's, and she possessed the absolute mastery of a certain divine internal energy called Shenryungdan. Naturally, even with my current abilities, I would consider it a miracle if I could survive 100 breaths against her. I hurriedly spoke before she could lose her temper. I'm Baek Wong, and as you heard, I wish to discuss matters regarding the Thunder God lineage and the young master's illness. Damn it. If you're spouting nonsense, you won't live to see another day. Thud. At that moment, the intangible energy surging from Han Baekryong grasped my heart, making it feel as if I was tangled in spider silk, unable to budge at all. The intangible chi? This was a unique ability that peak experts could generate using intention. When released in a murderous form, it could kill those with weak will, and those with weak mental strength would be completely subdued by it. Most terrifyingly, this intangible chi could crush someone without even giving them a chance to use their martial arts, leading to death. However, after years of training and hearing explanations from Li Kuang about the essence of intangible chi, I knew how to respond. I concentrated the energy at my center and focused all my chi. Soon, I opened my eyes wide and was able to withstand the pressure of the intangible chi. Boom! Oh. As I broke free from the intangible chi's grasp, Han Baekryong looked at me in surprise, while Han Jinsong also watched me with astonished eyes. I felt like I had taken some damage, so I coughed up a little blood and said, "Cough. It's not nonsense." Han Baekryong appeared to be deep in thought. Are you telling me that the leader of the Banghian Alliance can command someone of your abilities? No, you don't seem to have undergone the half-transformed Dharma, yet you possess impressive skills and internal energy for your age. Who's your master? A multitude of questions and doubts poured out. While I knew most of them were rhetorical, I decided to respond. I am a disciple of Li Kuang, from the Thunder God lineage, and a member of the Banghian Alliance. Li Kuang? So, that guy raised a disciple like you. Will you lend me your ear? Han Baekryong seemed to deliberate before replying. I will listen after testing your skills. Whoosh! Simultaneously, dual swords, resplendent with brilliance, flew from somewhere in the air to Han Baekryong's hands. Knowing she could unleash devastation with a mere swing, I swallowed dryly. Especially when she unleashed her 9 moon sabers, I'd be dead before I could blink. Please go easy. Haha, why should I go all out against a brat like you? Come, feel it for yourself. As she laughed lightly, she waved one hand effortlessly. At that moment, a formidable sword wind erupted from all directions, surrounding me like a whirlwind. Having never seen such mastery of sword techniques, I hurriedly utilized the revolving wheel technique to slip away from the sword wind, and as I stepped back 5 paces, a beam of light-like sword energy flew towards me. Clang! I managed to parry that lethal strike, yet the force was so immense that I staggered back 2 steps. As I collided with a pillar behind me, it vibrated momentarily, but I quickly planted my feet firm again. Swish! Once more, Han Baekryong unleashed a sword wind from her right hand. This time, I thought it would be a slow attack, however, I soon realized the deadly sword flame it concealed, causing me to tense up. Staying calm, I relied on the curved sky sword technique from Jang Sanbong to deflect Han Baekryong's strike and regained my stance. After fending off nearly a dozen attacks, Han Baekryong laughed heartily. Ahaha, impressive. You've grasped the nuances of swordsmanship. I didn't think such talent existed in this world. It's just my inadequacy. Please, refrain from attacking. I will. You've certainly shown commendable skill. Swish! Han Baekryong sheathed her dual swords with a flourish. She then crossed her arms and said, "Now, tell me what you wish to discuss." I finally took a deep breath, relieved, and said, Li Kuang, the leader of the Thunder God lineage, has decided to establish his own faction. As such, I came to convey this piece of information to the White Lotus sect. Upon hearing this, Han Baekryong fell into silence, looking genuinely disbelieving before saying, "He's going to establish a faction?" Li Kuang truly said this. Yes, that's madness. I never thought I'd end up killing Li Kuang with my own hands. The lack of emotion in Han Baekryong's murmurs terrified me. It revealed that she had actually held back, despite knowing about the existence of the Thunder God lineage all this time. Yet, she was someone who could separate matters of the heart from responsibilities. If the sect leader of the White Lotus sect issued an execution order, she would undoubtedly lead her Wasin lineage forces to obliterate the Thunder God lineage without a second thought. But that couldn't happen. I locked eyes with Han Baekryong and said, "There's one more thing to note." "What is it?" "I hold clues to treat the young master's illness, and I'd like you to refrain from interfering with the Thunder God lineage after the establishment. I want to negotiate." Of course, Han Baekryong wasn't the only one surprised. Han Jinsong looked equally bewildered. Glaring at me, Han Baekryong said, "I find it hard to believe. Where exactly is Li Kuang? I must speak with him directly. Why can't you believe? You people claim to hold the answers? What guarantee do I have that's true? The White Lotus sect isn't naive enough to be swayed by idle gossip." Ugh. I was both flabbergasted and secretly impressed. This was exactly as Mang Niang had anticipated. As Han Baekryong seemed ready to unleash her strength to subdue me, I rushed to interject. "The Thunder God lineage upholds certain principles, so why don't you grant them a chance?" This was the word that Mang Niang had given me. I had to put everything on this statement. True to form, Han Baekryong paused mid-movement, her face a mix of disbelief and annoyance as she stared at me. "What do you mean?" "It's just as I said. When the Thunder God lineage was cast out, the Wasin lineage did nothing. In fact, even when the Dharma protector of the Thunder God lineage was killed, you stood by. That's Han Baekryong clearly was taken aback. I had attacked the very guilt she carried regarding the Thunder God lineage directly. I locked my gaze with hers and continued. Nonetheless, in the Thunder God lineage, we have not questioned the ups and downs of loyalty. This is because we have faith that you, Han Baekryong, truly saw that individual as a friend. If you did not think of Wasin lineage as potential allies, I wouldn't be here making this address. You may kill me if you wish, but please answer honestly, are you really willing to deny Thunder God lineage even a single chance? Han Baekryong stood there, slightly shaken. Han Jin-sung seemed to be deep in thought. After a long pause, Han Baekryong spoke. Not necessarily. Then, do you grant a chance? Han Baekryong frowned for a moment before saying, okay, if that's the case, I'll try and arrange a meeting. Thank you. At Novel bin Adat. I was relieved to feel that the negotiation was leading in the right direction. Then, Han Baekryong continued, a warning laced in her tone. However, understand me clearly, if what you tell doesn't check out or is a mere lie, if the sect leader doesn't recognize you, there's nothing I can do. You'll face the full wrath of the White Lotus sect. Understood. I placidly acknowledged her threat while slipping my hand into my reach. Slowly, I drew out a pair of swords. The green jade double swords shining vibrantly. This was a treasured item I had acquired from Dairyo Koke, one I had been saving for a suitable moment. Han Baekryong looked on, startled. What the hell is that? They are the twin swords of Liu Bei, the famous general of the kingdom of Shu. They are also called the twin sabers of Yin and Yang. I would like to offer this as a gesture of goodwill from the Banghian Alliance for your help in this negotiation. As I held out the glowing twin swords, Han Baekryong accepted them almost reflexively, awestruck as she examined them closely. After a while, she sighed. Indeed. This is a famous sword that rivals my loved sword. If this truly is the twin sabers, then the Banghian Alliance has indeed bestowed upon me a great gift. Will you accept it? Of course. I will ensure that a meeting takes place. Thank you. With the sense that the deal was sealed, I started to make my exit without hesitation, but Han Baekryong called me back. Baekwang. Yes. You are indeed a remarkable talent. Will you not consider serving under me someday? You could assume a position of power. While discussing a lofty placement from a humble martial arts family felt exaggerated, it truly wasn't. The Han clan was so powerful that buying a high-ranking position in government was trivial, and leveraging influence could easily place one in high office. Moreover, even high officials were known to tremble at the fear of the Han clan in the face of wealth distribution. Furthermore, if the young master were to be cured, the White Lotus sect would rise to prominence in the martial world, so Han Baekryong's proposal wasn't wholly absurd. Still, I chuckled lightly and said, I'm fine as I am. Oh. I turned my back on the disappointed Han Baekryong and left the Han clan. I returned to the Thunder God lineage and informed Mangniang that the negotiations had been successful. Mangniang expressed his joy and said, well done. It was an immensely difficult task, but you've managed remarkably. With this, we can expect even more support from the Han clan. What's our next move? Naturally, we must negotiate with the heads of the orthodox factions. Mangniang smirked, calmly handing me the next commission. Now, let's secure the Wudang sect. I read a work called The 8 Great Families of Guxian on Munpaya, and it's a pity that even well-written martial arts novels are struggling to get published. Crying face. According to Mangniang, I was to use the blessings of Jiang Sambong obtained through my ritual offerings to take over the Wudang sect. This left me bewildered as I asked, is that even possible? Why wouldn't it be? Well, I constantly practice Jiang Sambong's ultimate insights, but I haven't even reached 20% of its potential. I barely managed to use the effects of its sword techniques. How could I possibly aim to become the leader of the orthodox sect, of the Wudang sect? Moreover, I doubt they will acknowledge me. That was my honest opinion. Of course, after gaining insights from Jiang Sambong, my sword skills had advanced tremendously, and I reached realms I could never have touched with my raw talent alone. However, knowing supreme sword techniques and actually wielding them was a whole different ballgame. I understood that the limitations of Jiang Sambong's martial arts were inconceivably high given my current level, and even reaching half of that was a daunting task. It would take decades of rigorous training just to properly master Gulgong Cham or Chinchuk geometry. Then, Mangniang chuckled lightly. Of course, I'm not saying you should go right now, but you will eventually, so until then, practice your swordsmanship as much as you can. Soon, there's no way I could achieve mastery that quickly. Ha ha ha. How do you feel about becoming the leader of the Wudang sect? Well, I suppose that means becoming the sect leader. You see, people are mistaken about what a sect leader really means in the orthodox section. What do you mean? With a smile, Mangniang settled down comfortably. He seemed ready to elaborate as he gestured dramatically. Listen carefully. A sect leader isn't at the pinnacle, rather, they're more like a mid-level manager. What? I responded in disbelief. A sect leader? Wasn't that what referred to the leaders of the 9 great sects, the highest-ranking orthodox factions? As I looked at Mangniang, he continued to explain, waving his hands to emphasize his point. What do you think the origin of the 9 great sects is? I thought it was where Taoists and monks gathered from various places to form sects by legendary figures renowned across the land. Exactly. In the beginning, the position of sect leader was almost non-existent. It was created over time as the 9 great sects became involved in the secular world and faced increased external conflicts. They needed a unifying figure. Furthermore, in the current martial world where sectarian struggles have completely morphed into power politics, sect leaders are naturally composed of the top martial artists from each section. As he described, Mang Niang continued with an easygoing demeanor. Then could the sect leaders be called the supreme beings of the 9 great sects too? Do you think they wield the same kind of strong leadership as the leaders in other factions? Of course, not. Not at all. The title of sect leader has morphed into a position that powerful martial artists rotate through during their careers. Naturally, political power is shared among the elders or those who have greater authority above them. If a sect leader tries to show strong leadership like the supreme beings of other sects, internal strife will break out at that moment. That's the peculiar nature of the current 9 great sects. I was left speechless. I had a general idea about the structure of the 9 great sects, but I had no idea about the inner workings of the position of sect leader. I had taken it for granted that a sect leader was the most powerful member. Looking at Mang Niang, his explanation continued. In other words, the title of sect leader no longer means the head of a sect but is more akin to a commander who leads the charge during conflicts with other forces. That's why sect leaders are composed solely of the strongest fighters from the 9 great sects. Understand? Oh, I see. Well, it seems the newly entered Wangsun sect might be slightly different. As Mang Niang muttered this, he added, ultimately, the real apex of the 9 great sects lies in the backgrounds of the previous generation of ultra-powerful beings. Notably, the 3 great masters of the Orthodox sect are key figures. The 3 great masters. The old sage of Mount Tai, Qi Xian, and the Shaolin divine monk. Hearing those names made me gasp in shock. 3 great masters of the Orthodox sect? These were names I had frequently heard during my previous life, and their fame reached the heavens. With the neutrality of the old sage of Mount Tai, the openness of Qi Xian, and the divine prowess of the Shaolin divine monk, the heretical factions always had to be mindful of the 9 great sects. Also, since the old sage of Mount Tai had once mentored Se Gongrin, it made the situation even more concerning for me. Mang Niang's words continued. In short, you don't need to defeat the top members of the 9 great sects. You only need to prove to the hidden elite that your martial arts are the insights of Zhang Sambong. Just that will ensure the 9 great sects look favorably upon the actions of the Thunder God lineage in the future. The past masters of the Wudang sect won't fail to recognize great techniques like Shinchuk geometry or Gulgong Cham. They are particularly sensitive to legendary lore of the past. It was just about proving my worth. That certainly felt less insane compared to the ridiculous difficulty of potentially facing off against top martial artists everyone, including Li Kuang, feared. As I mulled over Mang Niang's words, I replied, that's easier said than done. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm still not even 20% there in mastering those exquisite sword arts. How could I possibly catch their attention? I see that's a concern. Mang Niang pondered for a moment before saying, under normal circumstances, I would want to resolve matters with the Imperial Palace first to carve out some time for your training, but that seems impossible. We have no choice but to forcibly make you learn it, even if we borrow talent. Borrowing talent. Adat novel bin adat. Mang Niang grinned. Just wait. I'll create the necessary conditions for you. Following Mang Niang's instructions, I spent a few days waiting in Jinlang Valley. During that time, Miho came over to tease me, making it hard for me to focus on my training. Yet, the time spent laughing and playing with Miho was enjoyable enough that I didn't mind. While we were playing around, Miho asked about my recent situation. Borrowing talent. I think I can guess what he's planning. What do you mean? It would be pointless for me to say without confirmation, so I won't. But what about that? What about what? About Huang Wu's blessing. Feeling a cold sweat trickle down my back, I suddenly shivered. I had spent so long trying to forget about it until Miho brought it up again. I had acquired Huang Wu's blessing during this life after cautious deliberation. Huang Wu was the most notorious, strongest, and cruel general in history, infamous for his brutality. I could only imagine what kind of blessing such a figure would confer, and the fact that I had been killed once due to the unexpected rampage of someone I believed to be an ally, Yidongbin, made me even more anxious. Miho tilted her head curiously. Don't you feel the presence of Huang Wu's spirit like you do with Yidongbin? Or does he just suddenly descend during battles? Nothing like that? How strange. Huang Wu seemed like the type that would always be itching for a fight, so there must be some sort of special condition attached. Conditions. Miho teased as she casually stroked my collarbone with her tail. It's odd to think that the notorious Huang Wu was summoned as a celestial spirit to receive ritual offerings. Honestly, it's baffling. I agreed with Miho on that. It was hard to believe that a person who struggled their whole life to accumulate merit and achieve enlightenment could have a cruel entity like Huang Wu reach the level of a great celestial spirit. If you look at Huang Wu's deeds, it wouldn't be odd for him to end up in hell as a vengeful spirit, yet he exists up in heaven due to a different reason. What reason? He was a human who wielded the fate of the world fiercely and committed wrongdoings, but all due to a destiny granted to him by the constellations. Constellations. Yes. They grant the most bizarre, ultimate, and terrifying fates. Miho, as she murmured softly, leaned closer to me and pointed at the starry sky. Look. The stars shine so brightly, don't they? Yes, they are numerous. Out of those stars, there are certain constellations with powerful, magical abilities. Sometimes, the magical power of those constellations influences the world, causing disasters or allowing for the emergence of humans born with unbelievable powers. I tried to wrap my head around Miho's words and coordinated that with my own knowledge about martial arts and practices before replying. Are you talking about the 36 heavenly stars and the 72 earth stars? Exactly. Huang Wu is a being born with the powers of a remarkable 12 stars. That's why he was superhuman from a young age, and his abilities only strengthened as he grew. It wouldn't be surprising that he stained the world with blood. The thought of a being born with the powers of multiple constellations left me flabbergasted. I fell silent for a moment before uttering. So, you're suggesting he was never human to begin with? He was human on the outside. However, his innate powers were so overwhelming that he forcibly cheated death and remained in the celestial realm after his demise. He's the kind of being referred to as a heretic even in heaven. Wow, to think such a person existed. I couldn't help but exhale in disbelief. If that were true, then he must have been an extraordinarily strong human before he even perished. As I muttered in shock, Miho continued. You've probably guessed it, but the celestial realm isn't just for those who have accumulated merits. Instead, it's a special, unique world that manages the universe, acting as the intermediary between the constellations and the earth. You shouldn't hold any romantic notions about the celestial realm. It felt like Miho's advice was more than helpful, so I nodded appreciatively. Understood. Anyway, being an existence forced into the celestial realm as a great celestial spirit surely comes with significant restrictions when wielding their power. Given that they haven't revealed the conditions themselves, it's highly likely that those conditions are unfavorable to you. Ugh, I don't even want to think about that. Miho burst into laughter and patted me on the back. Ha ha ha, cheer up. What's the worst that can happen? You'll just die. I made a face that clearly said that was no comfort. That is hardly a reassuring thought for me. I know that's what you mean, but perhaps feeling more pressure might help you stay on task. Ugh, you're a mischievous fox. Ha ha ha. Time passed as I continued resting in Jinlang Valley while occasionally playing with Miho. After about a month, Mang Niang called for me. Everything's ready, so follow me. Is this about borrowing talent, as you mentioned before? Indeed. I followed Mang Niang to an undisclosed location, and as we delved deeper into the mountains, we finally arrived at an ancient temple. The temple looked old but had recently undergone renovation, providing a viable place for people to stay. In front of the temple stood 5 men and women. As I recognized their faces, I was taken aback. No way. Sorry to keep you waiting, junior apprentice. It was none other than Jin So-chong, a powerful master from the Thunder God lineage and my senior apprentice brother. Alongside him was Jiao Ko, and waiting with arms crossed was Li Kuang. The 3 individuals were all well-known figures from the Thunder God lineage, but the other 2 were unfamiliar to me. Among them, I immediately recognized one young woman with a strikingly beautiful appearance akin to a goddess descended from the heavens. Despite the time since I had last seen her, her face remained etched in my memory. Staring at her in a daze, I muttered. Saegong Rin. She was the leader of the Saegong escort agency and the greatest prodigy of the Saegong clan. She nods lightly at me and said, Nice to meet you, Baek Wong. S.A. Senior apprentice brother. Taken aback, I looked around, unsure what to make of the situation, and Li Kuang quietly explained. Baek Wong, from today onward, this is your senior apprentice brother, Saegong Rin. You should greet her properly. Oh, of course. Thank you, senior apprentice sister. Yes. I answered, slightly flustered as my heart raced. Why was my first love, who drifted away with time, suddenly here? Moreover, how come she had joined the Thunder God lineage, even though she was older? The remaining person was a sleepy-looking young boy. He blinked at me and, using a wooden sword, performed a greeting. I'm Jehu, who recently joined the Thunder God lineage. I look forward to working with you, senior apprentice brother. Pleasure is mine, senior apprentice brother. I responded while mentally asking Mang Niang what was going on. He merely smirked and replied, Li Kuang will explain. As I turned to Li Kuang, he slowly uncrossed his arms and said, Bankhean Alliance's leader came to discuss your situation with me. He offered me a proposition, which I revised and supplemented as needed, and together we have brought excellent talents. Sir, I'm still confused about my status. It's simple. The leader of Bankhean Alliance has provided excellent talents to amplify the Thunder God lineage, and from now on, we'll research Gulgong Cham and Shinchuk geometry together. My expression changed to one of shock as I stared at Li Kuang. He continued. Although Saegong Rin and Jehu may not be on the same level as So-chong, they possess innate martial talent on par with being world-class. Within 10 years, I believe they will grow into formidable experts. Is that? Do you still not understand? What I'm saying is to utilize the talents of the Thunder God lineage to the fullest. Now the strategy of Mang Niang was becoming clear. Ultimate collaboration? Adding further exceptional talents to the already gifted makeup of the Thunder God lineage would undoubtedly ensure rapid advancement in martial arts, especially with the backing of their exceptional techniques. Mang Niang patted my shoulder while transmitting thoughts. Saegong Rin was someone I thought was a wasted talent when I overheard your past. A talent recognized even by the old sage of Mount Tai should not just lie dormant. If she learns from Thunder God lineage and Zhang Sambong's philosophies, she'll become a widow-level martial artist in the next 5 years. Who is Jehu? He is my trump card that I've kept hidden until now. I'll tell you about his real identity later, but know that his talent is comparable to Se Gongrin's. While I was curious about Jehu's true identity, I decided to let it go for now. Meng Niang would tell me when the time came. As I steeled myself, Li Kuang smiled slowly and added, knowing that ancient hag's temperament, she'll probably take her sweet time negotiating, so we should have at least 3 months. During that time, we'll focus on honing our martial arts. Are we going to stay and eat and sleep in this temple just to practice martial arts? Exactly. From this moment on, save every moment you can for training. Li Kuang then issued a stern warning. And especially Baek Wong, being the one delivering core teachings, you must remain vigilant. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Ugh. Understood. I quickly glanced at Meng Niang for help, but he had already vanished using his short-distance teleportation technique, leaving me in the dark about this impending hellish training. There was no doubt it would be a torturous experience, especially for me. Now I realized that Li Kuang decided not to remind me ahead of time to avoid scaring me with the arduous training expectations he had in mind. Ugh. While I have the grit to endure rigorous training, I was acutely aware of how unbelievably drastic the difficulty would be under such a relentless regimen. Shivering, I shook my head vehemently. All right, I'll do my best, Senior Master. Then the intense training began until the negotiation message arrived. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I initially thought that the Thunder God lineage just practiced en masse at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, but contrary to my expectations, the daily schedule was extremely rigorous. I had to wake up first thing at dawn, squeezing every last bit of wisdom from Zhang Sambong to desperately train, while the others rose after half an hour and mimicked my practice. Miraculously, the sparring sessions began with me at the center, surrounded as if in a circular formation, with about a foot's distance between everyone. At first, I was puzzled by this setup, but by the 3rd day, once Se Gongrin and Jehu grew accustomed to their forms, the reason became clear. Those surrounding the circular formation dove into their martial arts, deeply contemplating techniques and their meanings, and as noon approached, they gathered to discuss among themselves. I joined in the debates, and to my astonishment, even Se Gongrin and Jehu, who were clearly less experienced than I, made remarkably sharp observations. Jin Sochong, Jiko, Li Kuang, Se Gongrin, and Jehu, all of them were rare talents in martial arts, and their intuitive grasp of the arts they cultivated was extraordinary. Every time I practiced my Gulgong Cham or Chinchuk geometry, sharing insights during these discussions made me gulp in awe. Amazing. While I would have merely grabbed at basic techniques, by the time the conversation circled back, we had stumbled upon profound insights. The discussions even led us to the connections and derivations from the hidden techniques. I felt my head spinning, needing to concentrate relentlessly on these discussions. But of course, this made perfect sense. Learning martial arts together is often faster than alone, and if innate talents share their insights, the efficiency skyrockets. After training for about 7 weeks, I realized that the martial arts research I managed to accomplish alone would have taken several years. HRGH. By that time, however, I felt utterly drained, like a rag. Though I had endured countless sword swings, the fatigue from simple movements and sparring was a whole different story. Since my body was in motion alongside my mental focus, I was overexhausted. Eventually, unable to keep up, I slumped under a tree for a breather when Li Kuang barked at me sternly. Get a grip? Do you think you have endless time? Ugh. I'm sorry. I'll give you 15 minutes to rest. Use that time to replenish as much energy as you can. Yes. I already told you this training would be tough. I believe in your endurance. With Li Kuang saying that, I had no choice but to grit my teeth and recover my energy. With blurry eyes, I glanced towards Se Gongrin and Jehu, who were still diligently training. Incredible growth rate. They were quickly advancing as they grasped the insights of the Wudang sect. Normally, you wouldn't expect a rise in martial prowess in just 7 weeks. Still, it seemed they had already broken their shells and were developing by discovering their own martial insights. Their innate talent was so far beyond comparison that it sent chills down my spine. It was tough. While my body and mind were drained, the hardest part was the mental strain. Practicing martial arts among exceptional talents made me feel inadequate and tortured. Fortunately, at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School, the atmosphere was more open for discussions, but here, every moment was precious, leading to fierce debates that made comparisons of talent unavoidable. And the despair I had hardly felt in this life washed over me like cold rain. I was forced to face the bleak reality of my own meager talent, concealed until now by effort. A week after that, utterly exhausted, I found myself hiding between rocks during the night. Clearly, my progress was good. I could feel that research that would have taken me over 5 years alone was being expedited. It was dozens of times faster. But simultaneously, I was so frustrated that I felt like crying. Why was I so talentless? It wasn't that I hadn't put in the effort. If I had fallen behind due to lack of effort, that would be my own doing. Yet even in my previous life, I practiced martial arts at every opportunity and worked hard. But now that I was at the stage of borrowing others' talents for research, an overwhelming sense of self-loathing crashed over me. It was like the precious gems had been clearly sorted from mere stones. I missed Miho. I wanted to giggle and chit-chat about trivial things with her. I longed to live again, simply mindlessly following Meng Niang's words. No, but I collected my thoughts. Because I believed in Meng Niang. Why would he push me into such a hellish environment if he knew everything? He believed I could overcome this inferiority complex and suffering to endure for the greater good. If Meng Niang believed in me, I had to repay that faith. And if I didn't quickly strengthen myself, even more fierce hardships awaited. I clenched my fist, wiping away the tears that had barely surfaced. My throat was parched, so I gulped down some stream water and got to my feet. I murmured the words Jin So Chong had once given me. Men should strive to be strong. A man must become strong on his own. I couldn't always expect good things. Sometimes, arduous trials would come. If I wished to achieve something great, that was only natural. If this was the trial imposed upon me, then I would surpass it. And about 2 months later, Meng Niang came to find us at the training hall. It was midday, the sun high in the sky, and we were practicing our martial arts as usual. Meng Niang walked towards Li Kuang and said, "Li Kuang, a messenger from the White Lotus sect has come." Li Kuang was deep in contemplation, researching the techniques of Gulgong Cham. He perked up at Meng Niang's words and exclaimed, "What did they say?" "They said to meet at the Huangshan sect in 4 days at Shenxi." "The Huangshan sect? Why are they dragging the 9 great sects into this matter?" Li Kuang questioned, puzzled, while Meng Niang replied grimly, "The Huangshan sect is the Central Plains branch of the Wind God lineage. You didn't know?" Li Kuang's eyes widened. He yelled, "Why didn't you tell me that?" Though a fierce killing intent erupted from him, Meng Niang remained unperturbed, exuding an air of immense power. Calmly, he said, "What were you planning to do if I had told you? Go storm the Huangshan sect with the Thunder God lineage at such a crucial time in negotiating with the White Lotus sect? Well, the important thing is the Dharma protectors, not the small fries. I figured you'd know that better than anyone, so I felt there was no need to mention it." Li Kuang seemed at a loss for words and closed his mouth tightly, but the skeptical glint in his eyes indicated he harbored some doubts about Meng Niang. I worried a bit for Li Kuang, but at that moment, the issue of the White Lotus sect was of greater concern. After a brief pause, Li Kuang said, "All right then. Who is their envoy?" "The White Lotus sect leader will come accompanied by all 3 Dharma protectors. Their strength, capable of annihilating the Central Plains martial world, will all be there." Meng Niang muttered softly, but the expressions of everyone in the room hardened. The White Lotus sect leader and the Dharma protectors. If those 4 appeared in the Central Plains, no entity could stop them. In fact, the strength of any one of the 4 could overturn the entire 9 great sects. Not to mention that the capability of the White Lotus sect leader, who could face 3 Dharma protectors at once, was beyond imagination. Li Kuang let out a hollow chuckle and said, "Huh? Seems the old hag has done us a favor. Who would have thought the enemies would gather in one spot? Are you planning to take on the White Lotus sect leader?" "No, I know my place. It's probably impossible to do anything there." Surprisingly, Li Kuang accepted reality without much resistance. He coldly added, "But thanks to Baek Wung, I've improved my skills while honing the ultimate sword techniques. If something goes wrong, I might at least get a stab in before I go." "That sounds good. It'll ease my mind." Meng Niang, having casually responded, continued, "However, there shouldn't be a need to resort to force on that day. I believe the White Lotus sect leader won't handle things in such a pettifogging manner. I think he's actually coming to acknowledge the Thunder God lineage. So you want me to show some pleased reaction?" Li Kuang replied bluntly, while Meng Niang pressed his fingers to his temples. "Of course you should be pleased. We can gain additional benefits at that moment." "Benefits? First, we'll lock in the pledge of independence for the Thunder God lineage, then use that as a pretext to engage in sparring. Of course, both you and Jin So Chong will be summoned to face the Dharma protectors. Clearly it'll be a friendly spar. Sparring with the Dharma protectors." The unexpected announcement left the students of the Thunder God lineage stunned. But while the rest were surprised, Li Kuang remained calm, his eyes closing in silent contemplation. After a long consideration, he said, "Is this an opportunity to gauge the Dharma protectors' skills?" "Exactly. You're aware that your understanding of the Dharma protectors and their heavenly aura isn't something you, as a master, can be indifferent about, right?" "Indeed. If I can discern the strength of the Dharma protectors and their true capabilities, it will be of great help moving forward." "Thank you for understanding," Li Kuang added. "However, don't let the Water God lineage get involved. If possible, I want to grapple with the Wind God lineage." "I understand. The Dharma protector of the Water God lineage is extremely dangerous." "All right then, Baek Wung." Li Kuang turned to me, and I nodded. "I've been to Mount Huang before. I can reach it in no time. Then until a day prior, keep polishing your martial arts." "Yes." Once the discussions concluded, Meng Niang called for me separately. I stood outside the hut speaking with him. "Baek Wung, how has training gone? I refrained from contacting you as I thought it might disturb your focus. Have you made any progress?" I smiled wryly at Meng Niang's question. "It's been quite grueling." I anticipated this would be the case, but it was unavoidable." "No worries. If it's a process I must go through, then I'll bear it," I replied and continued. "So far, I've merely practiced Gulgong Cham and Shinchuk geometry as they are, but now I've begun to grasp the derivatives and variations, establishing a singular sword technique. Jin So Chong seems to have already crafted a new form, along with integrating it with the techniques of the Thunder God lineage. That's impressive. To have made such progress in just 2 months. It helps to have 5 geniuses gathered. At the same time, hardships and frustrations I had encountered filled my mind. The 5 assembled around me didn't berate or ridicule me, but each time they showed consideration for me, it felt uncomfortable. I had been forcing myself to endure my lack of talent while barely sleeping at night. Hence, I could say that I had undergone an intense training density over these 2 months. I stated. And now it seems I've reached the stage to begin learning the 7 ultimate techniques of true martial arts and heavenly 5 divine decisions, Tajik Willow Sword, 7-star retreating shadow, and unmatched dominance. Adat Novel bin Adat. When he heard the names of the techniques, Mang Niang looked shocked. What on earth are those? Each of them is said to be world-class martial arts. It seems so. Jiang Sambong was truly a monstrous sage. Just mastering those alone would make you an unparalleled expert in this world. The real problem is that each is incredibly difficult to master. Simply mastering each technique alone would require 100 years of painstaking practice. They were the profound insights left by the greatest martial arts genius of the orthodox sect. Of course, Yadongbin attained them as if breathing, but he was also a heavenly being beyond comparison to me. I rubbed my tired eyes and said, regardless, I expect noticeable results in mastering Gulgong Cham and Shinchuk geometry within a year, at the very latest. You can expect that. Indeed. When the appointed time arrived 4 days later, we comfortably rested until the Shenchi hour and then used bite and clutch to fly towards Mount Huang. Arriving at the peak I frequented, close to the Huangshan sect, we were greeted by thick fog covering the mountain. Led by Mang Niang, the masters of the Thunder God lineage and Miho began moving through the fog towards the Huangshan sect. Although there was plenty of time until the agreed hour of Shenchi, we arrived early to scout the enemy's stronghold. Eventually, upon reaching the peak where the Huangshan sect was located, we spotted a massive door leading to the sect. Disciples of the Huangshan sect respectfully bowed to us standing before that door. It's an honor to meet the masters of the Thunder God lineage. Please, come this way. We were taken aback. The Wind God lineage and Thunder God lineage were bitter enemies, yet the disciples of the Huangshan sect, their Central Plains base, bowed so respectfully. But conversely, knowing our impulsive personality, perhaps the Wind God lineage was trying to probe us without provoking reactions right from the start. As we followed the disciples of the Huangshan sect, we approached a grand reception hall. It was too vast and opulent to be simply called a mountain sex hall, and across from it sat a middle-aged man. Moments later, the man stood up and approached Li Kuang, who was sitting down, bowing respectfully. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yang Junil, the sect leader of the Huangshan sect, known as the Dragon Slayer Sword. Dragon Slayer Sword Yang Junil. He was a transcendent master who had appeared like a comet, the sect leader of the Huangshan sect. It was said that when his sword aura danced, even dragons would be sliced apart. He was a renowned master of elusive swords, having eradicated all harmful factions around Huangshan. Even within the 9 great sects, he was a leading figure renowned for his sword prowess. Upon receiving greetings from Yang Junil, Li Kuang let out a sound of amazement. Ah, I am Li Kuang. I have indeed heard much about your reputation. There are historical grievances from generations past between our sects, but I hope we can put those aside for today. It's a joyous day, especially with the sect leader present. I shall be mindful of that. To my surprise, Li Kuang accepted Yang Junil's greeting without attempting provocation. However, lurking within his indifferent expression was a chilling aura, and I could tell that Li Kuang was doing his utmost to contain his impulsive nature. It was likely that Yang Junil, facing Li Kuang, sensed his underlying feelings to some degree. As light refreshments were served, we seated ourselves in the reception hall. Every dish was splendidly crafted, exhibiting the work of top chefs, yet none of us dared to eat. No one among us would be foolish enough to eat in enemy territory. Mang Niang, seated beside me, said, "Today will surely be a crucial turning point." I believe so. I concurred with his sentiment. After a brief moment, entertainers came in, lightly playing music to uplift the mood, but the melody gradually turned to a solemn tone. Eventually, even the sounds of the ajaang ceased, with only slow drum beats resonating in the air. Dong, dong. After a prolonged moment, as the drum beats dwindled, an elder from the Huangshan sect stepped forward and proclaimed, "Welcome, White Lotus sect leader." Sa. At that moment, my gaze fell towards the entrance beyond. Here, now, the White Lotus sect leader, the world's #1 master, was about to emerge. Thud thud. First came 3 Dharma protectors, each adorned with a black, silver, and golden mask respectively. Slowly, someone seemed to be taking their seat behind them. A distinct energy of mastery was not felt from that figure, but in an instant, everyone in the hall could sense something. Behind the masks was someone. That was undoubtedly the White Lotus sect leader. In the hushed hall, the first words spoken by the White Lotus sect leader reverberated throughout. "It's been a while, Thunder God lineage." It was impossible to tell whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman, but it was clear that the speaker possessed profound inner strength enough to use the Yugab Jiansong technique. Li Kuang, striving to analyze the voice, replied slowly, "Indeed, sect leader. Do you desire independence?" The sect leader directly asked without any preamble. Li Kuang looked taken aback, but remained expressionless as he replied, "Of course. Our Thunder God lineage intends to declare itself as a unique sect, no longer a subordinate discipline of the White Lotus sect. And the cost for that would be the key to curing the White Lotus sect's scourge, correct? Nothing has changed." A silence ensued. After a moment of tension, the White Lotus sect leader replied, "I will acknowledge the independence and establishment of the Thunder God lineage. But every face among the masters of the Thunder God lineage hardened at the conditions that followed. However, you must possess the ultimate technique of the Thunder God lineage. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The ultimate technique of the Thunder God lineage. The disciples of the Thunder God lineage stared at Li Kuang in shock. There were special and powerful techniques known as Bioqi and Wei within the lineage, but the mention of an ultimate technique had never come up before. Even Jin Sochong seemed confused, making it clear something unusual was afoot. Does such a thing exist? Of course, I was the most bewildered. I had acquired and studied the Thunder God lineage for a staggering half-century, and beyond the battlefield techniques, I had never heard such a reference from Li Kuang. With everyone's eyes fixed on him, he let out a heavy sigh. After a brief silence, Li Kuang spoke. Master, that's currently classified as lost, but it can be reclaimed if we split the section. At his answer, the sect leader responded slowly as if he had anticipated this. I knew that. You must understand, Thunder God lineage, that recognizing your split pertains to the history of the White Lotus sect itself. What does that mean? As the room fell silent, the White Lotus sect leader continued. The origin of the White Lotus sect can be traced back even before the White Lotus school. A profound lineage existed that worshipped the mother of all things. You, including the Thunder God lineage, originated from that era. This lineage began far earlier than the Southern Song dynasty, during the late Tang period, making our history nearly 1,000 years old. I understand. Moreover, the 4 great sects have always united against external pressures, believing in one doctrine, and periodically producing their own sect leaders. This means the White Lotus sect has no clear division between martial and teaching factions, and the 4 great sects are inherently equal. You, the Thunder God lineage, are not merely a branch but the very history of the White Lotus sect itself. While the White Lotus sect leader seemed to be stating the obvious, Mang Niang frowned at his words. This can't mean. He seemed to grasp something from the sect leader's statement. The sect leader continued. Regardless of your current strength, to permit your division, I must make a decision based on my own terms. The prerequisite for this decision is that you must possess the essence of the Thunder God lineage, which spans over 1,000 years of martial arts. Without it, I cannot expose the history of the Thunder God lineage beyond these walls. Li Kuang clenched his teeth and yelled. What kind of nonsense is this? If that's what you're going to say, then what was the purging of the Thunder God lineage? You're effectively trampling on the very history you mentioned. While Li Kuang confronted the White Lotus sect leader, only the Dharma protector seemed to feel that was rude. After all, Li Kuang was the representative and strongest of the Thunder God lineage, and it was true there were contradictions in the sect leader's statements. Thus, the Dharma protectors subtly prepared to move as the sect leader gestured to pacify them. The sect leader replied. That matter had unavoidable circumstances. However, I hold feelings of remorse and sympathy toward the Thunder God lineage, and I am willing to accept you back into the sect if you desire it now. Haha, you expect me to believe that. This is not a matter of choice, it is a necessity. You must prove that the Thunder God lineage possesses the ultimate techniques to declare independence, or you will join us here today. That is why I have come here personally. It dawned on all of us the true intention behind the White Lotus sect leader's words. He was here to minimize conflict by absorbing the Thunder God lineage. It was clear he had ambitions to extend his influence over the Central Plains martial arts world, gathering strength for that goal. While it wouldn't be difficult for the White Lotus sect to conquer the Thunder God lineage, it seemed he had opted for absorption instead. Naturally, it would not be detrimental for groups like the Bangqian Alliance or Mang Niang to join forces with the White Lotus sect, as their main enemy was the Imperial Palace, making it a common target. Therefore, Mang Niang thought it would be fine if the Thunder God lineage joined the White Lotus sect, but Li Kuang's perspective was different. He bore a grudge from being cast out by the White Lotus sect. With bubbling anger barely contained, Li Kuang spoke. That's unfair. What is unfair? The Thunder God lineage has traversed a millennium of martial history, with countless masters establishing various techniques and philosophies. Its vast quantity cannot be resolved by just 1 or 2 inheritors, hence we opted for a collective inheritance. Thus, when cast out from the White Lotus sect, the martial arts of the Thunder God lineage, inevitably fragmented and scattered. Li Kuang, with fiery eyes, continued to glare at the sect leader. It's utterly ridiculous for the source of that fragmentation to now speak of the ultimate techniques. At least you should grant us a sufficient grace period. The White Lotus sect leader seemed to ponder for a moment. Perhaps I should hear your opinions. Then suddenly, he asked the Dharma protector of the Wind Spirit sect beside him. Yang Baishan, what do you think? The man with the black mask, Yang Baishan, the Dharma protector of the Wind Spirit sect, appeared to be thinking carefully about the sect leader's words. He then smirked coldly and replied. Li Kuang's words seem quite irresponsible. Without the ultimate techniques or martial prowess, how can a sect be established? To place the blame on us? We can disregard that statement. Naturally, the faces of Li Kuang and the gathered disciples of the Thunder God lineage flushed with rage. It was infuriating to hear the leader of the Wind Spirit sect, their enemy, speak so dismissively. However, engaging Yang Baishan in a fight here would be akin to signing one's death warrant, so they had to hold back. Indeed. Then, Han Bakrai Yang, what do you think? The woman with the silver fox mask, leader of the Washin sect, answered the sect leader's question. I find merit in both sides' arguments. Also, as far as I know, the Thunder God lineage has allied with the Bankian Alliance, which opposes the Imperial Palace. Granting them a grace period will not harm our section. The Bankian Alliance. The sect leader murmured while glancing towards Mang Niang. Are you the Bankian Alliance leader? Gulp. At that moment, Mang Niang froze like a mouse caught in front of a cat, unable to utter a word. The sect leader's intangible aura had suppressed his spirit. Oh no. I quickly placed my hand on Mang Niang's shoulder and poured out my energy like a waterfall, helping him regain composure after a moment. Seemingly having lost consciousness for a short while, Mang Niang gathered himself and answered. Yes, sect leader. Why are you opposing the Imperial Palace? Because other worldly races are undermining the world from the depths of the Imperial Palace. Murmur. The room buzzed at Mang Niang's response. The term otherworldly race was unfamiliar not only to the disciples of the Huangshan sect but also to the members of the Thunder God lineage. Even the bodyguards accompanying the sect leader seemed baffled. However, the sect leader appeared interested in Mang Niang's words. Withdrawing the intangible aura he had been emitting, he said, "Otherworldly race? Are you confident in that statement?" Already, the Golden Eagle guards and fellow comrades are under their influence, having long become their pawns. I believe if this continues, the common people will suffer due to their atrocities, which is why I have risen for righteousness. Oh, the sect leader said. Interesting. You are welcome to visit the White Lotus sect whenever you like. I will definitely visit. At that moment, the Dharma protectors looked shocked, glancing toward their backs. The sect leader's unexpected words had caught them off guard. The sect leader then turned to the Dharma protector wearing the golden dragon mask and asked, Dako Jun, what do you think? Unlike the other Dharma protectors, the sect leader seemed to call him informally, likely because they belonged to the same lineage. Dako Jun glanced at Li Kuang. Before replying, I find it reasonable to grant a grace period. Even if we absorb them, we would still lack the ultimate techniques, so granting them ample time should not be detrimental. That makes sense. After hearing opinions from the three Dharma protectors, the sect leader turned to Li Kuang. Thunder God lineage. I acknowledge that my proposal came as a surprise, and I will grant you a grace period to obtain the ultimate techniques. The period will be 3 years. Bring me results within that time frame. Immediately, Li Kuang pressed his temples and shouted, I need 10 years. You underestimate it. Do you think 3 years is enough time for the world to change in a single go? Damn it. As you know, the Thunder God lineage's ultimate techniques require the gathering of 3 masters to inherit. Searching the world for them from now on wouldn't even be enough in 10 years. The sect leader finally spoke. All right. Let's make it 5 years. No more than that. Thank you. Until then, I will allow a provisional sect division. Do make an effort. Was this a half victory? It seemed that the White Lotus sect leader bore no ill will toward the Thunder God lineage, demonstrating a very positive attitude in negotiations. This caused noticeable frowns from the Dharma protectors of the Wind Spirit sect. Meanwhile, there was little change in the expressions of those from the Washin sect and Water Spirit sect. At that moment, Mang Niang suddenly stood up and declared, I want to make a request to the supreme leader of the White Lotus sect. All eyes in the room turned to Mang Niang. The atmosphere shifted as the sect leader seemed ready to depart. Without hesitation, he asked curiously, what is it? It seems the esteemed leader of the White Lotus sect does not fully trust the capabilities of the Thunder God lineage, so I would like to propose something. It's practical and beneficial for both sides, and I hope you will consider it. Taking a deep breath, Mang Niang continued. I would like the Thunder God lineage and the Wind Spirit sect to engage in a friendly spar. A friendly spar. Nodding, Mang Niang elaborated. We could hold a best-of-5 match, allowing the masters of each sect to spar. The sect leader will have the chance to witness the Thunder God lineage's capabilities, while we can observe the famed strength of the White Lotus sect and Wind Spirit sect. At Mang Niang's suggestion, Yang Baishun, the Dharma protector of the Wind Spirit sect, shouted in astonishment. You brat? Are you out of your mind? It's not ridiculous. Are you perhaps insecure? At that moment, Yang Baishun's teeth grinding could be heard, and everyone in the room tensed. It was evident he had taken the provocation to heart. Yet, even the Dharma protector, with the sect leader present, couldn't act rashly. The sect leader replied, a friendly spar would require a reward for the victor, right? What do you think would be appropriate? If the Thunder God lineage wins, we'd like the grace period extended to 10 years. If the Wind Spirit sect wins, the Thunder God lineage will be absorbed into the White Lotus sect immediately, without dissent. That sounds entertaining. Yang Baishun turned to protest against the sect leader in a hurry. Leader, there's no need to accept these puny brats' proposal. Stop it. All they need to do is win, right? That is. Unless you have no confidence in winning, would you decline? Under the subtle pressure from the sect leader, Yang Baishun gritted his teeth and replied, no, our Wind Spirit sect can certainly win. That's how it should be. And thus, the stage for the friendly spar was set. Since the inner area was too cramped for a proper match, everyone began moving to the training hall of the Huangshan sect. As we moved, the disciples of the Thunder God lineage and I, along with Mang Niang and Miho, gathered to strategize. Li Kuang turned to Mang Niang. You did well to speak up. It went as planned. Now we just need to secure 2 wins. We need to show them a taste of their own medicine. Li Kuang, firm in his resolve, looked around the group and declared, Jin So-chong, myself, and Baek Wong will participate. Perhaps it would be better for Gekko to take on the challenge. Just as I made my suggestion for modesty, Li Kwang mused in thought. Then, Gekko chimed in with a chuckle. Why are you being modest? You're the one with the bigger responsibility here, senior. Gekko clapped me on the back, speaking jovially. Don't be foolish. The fate of the Thunder God lineage is at stake. Now's not the time to save face. You're stronger than I am, so put that aside and fight to win? That's more beneficial to me. Understood. Hearing this, Li Kwang nodded in agreement. The third member of their team won't be a pushover either. Baek Wong, you absolutely must win. Don't worry, master. After hastily discussing a rough strategy, we proceeded toward the training hall. Already in the stands were the White Lotus sect leader, the 2 Dharma protectors, and the elite guards, along with the elders and disciples of the Huangshan sect, all eagerly awaiting. The elder of the Huangshan sect, serving as the referee, called out. Each sect's 3 representatives, step forward. Li Kwang, Jin So-chong, and I walked onto the sparring ground. From the opposite side came the 3 masters of the Wind Spirit sect. As I assessed them, a wave of worry washed over me. Yang Baishan, Yim Yung-il, and that guy. The 3rd master from the Wind Spirit sect was a one-eyed man wielding a ringed knife. I thought they might choose Du Ryong-sin or Li Yongsong as their representative, so it took me by surprise. However, his martial prowess was definitely much higher than theirs. He was clearly an extraordinary combatant, so I guessed he would be a tough opponent. A moment later, we proceeded with a bow as etiquette before stepping to our respective positions. The elder of the Huangshan sect in the center of the arena bellowed. First contender, step forward. Swoosh. The first to step forward from the Wind Spirit sect was the one-eyed man with the ringed knife. Of course, if Li Kwang or Jin So-chong were going, they could almost guarantee a win. But since it wasn't efficient for them to take the brunt of the fight here, I had to step up against that one-eyed opponent. As I approached, keeping a distance of 3 feet, I bowed and said, I am Baek Wong, of the Thunder God lineage. I look forward to this match. The one-eyed man returned my bow and replied, I am Tuma of the Wind Spirit sect. In that moment, I gasped in alarm. Wait, you're the master of Shura sect. He seemed to suppress his arrogance as much as possible, likely conscious of the fact that the White Lotus sect leader was watching. Indeed, this was no ordinary situation. Adat Novel bin Adat. The 8 devils of martial deos? The Shura sect primarily relied on blades, and the only direct confrontation I had with them before was when they had banded together to try to kill me during my encounter with the Golden Blade faction. Their members were known as the 8 devils, each one a supreme master ruling over the world of evil martial artists. Among them was Tuma, the combat fanatic who organized the underground martial arts tournament in Luoyang. Remarkably, Tuma turned out to be a disciple of the Wind Spirit sect of the White Lotus sect. As I stood there, stunned by the unexpected situation, Jin So-chong sent me a mental message from below the arena. Don't worry, master. You're stronger than him, so as long as you stay calm, you'll definitely win. Taking a deep breath, I settled my nerves, despite the threatening wind swirling around Tuma's knife. I wasn't going to be intimidated. Instead, confidence surged within me. Right. Why should I fear the likes of the 8 devils? My goals didn't end here. I aimed to face the much stronger forces of the Imperial Palace head-on. If I showed fear here, nothing would come of it. Sparring begins. And thus, the first match with the 8 devils of martial deos commenced. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. My opening move was the ultimate technique, Thunder Shadow Sword technique, while Tuma's first move was Blade Curtain. As my sword shot out like a beam of light infused with internal power, Tuma unfurled the Blade Curtain to block my attack. At the same time, flames and thunder erupted, signaling the start of the battle. Keying? Since my internal power was at a remarkable level, the Thunder Shadow Sword technique seemed poised to slice straight through the middle of Tuma's Blade Curtain and reach his vital points. However, Tuma appeared to be aware of my internal power level. He deftly evaded my strike and switched from the Blade Curtain to a counterattack using Blade Flame. Ku Kwang? This was also a form of counter-strike. As I laid my sword flat to absorb the shock, I was pushed back slightly, re-establishing a distance of 3 feet between Tuma and me. With the probing skirmish concluded, the competitive spirit ignited in our eyes as we gradually unveiled our respective ultimate techniques. The 10,000 success sword technique's swift phantom strike came forth. My sword felt as though it had surpassed its previous limits while perfecting the insights gained from Jang Sambong, and I thought it would surely be effective even against a world-class expert like Tuma. Sure enough, amidst the shower of glowing sword light, Tuma seemed flustered as he defended only his immediate area and retreated a few steps back. Tate? Tuma's body soared a foot above the ground. In a contest between masters, jumping first was close to conceding defeat unless one had exceptional agility, yet Tuma uniquely presented his back to me in this posture. Is this his ultimate technique? It's a given that the more unconventional the posture, the higher the chances it holds a hidden move. Charging in just because his back was exposed could easily land me in a trap. So I halted my swift phantom strike and used empty soul movement to sidestep out of his attack range. Sat. In an instant, our positions shifted. I applied my majestic sword stance to block Tuma's subsequent offensive while simultaneously putting pressure on him, but Tuma began using strong strike to push forward. Guirong? With a thunderous sound, my blade and Tuma's finally clashed. As Tuma seemed to try to deflect my attack with a flowing path, I pressed harder, forcing him to stumble backward for 2 steps, unable to withstand the disparity in internal power. As Tuma once again maneuvered in a turning body, I followed with the empty soul movement to keep the chase going. Tuma's blade sent waves of heavy pressure crashing down. It seemed he was full of formidable force, so I utilized flowing path to redirect the impact downward. Kuwong? Dust clouds rose between Tuma and me. Even through the dust, we were still staring each other down. The brief silence spent was a little over 20 seconds of exchanges. Ooh, remarkable. Cheers erupted from the audience. The exchanges between true world-class experts certainly possessed the artistic flair akin to a brilliant dance. However, I was aware that this brilliance stemmed from the inadequacies within me, so I couldn't allow myself to feel smug. As one goes to the extreme, the splendor diminishes and becomes more straightforward. As I faced Tuma, he glimpsed at his blade, noticing a few gashes had appeared on the edge, with a tooth chipped. He then soared slightly off the ground, implanted his original blade into the floor, and returned with a new one from a nearby rack. He sighed and said, "What the heck? How have I not noticed someone like you until now?" I bitterly smiled and replied, "Who could know the vastness of the world? Your swordplay differs quite a lot from the Thunder God lineage's Thunder Shadow sword technique and 10,000 success sword technique that I've heard about. Is it a new style?" I felt a bit perplexed by Tuma's question. It wasn't the dilemma of how to answer, but rather an introspection about the ambiguous state my swordsmanship had reached. A world-class expert from the Wind Spirit sect, my archenemy, should definitely have the insight to differentiate the techniques, yet his assertion that it was a different technique indicated that my swordplay had indeed transformed. Did the evolution of the 10,000 success sword technique blend with Jang Sambong's insights? I hadn't noticed this fact when sparring with the disciples of the Thunder God lineage. After a brief contemplation, I returned Tuma's question with, "Not exactly. Just recognize it as an evolved form of the 10,000 success sword technique." Haha, to think you'd improve your swordplay after just half a century. Guess the Thunder God lineage really got thrown out hard. Can we engage properly, or are we just going to keep dancing around each other? Why do you keep provoking me ambiguously? Having the experience of a sword master, Tuma didn't seem inclined to hurl insults or taunts. After I complained, he smiled back and responded, isn't this a friendly match? No need to get too heated." Before I could even frame a reply, Tuma took a breath and made his move. It was a cleverly timed maneuver aimed at coaxing an opening from me, causing me to feel a bit flustered as I batted away his blade flame. Damn it. Even this gap was Tuma reading my mindset and striking. He seemed to realize that petty insults or clumsy provocations wouldn't work on me and instead aimed for a crack in my breathing. Byung! Simultaneously, intangible energy began to coalesce around Tuma's blade, and I sensed that this was the precursor to Tuma using a hidden technique from the Wind Spirit sect. Moments later, Tuma swept his blade horizontally and shouted, "Blood Wind Slash!" Tuma's blade flame shot forth, suddenly splitting into 2 afterimages. This was an occurrence not seen in typical combat. I was taken aback, quickly assessing the unfolding change. The afterimages further split apart like splinters, bleeding red as if tinged with faint bloodlust. Should I take this head on? But I felt instinctively that wasn't the way. Choosing to remain cautious, I shifted my body and dashed around to evade the path of the blood wind slash, which dissipated uselessly. Tuma, displaying a look of disappointment, yelled, "Now that's just unfair. Why are you so fast? What are you talking about? You're just slow." Total nonsense. I couldn't comprehend Tuma's grumbling. I merely evaded the blood wind slash since I could see its trajectory. What made it so fast? But soon I felt the disparity in our tactics while clashing swords, realizing I could freely navigate between advancing and retreating within his attack range. This was the power of empty soul movement. It wasn't merely about enhancing the speed and fluidity of movement. In ordinary clashes, the momentary speed increase provided the freedom to choose between attack and evasion. If my proficiency reached an extraordinary level, I could create Thunder Shadow and produce derivative ultimate techniques, but I hadn't reached that mastery yet. So that's why Jin So Chong said I could beat him. Regardless of our swordsmanship's levels, having the advantage in movement speed against Tuma was enormous. With life at stake in high-stakes techniques, my ability to evade at will gave me a significant weight off my shoulders. Moreover, having no advantage to be yielded in terms of internal power placed me firmly in a dominant position. In that case, the strategy was simple. Instead of utilizing the Thunder Shadow sword technique or 10,000 success sword technique, I chose to induce Tuma's blunders while exchanging strikes with him. The ultimate techniques were certainly powerful, but their inherent openings were too large for this scenario. Instead, I aimed to eliminate Tuma's chance to counter with ordinary attacks with fewer vulnerabilities. Kagok? Kung? Tuma appeared to deduce my strategy rapidly, based on his vast combat experience. With a frown, he switched to defense, instead looking for openings to counter me. It was the maximum response he could muster. Thus, I focused my mind and attacked gradually from all angles. I heard Tuma muttering anxiously. To think utilizing focus is only yielding the bare minimum. About 150 seconds had passed when Tuma's mental fortitude finally wavered, revealing an apparent weakness. A strike aimed at the guardian point seemed feasible. However, the visible weakness felt too evident, leading me to momentarily hesitate. A trap. Wasn't it often said that a prominently displayed weakness was no weakness at all? I had learned innumerable lessons from Li Kuang regarding such matters. In the midst of a fierce confrontation between world-class experts, it was implausible that such an obvious flaw would present itself. Yet simultaneously, the urge to swiftly crush this tedious exchange surged within me. My choice was to take another step back. As I chose not to exploit that weakness, Tuma's apparent flaw vanished in the blink of an eye, and I couldn't help but feel a brief moment of regret. But I persisted, clashing swords with Tuma, watching for a moment his stamina and mental composure might falter. He truly is extraordinary. Even using both Baekuang's technique and Divine Mind's technique, he is still at this level. I had been using Baekuang's technique consistently, which drastically increased my mobility in battle, and incorporated Divine Mind's technique to operate empty soul movement. Discounting the Thunder God lineage, I had thrown in all my power, yet fighting fairly evenly against Tuma was quite impressive. Tuma was truly deserving of the title of world-class expert among the 8 devils of martial daos. Kung, at novel bin at. Just when another round of 100 seconds went by, as our tedious exchanges were prolonging, I discerned a far sharper and quicker opening forming on Tuma's waist than before. Although it was significantly more challenging to seize, an instinct told me this was a genuine flaw. This could be it. With a slice, my sword targeted Tuma's waist. Tuma seemed startled trying to perform a defensive maneuver, but after I executed 2 consecutive strikes, one vertical and one horizontal, his formidable energy weakened significantly, allowing my blade to snake through, aiming straight for his throat. Tuma seemed to sink to the level of a desperate counterattack, but even that I dodged with empty soul movement. As Tuma's blade light flickered away, my sword redirected toward his crown, leaving him with no way to counter. Swish! I raised my sword and stated, "Ready for more." Tuma responded, vexed. "No, I've lost." Then, the elder from the Huashan sect who had come to officiate called out, "Thunder God lineage, victory." The audience fell silent as if doused with cold water. It had been an intense struggle, but this was still the home turf of the Wind Spirit sect, and Tuma's defeat was tantamount to their defeat. Some disciples from the Huashan sect seemed a bit restless, but the atmosphere silenced them. As I silently sheathed my sword, Tuma let out a wry smile. "Haha, I thought I'd be able to kill you with an excuse of a mistake, but you're surprisingly not like the Thunder God lineage." I felt a twinge of shame. The Thunder God lineage had a ruthless streak, so even in friendly contests, it was not uncommon to use mistakes as pretexts to eliminate future strong opponents. Even Li Kuang endorsed such a mentality, so he knows the ins and outs of the Thunder God lineage as a rival. Indeed, just moments ago, I had vacillated over whether to slay Tuma or not. Had it not been for the audience's scrutiny, I might have chosen differently. I don't quite understand what you mean. Either way, you've won. A fearsome newcomer has appeared in the martial world. Tuma sighed as he stepped down from the arena, his shoulders slumped. I wiped the sweat from my forehead as I exited the arena to find Li Kuang and Jin Sochong waiting for me. Jin Sochong beamed and slapped my back. "Master, you did great. Truly an impressive feat." Li Kuang, though not smiling, spoke with approval. "Very well done. Especially your perceptive judgment was commendable. Guess the opening at the start was no fluke after all." Li Kuang wasn't referring to my 2 observations of weak points during the exchange. He replied with his arms folded. "Indeed. If you had gone for that first weakness at the guardian point, you would have been ensnared in Tuma's counter blood blade technique and suffered greatly. It was clearly a trap he deliberately set. And the second weakness, that developed into a minuscule flaw after exhausting his energy and stamina while fighting you. If you hadn't exploited it, both you and Tuma would have engaged in a prolonged battle. Of course, with your superior internal power, you would have won in the long run, but it wouldn't have been ideal." "I see." As I processed Li Kuang's explanations in my mind, he placed his hand on my shoulder. "With this victory, you've taken down one of the top figures in the current martial world. How do you feel?" I blinked in surprise. Realizing that Tuma was considered a top-tier master ruling over the world of evil martial artists, I had indeed brought him down in a one-on-one confrontation. Since I remained silent, Li Kuang chuckled lightly. "You probably feel nothing, right?" "Yes, honestly that's true. That's because you are well aware of the presence of even stronger masters beyond this realm. That humility will serve you greatly as you continue to grow. I will take that to heart. Regardless, well done." "Yes." I walked over to the waiting area and gave a bitter smile. Stronger than life masters beyond this realm? While I had proven myself defeating Tuma, I knew countless unseen masters existed in this world. The White Lotus sect's cult leader, the 3 great Dharma protectors, and even Li Kuang or Jin Sochong, or perhaps those mid-legend level opponents in the White Lotus sect or elsewhere. The martial world was a frightening place with more hidden dangers than those displayed. One defeat wasn't enough to feel joy over. When might I join their ranks? I must not be satisfied with this. I need to delve deeper into Zhang Sambong's teachings and refine my skills in the Thunder God lineage. As I reaffirmed this in my heart, the elder from the Huashan sect bellowed. "Next contender, step forward." I thought Jin Sochong would be up next. After all, it was obvious that Dragon Slayer Sword Yongyung Il would make an appearance on the opposing side, which would align with the succession order. I was deep in thought analyzing Jin Sochong's techniques. However no, from the Wind Spirit sect side came forth Yongbai Shen, the Dharma protector of the Wind Spirit sect. As if anticipating this, Li Kuang gripped his spear and began stepping into the arena. The top-tier masters of each faction were stepping into the ring for the second round. I wore a baffled expression as I glanced at Jin Sochong for reassurance. Senior, what's going on? Don't panic, disciple. This is the natural order of things. Jin Sochong's gaze remained fixed on the ring as he answered thoughtfully. There's something quite large at stake in this duel. Both sides cannot afford to lose. The Wind Spirit sect has long despised the Thunder God lineage, so if the Thunder God lineage were to be reabsorbed into the White Lotus sect, they'd soon find themselves without a place to stand. For us, the 3 to 5 years of search for ultimate techniques is a markedly significant difference. Given this situation, it would be absurd for a branch leader to determine the outcome. It must be a faction leader who decides the final verdict. I glanced at Jin Sochong again, now noticing his crafty smile. Did you just think of me as a pawn in this, huh? No, I mean, that's not the case. Of course, that might not be agreeable, but it is a matter of your master's pride. Jin Sochong stared at Yang Baishan on the arena. For half a century, my master has sought to defeat him relentlessly. I finally understood. If Yang Baishan was simply allowed to face Jin Sochong, then in the final match, Li Kuang could easily best Yang Yungiel, only to watch Yang Baishan potentially claim victory. Choosing instead to face Yang Baishan was rooted primarily in issues of self-respect for Li Kuang. Simultaneously, Li Kuang would have desired to gauge Yang Baishan's capabilities in this encounter. I nervously inquired. Can he win? The question might have seemed irreverent, but I couldn't help myself. Knowing that Yang Baishan was of semi-legend status did cast doubt on Li Kuang's odds. Jin Sochong responded. It's normally seen as a loss on our part. Excluding the Sky Crystal Pill, there would have been significant shortcomings. The fact you say normally. Just keep your eyes peeled. Jin Sochong beamed with curiosity. Observe how the Thunder God lineage's empty soul movement and Tiz insights have been transformed. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. And so, Li Kuang and Yang Baishan faced each other from a distance of 3 meters. They glared at one another for a while, and even from afar, one could tell their arm muscles were bulging with tension, a clear sign of their fierce determination. Yang Baishan narrowed his eyes and said, "It's quite surprising to see this rookie standing before me again. Oh, but back then, you received a blow from me? Don't you remember?" Li Kuang raised his spear, pointing at Yang Baishan's face. "I recall you were a mess yourself after I sent you tumbling beneath the Dongjiandan. Well, that was quite a tough time." It seemed there was considerable animosity between the two. Despite their past grievances, Li Kuang replied playfully, "Today, that wound won't be the only souvenir." Yang Baishan reciprocated with a grin. "Who says that?" HWWWHHH. I fixed my gaze on the sparring arena, feeling tense. Li Kuang's spear was charged with an unprecedented intensity of thunder energy, while Yang Baishan's entire being radiated a storm-like energy. They exuded an aura as if they had become the very essence of nature itself. And then, in the next moment, the strongest of the Thunder God lineage and Wind Spirit lineage clashed. I was left breathless, watching from the start of the encounter until its dramatic conclusion. A battle between such top-tier experts was something one couldn't see even for a fortune. Li Kuang moved faster than I could have imagined, even without invoking the Thunder Roar technique. This was partly due to his mastery of my Yongaian, but his agility had already reached a level that left no room for waste. In the blink of an eye, as Li Kuang's spear split the air, he had pierced Yang Baishan's illusionary form with a swift technique before anyone could process it. His body spun 3 times in a shorter span than before, executing 3 secret techniques in succession. Pu whack? It appeared that Yang Baishan created an afterimage to evade the attack quickly, but the confusion etched on his face told a different story. Although he seemed to have avoided an attack, a significant wound marred his arm, indicating he had just brushed perilously close to Li Kuang's initial strike. Good heavens! Witnessing this, chills ran down my spine. Some might not think it remarkable to graze an opponent in their first encounter, but I knew exactly how formidable Yang Baishan could become when he got serious. Even I had struggled to contend with a speed capable of evading identification, conjuring mirror images and shadows with agile forms. To keep up with Yang Baishan would be nearly impossible. However, Li Kuang, without even using Thunder Roar, had seen through Yang Baishan's true form, attacking with a speed that left little room for escape from his shadow techniques. This meant Li Kuang had the capacity to challenge a Dharma protector? Pabat? In the next moment, Yang Baishan's figure split into 5. He roared. "How about this? Secret technique of the Wind Spirit lineage. Wind Demon Elimination." This wasn't just simple afterimages, each one seemed to breathe and pulsate with power, coming into reality. I shivered, remembering the time I was thoroughly beaten by Yang Baishan's Wind Demon Elimination. Even with only 20% of his power, he could dispatch peak experts with ease. What havoc might result if he used his full strength? No way. The tricky part of Wind Demon Elimination lay in the absence of its true form until just before an attack. This absolute preposterous speed made any counterattack impossible. And as Yang Baishan waved his hands, the number of copies multiplied to an astonishing 40. Ultimate Bloodwind Divine Fist. The secret technique of the Wind Spirit lineage that could unravel a single individual. Even the memory of receiving a beating from hundreds of those fists sent shivers down my spine. I unconsciously shouted, "Dodge." At that moment, when Yang Baishan's copies surrounded and charged at Li Kuang, it felt as if time had frozen. I caught a glint of Li Kuang sneering, reminiscent of when we faced off against those 12 great factions. Such crude techniques. Seeing, Li Kuang lightly swept his spear across, creating a space that seemed to fold under immense pressure. It became clear to me that his movements had reached levels of mastery, with a power that could not be easily followed by time-stopping abilities. Lightning shattered the very fabric of reality. An overwhelming thunder energy resonated. Li Kuang's Heavenly Thunder Infinite Spear unleashed its Heavenly Thunder Wolf Demon, and a volley of strikes erupted. At the same time, 10 of the clones charging in blasted apart, sending forth brilliant flashes of light, while Li Kuang continued to dance, dispersing his thunderous shadows. Pu per peng, Qua Kuang? As his storm-like advance continued, Li Kuang took a final step, completely penetrating the center of Yongbai Shun's Wind Demon elimination, annihilating all the clones without leaving a trace. It was as if the Thunder God himself had descended to unleash his wrath. Just moments ago, Yongbai Shun, who had unleashed the ultimate Bloodwind Divine Fist, found himself retreating with a now bloodied and battered fist. His defense had shattered under the assault. Astonished, he stared blankly at his own bloodied fist, murmuring, "Could there really be such a technique in the Thunder God lineage?" Well, it certainly wasn't an existing technique. Li Kuang took a slow step forward, continuing, "This is a secret technique I developed in the last 2 months. I shall call it, how about Sky Annihilation?" From the most casual of Li Kuang's declarations, it was evident he hadn't even given much thought to the name. I was taken aback by this revelation. What? It's still incomplete. In the 2 months that I had delved into Zhang Sambong's teachings, I wasn't the only one who grew stronger. Li Kuang, a gifted genius from the start, had seemingly derived new insights from both cloud game and spear technique, leading to the creation of Sky Annihilation. Yet, considering he only just named it, it indicated the technique still remained in development. If Sky Annihilation reached full maturity, it was impossible to imagine its power. Listening to Li Kuang's words, Jin Sochong licked his lips. "I see you're taking things easy here. There's a better technique if you want to end this quickly." I quickly turned to Jin Sochong, asking, "Master, what do you mean? Is there a technique stronger than Sky Annihilation?" I was going to wait until the spar was over to tell you, but I suppose I can spill the beans now," Jin Sochong continued. Originally, the spear technique of the Thunder God lineage reached its peak with Heavenly Thunder Infinite Spear. However, thanks to the insights about the new martial arts you shared, both my master and I can see a new horizon in spear techniques. Seriously, let's just keep watching for now. I'll explain everything in detail later. I couldn't help but hold my breath. An evolved Heavenly Thunder Infinite Spear. What kind of martial art could that possibly be? As I pondered that, staring upward at the arena, I caught sight of Yongbai Shun's clenched fists. He watches Li Kuang intently, muttering, "With your spear technique, there is space suppression. Have you adopted repulsion? What's it to you? There's surely no technique in the wind spirit lineage capable of countering that." With a curt response, Li Kuang suddenly unleashed another Sky Annihilation. Ku Kuang? Dust clouds swirled, followed by a massive explosion and a crash of thunder. It had taken a slightly charged effort for Li Kuang to unleash Sky Annihilation, yet now it seemed he wielded it effortlessly. Perhaps caught up in the momentum, Li Kuang's complexion appeared pale, but Yongbai Shun had suffered far worse. Hua! Li Kuang continued to unfold Sky Annihilation, lightning flashing repeatedly as explosions of energy cracked, sending Yongbai Shun's true form reeling. Yongbai Shun stepped back repeatedly, unleashing defensive techniques one after another. Even with his formidable inner strength, he found it nearly impossible to absorb the onslaught of Sky Annihilation. By this point, he was sweating profusely, his veins bulging, and as Li Kuang advanced in for the final blow, Yongbai Shun pooled every ounce of power into one last-ditch effort. Kugugugugug! Suddenly, a massive torrent of storms and swirling winds began to arise in the arena. As Yongbai Shun gathered his strength, he was encapsulated by a swirling vortex, allowing him to rise into the air. Li Kuang staggered back, exclaiming, "Is that the power of the Sky Spirit Pill? That's right. A worm like you will never reach this height." Filled with pride, Yongbai Shun's voice thundered as he launched a punch with pent-up fury. "Take this." In the midst of the typhoon, space warped, and wind bullets began to manifest all around. Each one was a size that could easily crush a person, sending a shiver of dread coursing through me. Those bullets had already taken my hoe from us. Each bullet possessed immense power, and now there were nearly 50 floating amidst the storm. In the next instant, those wind bullets plummeted at breathtaking speed. The acceleration made it impossible for most peak experts to respond. As one bullet cut through the air towards Li Kuang, it veered off with a sharp flick. "Ko Kuang?" The stray wind bullet collided with a mountain peak roughly 10 li away, demolishing the very terrain. If the destruction reached this far, it hinted at an explosive radius that could wipe out hundreds upon impact. No wonder Maiho had lost 9 lives before. Naturally, the observers from the Huashan sect were filled with dread. "Why someone, save us." Despite being martial artists themselves, they scrambled from their seats in sheer panic. Meanwhile, even the elders of the Huashan sect were preparing to flee along with them, unwilling to stay behind. After all, the chaos had transcended martial art movements and reached the level of a natural disaster. No one wanted to be caught unintentionally crushed by a rogue bullet. Li Kuang stood at one end of the arena, silently gazing upward at the swirling chaos of wind bullets and storms. Then, channeling his inner power, he turned his gaze toward the master of the White Lotus sect and bellowed, "Master, If I seize that fellow's arm, will you recognize this duel as a victory for me? This unexpected declaration drew the attention of everyone seated, particularly the master of the White Lotus sect. The two Dharma protectors reacted with no change, while the master remained silent for a moment before replying in a deep voice. If you can manage it. A tense atmosphere filled the area. At that moment, the wind spirit Sex Yongbai Shan commanded a natural tornado with the power of the sky spirit pill, threatening to consume the entire arena. Furthermore, not only had the storm reached heights that nearly touched the clouds, but the multiple wind bullets were ready to be unleashed. It seemed impossible for a human to tackle such a situation. What could he possibly plan? HWWWHHH. Then, Li Kuang slowly lowered his spear, grasping a peculiar spear form that didn't exist in the Heavenly Thunder Infinite Spear technique. The posture indicated a focus solely on assault, resembling an almost reckless move destined for self-destruction. As he took on this stance, Yongbai Shun burst out in rage, utilizing his full power. You, stop spouting nonsense and die. In that moment, dozens of wind bullets charging toward Li Kuang began pouring down. They presented a wall of bullets that seemed impossible to evade, and if they struck, it looked likely that Li Kuang and anyone in proximity would perish. Wah! In that instant, Li Kuang's figure shimmered and disappeared, as if swept away by a gust of wind. Is this thunder roar? Kwa Kuang? It was a fleeting moment. As I regained my senses, I found myself sprawled alongside the disciples of the Thunder God lineage, having been launched far from the storm's influence. It must have been Jin So-chong tapping into thunder roar to move us all to safety in an instant. As I gazed upward at the tumultuous sky, I caught sight of a spread of reverse scales. As if the Thunder God had marked a slash across the heavens, Li Kuang had soared to the heights of the storm and had completely finished his spear stance. Moments later, the winds invoked by Yongbai Shun dissipated entirely. Cough. Yongbai Shun spat out blood. His left arm had been severed and sent flying through the air. A disbelieving expression crossed his face as Li Kuang left a colossal thunder mark in the sky, tearing through Yongbai Shun's defenses. Continuing his momentum, Li Kuang leaped high, snatching Yongbai Shun's arm and landing back down. Ironically, the wind bullets that had threatened to obliterate everyone seemed trivial as Yongbai Shun now appeared in a pitiful state, struggling to remain airborne. He glared at Li Kuang with a wretched expression. You bastard. Li Kuang didn't look much better either. His abrupt harnessing of thunder roar had left him pale, his inner strength severely depleted. However, with Yongbai Shun's arm now defeated, it was abundantly clear who the victor of this duel was. Though in a prolonged fight, it could lead to Li Kuang's defeat, in this short skirmish, he had clearly won. There was no way the master of the White Lotus sect was unaware of this fact. After a brief pause, his heavy voice echoed across the Huashan Peak. Victory to the Thunder God lineage. Master. Yongbai Shun turned pleadingly toward the master of the White Lotus sect, his eyes wide with disbelief, but the master merely sighed softly and replied. How abominable, Yongbai Shun. Won't you come down now? I haven't lost yet. Is it fitting to win by relying on the power of the Sky Spirit Pill in a duel? I must have misjudged your character. However. At that moment, Yongbai Shun protested, but the master of the White Lotus sect seemed angered, dramatically flicking a finger from behind him. Ku Kuang? In the blink of an eye, Yongbai Shun, who had sustained Li Kuang's devastating strike, was thrown helplessly to the ground. Yuck! Yongbai Shun cried out, splattering blood as he hit the ground. None of us could comprehend what had happened, including Jin So-chong, whose eyes widened in astonishment. How could one drop a Dharma protector from 30 steps? Yongbai Shun seemed more affected by this blow than losing his arm, collapsing periodically onto the ground while trembling. Eventually, he begrudgingly stood, kneeling before the master. I've committed a grave sin. Please forgive me. The master replied. Finish your business. Yes, master. That became the outcome of this duel. Soon after, the once tempestuous arena of the Huashan sect settled down, and those who had fled began to return. The gathered crowd witnessed the solemn declaration from the master of the White Lotus sect as he positioned our Thunder God lineage disciples in front. Victory to the Thunder God lineage. We have honored our promise, and the temporary restructuring of the Thunder God lineage will be extended for 10 years. We had won. We were on the brink of erupting in cheers for our victory. Suddenly, Meng Yang bounded forward, handing over a document with urgency. Master, I had intended to deliver this condition later via letter, but I will go ahead and say it now. Go ahead. Originally, the terms for negotiation involved the Huashan sect discussing with the White Lotus sect and Thunder God lineage, with the agreement being that our lineage would be recognized provided we could send news of the cure for the subordinate's ailment later. It felt somewhat abrupt with Meng Yang stepping up, but the master looked intrigued, listening intently. After a moment, the master spoke. You are indeed daring. From where does such ambition arise? I'm simply striving to do my best by the radiance of the White Lotus sect. All right. I accept this condition. I shall send someone your way later. I am forever grateful. With that, the master's palanquin and his retinue of Dharma protectors departed from the Huashan sect. It was astonishing that even the 6 bearers appeared to be using void walking, suggesting they were of extraordinary caliber. I stood at a distance, stupefied, as I murmured, At novel bin at. Who are those bearers? They are elders from the White Lotus sect. Li Kuang, now relaxed, leaned back, arms crossed. As I looked back at him, he lowly added, Those fellows can truly be a headache. Haha. You shouldn't say such things out loud. At that moment, as we said our goodbyes, the Huashan sect leader, Yang Junil, approached us. He greeted us. Today truly has been a significant day. It would have been a shame if I hadn't gotten the chance to challenge the Thunder God lineage. Indeed, in a normal turn of events, we should have witnessed a face-off between Jin So-chong and Yang Junil. However, with the peak experts from the Wind Spirit lineage and Thunder God lineage clashing, we had unfortunately missed that opportunity. Li Kuang smirked coldly, responding, I can see right through you. Do you wish to siphon more of our martial arts from us? It would take more than one bout for you to steal from my cultivation. Apologies, but I'm too exhausted to engage in a duel today. Let's schedule another time. It was unexpected of Li Kuang to reject Yang Junil's covert challenge. He usually wouldn't pass up a chance to eliminate a Wind Spirit lineage master. Yet something felt off, so I chose to remain silent and watch. Yang Junil chuckled lightly. Li Kuang, how deep is your relationship with Yongchen Maiyang? Wondering about someone else's romantic affairs? What a pointless question. If you're going to chat nonsense, then just leave. Li Kuang scoffed, but Yang Junil persisted. Whether it's nonsense or not, we shall see in time. A sly grin swept across Yang Junil's face. Haha, I mean no harm. What was he implying? I tilted my head, but it seemed Li Kuang and Meng Yang had caught wind of Yang Junil's hidden meaning. Li Kuang's eyes glinted dangerously as he gripped his spear, preparing to stride forward, but Meng Yang hastily intervened. Thank you for your unnecessary musings. However, we must take our leave now. The Grand Huashan sect would not want to keep their guests for too long. Of course. In the event of an unforeseen disaster in our pathway, the Huashan sect shall be held responsible. Yang Junil's brow twitched. He curtly replied, You've overstayed your welcome. Please do take your leave. Thus, our discussions at the Huashan sect came to a close as we prepared to depart once more. The story hit a bit of a snag, so I apologize for the delay. There's no need to worry about any hiatus, and the fitness regimen is pretty tough. Would it be my belly fat gone first or would I perish before that? 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Master, what does that guy's remark mean? Before I knew it, we had returned to Jinrang Valley. After thoroughly checking for any pursuers from the Wind Spirit sect, we all got into my void walking technique and moved to Jinrang Valley simultaneously. This way, no pursuer could track our whereabouts. Upon returning to Jinrang Valley, I performed Qigong healing on Li Kuang, infusing him with vital energy. He looked quite exhausted, likely due to the fierce battle, and was in a somewhat injured state. After receiving the treatment, Li Kuang's complexion seemed to improve significantly. Once Li Kuang regained his momentum, he answered my question. That guy plans to use the Zhangtian alliance to torment us. As he said this, Li Kuang sneakily glanced at Meng Niang. Isn't that right, Lord of Bangqian alliance? Yes, that's correct. Meng Niang also came to this place where the Thunder God lineage resides. Even after the healing, it was significant that Li Kuang allowed someone outside the Thunder God lineage to approach him in this way, indicating his trust in Meng Niang. Meng Niang sighed while spreading the 5 elements killing formation. Huashan sect leader Yang Junil, he's probably the direct descendant of the Wind Spirit sect's Dharma protector Yang Baishan. If we consider genealogy, he is most likely Yang Baishan's legitimate son. But even so, given that he hasn't been in the Central Plains for more than 30 years, the martial prowess and intellect he possesses in establishing a clan within the 9 great sects cannot be taken lightly. A guy like him can be taken down in one strike. However, it can't be done. He is a disciple of the Wind Spirit sect, as well as the leader of a 9 great sects clan. That's the problem. Meng Niang and Li Kuang seemed to frown as they pondered over Yang Junil. It made sense. If he were merely a disciple of the Wind Spirit sect, they could just rush in and beat him to death. But as the leader of a 9 great sects clan, it was a different situation altogether. While it may now be within the realm of possibility for Li Kuang and Jin So-chung to wipe out the Huashan sect, they couldn't act without basis. Because taking down the Huashan sect would inevitably provoke the 9 great sects as well, and it would instantly turn the Thunder God lineage into the target of the righteous sects in the Central Plains. Meng Niang said. Currently, Li Kuang is maintaining the Thunder God lineage under an agreement with Zhangtian Alliance's Wei Jihun. Of course, since the identity of the Thunder God lineage cannot be openly revealed in the martial world, Zhangtian Alliance provides protection. But Yang Junil's words imply he is attempting to pressure Wei Jihun and turn the Thunder God lineage into a potential adversary against Zhangtian Alliance. I think so too. I asked Meng Niang, if the Thunder God lineage has done nothing to the Zhangtian Alliance, then why would we be deemed enemies? The essence of the Thunder God lineage is the White Lotus sect's 4 great militia. In other words, it originally was a sect that protected the White Lotus sect, which constitutes a sufficient reason to oppose the imperial family. Therefore, Zhangtian Alliance, which must maintain a close relationship with the imperial family, cannot accept the Thunder God lineage as allies. Can't we simply say we plan to take down the White Lotus sect? There's doubt whether such words would resonate with the Zhangtian Alliance. Meng Niang sighed as he spoke. Yang Junil was openly threatening us with that strategy because he has enough confidence. In other words, no matter what excuses we make, it indicates that the Huashan sect's political influence is powerful enough to separate the Thunder God lineage from the righteous sections. Is that so? I was taken aback but soon realized that the situation wasn't as good as Meng Niang suggested. In reality, we negotiated with the White Lotus sect to obtain the Thunder God lineage, and if the Huashan sect, which belongs to the Wind Spirit sect, tries to manipulate events through their own narrative, we will undoubtedly be branded as pawns of the White Lotus sect. While in actuality, the Thunder God lineage was preparing to stand against the White Lotus sect, conveying this sincerity to the Zhangtian alliance would be difficult. From the perspective of the 9 great sects, it would be easier to monitor and oppose the Thunder God lineage, which they might perceive as spies of the White Lotus sect. I hesitated and asked Mangniang, isn't the leader of the Zhangtian alliance Wei Zhihun a fair and wise person, if we explain things to him well? Then, Li Kuang, who had been silent, chimed in. Baek Wung, while Wei Zhihun is indeed an outstanding figure, a genius of martial arts in the history of the Wudang sect with wisdom and skill, I can assure you he won't listen to us. Why not? He may personally understand that we are right, but as the head of an organization, it is only natural for him to regard us as enemies. He is the leader of Zhangtian alliance. Mangniang picked up from what Li Kuang said. I share that sentiment. Moreover, the Huashan sect, as a member of the 9 great sects, possesses both influence and public trust that overshadow the Thunder God lineage. If they decide to turn our group into pawns of the White Lotus sect at a meeting of the Zhangtian alliance, we will have no way to recover. I asked Mangniang, if we are the Thunder God lineage, they are the Wind Spirit sect. Why not just go and declare that the Huashan sect belongs to the Wind Spirit sect? And how do you prove that? That's simply about the martial arts of the Wind Spirit sect. I trailed off, realizing something didn't add up. Mangniang smiled wryly. That's the problem. The experts of the 9 great sects know that the White Lotus sect has the 4 great martial clans, but they have no real knowledge about the specifics of their martial techniques. This is because the White Lotus sect master has controlled the sect, keeping their forces contained. Simply put, if the Huashan sect experts openly use Wind Spirit sect martial arts, they'll just assume it's the Huashan sect's martial arts. So if we counter their claims we are the Thunder God lineage, they'll call it mere speculation. Then we wouldn't be able to operate under the Thunder God lineage name, making it difficult to gather and organize the successors of the Thunder God lineage scattered across the Central Plains. The very purpose of organizing would be compromised. Moreover, people like Yang Janil, who are meticulous, would likely create multiple schemes. It was a challenging issue. Abandoning the name of the Thunder God lineage to create an organization would allow us to temporarily evade the political offensive from the Huashan sect, but accomplishing the goal of gathering successors of the Thunder God lineage and achieving the final ultimate within the next 10 years would be out of reach. And regardless, even if we denied it, the Huashan sect would still contrive some plot to paint us as enemies of the Zhangtian alliance. As I contemplated this, Li Kuang spoke up. Lord of Bangqian alliance, I've decided to postpone the organization. After all, we have already delayed this task. Delaying it by another year won't be catastrophic. We will refine our skills and solidify ourselves first before moving forward. Li Kuang had showcased incredible skill during the recent martial confrontation. The Dharma Protector himself was caught off guard by his sky annihilation and his sky-slicing thunder techniques. If he further develops those techniques, the martial arts of the Thunder God lineage would evolve to a new level. Li Kuang's suggestion seemed to be the best course of action given the current circumstances. Mangniang pondered for a moment before replying. That may be all right, but it underestimates Yang Janil too much. If we go down that road, we will ultimately fall victim to his schemes. Are you overestimating Yang Janil? If we don't make a move, he won't have a way to act. Mangniang shook his head firmly. No, it's not an overestimation. I believe rather that you, Li Kuang, are underestimating Yang Janil. What do you mean? Yang Janil entered the martial world alone, won the support of the Huashan sect apprentices, and even managed to raise elders and disciples to elevate his clan within the 9 great sects in a short time. In terms of abilities, he ranks among the top 5 champions of the Central Plains martial world. He is definitely not someone to be taken lightly. With that, Mangniang continued. If we give Yang Janil time, he will escalate unfounded rumors, strengthen Zhangtian alliance's influence, and hatch plots against the Thunder God lineage to ruin our reputation. In fact, he may already be doing so. If we do not actively counter his schemes, we will soon find ourselves in a corner. Thud. In that instant, I felt my heart drop. Hearing the expression a cornered rat made my head pound, and suddenly, an illusion appeared before my eyes. What is this? It was a vision of a stunning beauty, singing while plucking the strings of a guhan. With alabaster skin and azure eyes, this beauty was crying sorrowfully. I got momentarily lost in the vision before snapping back into reality, feeling as if my wits had been snatched away. Li Kuang remarked. Let's get to scheming. I do have one idea brewing, but it's a risky move that will require risking my life, and even then, the success rate is 50-50. I can't believe you have such a dangerous scheme in mind. Yes, but it must be done. Li Kuang fell silent for a moment before saying. I'll listen, but you've got to convince me. Understood. Mangniang took a deep breath and glanced between Jin Sochong and me, then declared. We will visit the master of the White Lotus sect a few days from now. What? What did you say? The master of the White Lotus sect. At this unexpected news, everyone except Mangniang was stunned. Mangniang calmly surveyed the hall and explained. I thought it might come to this, so I secured some insurance during the meeting. I aimed to arouse the curiosity of the master of the White Lotus sect and make him interested in our Bangqian alliance. I felt as though I had been hit on the head with a hammer, mumbling in confusion. Going to meet the master of the White Lotus sect is tantamount to suicide. Having discussed the Thunder God lineage with the Huashan sect, it was practically a gamble relying entirely on fate. If the master decided to wipe out the Thunder God lineage right then and there, our end would be near. Sure, I could use void walking to evacuate us, but considering the master's martial prowess, it felt dubious whether I could shield us from impending doom. So, I was genuinely relieved not to have been killed this time, yet now, to directly visit the master himself? Dying at the hands of the master of the White Lotus sect would be a secondary concern. Even before that, the Dharma protectors or the other masters of the White Lotus sect might just kill us first. No one in their right mind could ever think of such a thing. Certainly, some individuals like Tuyu and Kamiizumi Nobutsuna, or Dongbang Mukyal, managed to meet the master of the White Lotus sect unscathed, but they were originally outsiders without prior entanglements with the White Lotus sect. However, we had a hostile relationship with the White Lotus sect. It was only a matter of time before we clashed blades again. This was quite the treacherous endeavor. Mang Niang looked at me with an intense gaze and asked, "How many people in this world can control Yang Junil?" It would be, presumably, the master of the White Lotus sect and the Dharma protectors. True. But the Dharma protector of the Wind Spirit sect is an enemy, while the Dharma protector of the Water Spirit lineage remains neutral, offering little hope of restraint for Yang Junil. Additionally, the Dharma protector of the Earth Spirit lineage has no relationship with us, and we have no idea what he thinks. So, the only option left remains to persuade the master of the White Lotus sect directly, preventing Yang Junil from scheming. I was flabbergasted. Why not just ditch the Thunder God lineage and change the name for the organization? That seems like a better option. Baekwang. The current environment is a path that leads only to death if we withdraw and hide ourselves. It might bring temporary comfort, but later on, we would lose all opportunities for a comeback. Instead of that, we must risk our lives to find a way out. I understood what I was hearing, yet I couldn't make sense of it. Were we really supposed to risk our lives to persuade the master of the White Lotus sect given the influence of Yang Junil? Any ordinary person would think Mang Niang had gone insane and would agree that my concerns were valid. However, Mang Niang had never been wrong in his judgment before. So, as I wrestled with my thoughts, Li Kuang asked, "What specific approach are you planning to take?" "That's entirely up to me. I'll stake my life to make it happen." Such vague statements don't suffice. It's not just your life at stake, all our lives are on the line here. Li Kuang's expression turned fierce as he felt the gravity of the situation as well. He was clearly concerned about Mang Niang's reckless plan, and just as he was on the edge of exploding, Mang Niang interrupted. "Then I'll need more information." "What kind of information?" "I need to know what the final ultimate of the Thunder God lineage is, and why you, Li Kuang, have yet to inherit it at all. Without that knowledge, we can't even start." "Are you asking me to reveal the secrets of our sect to an outsider?" Mang Niang retorted curtly. "If you hadn't kept the existence of the final ultimate hidden from everyone in that meeting, this wouldn't have been a problem. Because of that, everyone gathered at that moment nearly perished at the hands of the White Lotus sect. What happens if the same situation arises again? Adat novel bin adat." Li Kuang let out a deep sigh as he recalled the shock everyone felt when the master of the White Lotus sect mentioned the Thunder God lineage's final ultimate. While Mang Niang's suggestion could have been dismissed before, the gravity of the situation left Li Kuang with no choice but to share. "Lord of Banghian Alliance, should you leak this secret outside, I will go to any lengths to erase everything connected to you. Don't try to frighten me, I am prepared for anything." "All right then." Li Kuang began to outline it slowly. "The reason I haven't spoken of the final ultimate is because I believed that in my generation, I wouldn't be able to reclaim it. The final ultimate is a fantastical technique that even my master could not comprehend." "What do you mean? Isn't it the case that a successor must master the final ultimate?" Mang Niang's inquiry was valid. No matter how difficult a technique was, it should hold meaning if a successor could learn it. If it were too difficult, it wouldn't even qualify as an ultimate technique but rather a flawed or incomplete method. Absolutely. Unlike the other three major sects, the final ultimate of the Thunder God lineage was indeed incomplete and has historically never been mastered by anyone. Unfinished. What is this? Li Kuang's follow-up statement was shocking. First of all, mastering the fist, sword, and spear techniques up to the final mastery is a prerequisite. After that, you can complete it with the help of 3 world-class masters of the Thunder God lineage. The issue is, even after completing that, you must forget everything learned and completely overhaul your martial foundations in order to attain the final ultimate. How can one acquire the 3 masters of the Thunder God lineage and where those secrets to achieving the final ultimate might lie? I have only ever known a vague outline of it, not the specifics of the technique at all. And even if we successfully gather them, how plausible is it that we could abandon everything we've learned to start anew in our training? With that, Li Kuang sighed harder than I had ever seen him. Nonetheless, the reason that this incomplete technique is referred to as the final ultimate is that, according to the judgments made by the masters of the Thunder God lineage throughout its 1,000-year history, this practice is the only path to reach the pinnacle. My master was a prodigy of the Thunder God lineage's history and was a Dharma protector, but even he never attained the final ultimate. Honestly, this isn't about a final ultimate or a technique at all. It's nothing but a dream. Li Kuang's master had been a Dharma protector of the Thunder God lineage but suffered from a catastrophic ambush during a purging of the Thunder God lineage. Li Kuang had salvaged his master just in time, but I'd heard he didn't hold out long before passing away. How can I disclose such techniques to my disciples? It would surely be a distraction resulting from such fruitless fantasies. I see. As Meng Niang pondered, he asked. Then at least can you tell me the name of the final ultimate? Li Kuang emphasized strongly. Martial soul. In that moment, an ominous premonition welled up within me. It seemed as if I would have to embark on an arduous adventure to attain something that would cost me my very blood and flesh. Regardless of how much I sensed anxiety, Meng Niang nodded, wrapping things up. Understood. That's sufficient. What next? We'll be going to the White Lotus sect, and I'll bring Baek Wang and Jin Sochung along. They'll be necessary for my protection. I don't think you understand me. I cannot agree without hearing your concrete plan first. I already spoke to the master of the White Lotus sect about this scenario. Once Meng Niang brought this topic up, he added, and if we join hands with the White Lotus sect, we could rapidly attack and destroy the Imperial Palace. What? Li Kuang leaped to his feet in anger. Meng Niang, unaffected by this reaction, said, it's the most cunning strategy. If the White Lotus sect actively intervenes, they could take down not just the Imperial Guard, but also Divine Messenger and Zhang Wu in one fell swoop. Plus, even the schemers will be swept away at once. How could this not be advantageous? Are you seriously planning to ally deeply with the White Lotus sect? Li Kuang questioned in a low voice. This was tantamount to deciding to have Meng Niang executed. Meng Niang either noticed this or chose to ignore it and grinned. Go ahead, kill me if you must. Either way, if this fails, we are all as good as dead. Stop. Li Kuang almost drew back his weapon before stopping in his tracks. This wasn't due to having thought through Meng Niang's statement deeply, rather, it was because Jin Sochung had blocked his path, grabbing a hold of Li Kuang's spear level. Li Kuang stared at Jin Sochung in confusion. Let go of this. Why do you want to kill him? Lord of Bangqian Alliance is too dangerous, I can no longer manage him, and he must die. Li Kuang seemed determined not to listen any further. Signs of dissent had long been brewing, and with Meng Niang constantly reaffirming his audacious strategies, Li Kuang felt both fear and dissatisfaction simultaneously. To him, killing Meng Niang was a self-evident course of action if he felt he couldn't handle things anymore. Then Jin Sochung spoke up. In that case, I'll stop you from proceeding. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Jin Sochung. For the first time, Jin Sochung, who had always obeyed Li Kuang's will, stood up against him. He fixed a steady gaze on Li Kuang, clear in his conviction. This is the path I believe is right. The standoff between Li Kuang and Jin Sochung continued for about a quarter of an hour. An unbearable silence finally shattered when Li Kuang lowered his spear. With a heavy sigh, he declared, all right, there's no choice now. Haba? At that moment, Li Kuang, seemingly about to relent, suddenly lunged forward, aiming for Meng Niang's neck. The speed was so swift that even I, standing close, felt I would have to sacrifice a limb to save him. Just as I braced to throw my body in the way, with a thud, Li Kuang suddenly collapsed to the ground. Standing over him was Jin Sochung, having immobilized him with a blade hand technique. Gah! I gasped in shock. The scene before my eyes was undeniable. Jin Sochung had subdued Li Kuang. Even more astonishingly, it had been done without Li Kuang being defenseless. With just a mere use of Dharma name, Jin Sochung had knocked him unconscious in an instant. I could see Li Kuang's movements barely, while Jin Sochung's were so fast they barely registered. The implications were massive, and I found it hard to speak. No way. Li Kuang had cornered the Dharma protector of the Wind Spirit sect in a short-lived battle. Yet now, Jin Sochung had developed to the point of surpassing even Li Kuang in just 2 months. Subduing him without killing him indicated a significant gap in their abilities. Furthermore, the Dharma name Jin Sochung had just displayed seemed to have transformed into a previously unknown technique. He appeared to have evolved it into his unique form. Jin Sochung bitterly remarked, let's go. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Meng Niang spoke to Jin Sochung and me. Listen well. First, we will move to Gansu province and head toward the main gate of the White Lotus sect. Once we pass through the gate, we will reach the master of the White Lotus sect. That sounds treacherous. It's the most perilous journey in the world. While getting to Gansu itself might be manageable, what kind of trials await at the main gate of the White Lotus sect? One thing is certain, no martial master anywhere dares claim survival on this thorny path. Meng Niang continued. We're short on time. Yang Junil is not just starting to move now, he must have initiated his behind-the-scenes operations as soon as the faction discussions began. By now, his schemes are probably well developed, and stopping them is out of the question. We have no choice but to persuade the master of the White Lotus sect. So that's why, it dawned on me why Meng Niang was in such a rush. If Yang Junil has the cunning of a strategist, he would definitely be the type to secure victory before the fight, casting his plans ahead and revealing them later. And as a fellow strategist, Meng Niang must have realized blocking Yang Junil's plans was impossible and was now resorting to a desperate move. Then couldn't you have explained this to Master Li Kuang earlier? Regardless, when persuading the master of the White Lotus sect, the matter of the Imperial Palace cannot be overlooked. It forms an insurmountable wall between Li Kuang and me. Aha. But know this, I have no intention of killing the Emperor. The Emperor is meant to be used, not eliminated. I believe my strategy will ultimately prove correct. I trust you enough to come this far. Don't worry. After nodding in understanding, Mang Niang said. First, we need to completely seal Li Kuang's internal energy. A short while later, we performed the internal energy sealing technique on the unconscious Li Kuang. The disciples of the Thunder God lineage, especially Jekho, showed fierce resistance. You crazy. Jin Sochong, are you out of your mind? You're defying our master's orders over some bones of the Bangkian alliance? And now you want to seal master. Step aside, or are you planning to stop me? Go ahead, try to crush me in one punch, you bastard. Haba? Jekho lunged in a fit of fury, but was subdued by Jin Sochong in just 3 seconds. With Jekho knocked out, Jin Sochong sighed. At novel bin at. My sins are piling up. Sa Gongrin and Jehu seemed to understand and stayed quiet. However, Sa Gongrin shot Jin Sochong a scornful glare. So this is what my sworn brother has become, betraying loyalty to our master. I expect to face any punishment later. But for now, follow my will. Do as you please. Aren't you the king of strong? Seeing Jin Sochong's increasingly heavy expression made me feel guilty. After all, if he had just stayed still, he wouldn't face any loss, yet by stepping forward for us, he became a traitor of the section. I quickly used my internal technique to seal Li Kuang and stepped outside. Let's go, sworn brother. Right. We headed towards the area closest to Gansu that I had visited before, riding the tides. Utilizing lightness skill, we swiftly oriented ourselves toward the White Lotus sect. We aimed to arrive within 4 days, maintaining a relentless pace. I conserved my voice to save energy, leaping as if to fly with the Maiyou Han pill in hand. About 3 days into our journey, we reached the northernmost region of Gansu province. It was only natural to arrive at such speed, moving far quicker than on horseback. Now that we only had half a day left to the White Lotus sect, we slowed down a bit to rest. Mang Niang had become exhausted from the running, so I carried the fainted Mang Niang. As we rested under a large tree, I asked Jin Sochong, sworn brother, it's a strange time to ask, but why did you decide to save Mang Niang? I believed it was the right thing to do, as I said, but surely there must be reasons behind that belief. As I pressed on, Jin Sochong faintly smiled. That's because the sect master is risking his life for Mang Niang. What does that mean? I stared at Jin Sochong, who briefly quenched his thirst with water from a nearby stream before continuing. If it weren't for the sect master, I would have been training in obscurity under the radar with my master for a lifetime. Of course, once I reached a certain level, I would have left to wander Jianghu, but revenge against the Thunder God lineage or the White Lotus sect would have never crossed my mind. I couldn't deny that. I've witnessed the fate of that Thunder God lineage repeatedly. Then the sect master arrived. At first, I was quite skeptical of him, but with the insights he shared and the visions for our future, and the Bangkian alliance that helps realize dreams, I cannot express how thrilled I felt. Jin Sochong leaned back against a tree stump, gazing up at the blue sky. You gave us dreams. Although the sect master would rather not acknowledge it because of his personality, you are the benefactor who brought us dreams and goals. That's why I want to place my trust in you and your life and death bond with Mang Niang. I appreciate the kindness, but isn't that a bit too much flattery? As I listened, I felt embarrassed and scratched my head. To hear such words from the exceptional Jin Sochong, who even subdued Master Li Kuang, felt overwhelming. Jin Sochong then smiled brightly and said, don't you two get to act all heroic now? I also have my own ambitions and plans. If you say so. Haha, finally back to your usual self. We shared a light laugh. With our conversation, some of my unnecessary worries began to dissolve. Of course, the problem wasn't really resolved, so I eventually broached a serious topic. Sworn brother, if we both charge the Dharma Protector, can we win? Well, I don't know. But Master Li Kuang managed to gain the upper hand against Yongbaikan, so surely we can win, right? At my question, Jin Sochong wore a wry smile. My disciple, there seems to be a misconception here. However, even if my master and I team up, defeating Yongbaikan at full power will be hard. What? Why is that? Because that was merely a short engagement. Jin Sochong's tone turned firm as he continued. The Heavenly Spirit Pill's infinite internal power shouldn't be taken lightly. What if he continues to soar above and launches wind slash? Well, then we'd have to keep dodging or spring at him, breaking his protection techniques like last time. Then Yongbaikan would simply fly around and avoid us. We wouldn't have enough internal power to keep up and breach his defenses. What's fearsome about the Heavenly Spirit Pill is its ability to manipulate nature's energy permanently. If Yongbaikan aims for a long battle while evading fatal blows, no matter what tricks we pull, defeating him will be challenging. The best chance lies in a short confrontation like before, ending it quickly in a confined space where he can't escape. I realized it was a complicated problem. While in a short fight, both Li Kuang and Jin Sochong could certainly surpass Yongbaikan's powers, Yongbaikan was now aware of this fact. Moving forward, if he encounters the Thunder God lineage masters, he will openly utilize the advantages of the Heavenly Spirit Pill for area obliteration. Facing such tactics would be an uphill battle for us. I inquired further. What exactly is this Heavenly Spirit Pill? It's said to represent infinite internal power and the state of defying reality, yet it seems no one else in the Central Plains has been able to obtain this besides the Dharma protectors of the White Lotus sect. From what I heard from the sect master, the heavenly spirit pill is something acquired through a special process. It's quite different from martial realms that are naturally attained. Unfortunately, before the method of entry was completed, the inheritance was lost, forcing the sect master to learn most of the realm on his own. That's why I share your thoughts, sworn brother, and the Bankian Alliance leader's observations as well. If the sect master is in the dark, perhaps the scattered descendants of the Thunder God lineage might possess knowledge about the heavenly spirit pill or how to acquire it. Indeed, this was the very reason I aimed to gather the descendants of the Thunder God lineage. While it was crucial to gather the scattered descendants, there was a chance that someone among them might know the closely guarded secret of the heavenly spirit pill. If we could extract that information, it would be worth it. As soon as we revitalized Mangniang, we headed towards the White Lotus sect once again. Approaching the vicinity of the White Lotus sect, we easily learned the way from a nearby village. It didn't take long for us to reach the main gate of the White Lotus sect. Duong. The main gate of the White Lotus sect resembled a gigantic fortress. Indeed, it was a heavily fortified gate that looked as if it had been constructed like a castle itself. Surely, the government wouldn't allow such a thing, but considering it was the White Lotus sect, they must have let it slide. If the master of the White Lotus sect set his mind to it, he could probably breach an entire army and assassinate the emperor. Standing before the fortress were a group of young men. They looked like they just crossed the age of 20 and possessed an air of nobility. However, I quickly discerned their levels of internal energy just by glancing at them, letting out a soft Their internal power was far beyond their years. It matched what I had when I had consumed the 1,000-year snow ginseng once or twice. In other words, each of them possessed internal energy comparable to senior martial artists from the Central Plains or even surpassed that level. In short, these were the martial artists of the White Lotus sect. Who had consumed snow ginseng? Perhaps that's why they approached slowly on horseback, speaking to us. You really are suspicious characters? Who are you? Mangniang stepped forward to reply. I am Mangniang, master of the Bankian Alliance, and these are my companions. Master of the Bankian Alliance? Why have you come all this way? I have come as per the invitation of the master of the White Lotus sect. At that, the leading youth frowned and said, if that claim turns out to be false, you won't be returning alive. There's a simple way to confirm it instead of resorting to threats and violence. Wasn't the doctrine of the White Lotus sect supposed to be compassion and enlightenment? Your mouth is still intact. Follow us. Doc. We followed those young men into the fortress of the White Lotus sect. After walking a while down the main road, we entered an unexpectedly bustling village that rivaled a large town. It looked like the residence of White Lotus sect members. As the White Lotus sect members saw the youths, they welcomed them warmly. Whoa, who are those guys? Don't know, let's step aside for now. Okay. Though the youth responded curtly, the villagers did not take offense and gladly made room for them. From this, it was evident they enjoyed a certain respect from the villagers. As I trailed behind, I grew curious and asked, my name is Baekwang, and you are? Does it matter? The strong rejection made it clear they regarded us with a fair amount of caution. Though they appeared rather unfriendly, I sensed they were maintaining a level of politeness, as they didn't immediately bind us or seal our internal energy. Instead, Mangniang glanced around and murmured, the people here seem happy. It's a stark contrast to those in other regions of Gansu. The youth seemed to swell with pride and replied with a smirk. Of course, the folks here aren't being exploited by landlords and share their harvests and wealth equally. They've escaped the endless cycle of oppression, equality, fate. Mangniang pondered the youth's words. I too surveyed my surroundings, and it was clear these residents brimmed with vitality. The commoners and serfs in other towns of Gansu often starved and struggled to survive, which made this place feel like a different world. Well, overcoming the fate tied to one's birth is nearly impossible. I recalled my previous trips around Shandong. The people there seemed to struggle far more than those in Gansu, perpetually tormented by exploitation, sometimes leading to banditry. Quite a few who had nothing left to their names turned to banditry in Guangdong. Yet here, the people appeared unreasonably content with their lives. After some time passing through the sizable village, we reached another gate. Upon our arrival, the youth spoke to a middle-aged man dressed in white standing at the entrance. We've brought outsiders. They claim to be the master of the Bankian Alliance, wishing to see the master. The master of the Bankian Alliance. I've heard of it. The middle-aged man, mumbling to himself, scanned us with his deep-set eyes before continuing. That man is truly exceptional. Who exactly is he? His gaze fixed on Jin Sochong. Despite Jin Sochong blending in and appearing simple, the man quickly recognized his prowess. Jin Sochong replied to him, I am here to escort the master of the Bankian Alliance. Indeed remarkable. At your age, such absolute mastery, it feels like I'm witnessing a martial genius. After multiple expressions of admiration, the middle-aged man said, follow me, we can see the master now. Excuse me, but who might you be? How rude. The youth shot Mangniang an angry glare. Just inquiring about someone's identity seemed like a blasphemy. It was clear that the thought of revealing his identity danced perilously on a knife's edge, considering the middle-aged man's fascinating gaze. The middle-aged man replied to Mangniang's question. I am Third Elder. Third Elder. The Third Elder residing in the back room, hee. While chuckling, Third Elder waved his hand, nudging the iron gate of the entrance open. Kugugugong? In that instant, a massive door that could easily weigh thousands of pounds opened like a regular door, clearly showcasing the Elder's formidable prowess. At that moment, I thought I understood Third Elder's true identity. Meng Niang and Jin Sochong seemed to have suspected it long before I did. The Elders' Council of the White Lotus sect. I understood why the youths didn't dare bind us. Not only did they have confidence in their martial prowess, but they also felt assured that elders or super-strong masters were nearby, considering no one would even dream of causing trouble here. Imagining a powerhouse like Third Elder lurking everywhere sent chills down my spine. This power belongs to the White Lotus sect. The capability that allowed them to dominate the entire martial world of the Central Plains in just years of existence in my 10th reincarnation comes with no small feat. I could see that Meng Niang, walking beside me, was likewise on high alert. The only calm one among us was Jin Sochong. Maiho, are you alright? As I subtly touched the jade pendant I was carrying, I sent a message to Maiho. There are just too many monstrous people here. Remember your promise to save your own skin and get out. Okay, got it. Currently, Maiho was transformed into a jade pendant to protect me. Changing from a living creature to an inanimate object was quite easy, allowing Maiho to stay this way for a considerable time. Of course, she could revert to her original state anytime she wanted. After following Third Elder for some time, we reached an elegantly designed building. The plaque on the building read, Master Hall. As we stepped inside the Master Hall, a host of people began greeting Third Elder. Yo, welcome. Right. As Third Elder greeted them one by one, various aged elders and even youthful juniors, some with wizened skin and others appearing as mere boys, filled the Master Hall. However, the certainty remained, they were all powerful masters of the Elders' Council, each emanating tremendous internal energy. What the heck? Are the masters from the Elders' Council always casually roaming around the Master Hall like this? I clenched my teeth. I could remember this place for a future visit, but frankly, I had no desire to come back here. It's begging for disaster. What would happen if I ran amok here alone was as clear as day. I'd probably be torn apart before even half a meal had passed. Straining to keep calm, I walked on as Third Elder reached a room. Master, it's Third Elder. What is it? Master, the master of the Bangkian Alliance has come. Let them in. Creak. As the door opened and we entered, I caught sight of the figure of the master of the White Lotus sect across the threshold. As the elder beside him spoke softly, he instructed us as well. Prepare yourselves to meet the master of the White Lotus sect. We all bowed in respect. Under normal circumstances, I might have felt a little hesitant, but given what I knew of the master, I sensed no reluctance. With our introductions concluded, the master of the White Lotus sect spoke again. It seems like it was only days ago when we last met. You came quickly. I was eager to see you, so I couldn't wait for someone to come looking. Indeed, I found your words about the Bangkian Alliance very intriguing. As that followed, my thoughts briefly froze. The curse of the former rulers that you've speculated on. My son's ailment originated from that monster. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. So, the plague afflicting the young master of the White Lotus sect is due to the old sovereign? Did Meng Niang mention this during the meeting with the Huashan sect? As we stared at Meng Niang in shock, he calmly replied. As I said, our main enemy is the Imperial Palace, but more precisely, the otherworldly race lurking within it. By investigating their secret currents, we've uncovered this. Ah, I see. I can relate to your plight. The master of the White Lotus sect sighed briefly before continuing. You mentioned to me a few days ago that there's something more important than curing the young master's affliction. What is it? It's about harnessing the power of the 7 luminaries. Meng Niang looked him straight in the eyes. We currently have very few leads on the plague. The clues from the mythological age are coded like a cipher, and even if I convey them to you, finding anything will be quite difficult. That's why I've come here, to offer guidance as the Lord of the Bangkian Alliance on the direction the White Lotus sect should pursue. The 7 luminaries, a direction. Would you be willing to hear me out? The master of the White Lotus sect fell into silence for a moment before responding. Before that, I'd like to hear about this clue from the mythological age first. Yes. It involves finding the Black and White Lotus, which is the root of the Holy Lotus. This was supposedly the last piece of evidence left by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors during the ancient times. That will certainly be hard to find. The master of the White Lotus sect wore a slightly incredulous expression. It's likely he would have reacted similarly even if Dongbang Mujaiol had returned to the White Lotus sect with this clue normally. Meng Niang continued calmly. The more critical point is that if we have the power of the 7 luminaries, we can break the curse of the old sovereign even without the Black and White Lotus. This power transcends cognition. We should be targeting the 7 luminaries first. Ah, I've heard that one resides in Hedong. It seems you have something you wish to express. As Meng Niang trailed off, the master of the White Lotus sect asked, Lord of the Bangkian Alliance, what have you done with Dongbang Mujaiol? Jumping straight to the point. It could have been a lucky guess, but the master of the White Lotus sect immediately deduced how we had acquired our information. Jin Sochong and I exchanged tense glances, but to our surprise, Meng Niang responded without hesitation. He is currently under our protection within the Bangkian Alliance. Then there must be other information to convey to me. If it's about the dragon flower tree, it's said to be hidden in the continent at the southern end of the world. It's supposed to be resting next to the treasure of the 7 luminaries, the fire star. Ah, I see. Ultimately leading back to the 7 luminaries then. I couldn't keep up with their conversation. So, the master of the White Lotus sect has discovered that the Dongbang Mujaiol, the envoy of the White Lotus sect, has been kidnapped by the Bangtian alliance. Yet, neither Mangniang nor any of us have been killed by their anger. Instead, he continued speaking calmly. It was as though Mangniang had anticipated this development. The master of the White Lotus sect said, "You seem confident that you can provide better information than Dongbang Mujaiol." Indeed. While he went to the Moon Kingdom to retrieve information, organizing that to reach the old sovereign is something only we can accomplish. What do you seek in return? I wish for the Bangtian alliance to be entrusted with the overall mission of searching for the 7 luminaries and treating the young master's plague. In exchange, we hope to establish a friendly alliance with the White Lotus sect. The master of the White Lotus sect fell silent, deep in thought. At that moment, I began to understand what Mangniang had called a gamble. He was negotiating with the master to ignite their willingness to explore the 7 luminaries while seeking an alliance with the White Lotus sect in return for valuable information. Of course, should this go well, the Bangtian alliance would instantly secure the support of the strongest force in the martial world. However, should it fail, the 3 of us could meet our demise at the hands of the master of the White Lotus sect right here. After what felt like a long time, the master of the White Lotus sect finally spoke. Mangniang, your name is the same as someone I know. What is your relation to Mangniang Sinsa? I am the disciple of that individual. As I suspected. Quite an amusing situation. It appeared that the master of the White Lotus sect knew of Mangniang Sinsa. He seemed to carry a faint smile as he continued. As you all are aware, there are 2 ways to lift a curse. One is to acquire a holy elixir imbued with the sacred power of the Holy Lotus, and the other is to extinguish the sorcerer behind the curse. Why do you think I cannot choose the latter method? Mangniang seemed puzzled momentarily but eventually provided the expected answer. Because I cannot kill the sorcerer of the curse. Correct. The master of the White Lotus sect leaned slightly to the side. This all happened several decades ago. I had a confrontation with a certain divine being, leading to a battle. Specifically, I succeeded in destroying the physical manifestation of that being. It was indeed powerful, but it wasn't a proper match for me. At that moment, both Jin Sochong and I widened our eyes. No way. Could it be that the master of the White Lotus sect fought against the old sovereign? A formidable existence that not even the celestial beings dare to confront. This was something I could hardly fathom, and I found my mouth agape. However, that entity suddenly vanished, leaving only its soul behind, and afterward, my son, the young master, became afflicted by the terrifying curse of the plague. I wanted to track that being down and obliterate it completely, but there was no way to pursue someone who had already turned into a soul and disappeared. After a moment of thought, Mangniang responded. I believe the one you killed was likely a manifestation of the old sovereign. That entity has already surpassed death, so when its manifestation is killed, the original returns to the realm known as Dark Heaven. I know. Ever since that incident, I've conducted much research on the otherworldly race and the old sovereign. The master of the White Lotus sect sighed. No matter how strong I am, it would be impossible for me to chase down that existence across dimensions into the realm of Dark Heaven and kill it. Thus, I had no choice but to resort to a conventional healing method. I now understood how things came to be. The master of the White Lotus sect may have slain the old sovereign, but the curse left behind caused the young master to fall ill. I had a rough idea of the situation, but I still had many unresolved questions in my heart. Why was it that the plague the alchemist spread in the capital bore such similarity to the young master's plague? There are variances in how the plague progresses in each person, so what could account for those differences? Mangniang continued. I would like to know more. What led you to confront the old sovereign? It all began when a blue-eyed foreigner arrived from the western region. A foreigner. This foreigner claimed that if I were to obtain the nameless ritual book, I could gain dominion over the world. However, I had no interest and dismissed him, but before he died, he summoned the old sovereign using his life as a price. The nameless ritual book. I shot a glance at Mangniang. Our eyes met, and he nodded. That foreigner from the western region must have been a warlock like the alchemist, seeking out the nameless ritual book to gain immense power. Furthermore, it's likely that the master of the White Lotus sect dispatched an assassination squad against him out of concern, leading the warlock to summon the old sovereign in a fit of anger just before his demise. Mangniang asked. Do you know whether the imperial palace has borrowed the power of the otherworldly race and that the emperor seeks immortality through their strength? Of course. Until now, it didn't directly concern us, so we left it alone. The master of the White Lotus sect was already aware of the imperial palace's secret currents. However, since the ceremonies of human sacrifices and the activities of the Golden Eagle Guards did not directly affect the White Lotus sect, he had chosen to disregard them. Undoubtedly, the urgent situation revolving around the young master's affliction also played a large role in this decision. Mangniang stated. We can search for the whereabouts of the 7 luminaries while simultaneously researching the nameless ritual book and curing the young master's affliction. Please trust us. Then we shall do so. I look forward to your successes. Thank you. However, send Dongbang Mujaiol back. We must reward him for his efforts. I understand. The conversation progressed smoothly, to my huge relief. I had been worried about potentially being struck by the master of the White Lotus sect, but things felt incredibly comfortable instead. I nodded in realization that Mang Niang had prepared well for this gamble. The master would undoubtedly prefer to align with an organization that is well-informed and capable, rather than risking everything based solely on the sudden information from Dongbang Mujiao. And if you grant us this alliance, I have one request. What is it? It seems there's a movement within the wind gods to suppress the thunder gods. However, this could severely impact our Bangkian alliance, which is intimately tied with the thunder gods. We would appreciate your assistance in preventing this. Our Dharma protectors wouldn't resort to such petty things. Of course, but there are times when individuals act out of blind loyalty, right? I just wanted to mention that there might be problems during the search for the treatment of the young master. That could indeed be the case. It was a distinctly political conversation. The master of the White Lotus sect pretended not to know, but I believed he was well aware of how the wind gods were plotting. Thus, Mang Niang subtly shifted the conversation to be about what the higher UPS didn't know, and the master of the White Lotus sect begrudgingly played along. Once the negotiations appeared to have concluded, I finally turned to the master of the White Lotus sect and asked, may I ask one question? You are Baek Wong, correct? Go ahead. I gather you are searching for the dragon flower tree as a cure, but why do you think so? The dragon flower tree. It was not simply a type of tree, it was said to be the tree that refers to the historical Buddha, Sakyamuni, who achieved enlightenment. In other words, it could be seen as a being infused with divine power. Of course, the White Lotus sect, being rooted in Buddhism as it is, may have led to this thought, but I wanted to know more details. The master of the White Lotus sect appeared taken aback by the unexpected question, stroking his chin before responding. Great Mother of the Non-Birth. That is the name of the great goddess we worship. The Great Mother, the origin of creation, has sent Maitreya to gather her scattered children back to the True Void family, promising a peaceful millennium kingdom will be realized in the human world. Are you familiar with the tenets of the White Lotus sect? I've heard bits and pieces about it before. In fact, I once sought advice from the strongest sorcerer I knew to heal the plague. While that sorcerer could not assist me, he did mention the word heavenly luck. Heavenly luck, you say? While the old sovereign's power could likely cast a curse that would obliterate the entire White Lotus sect, the blessings of the Great Mother prevented that from happening. Therefore, while considering how to offer the greatest worship and merit to the Great Mother, I thought the dragon flower tree, with its legendary powers, could be a method. The blessings of the Great Mother of the Non-Birth? I found it hard to believe, and I let out a noise of skepticism. Of course, while the White Lotus sect is a religious organization, up to now, I had considered it as a demonology cult disguised as a sect. In reality, it had overthrown the original thriving demon cult in Gansu and established itself. But listening to the master, it seemed he genuinely believes in the Great Mother of the Non-Birth, feeling a deep identity with their religion. Just then, Mang Niang asked, "Then what do you think of Maitreya? He is the being that removes the cycle of reincarnation." "What do you mean?" "Once Maitreya is born under the dragon flower tree, all beings in this world will attain enlightenment and ascend to the heavens. However, it also means shedding both the fetters of the flesh and that of the soul to reach the upper heaven. At that moment, all suffering from the cycle of reincarnation will vanish." I was listening thoughtfully to the master's religious theories. However, Mang Niang was listening with a serious expression. He propped his chin thoughtfully and continued to ask, "Then do you consider Maitreya not a god?" "That is correct. Maitreya is not a god. I see him as the law of the universe that exists." "Thank you for your valuable insights. They have been extremely helpful. Moreover, we received detailed information on the warlock from the western region, along with a few texts from the White Lotus sect." Having pushed that far, the master of the White Lotus sect looked at Jin So-chong and said, "The disciple of Li Kuang. Excellent achievements. Thank you. It would be nice if you could return to our sect someday." He appeared somewhat regretful at that remark. I was taken aback by the fact that he was acknowledging Jin So-chong to such a degree. This meant that even the best in the world recognized his talent and admired it. After that, we finally got to meet the young master of the White Lotus sect directly. He was recuperating in a building named Heavenly La Hall, wrapped in some sacred purple bamboo. Mang Niang expressed admiration as he observed the environment surrounding the young master's bed. "This building feels like a temple. It's spiritually stable, and even that bed is built with an incredible structure of spiritual energy." Upon getting a closer look at the young master, as expected, half of his body had transformed into that of the otherworldly race due to the plague. However, his face remained untouched. It seemed the plague had not progressed as much as I imagined, and he now appeared to be merely in a vegetative state, breathing softly. After confirming the young master's condition, we bid farewell to the master of the White Lotus sect and exited the White Lotus sect. We made our way several hundred li away, traveling via the woods. Then, we settled down at an inn nearby to discuss today's events. I asked Mang Niang, "Mang Niang, so, can we manage to counter the schemes of the wind gods?" "To be honest, I'm not sure. We can prevent severe consequences, but there might still be petty setbacks. Even with the master of the White Lotus sect helping us, that's too optimistic a view of the White Lotus sect." Mang Niang sighed briefly. While the master's orders might stop Yang Junil's plans, the White Lotus sect doesn't necessarily want the thunder gods to grow stronger. The real issue is when the master will decide to put a stop to it. If that takes too long, we could suffer irreversible damage. Well, at least it's a relief that we've avoided the worst-case scenario. The master wouldn't act too terribly ruthlessly out of respect for his own reputation. As Meng Niang spoke, I turned to him and asked, Meng Niang, what was that question about Methreya earlier? At novel bin at. Most of the topics discussed had been practical, but Meng Niang's question on Methreya seemed a little out of the blue. I was curious whether it stemmed from his thirst for knowledge or if it was related to our pressing survival matter. Jin Sochong looked at him with the same puzzled expression. Meng Niang fumbled with his words. I suppose it's still a hypothetical stage, but I felt it was worth mentioning. Please, do share. Simply put, I have doubts regarding the blessings of the Great Mother of the non-birth. I felt as though I had been struck on the head with the next statement. I learned from my master that the only entities capable of countering the old sovereign's power are other old sovereigns or divine beings beyond that level. Therefore, if the Great Mother of the non-birth truly exists and indeed diminished the curses of the old sovereign, then... Meng Niang left his sentence hanging, but I understood the implication. It's very likely that the Great Mother, the deity of the White Lotus sect, could also be an old sovereign. It's merely a hypothesis. But the White Lotus sect is closer to a military organization than a religious group that doesn't engage in human sacrifices. Not all old sovereigns enjoy human sacrifices. They typically have no interest in humans, and what they desire can sometimes be abstract offerings. If this hypothesis holds true, then the White Lotus sect might have acquired great power in exchange for something. Meng Niang seemed to hesitate even to continue. Uncharacteristically, he spoke with some anxiety. Regardless, I felt compelled to ask. If Methreya were sent into this world to lead it to enlightenment, then what being is he? I had to inquire because no one knows the White Lotus sect's doctrines better than the master. The master stated that Methreya is not a god. That is correct. Methreya is not a god. That is truly a complicated response. Why is that? Because the interpretation of Methreya by the White Lotus sect contrasts entirely with the interpretations by all Buddhists across the Central Plains and the entire celestial world. The master's response indicates that the Great Mother is indeed real and that she embodies the cosmic law of Methreya. Moreover, stating that he removes the cycle of reincarnation is outright heresy. What on earth is Meng Niang trying to convey? Jin Sochong and I exchanged curious glances, and with a resigned sigh, Meng Niang muttered, Phew. Anyway, it remains a hypothesis. I think I should consult my master about this. Is it that crucial? Absolutely. Meng Niang spoke gravely. Baek Wung, please take me to my master. I intend to return later via the Jinlang path. If you leave a recommendation in the comment section, I'll be even more motivated to write. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. We moved to the village where Meng Niang's master resided at Meng Niang's request. Of course, Chen Baizio didn't forget to bury it in the pine forest. As we entered the village, Chen Wujin looked at us and asked, What brings you here this time? I have something urgent to discuss with my master, Meng Niang replied. And those people? When Chen Wujin glanced at us, Jin Sochong introduced himself. I am Jin Sochong of the Thunder Gods. It's a pleasure to meet you. Another martial artist, Chen Wujin murmured in a rather unfriendly tone. He continued. Best behave and take your leave. It seems my master has many concerns lately. What do you mean, disciple? Meng Niang inquired. Chen Wujin sighed. The Overlord's star has shifted. Didn't your senior read the heavenly signs? I've been too busy lately to check the signs. With the constellation in upheaval, I expect a great being to stir soon. Even the heavenly realm is closely watching, so it appears many requests will come to my master, protector. I see. I was eavesdropping on their conversation and became curious, asking Chen Wujin, what is this Overlord's star? He shot me a glance but eventually explained. You know that constellations consist of 3 principal stars and 28 lodges. These stars have fluctuated throughout history, and among them is a peculiar star that helps balance the North Star. This star is called the Overlord's star in astronomy, and its movements indicate great changes in the world. Really? I had no idea. It seemed Meng Niang wanted to avoid discussing it further, urgently prodding me to leave. We should hurry. Time is of the essence. We followed Meng Niang to the shrine where Meng Niang's master was honored. After a moment, Meng Niang glanced at me and said, Please take out the crystal steel and the spirit bodies. Huh? I could do that, but won't it be dangerous with the alchemist's tracking techniques if I bring these out? Trust me, just do it. Why? Following Meng Niang's command, I retrieved the crystal steel and spirit bodies from my bag. The 3 spirit bodies lined up under the enormous crystal steel. Jin Sochong, watching from the side, was taken aback, exclaiming, What is all this? Who are these people? I'll explain in a bit. For now, let's follow Meng Niang's wishes. Meng Niang carefully examined the crystal steel and spirit bodies, then stepped forward towards the shrine and bowed politely, saying, Master, your disciple Meng Niang seeks your guidance. Today, I come with a significant question. There was only silence. It was as if the existence of Meng Niang's master had never been acknowledged, an oppressive stillness enveloping the area. Meng Niang, undeterred by the silence, continued. I know you are aware that Baek Wung's reincarnation raises many questions and that you are reluctant to reveal yourself due to these discrepancies. I've come to understand through the tales of Baek Wung's past lives. But if he is cursed, will merely avoiding him resolve anything? He possesses a heart and will for justice. That's why I am willing to align my fate with Baek Wung and risk my life. Did you not always say that facing challenges head-on is the path of a sorcerer? Having said that, Meng Niang still received no response. He sighed deeply and declared, "If that is the case, I shall take my chances. Here I present the crystal steel and spirit bodies capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone as offerings. In return, I ask my master to help clarify my doubts." I was taken aback. I had previously mentioned that if there was no time to research the crystal steel and spirit bodies, I might as well offer them up. But to think that Meng Niang would offer them right here to Meng Niang's master? Then, something unbelievable happened shortly after. Kugugugu. Suddenly, the massive crystal steel disintegrated from above, turning to dust. In the blink of an eye, the 3 spirit bodies also got sucked into a bizarre distortion of space and vanished completely. The scene was akin to a bizarre offering being devoured. As I watched this strange spectacle in silence, a deep voice echoed through the space. "My human disciple, Meng Niang. Indeed, the secrets of the world you seek weigh heavily. This offering makes me ponder whether to provide them. To be honest, I would need at least 100 human lives to keep the balance." This voice was entirely different from the previous one. However, we instinctively recognized it belonged to Meng Niang's master. The moment we heard that voice, Meng Niang's expression brightened. A moment later, Meng Niang's master spoke again. "Considering that you are my disciple, I will deem this offering sufficient. You need not worry about the karma that follows." "Thank you, master. Speak your question." His tone was peculiar, as if Meng Niang already knew what he would ask. Meng Niang opened his mouth. "Is the history of the Central Plains distorted by the ancient ruler, the non-birth mother?" "It is indeed true." Upon hearing this, both Meng Niang and I were taken aback. Could it be that the divine being of the White Lotus sect, the non-birth mother, was indeed the ancient ruler who changed the history of this world? Meng Niang's master added with a hint of scorn. "The history of the Central Plains has shifted due to the White Lotus sect, and even the histories of Goryeo and Dongyang have changed. Even the distant histories of the western regions have been altered. Then should the White Lotus sect also be considered a force of the ancient ruler?" "Not exactly." Meng Niang's master took a pause before elaborating. "You all might not know this, but the ancient rulers are not on equal footing. There exists a clear hierarchy and even significant gaps between them. The non-birth mother is a powerful entity, yet she has little interest in the human realm. That entity is an outer deity." "What is an outer deity?" "An existence so supreme that even the ancient rulers worship and revere it as a god. Simply put, they have no interest in humanity." Sususu. Suddenly, a pitch-black cat appeared in the chamber. It was the manifestation of Meng Niang's master that I had only ever seen in dreamland. Seemingly too lazy to speak himself, he sent his avatar to relay his words. The cat said, "The founder of the White Lotus sect was a monk who mastered the teachings of Buddhism. During the Mandang era, as humanity fell into corruption and despair, he despaired himself. He searched desperately for an existence that transcended human power and resolved to bring this world to nirvana using that being's strength by establishing the White Lotus sect. It is thanks to the teachings derived from the outer deity, the non-birth mother. Thus, the existence they revere, the non-birth mother, might not even be aware of the White Lotus sect in the human realm. Being a being with no need for worship, they simply grant magical blessings and protection since humans call out in desperation. Such a thing cannot be termed a force." As I listened to his words, confusion filled my mind, and I asked, "Wait, that seems odd." "What seems odd?" "The ancient rulers usually require offerings of human flesh or souls to grant their fickle power, right? So why does the non-birth mother grant power to the White Lotus sect seemingly without any compensation?" The cat tilted its head thoughtfully and replied, "That is indeed strange. Why would that existence care?" "What do you mean?" "The being humans refer to as the non-birth mother possesses power to obliterate the 3,000 worlds with just a single curse from the center of the universe. Though the ancient rulers have their limits, she does not. Her power is infinite, rendering mere offerings trivial distractions." At novel bin at. Meng Niang shuddered, his face revealing a rare expression of fear. He trembled, stuttering. "Could it be that master, that being is the one you mentioned before?" "Indeed, it is that being." What a shock, just as I feared. Meng Niang wore a solemn expression, and the cat approached him as if to comfort him. It rubbed its palm against the hem of Meng Niang's robe, saying, "Don't worry. That being is oblivious to this world. It merely sleeps in chaos. The White Lotus sect does not directly embrace that entity's powers, they simply use tiny fragments of those powers without understanding them. Your concern seems excessively premature." "Really? Thank you." Meng Niang breathed a sigh of relief. "However, there is some merit in your concern. Should the first teachings left by the founder of the White Lotus sect be comprehended in their entirety, obtaining the full power of the outer deity would pose a serious danger. Though that being also founded the Zen school, the teachings of the non-birth mother must have scattered across various forms of Buddhism in this world. So, at least for 1,000 years, we shouldn't have to worry." I chimed in with a question. "What do you mean by danger? Would reciting the complete scriptures of the non-birth mother summon the outer deity?" "No, it would mean the end." "What do you mean by the end?" "Simply put, everything would end. There'd be no need to ponder further." I was astonished. Could it be that the deity revered by the White Lotus sect, the non-birth mother, was such a dangerous existence? But then again, the manner he speaks about it makes it sound daunting, yet strangely distant. It seemed that Meng Niang had a rough idea of what the non-birth mother was. Perhaps he considered it a significant secret, prompting him to make such an offering to learn. The cat, as Meng Niang's manifestation, leaped atop the shrine and said, "By the way, it's been a while, Maiho. How are things going on your end? Sus." At that moment, the figure of a beautiful woman transformed from the jade pendant around my neck. Maiho gazed at the cat and spoke in an irritated tone. "Meng Niang master, mind your own business. What have you ever done for me to meddle like that?" "That's true, but I can't help but worry about that cute little fox in the heavenly realm." "Humph, what a cheeky old man." Maiho maintained a haughty expression but seemed to let it slide. Crossing her arms, she said, "Hey, since we're on this topic, why not do something generous?" "What do you mean?" "You know that spirit body whatever it is can create the Philosopher's Stone, the ultimate alchemy, right? Are you just going to drop one piece of information and call it quits? If you love your disciple, why not offer more substantial help?" I couldn't believe it as I watched Maiho boldly demand more from Meng Niang. Up till now, I'd perceived Meng Niang as a being surpassing the powers of protectors, and here he was, subjected to Maiho's brazen audacity. I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine thinking he might face his 14th death right here. However, the cat relaxed on the roof of the shrine and replied, "If you had brought the genuine Philosopher's Stone, I would have bestowed the blessings of broken heavens immediately. But merely having the method won't suffice. While it's indeed an excellent artifact, the offering is insufficient." "What? You're like a crazy guy who wouldn't be intimidated even by the order of Jade Emperor unless you're a high-ranking deity? You could ignore such trivial matters." As Maiho spoke harshly, the cat appeared to contemplate for a moment. Then, it turned to Meng Niang and asked, "Then, my disciple Meng Niang, I have 2 proposals for you. Would you like to hear them?" "Please command me, master." Everyone in the place was taken aback by the following statement. "You are destined to die soon. That's surprising. Will you absorb the withered blessings and extend your life, or will you accept your fate and allow others to receive the blessings?" Meng Niang's imminent death was a shocking revelation. What could this mean? I nearly yelled out in disbelief. "What the hell are you talking about? Why would Meng Niang die?" The cat's form grew faint and appeared elsewhere. Being a mere illusion, I couldn't catch it. The cat looked at me with emotionless eyes and stated, "Meng Niang's heavenly mandate already exceeds the age of 70. But, as he has been caught up in the mandates of the White Lotus sect and your fate, his remaining time has drastically diminished. He will meet his demise within the next 2 years. Meng Niang's master dealt a harsh blow with his words. "It seems this will continue as long as you stay with him." Upon hearing that, I was left speechless. Could it be that by pulling Meng Niang into my life, I've rendered him unable to enjoy his heavenly mandate? It was entirely plausible. Our actions in defiance of the White Lotus sect, the martial world, and even the Imperial Palace surely bore immense risks. While I may have a fleeting life, Meng Niang also stood to lose a great deal. However, receiving a death sentence from such a powerful being as Meng Niang's master carried a weight of its own. Just then, Meng Niang spoke. "Master, I choose the latter." I was about to protest when Jin So-chung silently blocked my mouth, stopping me dead in my tracks. Then, Meng Niang's master continued. "Are you absolutely sure about that?" "Yes. If you were to abandon Bakwung right now and seek another master, you could live to see your natural lifespan and freely wield your talents as a strategist. Yet you prefer this path." "Of course. I've made my choice, so please don't hesitate." "Very well. I've bestowed the blessings of broken heavens. I hope it aids you well." With that, Meng Niang's master vanished. I stood there dumbfounded, looking at the spot where he had been. Meng Niang wiped the sweat from his brow. It's hot." I gazed at him speechlessly. "What? Why?" The revelation of Meng Niang's life expectancy was too shocking for me to process. I locked eyes with Jin So-chung, gritting my teeth in frustration. "Senior, why did you stop me?" The roar of a lion echoed. If Jin So-chung hadn't restrained me at that moment, I surely would have jumped in to cancel everything and ask for Meng Niang's life to be extended instead. But because of him, I was held back, unable to do a thing. Jin So-chung spoke gravely. "He asked me to stop you through a mental relay." "What?" "That's right. I asked Jin So-chung to stop you." Meng Niang spoke calmly, causing me to falter in confusion. "But why not just extend your life? What does it matter if there are no blessings? What does it even matter? You're the only one who should be fine." Damn the blessings of Meng Niang's master. I couldn't bear to think of how Meng Niang would meet his end. If Meng Niang were alive to help me, that would hold real significance. I felt like I was spitting blood as I shouted, "Why are you so nonchalant about your own death?" Meng Niang pressed his temples with the emblem of the 7-star banner and replied, "Well, it's because I'm with you." If I were to fearlessly fret about death, how could I ever gain your trust, someone who continuously faces death? That's all there is to it. Meng Niang brushed my hand away and calmly said, "There's no guarantee I will certainly die. The heavenly mandate is fluid and variable. In the future, if I make the right offerings, I could extend my life again. After all, there are methods at Dongyang such as the Tai Mountain technique. Isn't that right, Maiho?" Maiho nodded when Meng Niang pointed at her. "Absolutely." Meng Niang laughed heartily. "See, that's how it is. That's how it is." Meng Niang firmly grasped my hand. "Of course, our priority is not to waste time whining, but to prepare ourselves for victory." "Understood." Upon hearing Meng Niang's words, I felt rejuvenated. If that's the case, then things could change. using the blessings of broken heavens to foster advantageous developments ahead while searching for the artifacts or laws that could extend Mangyang's life. That was the plan. And so, with the blessings of broken heavens, we headed back to Jinlang Path. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Upon returning to Jinlang Valley, we sought out Li Kuang again. Since we had used the levitation technique to move quickly, not much time had elapsed. We found the disciples of the Thunder God lineage tending to Li Kuang, who lay unconscious. I had triggered a strong transfusion while performing a pressure release technique, keeping him in a deep sleep for an extended period. As I approached slowly, Se Gongrin suddenly drew her sword. Pying. The tip of her blade trembled just in front of my throat. I realized that her sword skills had become incomparably faster and more precise than when I last saw her. It seemed that Se Gongrin had made tremendous progress in her training over the past 2 months. She glared at me and said, "Step away. I'm just trying to release his pressure points. How can I trust that? Jin Sochong had also betrayed us." I found myself at a loss for words, forced to halt in my tracks. Indeed, it was impossible for me to approach given my status as a disciple of the Thunder God lineage. If I harbored ill intentions and pressed on any of Li Kuang's fatal points, he would surely be dead. Just then, Jin Sochong took a step forward and said, "Then take my life as collateral." Without hesitation, he strode up to Se Gongrin. Standing there unguarded, Se Gongrin asked, "What's your intention?" "Just as it sounds. A promise made by a man should be as solid as gold. Are you really ready to stake your life on my blade, Jin Sochong?" Silently, her sword glided, creating droplets of blood on Jin Sochong's throat. With even the slightest movement, Jin Sochong's vertebrae would surely snap. Yet, he remained resolute, saying, "Indeed." Then, Jaco, who had been watching from the side, grumbled, "Rin, step aside. Jaco, I'll take responsibility for him. That guy has never deceived one to this extent." Se Gongrin retracted her sword. I turned to Li Kuang, shaking off the awkward silence, and proceeded to release his pressure points and awaken him from his slumber. Moments later, Li Kuang suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He scanned the surroundings, and upon seeing everyone gathered, he quickly assessed the situation. He shot a piercing glare at me and Mangyang before his expression softened as he looked at Jin Sochong with sorrow. "Sochong, why are you?" Jin Sochong knelt right there in response. "I'm sorry, master. But this is the path I believe to be right." Li Kuang let out a deep sigh. Contrary to our expectations, he didn't spring up immediately. It seemed that the psychological shock of being subdued by Jin Sochong weighed heavier on him than we thought. He sat on the bed, upper body upright, for a while before saying, "I don't want to see anyone right now. Everyone, please leave." He turned his head and lay back down. No one in the room dared to refuse his request. Silently, they left Li Kuang's room. I had thought the disciples of the Thunder God lineage would question or express their frustrations at either Jin Sochong or me, but surprisingly, they didn't utter a word. I felt somewhat embarrassed instead. Whoosh. Instead, Jaco crossed his arms and braced himself against the cool forest breeze, saying, "Hey, did you say you were the Lord of Banghian Alliance?" "That's correct," Mangyang replied, and Jaco spoke without even glancing at him. "Your master will be on your side." When Mangyang stared at him blankly, Jaco continued irritably, "We've come this far, we can only follow your orders." "Well, that works for me. Damn it." He muttered a curse and fell silent. He knows too. Jaco, as well as the disciples of the Thunder God lineage, understood that attacking me or Jin Sochong wouldn't change a thing. Ultimately, the matter hinged on Li Kuang's decision, but since he couldn't kill Jin Sochong, he had no choice but to side with the Banghian Alliance. To branch off unilaterally now, after forming ties with the White Lotus sect, would only lead to total loss. Although Li Kuang felt a significant threat from Mangyang at one point, now that his momentum had waned and he had regained composure, he would have no choice but to align himself with the Banghian Alliance. This fact was clear to Jaco. However, this didn't imply that the Thunder God lineage had wholly succumbed. If Mangyang didn't steer things in the right direction moving forward, he could turn on the Banghian Alliance at any moment. The only relief was that Jaco seemed to understand Jin Sochong instead of blaming her. That night, we made a fire in the temple to cook a meal before sleeping. I couldn't fall asleep for the life of me, yet I resolved to think positively about it. TCH somehow, things will work out. Li Kuang called everyone together the next day when the sun was high. "Lord of Banghian Alliance, I apologize for earlier attempting to take your life." Li Kuang's voice had regained its strength. A gleam flickered in his eyes, signaling that he had sufficiently regained his mental fortitude over the course of a day. Mangyang waved the 7-star banner he had set down, saying, "I accept it. There will be no further discussion on this matter." "Thank you." Li Kuang then turned to me and Jin Sochong. "I will regard your actions as void. This incident will be forgotten." "Thank you, thank you." With that, the situation had more or less been sorted out, and Li Kuang inquired, "Lord of Banghian Alliance, please tell me what happened after I was subdued." Of course. Mangyang recounted everything that transpired when we visited the White Lotus sect and spoke with the young master of the White Lotus sect. He also shared the tale of receiving the blessings of heavenly convergence. Having listened carefully to all this, Li Kuang finally spoke. "So, the plague affecting the young master of the White Lotus sect was the doing of some evil deity, and that the White Lotus sect will seek clues about it along with the 7 luminaries. The Banghian Alliance effectively undertook that responsibility." "That's correct." Why go for that choice? Once the young master recovers, the White Lotus sect will operate without restraint, and the Thunder God lineage will have no chance to stand up. Mang Niang flicked the 7-star banner and replied, "What if I asked the opposite? If we hadn't shared that information, do you really think the White Lotus sect would have found a remedy for the plague? You handed over the task of finding the cure to the Banghian Alliance, which means we can also control them. We will gather sufficient intel from our adversaries. We can look into remedies for the plague when necessary and use this to negotiate further with the White Lotus sect. It's a decision with no downsides." Sounds like an overly optimistic interpretation. It seems that a certain level of trust hasn't been established between us yet. Noticing that this was a crucial persuasive moment, Mang Niang took a swig of the water he had set aside. Then, with serious eyes, he continued, "Think hard. The White Lotus sect has already infiltrated the Han family in the capital and placed their protectors among them. They have extended their influence to the 9 abandonments as well as the 8 devils of martial Deos. They have established a means to seize control of the world at any moment. In this situation, mindlessly sidelining them while attempting to extract information would be impossible. Unless we simultaneously took control of both the Dongchang and Jiayongbaikan leadership, there was no way it could happen. The White Lotus sect is the biggest threat. As such, we should keep them close and glean as much information as possible. The actions taken from here on will be crucial." Li Kuang contemplated Mang Niang's words carefully. It took him about half a K to nod in agreement. "You're right. Thank you for your understanding. Lord of Banghian Alliance, Mang Niang, you truly possess exceptional skills. If only Sochong had found you first." As Li Kuang sighed, his ice-cold gaze turned to me. Feeling an inexplicable sense of danger, I flinched as Li Kuang dulled his hostility. Then, he continued, "All right then, that means that Yang Yungail's next move will be stopped by the young master of the White Lotus sect. What do you think will develop from this? Honestly, they won't be able to stop it outright. They'll only spring into damage control after the incident unfolds. We have to hold out until then." Indeed, the martial world's public enemy, without a doubt. I couldn't help but interject. "What do you mean? Public enemy of the martial world?" With a deadpan expression, Mang Niang answered. "At this moment, somewhere, corpses massacred by the Thunder God lineage are being produced. The Beheaded Celestial Association will recognize the existence of our Thunder God lineage through investigating the cause and label us as public enemies. So the moment to stop it has passed. All the evidence, witnesses, and political ramifications have already been finalized, meaning we can't do anything. What is this nonsense?" As I stammered in disbelief, Li Kuang smiled wryly and explained. "Baek Wong, listen carefully. What the Lord of Banghian Alliance mentioned is a common method of annihilation in the martial world. Not just this time, the Beheaded Celestial Association and the 8 devils of martial Deos have often designated public enemies to obliterate. So, are you saying the 9 abandonments will jointly attack us? More precisely, it'll be the martial forces that have received requests from Yang Yungail and the Banyan Alliance's minions alongside a few members from the 8 devils of martial Deos. Since the public enemies have to be promptly dealt with, they'll most likely be working in unity." Li Kuang and Mang Niang appeared to understand the process very well regarding the designation of public enemies. Perhaps, Li Kuang's past in the Imperial Palace coupled with his experience as a veteran would account for that. I had no doubt Mang Niang was well connected. Mang Niang calmly added, "It's a rather obvious tactic, yet it's powerful enough that against Yang Yungail's open threats, there's practically no way to counter it. After all, he is the head of the Huangshan school, and he wields strong influence within the Beheaded Celestial Association. Only someone like Yan Zhenghong from the Zhongnan sect could counter his line of argument." Yan Zhenghong. Just the mention of him brought back memories. The number 1 sword of Zhongnan, Yan Zhenghong? He left a far stronger impression on me than the combined effort of the 10 elders from the Zhongnan sect. I had witnessed Jin Sochong panic as Yan Zhenghong made his entrance. It was clear he far surpassed any peak master in skill. Wait a moment, how could they create traces of Thunder God lineage's martial arts? How do they even use Thunder God's techniques? In my view, the Thunder God and Wind God lineages must be sharing basic martial techniques. Mang Niang's gaze shifted to Li Kuang. Reluctantly, Li Kuang let out a long sigh. Indeed, that's accurate. The Thunder God and Wind God lineages have been coexisting for over 1,000 years, thus, their foundational techniques share significant similarities. While they diverge at advanced stages, they both can utilize basic Thunder Spirit techniques. Of course, we can also use Wind Spirit techniques. Like this? Why? Li Kuang's palm suddenly surged with a wind-like energy, sharp and refined enough for practical application. It seemed that he had learned to handle the Wind Spirit technique through operating the tasks of the Thunder Spirit using his own visionary skill. Holding on to the wind energy, Li Kuang stated. Similarly, the Fire God and Water God lineages are intertwined in the same manner too. The foundational techniques would share their similarities. I realized something precious in that moment and found it fascinating, prompting me to ask Li Kuang. So, if I trained, I could handle Fire Spirit or Water Spirit techniques. Correct. However, your energy source is Thunder Spirit, so you cannot utilize anything above a basic level. The principle of mutual generation and restriction is clear. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Well, knowing this wouldn't help your training in any way. Although Li Kuang deliberately diverted his answer, it essentially meant you lack talent, just stick to learning what you can, which I could clearly interpret. Maybe it was the same situation he'd faced in his previous life as well. Li Kuang then awkwardly remarked. Of course, you could learn it easily at your level now. If you want me to teach you right away, I can do that. Yes, thank you. He seemed reluctant to press the issue too hard on my lack of talent, likely due to my past contributions to the Thunder God lineage. Mang Niang spoke again. We have two choices to make. What choices? One is to utilize Baekwung's incognito technique to escape into Dongyang completely. The other is to confront this as public enemies in the Central Plains and hold our ground. What's the benefit of the latter? Regardless, since the Thunder God lineage has broken away, our name will echo throughout the Central Plains, even infamous as it might be, and the masters of the Thunder God lineage scattered around will soon learn of it. So, you're saying we will last long enough until they come to our aid? Hopefully, yes. As I listened, I interjected with skepticism. Even if we do hold out, do you really think masters would come to aid the Thunder God lineage once we're labeled public enemies? What would they gain by joining? In response to my question, Mang Niang merely smiled. Keeping a deferential posture, Li Kuang chortled. Do you think that there are so many reasonable folks contemplating life and death for the Thunder God lineage? Somehow I wanted to retort, but found no ground to stand on. Adat novel bin adat. Mang Niang added. Then, let's send messengers to all the martial factions a day after tomorrow and host a faction competition. No matter how they designate us as public enemies, the martial code forbids them from attacking during that competition. That sounds all right. The faction competition of the Thunder God lineage. It was a declaration of war against the Wind God lineage's schemes, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In just 3 days, the dispatches initiated by the Banghian Alliance spread the word about the internal power struggle within the Thunder God lineage. Not only did they reach influential sects in the vicinity, but they also made their way to the Zhangtian Alliance. Fortunately, the dispatchers had concealed their identities with triple layers of protection, so their real identities remained undisclosed. With the help of financial backing, the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School began to renovate itself to warmly welcome the guests. Workers bustled around, preparing seating areas. It didn't take long for the already spacious Azure Dragon Martial Arts School to expand even further. The formal opening of the internal power struggle within the Thunder God lineage occurred 10 days after the dispatches were sent out. I was inside, preparing to receive guests for the power struggle when people began to arrive from early dawn. Along with Yun Kuang, I guided them in, observing the bulging blood veins of these martial experts. Indeed, they are masters of the martial world. In truth, I couldn't possibly know every minor expert individually, so I could only make rough guesses by looking at the names on the invitation list and their written registrations. Most of those who arrived at dawn were typically secular masters, while the later arrivals were mostly from Buddhist and Taoist sects. The last to arrive were somewhat wild-looking individuals, likely from the heretical sects. Chatter. It seemed about 170 people had gathered. It was astonishing to think that each of them had formally trained in martial arts. It would be a challenge even to gather this many ordinary people, let alone the numerous well-known figures from the Zhangtian Alliance and peak martial experts within the martial world. This illustrated just how significant the Thunder God lineage's internal power struggle was to the martial world. Just as noon arrived, Li Kuang ascended the platform in the hall. He infused some of his inner energy and announced with the presence of a singular voice. I, Li Kuang, sincerely thank all of you, esteemed members of the martial world, for gathering for our Thunder God lineage's internal power struggle. As Li Kuang began a brief opening statement before jumping into the main subject, a loud scoff suddenly rang out from the audience. Ha! A cause for thanks, you shameless villain. With a sharp and high-pitched voice, Li Kuang's eyebrow twitched. At the same time, the disciples of the Thunder God lineage and the sect masters in the hall turned their attention towards the owner of the voice. The owner was a woman in her 20s dressed in white. With a sharp demeanor and a sword sheathed on her back, she seemed to belong to the sword sect. Drawing her sword, she loudly proclaimed, "Everyone, is there any need to wait? Let's uphold justice in the martial world by striking down the evil minions of the White Lotus sect and the Thunder God lineage." Right. Swoosh. Her words acted as a signal, which suddenly caused around 10 people to stand up in the hall. Most belonged to her sect or were considerable first-rate experts. They stepped forward and aimed their weapons at Li Kuang, who was on the platform. Thunder God lineage? To hold a power struggle while secretly harming the innocent and exposing your wicked ambitions, how brazen of you? I shall eliminate you here. My heart raced as I observed the scene. Ugh, is that woman mad? Naturally, I couldn't help but worry about those dozen fierce opponents. Li Kuang, laughing heartily and single-handedly exterminating dozens of bodyguards from the gold rank, wouldn't be intimidated by such a group. It would be a stroke of luck if he didn't wipe them out with a smile. However, Li Kuang calmly replied without changing his expression. I'm afraid I don't understand what you're saying. What evil deeds do you claim we of the Thunder God lineage have committed? Are you feigning ignorance? You've killed all the members of the Qingli sect, Beizhong sect, and Shenyin sect, attempting to cover your tracks. You even slaughtered infants and pregnant women, you vile brutes. The sects they mentioned were unfamiliar to me. Perhaps the Wind God lineage had plotted something outside the Thunder God lineage's influence. Kill them. Let's finish them off. As these fierce individuals shouted, a palpable killing intent began to emerge on the faces of the martial artists gathered in the hall. Over half of them wore unsure expressions, but as the accusations of the evils of the Thunder God lineage arose, many began to perceive the Thunder God lineage as an enemy. If it were the usual Li Kuang, he would have exploded with rage, but he instead replied leisurely, "I'm afraid that doesn't convince me. Do you have any evidence of our alleged wrongdoings?" "Evidence, you say?" Swish. A few martial experts stood from their seats. Each was dressed in the garb of the Huashan sect. The leading elder from the Huashan sect stood up and proclaimed, "I am the Cold Sky Sword, Gungja. I come with the authority of the sect leader regarding this matter." "Oh, the elder of the 9 discernments." The martial artists displayed expressions of surprise. The disciples of the Thunder God lineage, including Li Kuang, fixed their gaze on the Cold Sky Sword without any visible change in expression. The Cold Sky Sword pulled out a silver medallion from his robes and continued softly, "From here on, let me assure you that my words carry the authority of the Huashan sect and the sect leader. I promise to speak nothing but the truth. Please, go on." The Huashan sect, along with the Zhangtian Alliance's special investigative team, has conducted a thorough investigation into the dreadful incidents surrounding the 3 sects. We found numerous corpses bearing the marks of thunder. Marks of thunder. Gungja the Cold Sky Sword glared at Li Kuang on the platform. It's a phenomenon that appears when an expert from the accursed Thunder God lineage reaches the level of Thunder Spirit. It's a terrifying mark left by a powerful thunder technique that can sear wounds. Of course, the Thunder Spirit was indeed a real level, and thunder marks were an actual technique. The only difference was that the experts of the Thunder God lineage could only leave thunder marks when they desired to do so, so they're cleverly mixing truths and lies for their information. I couldn't help but chuckle at their straightforward approach. It would be challenging to deny claims made in that manner. People looked at us with expressions of shock. They weren't surprised that we were the villains behind the disaster, they seemed startled at the possibility of a martial expert controlling the Thunder Spirit. After all, you had to reach an incredibly profound realm to manipulate elemental forces with just ordinary internal cultivation. Li Kuang sneered coldly and retaliated. "Impressive. There are Thunder God experts who may not understand the Thunder Spirit, yet you from the 9 discernments managed to uncover such a vital secret." In response to Li Kuang's mocking words, Gungja the Cold Sky Sword answered, "I expected you to say that. However, to investigate this matter, we sought the counsel of someone who possesses the most information about the White Lotus sect, and they certified our findings. Thus, we believe it is conclusive." "Who is that?" "I cannot disclose their identity for their protection. However, I assure you that even in the name of the Master of the Zhangtian Alliance, this certification is reliable." At that moment, a stern-looking middle-aged man who had been beside the Cold Sky Sword rose and spoke. "I, Namgung, agree with his statement." "Oh, it's Namgung, the strategist of the Zhangtian Alliance." There were gasps of awe as people recognized Namgung. Namgung? He held the position of strategist for the Zhangtian Alliance, which was formed by the combination of the 9 discernments and orthodox sects. He had entered the Huashan sect at a young age to learn martial arts and was widely known for his exceptional strategies and skills. Additionally, he was a shrewd politician who coordinated interests among the 9 discernments and the 5 great families. His real name was unknown. As the situation escalated, I began to feel annoyed. I expected something like this, but it's even more frustrating than I thought. What Gungja the Cold Sky Sword was asserting had no substantial evidence. Normally, at this point of failing to reveal the evidence provider, the claim would become meaningless. But with the authority of the Zhangtian Alliance and Huashan sect backing him, it was being pushed forward as if such a logical leap was entirely reasonable. Naturally, it was infuriating to be slandered in this manner. Having never experienced such an event before, it wasn't easy to be treated like a public enemy by the martial artists of the world in an instant. When I couldn't manage my expressions and frowned, Jin So Chong, who was standing beside me, smiled and sent a message. "Relax your face, master. Didn't you see this coming? But it's so frustrating I feel like smashing them all to bits." "Of course, you could do that alone, but let's wait for the plan to unfold." "Understood." I sulked a bit to Jin Sochong but calmed my mind. In fact, I had recently revealed a bit of my past life secrets to him, so I had opened up to him just a little. Adat novel bin adat. Moments later, Li Kuang stated, "Then, why do you presume we engaged in such unseemly actions right before this important power struggle? Isn't it obvious? To secretly eliminate any sects that might impede your expansion while satisfying your murderous desires. While I can agree about the Qingli sect, your accusations against the Beizhong and Shenyan sect are quite the stretch, don't you think? They're over 300 li away from here." "Sure, but the remains of the victims verified your martial arts technique. As long as this fact holds, you must bear the responsibility for their lives." The moment I thought about asking with what evidence, a reply could easily spark a brawl, as they'd say, using the lives of the Thunder God lineage as bait. Li Kuang was obviously aware of this flow, so he calmly continued to parry Gungja the Cold Sky Sword's attempts to escalate hostilities. "Unless you show us the corpses directly, I cannot believe your words. Do not mislead the crowd simply because you utter the name Zhangtian Alliance." "What? Not to be rude, but I worry you're either a fiction writer or a pathetic person crying for attention. I won't condone such absurd accusations unless you can convincingly present that thunder mark in front of this audience." At that moment, Namgung stepped forward, glaring sharply at Li Kuang. "Would it not be fair to say that is an outright challenge to the authority of the Zhangtian Alliance?" Does possessing authority mean one can assert the truth without proof? I stuck my tongue out at the scene before me. How is Li Kuang so good at arguing? Although he must have prepared beforehand, he was handling everything so calmly, effortlessly turning the tides each time the opponent attempted to pressure using authority. This was due to Li Kuang's ability to clearly perceive the flaws in the opponent's logic and understand people's psychology. He was clever, not just a brute force musclehead. Then it happened. If it's corpses, I have them right here. Members of the Huashan sect arrived carrying dreadful corpses into the hall. The corpses looked as if they had been preserved by some special technique, not decomposed yet and covered in frost. The warriors bringing the corpses placed them down in the hall, and at this moment, Gungja the Cold Sky Sword seized the opportunity to shout loudly. Look at these corpses? They bear precise fatal wounds of thunder? Are you still planning to deny it? They had clearly prepared for this level of demonstration. I internally grumbled. No matter how you look at it, bringing corpses into someone else's power struggle is the act of rogues. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted to kill those wind god lineage scoundrels. I was also baffled as to what the master of Zhangtian Alliance was doing to be swayed by these ruffians. A boiling frustration surged within me when Li Kuang nonchalantly said, "Deny it, huh?" At that moment, he subtly twitched his lips. This subtle transmission seemingly directed toward Gungja the Cold Sky Sword caused him, who was stimulating the crowd with spit flying everywhere, to shiver as if struck by lightning. Cold sweat began pouring down his forehead. As the audience began to murmur, confused by why Gungja the Cold Sky Sword had suddenly frozen, Li Kuang no longer utilized his inner voice but instead expressed his unwavering presence and declared, "I regret to inform you that our power struggle cannot proceed alongside these dishonorable rogues who bring in foul corpses. I, for the honor of the Thunder God lineage, must settle matters with them before we conclude the power struggle. Those who agree with these lunatics may leave, but I request that the virtuous stay." Murmurs of conversation erupted among the martial artists present. If Gungja the Cold Sky Sword pressed just a bit further, all 100 or so experts present would be forced into combat, but instead, it ended ambiguously. Namgang, standing beside Gungja the Cold Sky Sword, scolded him. "Hey, this isn't what we discussed. Why stop now?" Gungja the Cold Sky Sword remained silent, sweating profusely, transformed into a mute statue. Even his disciples worriedly supported him as he slumped weakly into a chair, resembling a puppet devoid of strings. What on earth is happening? I observed him, puzzled, but no apparent external harm was visible. Moments later, one by one, members of the martial artist assembly began to take their leave. Rumble. As time passed, only a dozen figures affiliated with the Huashan sect and the Zhangtian Alliance remained along with a few inquisitive martial artists hoping to watch. In other words, more than half the crowd had fled. Namgang appeared increasingly restless, realizing that things had gone awry from his calculations. He likely expected to rally all the martial artists in unison for an assault. However, with such a meager number left, he probably felt they posed a greater risk of being slaughtered by Li Kuang. Li Kuang calmly addressed the remaining martial artists on the platform. "Do you genuinely believe we of the Thunder God lineage are responsible for that gruesome tragedy? Stop with the nonsense. Don't think you can gloss over this with your rhetoric, you villain." Li Kuang contemplated for a moment before responding. "If that's the case, then I shall add a few more lines to that tragedy." What? Bang! In an instant, Li Kuang's hand moved in a blur, gripping his spear, and simultaneously, the necks of the martial artists standing in front of the platform were severed. Among them was a female martial artist, spared no mercy, swiftly massacred without hesitation. The warriors of the Huashan sect and the Zhangtian Alliance momentarily blinked in confusion, trying to comprehend what just transpired. The first one to come to his senses was Namgang, who wore a face showing, "This isn't right." He showed an expression of profound disbelief before quickly calling out to Li Kuang. Li Kuang? Wait a moment. This is tantamount to suicide for you." Interrupting Namgang, Li Kuang responded indifferently. "Namgang, let me make one thing clear, I have always disliked you. You flatter my friend, Yu Jihan, while secretly trying to manipulate the master of the Zhangtian Alliance as nothing more than a puppet to cater to the 5 great families. Well, that." Li Kuang revealed the teeth of a wild beast. "Today is truly liberating, you are scum. Bam, Awaya." With those final words, Li Kuang lunged forward with a flurry of movements, shredding Namgang's body into dozens of pieces in the blink of an eye. Namgang appeared to be at least some peak master level but was unable to offer even the slightest resistance, murdered within seconds. As Namgang's bodyguards rushed to attack Li Kuang, he continued to strike his spear without changing his expression. Swish, Awaya, spare me, bang. Within a heartbeat, over a dozen disciples of the Zhangtian Alliance were slaughtered. The incredibility of the entire event left the onlookers dumbfounded, unable to move, their faces painted with horror and disbelief. Now left were only the elder of the Huashan sect, Cold Sky Sword, and the remaining disciples, along with the martial artists still willing to spectate. Li Kuang glanced over the hall, walked up to Gungja the Cold Sky Sword, and smiled at him. "Since you've so willingly stepped forward, I'll spare your direct disciples. Choose them." The Cold Sky Sword trembled, pointing at the 2 disciples beside him. Upon confirming their faces, Li Kuang nodded before restarting his massacre. Swish, splat, ah. With a new wave of slaughter, not just the Cold Sky Sword but all disciples of the Huashan sect perished, except the 2 he had indicated. In mere moments, Li Kuang had slaughtered nearly 30 people, all without getting a drop of blood on his clothes. Master! The 2 disciples of the Huashan sect cried, clinging to the remnants of their master's torn body. Li Kuang coldly observed them. Your master silenced himself to save your lives while you should remember his death today and hide away all your lives in the Huashan sect. Yes. Li Kuang had allowed Gengzhi the Cold Sky Sword and Namgang to talk freely. Then, when crucial moments arose, he extended his mind energy to seize Gengzhi's spirit, effortlessly suppressing him. And he had seemingly blackmailed the disciples into silence by offering to spare their lives if they kept quiet. The disciples, shedding blood tears, cleared their master's body and left. Li Kuang sneered as he watched their departing figures and then addressed the onlookers. And you all should leave. This place is about to become a battlefield. Heath. They cast aside their pride as martial artists and, upon hearing Li Kuang's words, immediately began fleeing. They had likely wanted to run away from the very beginning but had been too frightened to move. Surrounded by a sea of blood, Li Kuang stretched out his arms. Is it just starting now? Indeed, this will mark the beginning of the Heaven Road net. From behind the platform, Mang Niang stepped out, casting the 7-star banner. He looked at Li Kuang in the sea of blood and calmly stated, if it becomes too burdensome, do not forget to regroup with Baek Wang at any time. Haha, there shouldn't be any trouble before the fire dragon takes action. Sounds good. By now, the vicinity was surely surrounded by the primary military forces of the Zhangtian Alliance and numerous experts from all directions, including various mercenaries. Gengzhi the Cold Sky Sword and Namgang had expected to incite the crowd into attacking us and then slip away, but Li Kuang's apparent bloodbath shattered that plan entirely. The 9th sovereign martial artist, who had been standing next to me, sent me a message. Today's going to be quite entertaining? How many do you think I can kill? I was aware that the Thunder God lineage's goal was to pretend to be involved in the power struggle while carrying out a massacre. Pondering for a moment, I murmured, they'll probably pile up the corpses. The louder the ruckus, the better. Infamy would work in our favor. This way, the masters of the Thunder God lineage would unite. Although it sounded like a mad scheme, it was justified as Mang Niang had already requested a halt to proceedings with the leader of the White Lotus sect and was confident in the strength of the Thunder God lineage. It also seemed he wanted to make a point against the Zhangtian Alliance, which was frivolously holding power over the world. If communication with the Zhangtian Alliance had passed the point of no return, all that remained was finding a new order through strength. Being fearful of the grudge from the Zhangtian Alliance would only hinder us from fighting the White Lotus sect, so it was better to force recognition through power. This was the way of survival for the Thunder God lineage in the martial world. Please leave a recommended comment. I made a few slight modifications. Chapter 174. 3 Sovereigns and 5 Emperors. In this battle, only 4 of us participated, myself, Jin Sochong, Li Kuang, and Jekho Saigong Rin was still not fully mature in his martial arts, and the safety of the Saigong clan was at stake. The situation had come down to only 4 of us being able to penetrate the Zhangtian Alliance's encirclement. However, none of the 4 felt fear or anxiety. Even I, who had always been uneasy in the face of death, moved forward with complete ease. Since there were exactly 4 of us, we decided to break through from the north, south, east, and west directions individually from the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Li Kuang was confident that the abilities of the 4 masters of the Thunder God lineage were far beyond those who would be ensnared by such an encirclement. Moving together would only complicate the breakthrough. South it is. I wondered what my luck would be today. As I stepped out of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School and walked for about 10 paces, killing intent began to fill the air around me. I expanded my senses to quickly assess their skills and numbers, identifying their positions. About 20. Most are second-class and first-class experts. Whiz. Suddenly, the mother and son pursuing Soul Needle flew toward me. The one who threw 3 needles must have been a first-class expert, given the unnatural speed and power of the attack, targeting exactly the angle where I would struggle to move. Clang! I deflected the first needle with a single strike, only to find 10 more projectiles coming in from a completely different direction. I moved again to swipe them away with my sword, but this time a surge of thrice that amount came flooding in from all directions. Crack crack crack! A sword curtain. After dodging all those indiscriminate attacks, I leaped onto a nearby roof. Just as I landed, 5 martial artists emerged, hurling dangerous weapons such as crescent blades, swords, and spears at me. Die. As expected, none of them were worthy masters. I muttered to myself while easily holding my ground. At that moment, it felt as if I was deepening my connection with the air around me. Thump! As I pushed off from the air, I suddenly appeared 3 paces ahead of them. The martial artists who had aimed to strike me were left floundering, having lost sight of me. Of course, it was only for a moment, as my 10,000 success sword technique cut through their necks, scattering blood into the air. Utilizing the soul destruction technique along with my sword skills made it easy to behead 5 opponents. One of them threw another projectile at me, but I no longer had any reason to concern myself with long-range attacks. Firmly stomping on the roof, tiles erupted into the air. They effectively blocked the trajectory of the projectiles, and I quickly snatched a tile and threw it like a projectile infused with my internal power. Thwack! Ugh! Serves you right. You shouldn't just be throwing projectiles at others carelessly. I chuckled as I watched one of my enemies outside limping with a tile stuck in his chest. At the same time, I was beginning to understand why Jin Sochong warned me to be cautious of projectiles in the past. While each of those individuals' martial skills were nothing special, the annoyance of them throwing projectiles from a distance, searching for my weaknesses, was quite bothersome. Dancing forward, I stepped toward the remaining ambushers while employing the soul destruction technique. Gasp. What's happening? Perhaps my speed was so great that they couldn't track my movements with their abilities. In the blink of an eye, I had closed in on about 20 ambushers, striking their vital points with the back of my sword. That sheer force alone caused them to tumble over, no longer able to continue fighting. Thud. In merely a few breaths, I had dealt with the 20 ambushers, and it felt as if the encirclement had temporarily dissolved. Although they claimed to have a celestial net, the encirclement was stronger when more ambushers were holding down a small number, so wiping them out quickly like this left them in disarray. I leaped from the roof into the crowd of onlookers and mumbled. Not much of a challenge. Thoughts of what Li Kuang had said yesterday about gathering the Thunder God lineage masters over at Mount Hobi came to mind. Tomorrow's plan is to smash everything in sight and then regroup at Mount Hobi. Mount Hobi was a mountain located about 40 li away from Guangzhou. Jiko, who was listening, remarked. Can we just kill them all? That would be fine. But try to show mercy to the weak who stand no chance. What do you mean by that? I mean, create an opportunity that looks like justifiable defense. I understand. Yes, I understood what Li Kuang meant back then. The idea of creating an opportunity that looked like justifiable defense meant, in other words, showcasing our strength. He wanted us to demonstrate such power that a mere 4 of us could break through the Zhangtian Alliance's celestial net, maintaining enough energy to show the degree of our strength. It was to imply that we could afford to go easy on someone like the Zhangtian Alliance while leaving ourselves some excuses for later when it came time to clean up. As long as we weren't overly defensive, it would be fine. Well, I guess I could still kill as many as I want. Still, Li Kuang's words were merely a guideline. Since the Thunder God lineage typically didn't spare those who attacked intending to kill, the 3 others, excluding me, were probably busy cleaning up anyone who annoyed them. I decided to spare those who showed potential and kept moving forward. Wish wish. After leaping for about a yard, a fresh barrage of projectiles came flying at me again. I swung to deflect them while grumbling in irritation. Ah, damn. Feeling like I had the power of life and death in my hands made every little action irritating. I just wanted to slaughter them all without concern for justifiable defense. However, knowing that giving in to the thrill of shedding blood would lead to endless violence, I thought to myself, then I'll just injure them. Thud. I hurled another tile at the ones throwing projectiles, taking them down. When I infused my internal power into throwing it, it was 10 times more powerful than their clumsy projectiles, and the sight of their limbs being blown away was truly a delight. Ugh. Ah. The sounds of their screams tickled my ears. Hats with blades and spears kept coming at me continuously, but I easily took them all down in a heartbeat. With a flash, I delivered a single strike, causing them to crumple like bundles of straw. I didn't kill them. I just incapacitated them. The difference in skill was so vast that I didn't even want to kill them on purpose. One of the swordsmen who remained conscious trembled and shouted, "Monster, how could you do this to us so easily?" I crouched in front of him and smiled slyly. "You? Who do you think you are? Such ridiculous pride when you've never seen a real monster." Snap. I snapped my finger, knocking him out cold with a concussion. It appeared these were members of a lower-tier martial group under the Zhangtian Alliance. Of course, the main point of encirclement is to drain the strength of weaker opponents, allowing the strong to finish the job, so these guys shouldn't be mistaken for the Zhangtian Alliance's real experts. I figured I had taken down about 40 of them by now. With the area around me growing less crowded and the killing intent lessening, I finally realized just how many I had taken out. I could now reach the gates of Guangzhou, so I began to move leisurely. Hey! At that moment, a booming voice called out, and a group of martial artists stood in my way at the city gates. Unlike the previous featherweights, they seemed to have properly grasped their martial arts. There were about 10 of them, similar to the numbers I had faced earlier, but the capabilities of each were worlds apart. As I furrowed my brow, I began to gauge who these people were. Are they from the 9 great sects? Each of them wore either a traditional uniform or the colors of a prestigious sect. They were probably skilled members of the 9 great sects serving under the Zhangtian Alliance. Not just any run-of-the-mill fighters, but real experts sent out into the field. All of them were at least first-class level. Scanning them, I noticed 2 or so were peak experts. I descended before the group blocking the gate and crossed my arms. You're from the Zhangtian Alliance. Indeed. Lower your weapons voluntarily, or you'll save your own lives. That's a matter for us to decide. I chuckled softly. You're a bunch of crazy fools. Is that how you're advising surrender? You possess considerable martial arts skill, but you won't be able to win against us easily. Swish. They swiftly moved, forming a formation. Instead of surrounding me, they set up a defensive arrangement at the gate, but I quickly realized they were utilizing a formation based on the 4 symbols. Is it the formation of the Wudang sect? If that's the case, then this formation would be designed to enhance their combat response and subdue an expert who stepped into it. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult to crush such a formation using my tremendous internal power, but I casually walked forward as if on a leisurely stroll. I was confident I could break through it without prioritizing power. At that moment, the peak expert from the Wudang sect at the front shouted angrily, "Are you truly asking for punishment?" Whoosh! Along with him, 3 peak experts unleashed their sword strikes simultaneously. Unlike before, these weren't attacks I could neutralize in a second. I swiftly sidestepped the incoming strikes using my technique, flowing like water, before charging past them with the soul destruction technique. Gah! In an instant, one expert, who had left an opening, hastily turned to block my attack with his left foot, but I had already struck his side with a thunderous blow. Bang! Uaa! My strike, imbued with internal power, was no mere martial arts move. He screamed and flew away, crashing to the ground, as the remaining experts rushed to fill in his place and engage in a combined attack. However, I didn't give them the time to form their encirclement and instead slipped deeper into the formation. I struck at the peak expert from the Clear Stream sect with my 10,000 success sword technique. Clang? The Clear Stream sect's Samyo sword technique managed to block my offensive for about 10 seconds. He was indeed a worthy swordsman recognized in the martial world, but I managed to find his weakness without needing to resort to my internal energy. In the next moment, I subdued the key point on his neck, forcing him to kneel. Thud! Both the peak expert of the Clear Stream sect and those engaging me simultaneously wore expressions of astonishment. In a flash, their formation had been rendered useless as their peak expert was subdued. I placed my sword against the neck of the peak expert from the Clear Stream sect and smiled slyly. Care to continue? Ugh. I had unintentionally taken a hostage, but that wasn't the issue at hand. They instinctively realized that even if they sacrificed the hostage, they had little chance of winning over me. I could easily ignore their encirclement and disable them individually. Combining tactics was pointless. At that moment, the peak expert from the Wudang sect spoke solemnly. How can someone your age possess such incredible martial skills? Who on earth are you? I'm Baekwung of the Thunder God lineage. Don't regret your actions. Even with great martial abilities, you will not win if the Zhangtian Alliance's main forces decide to move. His words were probably truthful. They were just a small task force of the Zhangtian Alliance's martial power, but the supreme experts hadn't yet stepped into the fray. If those masters joined this encirclement, it might be difficult for me to handle it alone. However, I smirked coldly and retorted. That's adorable, you worry about your life now. I'll give you 3 seconds. Decide whether you intend to fight or not. As I counted 1, then 2, he quickly exclaimed. Understood, we've lost. Let him go. You lot, stay right where you are for a day. Got it. Understood. I left those standing, frozen in place, behind as I exited the gates of Guanzhong. Although I could have killed them all if I had continued fighting, it was obvious I would have exhausted a significant amount of stamina and internal energy. I was just satisfied to have slipped away. Although there was no guarantee those fools would keep their word, the crucial point was that I had established dominance over them. This confirmed it. As long as a supreme expert didn't step out to face me, none could stop me. Ha ha ha. I burst into joyous laughter. Then, Maiho, transformed into an orb shape, sent me a message with a grumpy tone. What's so funny? It's not even enjoyable. Maiho, are you bored? I wanted to fight alongside you. This is a Thunder God lineage matter, so it's difficult. Please understand. Maiho replied. Just hurry to Mount Hobi. Buy me something delicious later. Eventually, realizing I owed Maiho a delicious treat, I scratched my head while snickering. I'm probably the fastest one, right? Honestly, I had managed to slip through the encirclement without causing any fuss. At this rate, I was sure I would arrive at Mount Hobi first and boast about being number 1. But as soon as I approached the entrance of Mount Hobi, my expression twisted. You're late, Baekwung. At the entrance of Mount Hobi, Li Kuang and Jin So-chong were waiting. These monsters had evidently taken out the enemies faster than me and had gone to disrupt their encirclement. Jin So-chong said. Did you not see Jikho on your way? I didn't see him. At that moment, Jikho swiftly burst through the underbrush and landed nearby, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Wu, am I last? Jikho, you're late. I teased him as Jikho scowled. Oh come on. Do you know how hard it is not to kill them? I thought they'd die just from me going easy on them. Li Kuang then spoke to Jikho. Jikho, you lack training. Oh, yes. Well, at least we have broken through the initial encirclement. Li Kuang muttered while gazing at the summit of Mount Hobi. There's a base at this mountain called Tiger King's Stronghold, which is run by the leader of the 18 houses of the Green Forest. Let's go take them down. Tiger King's Stronghold. The 18 houses of the Green Forest? This referred to the strongest 18 mountain strongholds, known to be bandits. I had heard about the Tiger King, who was the leader of the 18 houses of the Green Forest. However, something felt off, so I tilted my head and said to Li Kuang, Master, it seems somewhat strange to be taking down bandits at this moment. Apparently, it wasn't just me. Curious expressions were also visible on Jin So-chong's and Jikho's faces. It made sense. Breaking through the encirclement set by the Zhangtian Alliance was fine, but even if the 18 houses of the Green Forest were the leaders, capturing bandits didn't seem to fit the current situation. Li Kuang chuckled and said, It's not strange. Pardon. The leader of Tiger King's stronghold, Guchiol, must be a member of the Wind Spirit sect. You'll understand when you see it. Let's go. We followed Li Kuang with bewildered feelings, ascending towards Tiger King's stronghold. The stronghold's base was impressively large, easily visible from the mountain below. As we climbed, we effortlessly repelled attacks from the bandits of Tiger King's stronghold, eventually reaching the stronghold. Boom! Li Kuang's blow smashed open the gate of Tiger King's stronghold. As around 50 ruffians noticed Li Kuang, they flinched in fright. I quickly understood why they were so intimidated. These guys are all trained in martial arts. Bandits without any martial skills usually wouldn't have the capacity to assess their opponent's abilities, which would lead them to recklessly attack. However, these bandits had clearly undergone formal training, with many being second-class and first-class experts. Thus, they recognized the overwhelming power of the Thunder God lineage and were terrified. Thinking about it, it was quite astonishing. A mere group of bandits could cultivate their martial arts like a formal sect. There was a reason Tiger King's stronghold led the 18 houses of the Green Forest. Li Kuang gazed coldly over them and stated, "I don't wish for unnecessary slaughter." The leader of Tiger King's stronghold, stepped forward. Adat Novel bin Adat. I'm right here. With a tiger skin draped over him and wielding a scimitar, a middle-aged man stepped forward from within. With a fierce appearance, he murmured, "Li Kuang, have you come to take my life? It depends on your attitude." Suddenly, he fell to his knees, pleading to Li Kuang. "I, Guqiol, the Tiger King, earnestly beg you, please take my life instead and spare these people." Li Kuang silently gazed at him for a long time and said, "I know you've been dispatched by the Wind Spirit sect to gather bandits around here and keep an eye on the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Now the time has come for the Thunder God lineage and Wind Spirit sect to clash, so there's no reason to keep a pawn like you alive." Only upon hearing Li Kuang's words did I begin to piece things together. Indeed, the reason behind the unusual concentration of bandits and robbers in Guanzhong was that the Wind Spirit sect had dispatched Guqiol to this vicinity, deeming that the Thunder God lineage was present. Tiger King Guqiol had likely been secretly monitoring the actions of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School along with the martial forces around Guanzhong this entire time. Full of tears, the Tiger King, Guqiol, pleaded, "Please, I beg you, we've never plundered women or the weak, nor have we acted indiscriminately. We gathered here together to find a way to survive. Please spare their lives." I felt astonishment wash over me. There are people like this in the Wind Spirit sect. I had always thought the Wind Spirit sect, including its law enforcement, was filled with scum, but to have someone willing to sacrifice themselves to save their subordinates like this, it was utterly mind-boggling. Li Kuang remained silent for a long while and then spoke. "Guqiol, then abandon the Wind Spirit sect. Become the youngest disciple of the Thunder God lineage and follow us from now on. If you can promise that, I'll spare your life." That. I've seen your capabilities before. If you join us, we can keep a place like Tiger King's stronghold safe. Then, Tiger King Guqiol hesitated, contemplating for a moment. But it seemed his answer was already predetermined as he prostrated himself before Li Kuang. "I will do as you say." Moments later, Tiger King Guqiol paid respects and underwent the formal initiation into the Thunder God lineage, following Saigong Rin and Namgang Quan as the youngest disciple. I could only stare in amazement at this farcical scene. That guy is the youngest disciple. From a glance, Tiger King Guqiol's skills seemed to surpass mere peak levels, bordering on transcendent. With his abilities, he was likely a master of the Wind Spirit sect, yet Li Kuang had hastily taken him under his wing. After Li Kuang took control of Tiger King's stronghold, he remarked, "Evacuate the others from Tiger King's stronghold. They'll be of no help to our forces. What do you plan to do?" In response to Jin Sochong's question, Li Kuang wore a smile imbued with killing intent. "The plan is obvious, we're going to take down the Huashan sect. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors." Whoosh! We made our way towards the Huashan sect using the light body technique and wind spirit technique. To be honest, we could just have used the light body technique alone, but it was Li Kuang's order to conserve mental energy. As I laid eyes on the scenery around the Huashan sect, a complicated feeling welled up within me. "Master, is it really time to strike at the Huashan sect already? There's probably a lot to consider." That was my question, to which Li Kuang responded. "What concerns you? I had a pact with the master of the White Lotus sect, and the Huashan sect belongs to the 9 great sects." That's not a problem at all." Li Kuang smiled coldly. "A pact? That didn't say anything about not attacking the Wind Spirit sect's central stronghold. 9 great sects? It's already been designated as a matter concerning the martial world, so what's it to us? Besides, we were the ones ambushed, and the Wind Spirit sect is our sworn enemy. What more do we need? If you fear the killing catastrophe, then scram. I won't stop you. No, I'll go." And thus, we found ourselves here. The spot we currently stood in was a humble corner of the training grounds of the Huashan sect. One of the nearby disciples stared at us in shock. "No, it's you guys." Without a word, Li Kuang surged forward, swiftly severing the disciple's neck. The poor guy didn't even have time to scream before his head floated away. We felt a chill run down our spines at that sight. While it looked like a simple act, it clearly demonstrated what we were about to do here today. Just as expected, Li Kuang turned to us and said softly, "Leave nothing alive in these mountains today." "Yes. Understood." "Yes." Jin Sochong and Jakho replied without hesitation. Even Guqiol, who had been a disciple of the Wind Spirit sect just moments ago, looked pained but responded affirmatively. In a confrontation between the Thunder God lineage and the Wind Spirit sect, there was no room for mercy. But I felt a twinge of hesitation. So, shaking my head, I spoke to Li Kuang. "Shouldn't we spare women and pregnant women?" Li Kuang's eyes glinted fiercely, exuding a tiger-like killing intent. Baek Wong, do you alone understand righteousness and chivalry? Are you the only one who knows what's just? Do you think we're here to kill the enemy because we're virtuous souls? Well, I'll take full responsibility. But, remember, this is enemy territory. Understood. Li Kuang turned away, his face a bit irritated. It was rare for his usually cold demeanor to show clear anger, which indicated he was quite displeased. I knew from experience that standing against someone like him could easily cost me my life. I silently reflected. Yeah, no one here is enjoying this massacre. Having learned from Meng Niang about the spirit of chivalry, I resisted Li Kuang's order of slaughter, but I had to consider the fact that we were waging a war against the Wind Spirit sect, one which could determine our fates. Who would relish killing people they had never met, simply because they bore the name of a rival sect? Yet leaving potential enemies alive was equally foolish. Suddenly, I recalled Meng Niang's words. I'll be waiting in Jinlang Valley. Learn as much as you can from this battle. I'll gain a lot of combat experience. But there's more to learn from Li Kuang. He is a scheming individual with the heart of a serpent. His actions may seem reckless and wild at first glance, but they are executed with meticulous cunning and cold judgment. If you can grasp his decisiveness and composure, you can become someone far greater in the future. Meng Niang had high praise for Li Kuang. It made sense, considering even someone with the unmatched cleverness of Meng Niang found it hard to manipulate Li Kuang, often leading to backfires. He was a source of annoyance when he was an enemy but a reliable figure when he was on our side. And then the slaughter began. We stormed the Huashan sect's internal building, starting to eliminate every visible martial artist of the Huashan sect. Swish, thud, Jikho's spear twisted violently, and in an instant, he killed 3 disciples of the Huashan sect. I rarely had the chance to see Jikho fight, but now that I did, it was clear that his spear mastery had reached impressive heights. Judging by skill alone, he was far more proficient than I was. Haha, is this all you have? Jikho yelled wildly, charging forward as if everything present was his sworn enemy. He fought with such vigor that it was astonishing, taking on 2 peak experts of the Huashan sect simultaneously with all his might. Clang clang. As I dealt with 3 or 4 opponents, I observed Jikho's battle. Jin Sochong moved closer to me. Senior apprentice, don't take master's words so seriously. There likely aren't any women in these mountains. Only a half portion of the battle had passed, yet around 30 corpses lay scattered near me and Jin Sochong. Since there were no remaining disciples of the Huashan sect to kill, Jin Sochong aimed to engage me in conversation. Older brother, do you know why Jikho is fighting so fiercely? Li Kuang had dashed towards an area with more experts. I checked to ensure Li Kuang was away before I spoke up. His master was killed by the Wind Spirit sect. Yeah, the 2 of us, Jin Sochong and I, don't hold a direct grudge against the Wind Spirit sect like Jikho does. So, what you said earlier seems fair. As Jin Sochong shook off the blood from his spear in a circular motion, he surveyed the battlefield calmly and continued. But if we show mercy to them, do you think they'll show mercy to us? Don't hesitate any longer. We are the Thunder God lineage. Understood. Whoosh! I affirmed Jin Sochong's words and leaped back into the fray. At that moment, the peak experts of the Huashan sect, who had been contending with Jikho in a 2-to-1 matchup, were startled. I noticed they weren't in the typical Huashan sect attire but wore peculiar black robes. They must be experts dispatched from the Wind Spirit sect. Officially, the Huashan sect had around 6 peak experts, the 4 elders known as the 4 great masters, and the left and right protectors. Given their uniforms, they were likely either from the sect's left and right protectors or from elite members sent by the Wind Spirit sect. I unleashed a fierce sword wind at one of them. Swish, ugh. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, one expert staggered back a few steps. Before he could regain his balance, I launched consecutive strikes, successfully shifting into a one-on-one engagement with the peak expert. Die. Jikho's murderous intent radiated as he thrust his Thunder Dragon Pierce. The ever-changing spear technique was too powerful for a lone expert of the Wind Spirit sect to handle, and soon, a single scream echoed as one was slain. AHH. Seeing their comrade fail and hearing his pitiful scream, the remaining peak expert glared fiercely at me. Ugh. He glared at me with contempt and took on the posture of the body and blade becoming one, ready to strike me down, no matter the cost. Clearly, he was a seasoned master who had dedicated years of his life to martial arts. But I thought I didn't need to reciprocate his desperation. The more I delayed, the more unfavorable our side would become, given our smaller numbers. I retreated from his advance and launched my Thunder Blade's energy from a distance. Zap! Ugh, stay still. He shouted fiercely and tried to deflect my Thunder Blade's slash, but I simply smiled coldly. Who is it for? When the massive Thunder Blade energy soared and pierced the air 10 times, he became utterly exhausted and out of breath. His lethal concentration from the sword and body fusion diminished, allowing me to easily approach him and deliver a crushing blow with the soul destruction technique right to his solar plexus. Crack! Ugh! He coughed up blood and then perished. I could have toyed with him by severing limbs before ending him, but that felt like an act of mercy to me. As I wrapped up the battle in the area, Jin Sochong commented with satisfaction. Impressive. Jikho then lowered his spear and said, Master has gone to confront Yongjunil along with Guchiol. Let's hurry and assist them. Right. Whoosh! We dashed towards the rear of the Huashan sect's training grounds, where there was a massive bamboo grove stretching far behind the mountain. It seemed like Li Kuang suspected that Yongjunil would be hiding there. I reflected as I sped through the bamboo grove using my light body technique. This is truly an excellent place for martial arts training. But simultaneously, such a place is also quite suitable for ambushes. As we sped through the bamboo, we stumbled upon horrifically mutilated corpses scattered everywhere. They were likely the works of the experts from the Wind Spirit sect who had challenged Li Kuang. Whoosh! I leaped on a bamboo node and soared through the air, remarking, "Is it already over? Master, is that strong?" "Not quite." Jin So-chung advanced ahead and replied, "The Thunder Dragon Sword Dragon Yongjunil is an extraordinary master. Even during the White Lotus sect meeting, he was hiding his strength, so he shouldn't be underestimated." Jiko, running alongside, asked Jin So-chung, "Hey, isn't that dangerous? Guchiol just a while ago was a disciple of the Wind Spirit sect." "I doubt it. Master wouldn't have accepted Guchiol if he thought he would betray us again." "Oh, is that so?" "Yeah." While we chatted, we soon crossed a mountain ridge and arrived at a large clearing. It looked like the monumental battle between the Huashan sect and the Wind Spirit sect was about to unfold, around 10 miles from the main Huashan sect hall. Boom! In the arena stood 5 powerful figures facing off. The Thunder God lineage side had Li Kuang and Guchiol, each wielding their respective weapons, staring down their opponents. The Wind Spirit sect was represented by the Thunder Dragon Sword Dragon Yongjunil, along with what appeared to be the left and right protectors of the Huashan sect flanking him. There were also several corpses scattered about, indicating a massacre had already occurred. Li Kuang spoke as we arrived. "Have you cleaned up the main hall?" "Yes. You should have dealt with the lower-level disciples too. I deemed this matter more important." As Jin So-chung responded calmly, Li Kuang glanced at him. Then he turned his gaze towards the Wind Spirit sect's side and declared, "Yongjunil, you have no chance of victory. Surrender now." The Thunder Dragon Sword Dragon Yongjunil, a supremely ranked master recognized among the 9 great sects, made a face as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing. With a faint smile, he retorted, "I have no face to surrender, so do feel free to take my life, Li Kuang." Li Kuang gritted his teeth. "You crafty bastard. I didn't expect you to gather the Wind Spirit squad at your base." "Well, it did cross my mind. According to the gathered intel, the actions of your Thunder God lineage have been overly swift, making it difficult to set my traps." Swish, swish. "So, I had to protect my own head." At that moment, from behind the bamboo grove appeared a group of around 30 robed figures wearing black. They seemed to have been waiting nearby and had now finally arrived. I evaluated their prowess with keen eyes. They're strong. Their strength far surpassed what I had seen from the Wind Spirit squad in my last life. The difference now was that each member of this new Wind Spirit squad comprised seasoned veterans in their 30s and 40s. They likely represented the elite forces specially trained from the Wind Spirit sect. Each one is a peak expert. What madness! The Wind Spirit squad I had seen before was probably the next generation. Now, only a small amount of time had passed since my previous life, and the previous Wind Spirit squad was still active. Among them, it seemed unlikely that anyone was stronger than a disciple of the Thunder God lineage. However, having so many peak experts was a completely unexpected ambush. Yongjunil remarked, "Oh, your disciples are all remarkable. I look forward to how far you can hold against the Wind Spirit squad." Li Kuang fell silent for a moment and then transmitted a message to me. "Be ready to use the light body technique at any moment." Understood. Li Kuang seemed to be focusing on retreat for now. It was understandable. The term peak expert in martial arts typically denotes those who are already approaching the pinnacle of martial prowess. When you gathered such beings in one place, victory would not come simply from reckless tactics. Furthermore, having a peerless master like Yongjunil among them made it hard to predict our chances of victory. Swish, swish. I, Jin So-chung, Jiko, and Guchiol stood before the Wind Spirit squad. I could feel the suffocating aura of unity emanating from the Wind Spirit squad. That meant they had trained in formation techniques. While I was pushing my internal energy to stave off the pressure, it was undeniably a challenging foe. Where to begin? I sent a message to Jin So-chung and Jiko. "Buy me 20 seconds to gather my strength." It seemed Jin So-chung and Jiko understood what I was trying to do. They both smiled slyly and replied, "All right, let's do it." And the battle began. Swish, clank, clank. Loud clashes of sword and knife winds rang throughout the battlefield as the experts of the Wind Spirit squad activated their formation techniques and surrounded us. We had to block their combined assault while defending our positions. At the same time, Li Kuang charged like lightning at Yongjunil and the 2 protectors, launching his unrivaled thunder strike, sending a thunder dragon shooting forward. It was an intent to divide the battlefield. Boom! Moments later, 4 of the powerful figures, including Li Kuang, vanished into the distance. Light flared as they unleashed their full might against the Wind Spirit squad. Maiho, who had been in a spherical form, suddenly spoke urgently. "Are you okay? Do you need me to assist?" "It's fine. Just watch." Whoosh! I began infusing incredible energy into my sword. Soon, the power of the thunder blade surged, rising dramatically as I condensed my internal energy into a single point. Crackle, crackle. With a mind-blowing force, the thunder blade shot upwards, quickly growing to over a yard in height. Boom! Lightning sparked before my eyes. I realized that both my skills in handling internal energy and my available energy capacity had greatly improved since last time. Thus, the time needed to fully accumulate my power was considerably less than before. It seemed the Wind Spirit Squad had caught on to my intentions, launching even fiercer attacks. Kill them. Boom. That's not going to happen. Incredibly, as the peak experts of the Wind Spirit Squad lunged toward me as if they intended to end my life, Jin Sochong raced forward like lightning and unleashed a thunderous shout, having conjured a thunder blade. Among the nearby Wind Spirit Squad experts, 5 heads rolled away while 2 bodies were sent flying. Jin Sochong's face paled, but it was an astonishing feat. He had swiftly eliminated 5 senior experts of a major sect. Jiko, witnessing Jin Sochong's display of might, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yuo, soul destruction technique. Secret art. Thunder light." From Jiko's soul destruction technique, 12 thunder shadows burst forth. Creating thunder shadows from the soul destruction technique was a feat only Jiko of the thunder god lineage could accomplish, and it seemed he had grown profoundly since our last encounter. Ugh. As the thunder lights of the soul destruction technique executed an attack, those Wind Spirit Squad experts, who had previously sought to take advantage of Jin Sochong's openings, fell while bleeding. It was astonishing how the thunder shadows generated by the soul destruction technique attacked the enemy as if they were real. Such an assault was beyond what even typical clones could deliver, causing shock among all the experts present. Huff, huff. Guchiol, known as the Green Forest King, was covered in blood. Although it had only been 10 seconds of chaos, he looked dangerously close to collapse. He was an outstanding peak expert, but the combined assault from the Wind Spirit Squad was on another level. I grew anxious upon seeing Guchiol. More. Boom, boom, boom. The energy-infused thunder blade swelled to form dark clouds, crackling with electricity that swirled upwards. As the electric current surged, the lightning spiraled around my blade like a serpent, compressing into an extremely concentrated point. I realized at that moment I had surpassed my past limits with the thunder blade. Focus. Condense. Then, I concentrated all my internal energy into that single line. My focus became one with my entire body, as if every fiber from my toes to the top of my head twisted together. My senses heightened to the point of ringing in my ears. My head throbbed, but I ignored it and centered everything on compressing the thunder blade. Here it comes. Crack. In that instant, the thunder blade, imbued with all my power, was complete. Ya. Adat novel bin adat. I swung the thunder blade, fully confident that I couldn't hold out even for 3 seconds. With it, I aimed towards the encroaching Wind Spirit Squad experts. Sword Spirit. In that fleeting moment, I heard Jin Sochong murmur. Just before I could ponder what he meant, the heavens exploded with blinding light. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning unleashed storms as it erupted forth. The moment the lightning coursed through, the Wind Spirit Squad's experts were incinerated where they stood. The overwhelming heat and thunderbolts raining down created a spectacle that could easily be mistaken for magic. The truth was, it was merely my accumulated power, uncontrolled, spilling into the fray. The blinding light burst forth, conjuring a crimson purgatory. 6 peak experts of the Wind Spirit Squad met their fiery end. I couldn't rein in the fury of energy I'd unleashed, and it made me feel faint from the magnitude. I barely managed to maintain my focus as I tried to hit as many enemies as possible. Boom! Once again, a second explosion occurred. This time, 4 nearby Wind Spirit Squad experts were reduced to mere chunks, vanishing into nothing. They appeared to have made one last desperate attempt to kill me with their combined efforts, but they were helpless against the Thunder Blade's onslaught. Even amidst the chaos, I was doing everything I could to avoid hitting my allies. The disciples of the Thunder God lineage, including Jin Sochong, were right beside me, but the force I unleashed was so potent that I couldn't be certain of the fallout. Boom, boom. Finally, after the release of the Thunder Blade had finished, the mountains crumbled and the hills leveled. It was hard to believe this place had once been the bamboo grove. Everything that had once stood was now obliterated. No bamboo in sight, only destruction lay in its wake. I confirmed none of the enemies stood, all swept from existence, and finally, I collapsed to the ground. Phew, we won. Although my internal energy was entirely drained and recovering would take a while, I had, after all, succeeded in defeating the foes using my own power. Beside me, Jikho chuckled. Hehe. You really made a sword spirit out of your internal energy, you monster. For some reason, I felt quite elated and began to laugh. Hehe, ha. Let's dig into some snow ginseng later. Only if you hand it over, kid. Amidst the trivial chatter, Jin Sochong spoke. Older brother Jikho, please escort the senior apprentice away. Are you leaving? Yes, that's enough. Got it. Baek Wong is in my hands. And I'm truly exhausted. I couldn't even catch the rest of their dialogue before fainting from the extreme fatigue, which hit me all at once, like none before, even more than when I had slashed through 100,000 foes in the past. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. When I woke up, I was inside the training temple at Jinrang Valley. I had been changed into new clothes and was lying down, with bandages wrapped around several wounds I had sustained during the battle. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, I felt the somewhat chilly temperature and slowly rose from my bed. It's early evening. How long had I been asleep? I remembered using all my strength in that last sword technique and then collapsing, but after that, all I knew was that Jikho, my older brother, had moved me. Judging by how hungry and lethargic I felt, a considerable amount of time must have passed. Scratching the back of my head, I half sat up in bed and gazed at the sunset while checking my internal power with the lesser circulation technique. Everything was normal. My internal power was completely filled. It seemed I had indeed recovered through natural healing, and I was confident that even the wounds wrapped in bandages had healed completely. As I sat on the bed for a while, I suddenly heard a voice. "Older brother, you're awake." It was a voice as clear as a jade bead. Startled, I turned toward the door and saw Saegong-rin walking towards me, having noticed that I had awakened. Feeling a little awkward, I responded. "Yeah, Rin. Hehe. Why are you being so formal?" "Because you're my sister." As I was talking, it suddenly hit me that this probably wasn't a great idea. Her expression grew colder, and I could see she was about to bring up something about age. So, I quickly wrapped things up. "Because of your dignity." Saegong-rin smiled broadly and approached me, placing her delicate hands against my forehead. You don't have a fever. Older brother, how do you feel?" As I saw her beautiful features up close, features I had once thought were those of an otherworldly beauty from my previous life, I found my heart racing. After a few years in this new life, my body had fully stepped into puberty, and I felt my face warm up. It was no surprise since Saegong-rin was undoubtedly one of the most stunning beauties I had encountered on my journey. "I'm okay. Master and older brother were quite worried about you." Clatter. Saegong-rin placed a bowl of porridge made from black rice next to my bed. Given that it was warm, she must have kept it heated at intervals since making it. Just then, my stomach growled, and it felt like I could easily devour the porridge. "All three of you are out now, so eat this and regain your strength." "Out." "Yes." I tilted my head. "By the way, how much time has passed? And what happened with the battle?" "It's been 2 days since Jaco brought you back. I heard that the battle with the Wind Spirit sect ended in total victory." "Victory? So what about the Huashan sect?" "They've been completely wiped out." I tightened my grip on the bedding while sitting. I felt joy at the news of Thunder God lineage finally achieving complete victory in that arduous battle. But I was also concerned about the future now that we had annihilated the Huashan sect and were at war with the Wind Spirit sect. "Oh, older brother, you're awake." Just then, Jiang Hu entered my room alongside the Green Forest King Guqiol. Jiang Hu appeared to be about my age, a fair-skinned youth, and Guqiol was even more heavily bandaged than I was. They both performed a salute simultaneously, and I returned it in kind. Jiang Hu chuckled as he said, "Rin helped bathe older brother." "Huh?" I turned to Saegong-rin in shock, and she looked flustered. "Jiang Hu, why did you say that now?" "Just because." As I realized that not only my clothes but also my underwear had been changed completely, the thought struck me, did Saegong-rin actually see me naked? My face turned beet red, and Guqiol's gruff voice broke my thoughts as he saluted again. "Anyway, I, Guqiol, am in awe of senior brother's divine elegance. I look forward to your guidance. Likewise, I hope to receive your support. Please, relax. I'm the youngest here." "All right." Originally, the Green Forest King Guqiol was a top martial artist leading the 18 Green Forest factions, as a henchman of the Wind Spirit sect. However, after being recruited by Li Kuang, he became the youngest disciple of the Thunder God lineage, placing him lower than even Jiang Hu, who was notably younger. The disciple relationship in the Thunder God lineage completely disregarded age. I asked Guqiol, "By the way, where are Master and the others right now?" "They have gone to Yongryong Valley with the Half-Celestial Alliance Lord." "Yongryong Valley?" "Yes. They mentioned they have business with the Lord of Yongryong Valley." That's all I know. I became curious about what was going on. Yongryong Valley? It was rumored to be a place where answering 3 questions correctly would reward one with luxurious treasures, but those who answered incorrectly would face severe penalties. Hearing this, it seemed Mangniang had followed the Thunder God lineage members, but it was surprising that he had chosen to act on his own initiative. Ah, right. The Lord of Yongryong Valley is also from Mangniang's clan. While Mangniang himself seemed to harbor a sense of discomfort about that, I heard the Lord of Yongryong Valley was from the Zudge clan, which was known for its lineage associated with the heavens. Even when we had faced total retreat from Luoyang, it was a place I intended to rely on as a worst-case scenario. It was clear that the Lord of Yongryong Valley was no ordinary figure in the martial world. At that moment, I heard a voice. "Looks like your disciples are treating you quite well, Bakwang." It was Maiho's spirit voice. I realized that the jade pendant hanging around my neck was missing, leading me to wonder where Maiho had gone, only to discover she was still nearby. Glancing toward the window, I heard her giggling. "I'm just playing around with that old man in Jinrang Valley. Come find me after you eat." Feeling helpless, I wrapped up my casual chats with my fellow disciples and then ate the black rice porridge before heading towards Jinrang Valley. It seemed like Maiho was going to visit Dongbang Mujaiol. I told my fellow disciples not to follow me. When I arrived at the serene thatched cottage where Dongbang Mujaiol lived, I found Maiho waiting at the door in the form of a little girl, laughing heartily. "Haha, you look like you're starving. Is it that obvious? Considering how many days you've probably gone without eating, simple porridge isn't going to cut it." With a beaming smile, Maiho reached out and patted my face. "Let's go eat something delicious soon." "Sure, but what are you doing here?" As far as I knew, Dongbang Mujaiol was living a mundane life in seclusion at the thatched house in Jinrang Valley, having his internal power sealed off so he had to live like an ordinary villager every day. It seemed no one cared about his situation unless I unsealed his power. So, it was incomprehensible that Maiho was visiting Dongbang Mujaiol. Maiho replied, "Actually, I came out here while helping you, and I got bored, so I thought about checking on Jinrang Valley. Then I realized I had forgotten something. forgotten something. You only superficially obtained information about Dongbang Mujaiol, but you haven't read his deeper memories at all. I found that quite bothersome, so I put him under my spell. I was startled and entered the thatched house. There, I found Dongbang Mujaiol sitting vacantly on the bed, fully bewitched. Fortunately, it seemed Maiho hadn't done anything harmful. He was just sitting there in a daze. At novel bin at. What's going on? So, you interrogated him. Right. I did what I needed to do and was just waiting for you to wake up. Even as we spoke, Dongbang Mujaiol showed no reaction to our voices. It seemed that being under the ultimate hypnotic spell was erasing his memories. I sat down on a chair in the thatched house and replied, I don't think the information Dongbang Mujaiol gave before was false. It was effective, and even the master of the White Lotus sect seemed to believe everything he shared. It felt like he spilled everything to survive, but is there more information he has kept hidden? Maiho crossed her arms. Rather than information, there are aspects he is concealing. For instance, it concerns the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. What does that have to do with this? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors refers to the mythological figures who dominated the Central Plains during ancient times. In actual historical context, all of them beyond Emperor Yao and Shun were treated as gods. They were figures inextricably linked to the myths and legends of various Taoist and Buddhist sects, often associated with the 7 luminaries given to humanity. As I looked at Maiho with a curious expression, she began speaking to Dongbang Mujaiol. Hey there. Tell me in detail about your encounter with the southern barbarians when you visited the library of you. I understand. Dongbang Mujaiol replied like a puppet and continued. I gained the opportunity to explore the Great Library in exchange for presenting the Holy Lotus to the Black Prince Narshuan, the foremost ruler of the southern barbarians. At that time, I encountered a suspicious clan and conducted additional dealings. What on earth does this mean? I was startled to ask him. A suspicious clan? What do you mean by that? Since Dongbang Mujaiol had the support of the master of the White Lotus sect, it appeared he had been able to use a few strands of Holy Lotus for negotiations toward his objectives. Nevertheless, I had never heard anything about a suspicious clan before, leaving me astonished. I could communicate with both the southern barbarians and the Yu language, but I was not capable enough to interpret the texts of the library. When I was there, those who wished to receive the Holy Lotus in exchange for interpreting the ancient texts appeared, and Narshuan subsequently commissioned them as well. I see. Thanks to their help, I was able to interpret the heirlooms in the library. Moreover, I also caught sight of the giant ruins. The giant, the descendants of the Yin Emperor, the Sheneng, mentioned in the legend of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They were the clan of enormous gods like Chu, Guangbo, Gonggong, and Xingtian. They left behind their traces in mystical ruins, which were located far below the southern barbarians and the Wuyo. Are we saying that giants actually existed? Within myths and legends concerning ancient times in the Central Plains, giants frequently appeared, and their common narrative involved a tragic fate after opposing gods or celestial emperors. Even so, the size depicted for these giant beings seemed too immense to be anything but myth. To think that giants were genuinely part of history. So, did you enter those ruins? With the help of that suspicious clan, who called themselves the Zuyang tribe, I was able to enter. And inside, I discovered something terrifying. Something terrifying. There, slept the divine beings of the ancient era. Or rather, I can only describe them as demonic in nature, absolute. Dongbang Mujaiol began to quiver before murmuring more. Furthermore, the Zuyang tribe couldn't decipher the strange language that was written all over. That language formed a barrier which sealed those divine beings. The duty of the Zuyang tribe is to guard that barrier for eternity. Strange language. Hearing that, I recalled the bizarre demonic tomes I had collected. I pulled out the scroll I had brought along, the Legend of the 9 Cities. Since showing the Heavenly Dream manuscript would be a bit impractical, I decided to show Dongbang Mujaiol the Legend of the 9 Cities. Instead, saying, did that strange language look something like this? Oh, absolutely. The form is slightly different, but the unique feel is the same. It seemed there were remnants of foreign tribes connected to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors on the lands of the southern barbarians as well. Yet, if that's the case, how is this related to the traces of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? I found myself feeling ominously tremulous but shook my head. For now, almost everything was speculation. That Zuyang tribe said they were descendants of the giants, so they must have been quite large. No, they looked just like ordinary humans, but they possessed unique abilities that couldn't be attributed to mere humans. What kind of abilities? They were able to swap bodies with others. The power is said to originate from the Yin Emperor. They used that ability to live for thousands of years. Body swapping? If that's true, it meant that as long as the soul remained intact, they could swap bodies infinitely and enjoy immortality, doesn't it? I found it hard to believe what he said, yet I couldn't help but accept it given Maiho's mesmerizing magic had him under its thrall. I took a deep breath and steadied my mind before speaking. So, what was their interest in the Holy Lotus? That, I don't know either. How does their body swapping ability activate? Why didn't you get your body snatched? It seems that ability doesn't force itself on others but requires their consent. They claimed the ability was lesser than that of their original tribe. I sat back and considered my next question. Was there anything else unusual you saw? A tower without windows, a strange tower made of dark stones. A tower. The tower served as both the living space of the Zuyang tribe and a ruin. Besides that, there wasn't much else. Zuyang tribe? Tower without windows? Somehow, I felt this could be a clue to obtain the Yen Emperor's 7 luminaries. Even after asking Dongbang Mujiel a barrage of questions, he only recounted what I already knew, leaving me frustrated. Suddenly, an impish thought popped into my head, and I asked Dongbang Mujiel, "Hey, what martial arts did you learn, and what secrets are hidden within?" Ugh, Dongbang Mujiel struggled to answer this question and squirmed. Seeing this, Maiho chimed in. Pulling it from the depths of his subconscious is going to be tough, even with mesmerism. What do you mean? In other words, the secret is one he would rather die than reveal, no matter the consequences. Continuing to press him might drive him insane or break his spirit. I felt a touch of disappointment. If it was that hard to mesmerize a supreme master and reveal their martial secrets, it wouldn't be easy for me to learn from Dongbang Mujiel, someone whose techniques seemed rich with knowledge. I turned to Maiho. Maiho, what do you think? Do you think the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are related to foreign tribes? Upon hearing my question, Maiho looked pensive, deep in thought. It was odd for a human like me to delve into matters like this, and for Maiho who had lived in the heavens it seemed to be even more consequential. After pondering for a while, Maiho finally replied. My former master, the Queen Mother of the West, has a shape that is different from her human manifestation. In other words, the form that exists in the heavens is merely a projection of an idol created by mankind's subconscious. Since beings in the heavens are all spiritual entities, they can relatively freely alter their appearance. Having said that, Maiho took a short breath and continued. And even after serving the Queen Mother of the West for nearly 1,000 years, I've yet to see her true form. What are you implying? There's certainly a vast gap between the ancient beings and the newcomers in the heavens. I would be considered quite young here, while she is an ancient being who existed before the creation of the heavens. She has never shared with me anything related to events from ancient times. Even the celestial immortals themselves seem to avoid discussing certain secrets. It looks like there is a connection between that secret and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. From Maiho's insights, I gleaned a lot, and I came to my own conclusion. The heavens are undoubtedly full of unreliable beings. Please leave recommendations and comments for premature ideas. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I contemplated visiting Yonggryong Valley, but decided against it. It didn't seem like anything significant would happen since both the 3 masters of Thunder God lineage and Mangniang were heading there. In the entire world, there were very few people who could mess with them unless they were the master of the White Lotus sect. Plus, Mangniang had previously stated that there was no need for him to come looking for me, so I opted to just sit tight and relax. What could sword intention be? For several days, I pondered that thought while occasionally playing with Maiho. Sword intention? It referred to one of the highest realms in swordsmanship, alongside mind control sword technique. It was said to transcend the mere concentration and projection of chi, creating a momentum that looked like a star cluster. Sword intention was rumored to hold power on a different level than sword energy or sword flames. However, none of the masters I had encountered could use sword intention as easily as breathing. The likes of Hobuk or Li Kuang sometimes used it within their techniques, but that was only possible because those energies were fused from maximum sublimation within their skills. For someone like me, using sword intention forcibly through brute internal power was fundamentally impossible. Moreover, Li Kuang hadn't confidently explained the method or essence behind casting sword intention. Until now, he had always kept me from enlightenment, but it felt different regarding sword intention. Even Sword Demon or Jin So Chong couldn't give me a proper explanation either. There was no doubt that sword intention required a study that was on a different dimension altogether. So, while I was sitting in the valley chatting with Maiho, I brought up sword intention. Sword intention? Sword power? You sure are a martial artist. Maiho was giggling playfully, sitting on a rock and splashing her white feet in the valley water. You mentioned you acquired Jang Sambong's insight, but didn't it mention anything about this? That's a little strange. How so? It lacks any concrete techniques or principles to express sword intention, yet it's full of metaphysical explanations. Even in Jang Sambong's insights, there wasn't a clear explanation regarding sword intention. It should have stated something straightforward like if you use this technique, sword intention will manifest, but there was none of that. Instead, it was packed with a heavy scent of something Taoist and metaphysical. As someone who studied Kimandungia and mystic arts, I struggled to fully comprehend it. Jang Sambong had probably condensed his unique insights into a cipher-like form. After pondering my words, Maiho said, In that case, there is one method. What is it? Objectively compare the differences between those who can use sword intention and you, who cannot. By doing that, perhaps you can figure out what you need on your own. Is that so? Listening to Maiho, something struck me, and I jumped up from my seat. Maiho, I'm going to head out for a day. If Mangniang or the Thunder God lineage members return, please tell them I went to practice. Where are you headed? To Shadowless Gate in Henan. Got it. Don't worry and come back safely. Zoom. I promptly used my teleportation to travel to Shadowless Gate. Upon appearing near Shadowless Gate, the guards eyed me suspiciously and asked, Who are you? I am Baek Wong, here to see the master of Shadowless Gate. Is that you, Baek Wong? The chief guard murmured, seemingly recalling my previous visit. After a moment, he entered to report and returned. The master is waiting for you. I followed them inside Shadowless Gate. The familiar interior appeared before me, and soon enough, I arrived in the reception room where Somun Daeryong, the master of Shadowless Gate and one of the 8 devils of martial Daos, sat calmly. What brings you here? Martial artist Baek Wong requests to meet the master. I respectfully greeted him. Last time, I came as Somun Hai's benefactor, but now I held no such qualifications. Turning away with a smile, Somun Daeryong said, "Martial artist is a bit too humble. Your sex name has already spread across the Jianghu. Pardon. After the Thunder God lineage obliterated the Huashan sect, every force in the Jianghu is on alert. There's chatter about whether or not your sect has the power to engage the 9 great sects. Directly. It seemed that during the time I was unconscious, the Thunder God lineage's actions had stirred the Jianghu." Somun Daeryong placed his hand on the table and said, "I had suspected you would be someone of great deeds, but to think you'd be a disciple of the Thunder God lineage. So, is there a message you are here to convey?" He seemed to assume I was here on behalf of the Thunder God lineage. It was a reasonable assumption considering the circumstances. Of course, I quickly waved my hands in denial. That's not the case. Today, I've come seeking instruction as a mere swordsman. Oh, interesting. I thought you'd at least be here to train with our Shadowless Gate. I might consider it in the future, but I don't have a topic to discuss today. Very well. Let's hear what you have. Somun Daeryong chuckled. I gazed at him for a moment before asking, "What do you think sword intention is?" "Now that's a tough question to throw at me," he replied with a slightly bewildered look. I sighed and continued. "I should consult my Thunder God lineage about this, but since you have attained mastery over the sword, I truly wish to hear your perspective. Your skill with the sword isn't anything to scoff at. You could certainly call yourself a sword master. There must be a reason behind your inquiry. Sword intention resembles a star cluster, and I find it hard to understand since it cannot be explained in ordinary terms. I've contemplated this issue without arriving at a clear answer. Many masters hesitate to explain it directly as well." He crossed his arms and deep in thought. After a moment, he said, "Very well. Follow me." I trailed behind Somun Daeryong toward the sparring arena of Shadowless Gate. He stood facing me, maintaining a distance of about 3 feet while gripping his sword. "Can you perform void object manipulation?" "I can manage that within a 3-foot radius." "Show me." I threw my steel sword, embedding it into the ground. Then I used the technique of void object manipulation to snatch it back with my hand. Watching the entire process, Somun Daeryong asked again, "Can you use mind control sword technique?" "I cannot." "Why not?" "You can already exert force on nearby objects. That's an entirely different matter. Moving objects with chi is one thing, but simply casting the sword is akin to flying sword technique. That's the exact reason mind control sword technique is so challenging." Somun Daeryong gave a rueful smile. Mind control sword technique is the ultimate level of swordsmanship. Its fundamental purpose is to liberate your sword from the confines of your body. Are you aware of that? Yes. It's divided into 3 stages: hands control sword technique, eyes control sword technique, and mind control sword technique. Each stage reflects how much you have transcended the limitations of your body. Can you freely control the sword through movement of the hand, or merely by observation through the eyes? Either way, it increases the effectiveness of your techniques. Swish. Somun Daeryong slowly reached out his hand. The sword gently fell from his fingertips and stopped midair as if anchored to a point. This is the hands control sword technique. Yes. The reason why most people confuse flying sword technique with mind control sword technique is that there are many masters stuck at the first stage of hands control sword technique, never progressing further. Before reaching mastery, it is indeed accurate to say that mind control sword technique is less effective than simply using techniques. Somun Daeryong lowered his hand. He then closed his eyes, seemingly cutting off his senses. Whoosh! In stark contrast, his sword shot toward me at an incredible speed, nearly reaching me in the blink of an eye, a velocity beyond my comprehension. What moves at such speed? It felt like a flash of light. My heart raced, and despite not activating my vitality barrier or Baekwung's formation, I realized Somun Daeryong's mind control sword technique could easily end my life with just that strike. Frozen in place, he opened his eyes and retrieved his sword. This is the eyes control sword technique. It's the pinnacle of what I have achieved. Eyes control sword technique? But you just closed your eyes. Not those eyes. I turned my awareness and intent into my visual perception. I was utterly baffled. How could one achieve eyes control sword technique without opening their eyes? The way he translated awareness into visual perception completely contradicted everything I had theorized until now. Somun Daeryong explained. I'll clarify since it seems you're struggling to grasp this. What you achieved with void object manipulation was chi, while my mind control sword technique utilizes awareness. In simpler terms, chi is secondary and intent is primary. Likewise, sword intention isn't something expressed through chi by default. What does that mean? I still couldn't comprehend. My mind fumbled as Somun Daeryong chuckled softly. Do you know the principle of heart, chi, blood, and essence? It dictates that the speed of internal power cultivation varies with willpower, influencing the circulation of blood and chi. Have you ever thought about how bizarre that is? If what you said is true, then those with the highest willpower should cultivate their internal power at unprecedented speeds. But there are clear limitations, aren't there? That's the limits of the blood vessels present in the human body. Exactly. No matter how extraordinary one's mental and willpower may be, the effects gained through heart, chi, blood, and essence have limitations. However, whoosh! In that moment, Somun Daeryong appeared behind me. I quickly turned around, but he was already standing back in his original position. I couldn't help but wonder if I could even use my vitality barrier to catch up to that kind of speed. He continued speaking. In the ultimate martial realm, things differ. The dimensions change. How did you do that? He shrugged his shoulders casually. I didn't move just now. You merely perceived my intent and mistook it for my position. Intent is conceptually different from mental or willpower as typically understood. It's akin to the 8 consciousnesses described in Buddhism. Somun Daeryong sighed. Well, since you don't seem to grasp it, let's leave it here for now. I apologize for my ignorance. It's all right. Understanding this typically takes decades of cultivation. His bittersweet tone lingered as he summarized. In the end, whether it's sword intention or mind control sword technique, it's all about planting one's will into the world from the garden of their mind. The reason why the masters you've encountered haven't explained this fact to you is that it exists beyond mere words and descriptions. You must realize it for yourself to reach that understanding. What I heard struck me as the most concrete description regarding sword intention and mind control sword technique thus far. I pondered deeply. Could it be that the secrets of Li Kuang and Jin Sochong's strength lie here? I had constantly struggled with the discrepancy of not being able to catch up to them despite years of training. However, according to Somun Daeryong, there seemed to be a boundary of martial prowess that one could not leap over merely through cultivating internal power and techniques. I felt that Somun Daeryong's advice was invaluable, and expressed my sincere gratitude. Thank you so much. It's been quite a while. Why not grab a meal before you leave? Yes. I accepted Somun Daeryong's hospitality and decided to eat before taking a nap. It wouldn't be polite to refuse his kindness, and I thought it would be nice to spar perhaps once more before I parted. Eventually, when the meal was served, it surprisingly consisted of a simple vegetarian diet. Clatter? This is different from what I had last time. Last time there had been an extravagant feast, but today's meal seemed strictly prepared for a practitioner. However, even if it was vegetarian, the dishes were finely crafted, so they were delicious. For some reason, Somun Hai was sitting right next to me with a bright smile. You're eating so well, my benefactor. Try this too. As Somun Hai picked up a side dish with her chopsticks and offered it to me, I had no choice but to accept it, especially with Somun Daeryong observing intently from across the table. As the three of us sat eating, I felt I couldn't refuse with that watchful gaze on me. Are you disappointed that it's not a lavish meal? No, not at all. I usually eat like this. Excessive meat only weighs one down and builds up heat in the body. Despite being the leader of the 8 devils of martial daos, it seemed he maintained his body with a level that resembled a Taoist sect. Although Shadowless Gate merely stood on the edge of the unorthodox sects, it appeared to be very close to orthodox ideals. I became curious and asked during the meal. It seems you have no ambition for expansion. May I ask why? Bragging in the Jianghu isn't something to be proud of. The more grudges you accrue, the harder it becomes to manage. Plus, I dislike coercing others with authority. Clatter? As he munched on his vegetable dish, Somun Daeryong continued. Honestly, I don't think your Thunder God lineage being acknowledged for the Jianghu is a good thing either. While it's recognized as a public advocate, if the 9 great sects were to maneuver and shape public sentiment, they could designate anyone regardless of merit. So, you didn't move the 8 devils of martial daos this time. I started ruling over the Shadowless Gate not for any power play motives. Just as the 9 great sects operate under the name of justice, many weaker sects may suffer because of that. My intention is to provide a refuge for those oppressed. But wouldn't that classify you as one of the unorthodox sects? It can't be helped. Those who benefit the most from the logic of dividing black and white will always be there. Who benefits? Did you not know? Somun Daeryong placed his chopsticks down. What do you think will happen if there's no enemy like the 8 devils of martial daos? Well, they would wield absolute power, right? No, they don't want that at all. The existence of a villain like the 8 devils of martial daos permits the Justice League to stand. This way, they gain potential allies among the Jianghu. And when dealing with the 9 great sects, they often engage in covert transactions with our 8 devils of martial daos as well. I was taken aback. Until now, I thought the 9 great sects couldn't wait to demolish us. I had no idea they maintained a covert coexistence. As I gaped, Somun Hai calmly interjected. Father, isn't this a bit too deep of a conversation? No, Hai, you should listen closely. This is a common principle in the Jianghu. Understood. I know of at least a dozen small sects that were unjustly labeled as public enemies and perished. Many of them never committed any wrongdoings but simply fell out of favor amidst disputes with the 9 great sects. At this point, it's clear that the 9 great sects represent the biggest menace to the Jianghu. I listened in silence before replying. However, the 8 devils of martial daos also don't act in a manner that can be deemed righteous, do they? I can't defend that. Normally, there's a lot of wickedness involved. Somun Daeryong chuckled wryly. However, keep in mind, the 8 devils of martial daos don't represent all evil scattered around the world. Even if the 8 devils of martial daos were to perish, another unorthodox sect would arise somewhere else. So then, wouldn't it be necessary to intervene to save those who artificially create the divide? That was an astonishing perspective. The symbiotic relationship between 8 devils of martial daos and the Justice League? Moreover, Somundaryong's thoughts opened a door for contemplation. I paused my meal, reflecting on the discussions tremendously. After a while of sorting through my thoughts, I looked at Somundaryong and asked, "Would you consider that your perspective regarding our Thunder God lineage? That's not incorrect." He gazed at me with profound eyes before speaking. "I'm willing to form a union with the Thunder God lineage. If you desire, the 8 devils of martial daos can also lend assistance." "A union?" I murmured. "I can't decide that on my own." "That's true. I'd prefer to keep this as light chatter over a meal." He was truly an astute person, seamlessly delivering heavy thoughts in passing. With such a weighty discussion, my appetite was somewhat diminished. In any case, I'll need to discuss this with Mang Niang. After finishing my meal, I turned in for the night. Yet, to my surprise, So Mun Hai followed me into my room. I glanced at her and said, "Adat novel bin adat. This isn't your room. I can't sleep alone." So Mun Hai gently approached and sat beside my bed. Taking my hand, she asked, "Would you mind sharing your story with me, dear benefactor?" This felt dangerous. I sensed that simply chatting wouldn't be enough. There was a calculating glint in her eyes that made me uneasy. I quickly cleared my throat and said, "Ahem, I'm terribly tired and shouldn't linger awake." Of course. As I lay down, So Mun Hai lay down right next to me. It felt natural enough that I found myself rendered speechless. As she settled beside me, So Mun Hai whispered, "Good night." Wait, why are we sharing the same bed? My room is under construction. Well, you could always go to another room. So Mun Hai beamed at me. All other rooms are under construction too. That left me in a tricky spot to use my contract spirit technique. I fidgeted anxiously until I finally positioned So Mun Hai and stated, "I understand you have a significant fondness for me, but I'd prefer it if you'd leave me here alone. Do you dislike me?" "Certainly not." So Mun Hai clutched my sleeve tightly, sporting a sorrowful expression. "Even if you have another woman, I'm okay with it. Yet I still want to hold on to you. You don't need to cling to me like that. You could find someone even better. Why do you refuse so much?" "Because." My thoughts drifted to Maiho and Mang Niang. Memories of my past lives flashed before me. Suddenly, it struck me as ironic, making me chuckle. Normally, in a situation like this, one would have to wrestle with their desires, but here I was, haunted by the ghosts of my past deaths. Because I have things to do. Precisely. I could not afford to die fruitlessly anymore. And to forge a better future with them, I had to stay on the right path. Once I resolutely explained my stance, So Mun Hai said tearfully, "Dear benefactor, if that's truly the case, please take me with you to your Thunder God lineage." "What? Please, I beg you. I cannot live without you. That makes no sense." In that moment, So Mun Hai drew a dagger from her sleeve, preparing to stab herself. I was shocked, swiftly snatching the dagger from her grasp. It was hard to dismiss since So Mun Hai was a top-tier master and mustered all her strength into that act. I couldn't fathom it as an act. "What on earth are you doing? I have no reason to live." What? So Mun Hai's face was filled with sincerity. I pondered for a long time before finally sighing. "In that case, I'll ask Somundaryong tomorrow." Then I sent So Mun Hai back to another room. The following day, after my morning spar with Somundaryong, I explained the situation. Somundaryong chuckled warmly as he said, "That's good. Whether you take that girl into the Thunder God lineage or however you wish, I'll support that. Even if she doesn't want to, if our sect doesn't want her, she can be sent back. Do as you see fit. It's beyond my control." And so, unexpectedly, I ended up returning to the Thunder God lineage with So Mun Hai in tow, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. When I returned to Jangling Valley with So Mun Hai, everyone from the Thunder God lineage was already there, including Mang Niang. Maiho wore a sulky expression, while Mang Niang laughed awkwardly, saying, "Your popularity is at its peak." Normally, I would have brushed off Mang Niang's joke, but now I felt the heavy gaze of everyone around, especially Li Kuang's indifferent expression, which made me wary of saying anything. After some silence, Li Kuang finally spoke. "Explain what happened." I recounted the events leading to So Mun Hai's arrival. Of course, I didn't mention that I went to seek the Sword Demon's guidance but rather made it sound like I was coaxed back to Shadowless Gate. The mere act of asking for teachings could easily rub Li Kuang the wrong way. Though a bit skeptical, Li Kuang addressed So Mun Hai. "So Mun Hai, do you truly seek to join the Thunder God lineage?" So Mun Hai answered calmly and without hesitation. "Yes. My father said I could contribute to the 8 devils of martial daos." Li Kuang seemed deep in thought about the unexpected alliance proposal. Then, Mang Niang, who was listening, interjected. "That aside, did So Mun Hai come merely as an envoy?" "No, I've come to join the Thunder God lineage." The room suddenly froze. The most celebrated genius of Shadowless Gate and a potential successor to the sect, So Mun Hai, was aiming to join the Thunder God lineage. That was no ordinary choice. I stared at So Mun Hai in shock, and she flashed a bright smile. "3 cuts Li Kuang, may I have your permission?" Li Kuang paused but then answered. "There's no reason to refuse. The Thunder God lineage doesn't stop those who wish to join." Thank goodness. However, the martial arts of the Thunder God lineage and those of Shadowless Gate might clash and result in harm for you. I'm prepared for that. I'll have to work hard on my own. If there comes a moment when your Shadowless Gate teachings conflict with our Thunder God lineage, will you not hesitate? Of course not. Her answers flowed without interruption. Li Kuang seemed quite pleased with her resolute attitude, nodding in agreement. If it's what you desire so much, I, Li Kuang, will accept Xiao Moonhai into the Thunder God lineage. Then, Li Kuang received a bow from Xiao Moonhai and established the formal bond of master and disciple. Thus, Xiao Moonhai cast aside her identity with Shadowless Gate and became the youngest disciple of the Thunder God lineage. It was a surprisingly humble choice for someone with her level of prowess, as she could have easily founded her own small sect within the Jianghu. After the initiation ceremony, Li Kuang spoke to Xiao Moonhai. I will respond to the Sword Demon's proposal within 3 days. Understood. And since I currently lack the capacity to teach the martial arts of the Thunder God lineage, you will practice independently for the time being. Yes. Li Kuang's tone might have felt condescending, but it was only natural. Just moments ago, Xiao Moonhai was a powerful exile from Shadowless Gate, but now, she was merely the youngest disciple of the Thunder God lineage. Once the discussions wrapped up, Li Kuang called Meng Niang and me into a quiet room. At Novel Bin Adat. Seated around a table, Meng Niang began the conversation. Li Kuang, I'd like to explain the situation to Baekwang first. Go ahead. Baekwang. As you might have heard, thanks to the efforts of our Thunder God lineage disciples, we achieved a massive victory against the Huashan sect, effectively obliterating them. Following that, I joined up with our Thunder God lineage masters at Jiangling Valley before heading straight to Zhongling Valley. Feigning ignorance, I tilted my head. Why did you go to Zhongling Valley? To invite my uncle, Guangsheng Zuj S.A., to the Thunder God lineage. Guangsheng Zuj S.A.? So, he is the lord of Zhongling Valley. That's right. Then why invite him? You could easily handle that yourself. With a bittersweet smile, Meng Niang replied. You might have learned this recently. The Bangqian Alliance and the Thunder God lineage are working together for mutual benefits. However, there's a chance that could backfire long-term. If conflicts arise, fighting among ourselves would be exceedingly inefficient and lead to mutual destruction. But without sufficient intelligence and strategic planning from the Thunder God lineage, survival is uncertain. Thus, I realized that Meng Niang sought to appoint Guangsheng Zuj S.A. as the Vice General for ensuring safety within the Thunder God lineage. The size of both the Thunder God lineage and Bangqian Alliance would only continue to grow. It was indeed essential. I also recognized unspoken fears lingering in Meng Niang's words. He clearly thought of himself as having a 2-year lifespan left, seeking a wise figure to lead the organization after his passing. I had my suspicions but hesitated to pry. However, hearing Meng Niang mention it aligned my thoughts, leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. Fear not, Meng Niang. I will find a way to extend your life. With those thoughts in mind, I asked Meng Niang. So, you went to bring Guangsheng Zuj S.A. Meng Niang's expression soured a little. Just as he hesitated to answer, Li Kuang spoke up nonchalantly. That man is dead. What? What kind of nonsense was this? I had assumed he had brought him back, only to find out he was dead. I stared at Li Kuang in shock, who calmly poured warm tea into his cup as he continued. When we arrived, he had been deceased for quite some time. Zhongling Valley had already held his funeral. What happened? They said it was suicide. Suicide. I muttered in disbelief as Meng Niang added. I cannot fathom it either. I don't understand why my uncle chose to end his own life. But if he reached such a resolution, there must have been a compelling reason. What kind of person was Zuj S.A.? Given his stature as the lord of Zhongling Valley, it's startling he would kill himself suddenly. It seems wealth and fame held no meaning for him. Meng Niang murmured as if reminiscing. There's no doubt he was a formidable genius, but he lived in extreme pessimism, only enjoying mocking and ridiculing the world. So, his suicide doesn't seem too surprising. Even after hearing Meng Niang's words, I could only guess what kind of person Zuj S.A. might have been. Just as I was confused, Li Kuang interjected. Baekwang, there's no need to linger on dead people. We returned from Zhongling Valley empty-handed. Speaking of which, what do you think of the Sword Demon's proposal? Li Kuang had shifted the topic. This was indeed a burning issue should the Thunder God lineage join hands with the 8 devils of martial daos? I had been contemplating this ever since I brought Xiao Moonhai here, but I still didn't have an answer. So, I subtly directed the conversation back to Meng Niang. I believe Bangqian Alliance's judgment might hold more weight. At that, Meng Niang chuckled mischievously. Hey now, Baekwang. If you've brought a fiancé, shouldn't you take responsibility? Who said fiancé? Isn't Xiao Moonhai known as a blooming flower among the Jianghu's most beautiful female geniuses? To have captured her heart, what kind of trickery did you employ? Haha. I hesitated, struggling to respond, as Li Kuang burst into laughter. Indeed, Bangqian Alliance leader. If you were to ask for my personal opinion, I would seriously consider rejecting the proposal. I thought you might think that. The 8 devils of martial daos are a gang without any sense of loyalty. If we join forces with them now, it could be used against us by the Zhangtian Alliance later. Swish! Meng Niang unfurled the 7 illusions. The playfulness in his eyes had vanished, and a serious expression took hold. Li Kuang's words are accurate. At least until the Thunder God lineage stabilizes, we should avoid associations with the 8 devils of martial daos. Moreover, since Doma is affiliated with the Feng God lineage. That's a valid concern. Li Kuang furrowed his brows as he inquired of Meng Niang. Banghian Alliance leader. It's not just Doma, but the Feng God lineage likely has influence spread across the Jianghu. How extensive do you think that reach is? On the surface, it's just Huashan sect and Doma, but I suspect there are at least double the hidden forces working behind the scenes. Perhaps there are even subordinates of the Hua God lineage or Shu God lineage among them. Annoying. The White Lotus sect fails to unify the Central Plains not because they're unable to, but because they won't. They're truly formidable individuals. Mang Niang continued. Now we must focus on negotiating with the Zhangjian Alliance. Isn't it too soon for that? They must be furious right now. No, now is the prime opportunity. The deeper the grudge festers, the more unyielding they become by their nature as righteous sects. If we extend a hand now, they'll accept it just to save face. Li Kuang smirked coldly. I can already imagine the scenario, it sounds entertaining. Mang Niang glanced at me. With your help, Baek Wong, that effort should proceed smoothly. But first, there's something I'd like to inquire. What is it? Do you know anything about other disciples of the Thunder God lineage? Li Kuang fell silent before speaking again. I'm not sure what you mean. I apologize for prying into your sect's secrets, but if the other disciples of the Thunder God lineage can't hold their own in battle, we will run into trouble later. Ah, I see. In that case, don't worry. There will definitely be some monstrous talents showing up. Li Kuang leaned back in his chair leisurely. Especially, the Thunderbolt 3 Saints. They are likely still alive. If they and their disciples join us, it would be formidable. Thunderbolt 3 Saints. They're the legendary masters of the Thunder God lineage, on par with my own master. Are they strong? Why ask such a question? They reached the zenith of power long before I was even born, so if they're still around, they'd be indomitable. Thunderbolt 3 Saints? Legendary figures of the Thunder God lineage? Seeing Li Kuang so confident made it clear that they were notable forces in terms of combat. However, they certainly weren't the only ones who had survived, and if the Thunder God lineage managed to unite the scattered members across the continent, they could form an incredibly powerful sect. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind, and I spoke up to Li Kuang. But wouldn't such formidable individuals be too prideful to cooperate? Of course, they probably would. They'd likely assert themselves as the leaders the moment they arrive. Then, you don't need to worry about that. Li Kuang firmly drew the line. From that answer, I understood that he already had countermeasures prepared for the Thunderbolt 3 Saints. Wrapping up the discussion, Mang Niang summarized. Then we'll leave it at that? After discussing the remaining details, we dispersed. After parting with Li Kuang, Mang Niang called me aside to speak in a secluded area. Baek Wong, the reason I insisted on bringing you to the meeting today was my own decision. Although I haven't mentioned it until now, General Huang Yuan and his clan are currently gathering troops, including North Dragon Platform, supported by the Banghian Alliance. They plan to launch a significant operation shortly, which means I can no longer focus solely on the Thunder God lineage. What? I gasped softly. Right, that incident did happen. General Huang Yuan had been abducted and imprisoned by the Golden Guard. While I had consistently managed to save him in previous lives through various methods, this time, I had been too busy with Thunder God lineage matters to think of helping him. However, it seemed that Mang Niang had taken some initiative himself. I looked at Mang Niang and said, so, you mean I need to keep Li Kuang in check moving forward? There's no need to think too far into it. Just know that you're not only a disciple of the Thunder God lineage, but also in a crucial bridge position within the Banghian Alliance. I see. Put simply, this means that when something serious happens, Li Kuang will share important information with you. However, that information will be filtered based on necessity, so you must not blindly trust Li Kuang. You'll need to build your own experiences in discerning the truth from these discussions. I understand. Li Kuang would treat me not with the status of a mere disciple moving forward but as a messenger for the Banghian Alliance. However, that also meant Li Kuang would never fully trust me. Instead, I would likely hold a standout position amongst his disciples, making it crucial to sift through valuable information to pass on to Mang Niang. As the weight of responsibility sank in, I steeled myself inwardly. Certainly, the Thunder God lineage will flourish. Should it succeed in standing independently, it'll surpass the Zhangjian Alliance, which is a coalition of the 9 great sects. But we need to think carefully now. What do we need to think about? Whether that is truly the right path. Consider this, you are overlooking a significant fact. What fact could I possibly be missing? I pondered over this again and again. The prospect of the Thunder God lineage flourishing aligned perfectly with my intention to eradicate the Imperial Court, leading me to focus solely on its growth without doubts. Yet, I sensed there had to be a reason Mang Niang raised this concern right now. Suddenly, a realization struck me. The reason Zudge Sa was purged by the previous leader of the Thunder God lineage. Exactly. Mang Niang was impressed. You've gained quite a bit of wisdom, a little refinement, and you'd make a fine strategist. Are you suggesting that the Thunder God lineage harbors some darkness? It's difficult to express just like that. But perhaps you've sensed their exceptionally domineering conduct as they sweep everything in their path. Indeed, while the Thunder God lineage excelling in taking down all obstacles was thrilling, it was equally true that they were ignoring the circumstances of their opponents. I had actually pleaded with Li Kuang for mercy at the Huashan sect massacre. Letting Mang Niang wrap the conversation up, he remarked, the Thunder God lineage is strong, but it isn't a righteous sect. If it hadn't been purged, it would have undoubtedly reigned supreme in the Wulin. Therefore, the ramifications of the Thunder God lineage's rebirth on the Woolen deserve our contemplation. Li Kuang isn't someone who bullies the weak for no reason. Yet, he's able to compromise his morals for the sake of the organization. Meng Niang sighed heavily. If only Zhuge Sa were alive, we could entrust the Thunder God lineage to him. What a pity. Are you saying that means the Thunder God lineage could be in danger? What do you suppose that means? Doesn't that imply being overly powerful could create trouble? Taigong Jijhe. When something is too strong, it can break. I can't guarantee how far Li Kuang is willing to compromise with the Zhangtian alliance, especially now that the Feng God lineage lurks everywhere. That would lead to overly rash actions, I exclaimed, startled. Indeed, while the current strength of the Thunder God lineage could sweep away one or two of the 9 great sects, fighting a massive organization like the Zhangtian alliance was a different arena altogether. The most elite masters among the Zhangtian alliance were bound to swarm thick. Surely, Li Kuang couldn't be foolish enough to choose that. Yet, Meng Niang firmly stated, keep your eyes open and ensure that the Thunder God lineage doesn't become overconfident. Otherwise, they may find themselves destroyed. I understand. I will proceed as you suggest. After finishing up my conversation with Meng Niang, I visited Maiho. To my surprise, she was chatting with Xiao Moonhai. As soon as Maiho spotted me, she pouted. The popular guy has arrived. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Maiho, that's not it. What do you mean it's not? This girl is head over heels for you. Maiho growled. You'd accept her even if she suddenly jumped you, huh? You've really hit the jackpot here. When I glanced at Xiao Moonhai, it seemed she was already enchanted by Maiho's charm. I nervously scanned for any signs that Maiho might have done anything untoward to her, but there were none. So, what are you going to do about it? It seems Se Gongrin has feelings for you too. You might just end up with a harem in a few years. Ugh, just stop. I don't have time for dating right now. As I sighed heavily, Maiho smirked. Are you pretending it's important to dodge the conversation again? Maiho, I'm serious. I came looking for you because it is important. When I shot her a serious look, she stopped her banter. Then she waved her hand, sending Xiao Moonhai off to another corner as she said, go on, spill it. Maiho, in Dongyang, you mentioned there's a ritual called the Taishan Duke ritual that brings longevity, right? I want to use the Taishan Duke ritual to revive Meng Niang. Maiho's eyes sharpened slightly. After a moment of thought, she replied, it's impossible to use the Taishan Duke ritual on Meng Niang. What do you mean? You said it existed in the shrine of Meng Niang. Yes, the Taishan Duke ritual is indeed real, and it's true it can prolong life. The best yin-yang masters can use it to live for hundreds of years. But why? That ritual isn't something you do for others, it requires the practitioner themselves to reach the pinnacle of their craft first, gather a group of 49 sorcerers, and then perform it over a span of 100 days. Right now, Meng Niang is merely at an intermediate level and cannot cast a grand ritual like that. Lack of proficiency? I let out a frustrated sigh and asked, how high is the pinnacle you're talking about? Well, based on what you mentioned before, at least someone on the level of Zhuge from the Treasure of the Central Plains or the leader of the Mission sect should be capable. In Dongyang, a being who can perform the Taishan Duke ritual might only appear once in a century. I lamented audibly. Maiho, then why did you concede to Meng Niang's question back then? I thought it was genuinely possible. Maiho tilted her head, puzzled. When Meng Niang asked, didn't he only inquire if the Taishan Duke ritual existed? Did I need to elaborate on whether it could be performed there and persuade you all? Listen, Baekwang. For me, your well-being is the only thing that matters. I cannot do more than that? I suddenly felt the weight of Maiho's position. For her, protecting me from external threats for the past 10 years was all that mattered. She felt no attachment to Meng Niang, Bangshan Alliance, or the Thunder God lineage. Moreover, she was ready to abandon everything if need be all for my sake, and I couldn't argue with that. I held my head and asked again. Then is there no other spell besides the Taishan Duke ritual that can prolong life? There are many sorcery sects in the Central Plains, so if you dig around, you might find something. However, among what I know, there's nothing like the Taishan Duke ritual. Abe no Sime lived for 500 years using that spell. Instead of just asking me, why not search for sorcery techniques yourself? At that moment, the thought of needing to learn sorcery struck me. I should find time to learn it too. Until now, I had neglected sorcery because it didn't seem particularly helpful in combat, and I thought it was inefficient. However, now that threats from the realm of sorcery were looming, the martial power I possessed felt utterly useless. I had a premonition that at least having some level of sorcery would be instrumental in facing the hardships ahead. With a sympathetic look, Maiho stroked my cheek and said, I was about to unleash a fit of anger at you, but that feeling has faded. Even surrounded by the world's beauties, worrying about your comrades, Baekwang, why are you so obsessed with Meng Niang? I owe a debt of life to both Meng Niang and you. That's why I want to go all the way with both of you. As I honestly expressed my feelings, Maiho appeared a bit embarrassed. I can't comprehend that. Sacrificing yourself for others? That's not something I can fathom. But you truly. Maiho placed her finger on my mouth and chuckled softly. That's enough. It's not cool. Baekwang, remember this. While we believe your past life story is true and follow along, the Meng Niang and Maiho you experienced in your former life are definitely different folks from us. Only reflecting the past shadows upon us will become a burden. I'm sorry. If I feel this way, Mang Niang must feel even stronger. Muttering to herself, Maiho added, Baekwang, make sure to create more trustworthy comrades. If not, you won't be able to advance to broader horizons. Maiho's advice struck at the heart of the matter. Trusted comrades. Who could that be? Suddenly, Jin Sochong came to mind. He had defied his master for his principles. Although I had known him for the longest time, I had barely had a proper conversation with him. I hugged Maiho and said, Thanks, Maiho. Ugh, let go? Ah. Maiho flailed about. I gave her cheek a kiss and left the spot. Then I went to find Jin Sochong. He was practicing in the nearby mountains, honing his skills with the Thunder God Spear. Swoosh! As Jin Sochong gracefully twirled the spear, the atmosphere vibrated in sync with his flow. Though it was merely a demonstration of the basic stance, I gulped at the impressive aura he exuded. I could feel the nature responding to his martial prowess. As expected, he's on a different level. Jin Sochong had reached an extraordinary realm of talent unseen before. Even Li Kuang, known as a martial arts genius, was outmaneuvered by Jin Sochong's prowess. Although I had spent nearly 100 years honing my martial arts, I had yet to see the depth of Jin Sochong's abilities. As a result, it's possible that when I reincarnate in the future, I might surpass his early self, but such comparisons seem meaningless. What scared me about geniuses was their potential for growth. Jin Sochong seemed to notice my presence and put down his spear. Disciple, what brings you here? Brother, I wanted to ask you about the recent events. You mean the battle against the Huashan sect? Yes. What you're curious about is likely what happened after you passed out, right? That's correct. Actually, that was what I was most curious about. I hadn't had the opportunity to ask until now, but what had transpired after I fainted during the fight with the Huashan sect? The remaining disciples only relayed the outcome that they had won, leaving me with no sense of the experience. Only Li Kuang, Jin Sochong, and Jiao Ko could recount proper tales from that time. Gu Qiol, the Forest King, seemed to have returned without partaking in the battle, so he was clueless. Jin Sochong sat on a rock casually and recounted. I performed the true energy healing technique and headed towards the location where my master was battling. There, I discovered my master facing off against some monsters. Excuse me, monsters? What do you mean? I tilted my head in confusion, prompting Jin Sochong to respond with a grimace. While Yang Junil was fine, the left and right protectors of Huashan sect seemed to have transformed into monsters when their lives were endangered. They morphed into these creatures that were like a hybrid of dragons and humans, engaging my master in fierce combat. So they possessed significant strength and speed. Though they lacked martial arts prowess, they made it hard for my master to defeat them easily. Adat Novel bin Adat. Are you saying they're dragon keen? Yes. I found it hard to accept. Dragon keen? Legendary beasts spoken of only in myths and legends. It was said that they were hybrids awakened by dragon blood, displaying powers surpassing humans. Occasionally, some would claim that the reigning emperor of the Central Plains was a dragon keen, but that was merely political symbolism. In reality, the existence of dragon keen, let alone dragons, was widely ignored. Jin Sochong shrugged. I don't know if those monsters were the otherworldly beings you spoke of, but I jumped in to take them down, and by the time I did, Yang Junil had already escaped. I see. The Huashan sect had been obliterated, but Yang Junil had slipped through. When I first heard about this from the disciples, I was astonished at how it had come to be, but now, listening to Jin Sochong, I could understand. Out of the blue, a dragon keen had appeared, blocking the Thunder God lineage while its leader, Yang Junil, made a getaway. I cautiously inquired. If Yang Junil intervened in the fight, what do you think would have happened? To be honest, we may have won, but we wouldn't have come out unscathed. You'd probably have to prepare for losing at least an arm. Yang Junil is really a fearsome individual. Even saying he abandoned the Huashan sect seems like a victory for him. The forces behind him, the Feng God lineage, likely have even more terrifying powers. I see. I began to think that perhaps the Feng God lineage, along with Yang Junil, were involved in the creation of the Dragon Keen to research and advance their goals. Moreover, if the form of these Dragon Keen could exert powers beyond human capabilities, they might pose a terrifying threat in the future. Jin Sochong then asked. Is that all you wanted to discuss? Of course not. What else then? Brother, do you believe me to be the reincarnation? Jin Sochong had learned of my reincarnation during my time at Mangniang's shrine. Curious, I had shared most of my past life with him, considering he had followed my lead even against his master. Jin Sochong scratched his head. Honestly, there's so much complexity in your story that I can't grasp it all. However, I do believe you're a remarkable being that surpasses ordinary people. Do you find me unpleasant or scary? Well, I suppose I could think that, but not right now. After all, it's true that thanks to you, our Thunder God lineage is thriving, and I can see how much you care about it. So, there's something I would like to share. Yes. Jin Sochong gazed into the distant sky as he sat on the rock. I know you lament your lack of talent, but I think you're actually on a path to something greater in martial arts. What do you mean by that? When I was young, a foreigner once visited from a far-off place. It was when my master wasn't around, and this foreigner told me the story of a man. This man, too, was untalented like you, but he possessed infinite lifespan, kept pushing himself, and eventually reached the realm of the absolute, surpassing even the gods. I chuckled lightly. That sounds like a fairy tale. Surpassing a god through martial arts, right? It sounded to me like a fairy tale as well. But when I asked him how he could surpass a god, he replied with this. What did he say? No matter how many springs pass, I will not give up. At that moment, I was taken aback. How could a human say such a thing? No matter how infinite lifespan one had, if they were untalented, they would constantly struggle against their limits 1,000 or even 10,000 times, suffering intensely. How could someone maintain that belief? I marveled at the boundless potential of that person. Jin So-chung smiled brightly. I don't know if you will become a threat to our Thunder God lineage in the future, but to me, you will always be Baek Wong. If there's a way for all of us to succeed together, I will give it my all. You two have something you don't want to give up on, right? That's right. Because I heard that story from the foreigner, I train happily every day. Jin So-chung clenched his fist. I think I will meet that martial god one day. At that moment, I felt a lump in my throat. Ah, was this the difference? This is why Jin So-chung has always felt like an insurmountable distance apart from me. This man had been sprinting towards the martial divinity right from the start and was a hard-working genius. I became determined, feeling a surge of determination to tell Jin So-chung. I'll see that god first and let you know who they are. Ha ha ha, that sounds fun. I resolved to recognize Jin So-chung as a true comrade in the upcoming reincarnation. Because right at this moment, I had confirmed that he was someone who moved according to his beliefs without being tied down by his position in the Thunder God lineage. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. A few days later, Mang Niang and I were heading back to the main gate of the White Lotus sect along with Dongbang Mujaiol. This time, Mang Niang decided that Jin So-chung's escort wasn't necessary, so it was just the two of us using beetle carriages. Dongbang Mujaiol, blindfolded and subdued, only had his blindfold removed when we reached the main gate of the White Lotus sect, and upon seeing it, he was taken aback. What are these bastards thinking? We agreed to guide you to the master of the White Lotus sect as per our deal. Suddenly, Dongbang Mujaiol's face turned pale with fear. He stammered. Why you not planning to take me out, are you? With a grin, Mang Niang replied. Then I would have just dealt with you in Jinrang Valley instead of going through the trouble of bringing you to the White Lotus sect, wouldn't I? The master won't harm you, so don't worry. As Mang Niang reassured him, Dongbang Mujaiol looked at him suspiciously and said. What's your actual intention? Nothing much. We're just planning to relay some information for you, and we'll take care of the tasks you need to do moving forward. Dongbang Mujaiol gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze. You scoundrels! You've stolen someone else's accomplishments. While that's technically true, keep in mind that we treated you rather gentlemanly. What did you say? Adat novel bin adat. You should know there were plenty of better ways to eliminate you if that were my intent. His face turned pale. As Mang Niang pointed out, he could have kept pretending in front of the master of the White Lotus sect and lived out his days in Jinrang Valley, dying without anyone knowing. The master had no obligation to take care of Dongbang Mujaiol up to that point. However, after a moment, Dongbang Mujaiol overcame his fear and growled. Thief's audacity has its limits. You'll be struck by heavenly retribution. Mang Niang stared at him blankly and said. Ultimately, you haven't really lost anything, have you? What on earth are you talking about? Whatever reward you're expecting for this expedition, going to see the master of the White Lotus sect won't really change anything. You'll be able to live comfortably within their sect, like you have until now. Dongbang Mujaiol snickered at Mang Niang's words. Don't joke with me. How do you know what I was promised? I know plenty. It was the entrance to the Suzan sect's martial arts, wasn't it? Gah. In that instant, Dongbang Mujaiol's eyes became as wide as a rabbit's. While he was accustomed to hiding emotions, the response caught him so off guard that he couldn't maintain his composure. It was a revelation so shocking that even a decades-old veteran would be rattled. Trembling, Dongbang Mujaiol managed to say, how did you know? Let's just say I have my ways. Regardless, you're quite something. Surviving until this age yet still yearning for martial prowess. I guess the master of the White Lotus sect's Suzan sect arts are quite enticing. Ugh. Indeed. Using my host charm, Dongbang Mujaiol's secret had been thoroughly extracted, including the reward promised by the master of the White Lotus sect if the expedition was a success. It was that he would be taught the advanced Suzan sect techniques, which were notoriously closed off and only passed down to bloodline heirs, making the master's offer an extraordinary opportunity. Mang Niang continued to tease. But how long do you plan to live? Learning the Suzan sect techniques will take at least 10 years, and even if you utilize your inner energy to delay aging, you might have another 30 years at most. What kind of dream do you expect to experience while undertaking such risks? You don't understand. Dongbang Mujaiol snapped back. Is wanting to gain the world's greatest martial arts really wrong? I was born into a lowly background and endured all sorts of hardships to live to this age. It's only natural to pursue being the strongest in a world where the powerful rule all. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong per se. I just find it impressive that you still have that kind of passion even after all you've been through. You're mocking me now. You, the one who's stolen my expedition results. Don't be so harsh. You might find yourself surprisingly fortunate. What did you say? The moment you start honing the Suzan sect martial arts, it could bring death and suffering to you. I expected Dongbang Mujaiol to blow up in anger at Mang Niang's remark, as it was the culmination of sarcastic jabs. But surprisingly, Dongbang Mujaiol fell silent as if struck by lightning, saying nothing. This wasn't merely a refusal to converse, but more like he was pondering something. It seemed that Mang Niang's words surprisingly hit the nail on the head. After a moment, we came face to face with the youths of the White Lotus sect again, and following them, we met Samno of the Elder Council. As it was our second visit, Samno didn't question us much. Instead, he seemed to take note of Dongbang Mujaiol's face. You are Dongbang Mujaiol, the celestial monstrosity. Yes. Weren't you a bit late on fulfilling the agreement? I had some unavoidable circumstances, so I ask for your understanding. If you have doubts, you may inspect his body. Of course, I shall. Samno searched Dongbang Mujaiol's body as if brushing off dust. While it appeared to be just a search, it was actually a procedure using a high-level technique to check if he had hidden weapons or poisons. There was no need for him to use that technique on us, as it seemed he only wanted to be cautious against self-destructive sorcerers. Nothing unusual. Follow me. We were allowed to meet the master again. Once more, the master sat quietly in a relaxed position. You've come? We spoke respectfully even without Samno's prompting. We have brought him. You've worked hard. Dongbang Mujaiol, please step forward. Dongbang Mujaiol hesitated, then stepped forward and said, Master, I am aware of the circumstances. I know well of your efforts, so do not worry. I shall provide the promised reward. In that moment, Dongbang Mujaiol's eyes wavered. It was an internal conflict that shouldn't have existed in the first place, a seed planted by Mang Niang. He stood there trembling, contemplating for quite some time before managing to say, Thank you, Master. He bowed deeply, his head nearly hitting the floor. When the Master waved his fingers, it seemed the restriction placed on Dongbang Mujaiol was removed almost immediately. Restoring his strength in an instant, Dongbang Mujaiol glared at us with furious eyes, but quickly turned his head away. Dongbang Mujaiol, retreat to the guest quarters and rest for now. We shall discuss matters further later. Understood. As Dongbang Mujaiol followed the others outside, the master turned to us and asked, Banghian Alliance leader, have you found any clues about the 7 talismans? Even if I wanted to, circumstances aren't permitting. What do you mean? Perhaps you are unaware, but currently, the Banghian Alliance is being designated as a public entity in the Mural realm, making things exceedingly busy. I apologize for the difficulty in resolving matters, as it's a matter of life and death. The master fell silent for a moment before saying, that issue can be resolved today, so do not worry. Thank you. The deadline for the Thunder God lineage is 10 years, but you must find the clues to the 7 talismans even faster. Therefore, I wish to provide some assistance. Mang Niang's expression changed. He calmly replied, I appreciate the offer, but if there's no other interference, our team can work quickly enough on our own. If help is available, we could certainly proceed faster. Are you truly refusing my assistance? If our secret plans were to leak, it would cripple our organization. Then I shall trust you this time. However, should my envoy visit you next time, and you are unable to provide satisfactory answers, there will be due consequences. Absolutely. If you ever find the need for the expertise of our strong members, just say the word. I am fully prepared to support you. Thank you. After the conversation ended, Mang Niang and I left the White Lotus sect. Mang Niang looked pale and deeply troubled, causing me to glance at him with concern. Are you okay? I'm not okay. If you hadn't lent me your inner energy, I would have probably bled out right there. I've been subtly transmitting my energy to prevent him from succumbing to the unseen pressure. But even while receiving that support, the back and forth with the master had evidently drained his strength. I returned with Mang Niang to Jinrang Valley and entered a quiet house to rest. Mang Niang lay down and fell into a deep sleep without saying another word. When he finally woke up, he spoke. I never want to go back there again. It felt like stepping into death. From our conversation, it seems the pressure from the master was intense. It's about his son recovering from an unprecedented curse, a longing he's waited decades for. Of course, it would be pressing. Topics like this normally shouldn't even be broached. Mang Niang lamented. His words hinted at a bad hand played out of desperation. It seemed he had been laboring relentlessly to establish the Thunder God lineage, ultimately choosing to shoulder that burden himself. Mang Niang said, if I had agreed to receive help there, high-ranking members of the Elder Council, or even elite Susan sect masters would have likely followed me. That would have truly been the end of it. There would have been nothing I could do to escape their gaze. That was likely true. Even just a couple of them would possess vast power, enough to trouble Li Kuang greatly. And neither the Thunder God lineage nor the Banghian Alliance possessed the ability yet to control them. Ugh, what a dire situation. Well, for now, we've crossed a significant hurdle. I should take comfort in the fact that the master of the White Lotus sect is relatively broad-minded. But the master's envoy won't let this slide next time, so we need to prepare now. Exactly. Mang Niang suddenly thought of something. Oh, right. If you manage to survive, I hope you will pay attention to Dongbang Mujaiol's fate. What do you mean? I bestowed compassion on him today, but it seems he ultimately chose the path of death. I pondered over Mang Niang's words. Then, it struck me, and I exclaimed. You're suggesting to find out whether Dongbang Mujaiol survived even after learning the Susan sect techniques. Precisely. I held sympathy for him, which led me to doubt his pursuit of the Susan sect martial arts, but in the end, he couldn't overcome his desire for martial skills. If so, I can make good use of that for information. Could Dongbang Mujaiol survive after learning the Suzan sect techniques? That was undoubtedly vital information. The Suzan sect, known for being extremely secretive and passed down only through bloodlines, clearly had reasons for excluding outsiders. If Dongbang Mujaiol were to learn and still remain unharmed, it would imply that the Suzan sect's arts weren't as deadly as presumed. However, if he were to die in training, it would certainly carry significant meaning. There are increasing reasons to survive now. While I was deep in thought, Mang Niang spoke up. It's clear the master intended to hold on to Dongbang Mujaiol until he answered his question before releasing him. Now that he's returned him, with answers in hand, orders will be sent to halt operations regarding the wind god lineage like Yongjinil. We won't have to worry about fights with them for now. That's a relief. The real issue now is negotiating with the Jiangshan alliance. If we move directly, we may not stand a chance, so it's time for you to take action. Me. Think carefully. You're the only one who can do this. I felt bewildered until I suddenly realized. Wudang sect. Exactly. Mang Niang looked at me intently and said, by now, you should have enough training and practical experience. Go to the Wudang sect and prove that you've returned to share their legendary martial arts. Use that debt to persuade them to help finalize negotiations with the Jiangshan alliance. I was impressed as I listened to Mang Niang's plan. There really isn't a single wasted move in this strategy. At the time, I hadn't understood why the plan was coming together, but now that time has passed and events unfolded, I've seen that Mang Niang's strategies are all perfectly reasonable, guiding me toward the future as if it were the most natural path. I understand. I will definitely persuade those Wudang sect masters. But we must also consider the worst-case scenario. Mang Niang staggered for a moment as if his head were spinning. Cough. Suddenly, he coughed up blood. Seeing him spit blood startled me, and I rushed over to support him and checked his pulse. His blood flow seemed stable, but it was clear his energy had weakened quite a bit in a short amount of time. What is going on? Why are you in such poor condition? I asked in shock. Just a few months ago, he had been thriving while training, and now he was on the verge of breaking down. I quickly attempted the healing technique, inserting acupuncture needles to stabilize him, and Mang Niang chuckled lightly. Haha, my celibate lifestyle has been too long. You, being a popular guy, should introduce me to one stunning beauty. Get the hell out of here? Are you in any mood for jokes? Mang Niang, you shouldn't move for at least a month, just rest. I was furious as a healer. Objectively speaking, Mang Niang was in a patient-like state. If he exerted himself further, it could lead to chronic issues or complications. To avoid such incidents, he needed thorough rest and care for his health. Then Mang Niang laughed softly. Don't worry. Once you quickly finish your work with the Wudang sect and negotiate the Jiangshan alliance, I'll finally have some time to rest. By then, I might sleep for an entire day. Understood. Don't worry. I'll make it happen. I clenched my teeth and replied. This is my fault. Problems that were almost invisible when it was just Mang Niang operating the Bangqian alliance had spiraled once he added martial arts training, strategic planning for the Thunder God lineage, and endless efforts into the mix. The fatigue he'd accumulated had hit critical levels due to the burden of managing the Bangqian alliance. If he pushed himself any further, he would surely face dire consequences. It all stemmed from his commitment to helping me. Deep down in regret, I resolved to find a way to let Mang Niang rest. There was no way I could just give up when everything was on the line. I had to put in my best effort. Mang Niang lay back on the bed and said, go to the Wudang sect with Jin So-chong. With Jin So-chong. Having him with you will be more helpful than an army. If he's with you, I won't need to worry. Understood. Just promise me you'll take it easy today and rest well. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, I guess I will snooze for a short while. And with that, Mang Niang immediately fell fast asleep. Even in his sleep, the aura of his Owachilkum soon didn't leave him. He must be ready to spring back into action, devising strategies at any given moment. I gazed sorrowfully at his state before rising from my seat. I needed to head to the Wudang sect with Jin So-chong, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Alongside Jin So-chong, I traveled to a small village near Mount Wudang. Since I had never personally visited the Wudang sect, we decided to walk from there. Jin So-chong followed me, commenting, your face is unusually tense today, master. Is something bothering you? After hesitating, I leaped up 20 times in a row with light body technique to reach the mountain peak, answering, older brother, I will see this through no matter what. This is indeed important. If you gain recognition from the Wudang sect, it will greatly improve our situation. Jin So-chong replied, then continued doubtfully. But master, if you're this restless, you won't be able to showcase your true abilities. Martial arts require a balance of mind, technique, and body, so gather your thoughts until we reach Mount Wudang. Understood. I felt grateful that Jin So-chong was concerned for me in his own way. I'm sorry, older brother. I couldn't bring myself to mention that Mang Niang has been overwhelmed by his workload. It wasn't a matter of trust, but rather that I couldn't make any hasty judgments right now. All I could do was handle my duties perfectly. Pat pat pat. Not long after, Jin So-chong and I arrived at a small village 50 li from Mount Wudang. After running all day, we were pretty exhausted, so we decided to find a place to stay for the night. However, since it was a small village without proper inns, we reluctantly stayed at the village chief's house. Thank you for your hospitality. Haha, it's just for a day. Of course, it wasn't free, we had to pay 3 taels of silver. I smiled wryly as I rested to restore my inner energy and stamina. I wanted to be in peak condition for our entrance into Mount Wudang the next day. The next day, we arrived at the entrance of Mount Wudang. Jin So-chong, holding the round hat he had purchased earlier, said softly, "At novel bin at. Master, I assume you know about the sword disarmament ground." Yes, the sword disarmament ground. It's a notable site within the Wudang sect, meaning that anyone wishing to join must leave their weapons behind. Considering how essential weapons are to a martial artist, it seemed ridiculous, yet the Wudang sect has preserved this tradition since its inception. We were only about 100 steps away from it now. I silently muttered. How arrogant. Right? I think so too. And it wasn't just arrogance, it was utter humiliation. To ask someone to leave behind their weapons, which are as dear as life itself, showcased the pride of the Wudang sect. In truth, no one else in the Jianghu has managed to create a place like the sword disarmament ground. It indicated just how strong the Wudang sect's influence was that they could operate such a place without fear. Jin So-chung smirked playfully. Master, shall we have some fun? I shook my head. Having experienced Jin So-chung's idea of fun, I must refuse. If it were another time, I might agree, but not today. I knew, even while he laughed cheerfully, if Jin So-chung were to unleash his fun, he would become a force of destruction no one could stop. In his past life, he had utterly obliterated the Zhongnan sect on a whim, and I had undoubtedly witnessed it. We came to speak with the Wudang sect, so today is not the day. I earnestly pleaded with Jin So-chung. Older brother, please. It would be better to just talk. Jin So-chung sulked and pouted. But leaving those who demand our weapons unchallenged is not in my nature. If that's the case, I will go up alone. Ugh. I suppose there's no choice. Reluctantly, Jin So-chung agreed to my wishes. I felt relieved inwardly. Since he had single-handedly overturned the Zhongnan sect before, if he intervened this time, there was a high chance he would completely destroy the Wudang sect. Soon, as we reached the sword disarmament ground, 5 Wudang sect disciples cautiously appeared before us. They seemed to be on guard as they asked, "May I ask where you hail from, martial artists?" "We are Baek Wong and Jin So-chong from the Thunder God lineage." The Wudang sect disciples glanced at each other, surprised. They appeared to be familiar with the name of our sect, either through its reputation or notoriety. One of the disciples stepped forward, looking sharp. "I am Mu Guang, a disciple of the Wudang sect. Apologies, but may I know what business the Thunder God lineage has here?" Since he bore the family name Mu, he must be a prominent figure among the Wudang sect, likely one of their Wudang 8 swords, a well-known expert with considerable fame in the Jianghu. From the aura he radiated, he was nearly at the peak level of martial prowess. I replied to Mu Guang. "Apologies, but unless you are an elder or the sect leader, I cannot speak of such matters. Please relay that it concerns your sect's secret techniques." "What?" Mu Guang frowned, anger flashing across his face, feeling disrespected as if I saw him as merely a gatekeeper. However, with the dignity of the Thunder God lineage at stake, I couldn't lower my stance further, so I calmly continued. "I assure you, if you handle this presumptuously, there will be severe consequences." He suppressed his anger and replied, "In that case, you shall follow me. I will guide you to a suitable place." "Understood. Before that, I must ask you to disarm. And if we refuse?" At that moment, sparks seemed to fly from the eyes of Mu Guang and the other 4 Wudang sect disciples. "I hope you will choose wisely." Their pressure was palpable, and the skill of the other 4 seemed to be on par with Mu Guang. I deduced the situation. The sword disarmament ground being the gate to enter the Wudang sect is guarded by formidable masters. But I didn't understand why they were so ready for a fight. While the sword disarmament ground only indicated that one shouldn't enter with harmful weapons for training, why would they take such drastic measures? Or was the sword disarmament ground itself a point of pride for the Wudang sect? No matter how I reasoned, as a disciple of the Thunder God lineage, I found it difficult to comprehend. Jin So-chong, arms crossed, seemed to understand my confusion and asked, "Mu Guang, why do you call for me? Don't you feel fear standing guard here? We did not come to the Wudang sect with ill intentions, yet seeing your attitude, it makes me detest the Wudang sect. What will you do if rogues from the evil sects come to kill you? You know your skills are decent, but there are plenty of powerful figures in this world capable of wiping out 5 of you at once." Jin So-chung's question wasn't a provocation, he seemed genuinely curious. Mu Guang understood this and pondered before nodding in agreement. "I apologize if my demeanor seemed rude. However, I must request your understanding, as I am performing my duty for the section." And regarding your question of whether I am afraid, I would definitely say yes. As you said, there could indeed be a true fiend who could wipe us out. If that happens, all of us will be dead." Having said that, Mu Guang clenched his fists resolutely. "Yet still, we cannot allow rogues and weapons to enter a place where young disciples diligently train in their arts. We are prepared to guard this gateway, even if it costs us our lives. Even if we die, we trust that our sect will avenge our deaths." Mu Guang spoke with conviction. Jin So-chung nodded thoughtfully. "Understood." Swish. Without hesitation, Jin So-chung sheathed his spear at the sword disarmament ground. I followed suit, leaving my weapon there as well, then followed Mu Guang. As we walked, Jin So-chung remarked, "Truly the Wudang sect. Even these lower-level disciples have impressive physiques. Of course, 2 giants of the orthodox sect would be remarkable. It seems the Wudang sect's leader is no ordinary person. Can we really convince them? It seemed Jin So-chong was testing how proficient the Wudang sect's spirit was. Just as clean water flows from above, the morale and strength of lower-level disciples can reflect the essence of their sect. The outcome of this assessment left no doubt that the Wudang sect was indeed formidable. Judging by Jin So-chong's tone, even he felt a hint of wariness. Surely, the strength of the Wudang sect far exceeded that of the Zhongnan sect. Let's do it. I resolved to gain the Wudang sect's favor, even if it meant risking my life here. If I failed to accomplish this, Main Jiang's profound plans would crumble, and his life would be at stake. That I could not allow? We entered the building of the Wudang sect guest hall, waiting for quite some time. After about half an hour, Mu Guang returned through the door. The sect leader wishes to see you. Follow me. We walked roughly 8 li along the mountain path. It was a considerable distance for an ordinary person, highlighting how extensive the Wudang sect's territory was. They seemed to have established foundations all over the place, essentially claiming Mount Wudang as their domain. When we finally entered the Wudang sect leader's chamber, 3 masters awaited us. Standing to the sides were about a dozen peak experts of the Wudang sect. Are you the emissaries of the Thunder God lineage? A deep voice inquired. A venerable elder with long white hair and a beard, embodying the typical image of a transcendent master, sat in the middle chair wearing Wudang sect robes. Beside him were 2 other elderly men, also dressed in the Wudang sect garb but visibly frail. While their auras were not particularly potent, they appeared to be closer to ordinary people, which made me realize they were likely the pinnacle of that state called returning to simplicity. Both Li Kuang and Jin So-chong had reached this state, meaning they could store immense energy within, remaining completely placid. I realized that I had yet to achieve this state and was currently relying on acupuncture techniques to conceal my energy, recognizing that even within the mastery of the transcendent state, there was a notable gap. These are incredible individuals. Momentarily enchanted by their presence, I bowed and addressed them. I am Baekwang from the Thunder God lineage, with me is Jin So-chong. I am Chong Pengja and these are my disciples, Chong'el and Chong Gaiun. It's an honor to meet the leader of the Wudang sect. Chong Pengja, the no-limit sword immortal, was the leader of the current Wudang sect, enjoying unparalleled reputation. He was undoubtedly at the top of today's Jianghu, also known as the master of Zhangtian Alliance leader Wei Zihun, making him an absolute figure without compare among the Daoist sects. Moreover, both Chong'el and Chong Gaiun were also peak masters active in the Wudang sect, making the 3 of them the very symbol of the Wudang sect. Recognizing Chong Pengja's presence, I mentally prepared to relay our purpose. I anticipate your sudden visit might be unexpected. Currently, your Thunder God lineage has been designated as a public entity by the Zhangtian Alliance, and not long ago, you annihilated the 9 great sects Huashan sect. There is no more vile foe of the Jianghu than you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Chong Pengja finished speaking, the 3 peak experts began to emit overwhelming energy, as if a massive force was pressing down on me, suffocating my surroundings. They stopped concealing their energy, unleashing formless chi to apply pressure upon me. Although their energies were significant, they were still nowhere near the heavenly will's might, which allowed me to remain calm and composed. Annoying. Jin So-chong's eyebrows twitched before he suddenly waved a hand. Whoosh. What? The disciples of the Wudang sect were all taken aback. Jin So-chong's simple hand wave scattered the energies of Chong Pengja, Chong'el, and Chong Gaiun simultaneously. While none of them appeared to be injured, they were evidently astounded by Jin So-chong's skill. Especially the seated Chong Pengja, taken aback, stood up from his chair in awe. How can one of your age possess such skill? Jin So-chong responded curtly. Since you've left your weapons behind at the sword disarmament ground, it's laughable to pressure us with your energy. Is this all the Wudang sect can muster? What did you say? I must clarify, I am holding back at the request of my master. But should I choose to fight, all of you here would perish. Flash. In that moment, was it merely my imagination that I saw a visage of Ashura? A tremendous force of formless chi surged from Jin So-chong, enveloping the surroundings and creating a storm of energy. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the peak experts that had been lined up fell back, gasping and vomiting blood. Ugh. The 3 peak experts before us stumbled back, taking 3 unsteady steps. Chong Pengja, the most skilled, glared fiercely but managed to hold his ground with 1 step back. Even without the real essence of feeling, the mere pressure from Jin So-chong was enough to sweep over the chamber like a tsunami. With a smirk, Jin So-chong remarked, I merely returned your sentiment, so do not take offense. Older brother, this is a bit. As I surveyed the chaos around us, it looked like a scene straight out of a nightmare. Some of the Wudang sect disciples had fainted, while others were wounded in the process of recovering their energy. Had Jin So-chong infused any malice into his energy at all, perhaps everyone save for the 3 before me would have been slain. Clearly understanding that Jin So-chong spoke truthfully, Chong Pengja narrowed his eyes, aflame with anger. Do you truly believe you can threaten the Wudang sect with force? Yes, I do believe it would go splendidly. Because my master has brought an offer that I think you cannot refuse. What do you mean? Now, allow me to explain. With a gaze directed at Jin So-chong, I realized he had laid the groundwork for me. So he thought the Wudang sect would dismiss my words due to their arrogance. Jin So-chong had not worried about the strength of the Wudang sect. He was concerned about their pride as a prestigious orthodox sect that could lead them to overlook or dismiss my proposal entirely. He had meticulously prepared the situation for me to speak comfortably in line with the Thunder God lineage's methods. I felt a surge of gratitude towards Jin So-chong as I began to express my thoughts. Wudang sect leader. By chance, I encountered an extraordinary opportunity that I acquired, and it closely relates to the Wudang sect, which is why I sought you out. I would prefer to have further discussions in a more secure setting. Implying that fewer ears present would be beneficial, Chongpengja gestured and replied. Everyone, leave the room. Maintain 100 steps distance from here. Bebut sect leader. Should Jin So-chong choose to fight, you all would be of no help. Understood. As the Wudang sect disciples quickly dispersed, only the 2 of us from the Thunder God lineage and the 3 from the Wudang sect remained in the room. With a heavy stare, Chongpengja asked, "Does this opportunity involve our Wudang sect's secret techniques?" It is a bit misleading to say our Wudang sect. The truth is, this is the culmination of a certain absolute master's accomplishments. As I explained this distinction, I noticed Chongpengja and the others' expressions rapidly shift. They seemed to reach a sudden understanding. Don't tell me. I have obtained the teachings of Jiang Sambong. In response, Chong Gaiyun, standing next to Chongpengja, trembled, shouting, "Impossible? Are you saying that the demonic path practitioners acquired that master's enlightenment? Without that, how could we have deliberately visited the Wudang sect in such tumultuous times? Old man, then please show us. If you wish." Calmly, I regarded Chongpengja before continuing. "Could you lend me a sword? I left my weapon at the sword disarmament ground. Use this." Chongpengja tossed his own sword toward me. I reflexively caught it, feeling the immense energy embedded in the sword. Any ordinary young martial artist would be injured severely if struck by its weight. I let out a wry smile. Seems his pride was quite hurt. Gradually, I began to unfold the Jiang Sambong's techniques one by one. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. My body flowed seamlessly with my energy, displaying the fruits of my labor under intense practice. I started with Gulgong's sword and Shinchuk's sword, unveiling their unique alluring capabilities. Oh, is that? They exhaled in amazement as they watched the Gulgong sword distort the space around it while the Shinchuk sword drew in energy. Believing I had shown enough for now, I began unveiling other techniques one by one. True Martial 7 Cuts Classic. Haiunshin 5 Divine Decision. Tai Chi Yaoji Willow Sword. 7 Stars Biting Shadow. Unlike the Gulgong sword and Shinchuk sword, these 4 secret techniques were not yet polished for actual combat, but even if they could grasp the essence of the first 2 swords, they would soon realize just how formidable the techniques I wielded truly were. What troubled me was that I could not demonstrate the unparalleled tyrant. This technique was powerful enough to make one doubt Jiang Sambong himself was the creator, being astoundingly complex and rigorous. It would certainly take decades of labor to even step into its doorway. Pat pat pat. Finally, as I demonstrated the 7 stars biting shadow, I had showcased a total of 300 moves. As I took a breath and slowly sheathed the sword, Chongpengja gasped in astonishment. "Baek Wong, do you know the name of this martial art?" "Of course. Please tell me." Gulgong sword, Shinchuk sword, True Martial 7 Cuts Classic, Haiunshin 5 Divine Decision, Tai Chi Yaoji Willow sword, 7 stars biting shadow. Master Jiang Sambong himself claimed these were techniques of his later enlightenment, thus I suspect that the Wudang sect is unaware of most of them. Chongpengja sighed deeply. That's not entirely correct. Besides the Gulgong sword and Shinchuk sword, which have been recorded as our Wudang sect's secrets, the rest are documented as unperceived alongside no practical applications. Furthermore, even the Gulgong sword and Shinchuk sword are still being refined by our Sisuk. Sisuk. What was this about? Chongpengja, having a youthful appearance, revealed that the elder he referred to still existed. When I froze in confusion, Chongpengja narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing us. It seems the Wudang sect techniques were indeed mastered by a disciple of the Thunder God lineage. What is it you wish to gain by coming here? More than anything, our leader from the Thunder God lineage seeks to minimize further conflict. We wish to conclude a ceasefire agreement with the Zhangtian alliance. Once we return the Wudang sect's secrets, we hope you will support this truce and convince other sects to comply as well. Chongpengja returned to his seat, moving his lips as if involuntarily whispering something under his breath. Then, both Chong'el and Chong Gaiyun appeared to share silent communication among themselves. Jin So-chong, next to me, also engaged in silent communication. "Master, 2 terrifying figures are approaching us." "What? What sort of figures?" "I don't know. Only certain they are stronger than the 3 standing before us." That can't be. No way. We're left with no choice. This is the only chance to escape." I gritted my teeth. "If I fail, Mangjiang's plans will collapse, and his life will be in jeopardy. That cannot happen." Under normal circumstances, I would have opted to retreat, but now I had to stake everything on this gamble. "No, I will hold on a bit longer." "Understood." A moment later, Chongpengja directed his gaze at us. "Apologies, but this is not something I can decide alone. I shall delegate this to the Sisuk." He passed the judgment to someone else? I felt incredulous, staring at him, growling. Is it truly the case that the leader of the 9 great sects cannot make a decision on his own? What sense does that make? I think the same, but it is unavoidable. Regardless of the matter, the Gulgong sword and Shinchuk sword are lifelong treasures of Sisuk. I must hear Sisuk's wish without fail. Ugh. At that moment, the ceiling of the leader's chamber broke open, and 2 imposing figures descended. They were definitely the terrifying figures that Jin So-chong had warned about. One was a disheveled teenager disguised as a deist and the other, a monk clad in robes. The teenage deist seemed even younger than my current age. The boy deist nervously gazed at Chongpengja, demanding, "Chongpengja, why did you delay summoning me for such important matters?" Then, as if they had rehearsed it, Chongpengja, Chonggayun, and Chong'el kneeled, pressing their heads to the ground. "We greet Ming Longzi, Sisuk." Ming Longzi, the youth of renown, stood beside the monk, who quietly remarked, "I was just playing a game of Go with Ming Longzi, yet such a significant event occurs. What good is calling yourself a divine monk when you can't even read the stars? My apologies, but I do not find that title particularly pleasant, Ming Longzi." As I heard their exchange, my mind went blank, realizing the gravity of the situation. I'm done for. Ming Longzi and the divine monk. While I didn't know who Ming Longzi was, he was undoubtedly a transcendent expert who had mastered the secrets of rejuvenation, referred to as the best among the unseen masters. The divine monk, however, was one of the top 3 legendary figures of the Shaolin Temple, a legendary individual among orthodox sects. With those two present, even a divine guardian would hesitate to intervene. The highest calibers of orthodox sects from the Shaolin Temple and the Wudang sect were now in attendance. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. With Ming Longzi and the Shaolin master right before him, Jin So-chong showed no sign of agitation. This meant he was not at a level where he would get overly emotional about the strength of his enemies. The peerless masters before him seemed to pick up on that fact, their interest peaked. What an impressive fellow. Is every member of the Thunder God lineage like this? Ming Longzi muttered, prompting a chuckle from Jin So-chong. Not quite. Let's not jump to conclusions. Standing beside them, the Shaolin master interjected. It seems this involves the Wudang sect and the Thunder God lineage, so I shall stand back for now. Swish. As he spoke, his form gracefully shifted toward the entrance, appearing to withdraw but actually positioning himself strategically to block any escape routes if things went south. Even for a Shaolin master, a martial artist is still a martial artist in this world. Ming Longzi turned to me, asking, "Is it true you can wield the Gulgong sword and Chinchuk sword?" It seemed the earlier 3 had been discussing not just casually but using thousand-mile voice technique to converse with Ming Longzi from afar. I nodded. They confirmed with their own eyes. As Ming Longzi turned to Chongpengja, who stood in a defensive posture, he stated, "That's right, master. This Baekwang fellow has grasped the Wudang sect's secret techniques." Ming Longzi let out a low hum before stating, "Then accept the conditions. What are you waiting for?" At that, Chongpengja showed hesitation. "Master, the Thunder God lineage has currently been designated as a public enemy in the Jianghu, having recently annihilated the Huashan sect. Moreover, there is a strong possibility they are affiliated with the White Lotus sect. Engaging in negotiations with such demonic forces would tarnish our sect's honor." Upon hearing Chongpengja's words, Ming Longzi laughed coldly. Very well. Then, you little brat. Are you talking about me?" Yeah. I couldn't help but feel baffled. Despite having the appearance of a child barely in his teens, he was calling me a brat? However, I couldn't voice those thoughts in front of someone wielding such power, so I focused on his words. "Do you have a rebuttal to Chongpengja's point?" "Of course." I calmly delivered my well-prepared answer. Firstly, being labeled a public enemy stems from the annihilation of several sects we allegedly carried out. However, this blood incident was certainly not our doing, and even if it were, there was no need to arouse suspicion before a sect conflict. Chongpengja shouted in frustration. "That's just circumstantial? The martial arts of your Thunder God lineage were evidence left on the victims. Do you know nothing about the White Lotus sect? You claim we are one of them, yet you are utterly ignorant of what that sect entails. What do you mean?" There are 4 major lineages within the White Lotus sect: Thunder God lineage, Water God lineage, Fire God lineage, and Wind God lineage. The Thunder God lineage was expelled from the White Lotus sect half a century ago, dispersing thereafter. For over a millennium, however, we were all together. Thus, the 4 major lineages share considerable foundational skills, and we can perform basic natural chi techniques. Whoosh. As soon as I finished speaking, I raised a gust of wind with my hand. Though it was not strong enough to cause any real damage, it was indeed a clear demonstration of wind spirit chi. After receiving an explanation from Li Kuang, I had taken some time to practice and mastered this technique in a short period. Seeing the Wudang sect's disciples react with admiration, I continued. "This is wind spirit chi. Any expert of the Thunder God lineage can execute basic wind spirit chi, while an adept level expert of the Wind God lineage can wield thunder spirit chi with ease." Whose words have led you to conclude we are marauders? The Thunder God lineage wasn't even well known in the Jianghu before the blood incident. Who can say with such certainty that our martial arts were responsible for it? Upon hearing this, Chongpengja seemed to be at a loss for words as his expression hardened. Not letting up, I pressed on. "The reason we have been labeled public enemies is down to the Wind God lineage's actions. We merely defended ourselves against their preemptive assault. The destruction of the Huashan sect was because it was a stronghold of the Wind God lineage. Did you honestly think I would believe such a story? Why wouldn't you? The Huashan sect has been allied with the 9 great sects for over a decade, and Yongyung Il, known as the Dragon-Slaying Sword, has made a name for himself among orthodox sects. Their disciples testified that his martial arts connected with Huashan sect's techniques, which have been verified by the elders. None of that can be dismissed simply by your words. I smirked. But I bet you harbor doubts about the extraordinary martial arts of the Huashan sect. You must have seen firsthand the astonishing techniques they wielded that seemed impossible for mere orthodox arts. Additionally, I assume you are aware that there are some unidentified martial arts as well. This point had been highlighted to me by Mang Yang. Just as Mang Yang predicted, Changpengzhe looked troubled. I had struck a nerve regarding the unease lurking in his heart. I stated firmly, listen carefully. The Wind God lineage also has a history of over a millennium. Their martial arts surpass those of Huashan sect's core orthodox techniques, so blending Wind God lineage's insights with their own isn't difficult. You who study under them should understand that much. Furthermore, we can corroborate this with the White Lotus sect's leader. It could be verified whether the Huashan sect was aligned with the Wind God lineage or not. Is that really true? It is. That last part had a sprinkle of bravado. I had no idea whether the White Lotus sect leader would actually corroborate this information, but from the leader's perspective, with Mang Yang searching for a cure for his mysterious illness, I suspected they would see our side as critical in any dealings with the Wind God lineage. It wasn't entirely a lie, it just had some boastfulness mixed in. At that point, Ming Longzhi, who had been silently listening from the side, chimed in. So you're saying you only acted in preemptive defense and that the Huashan sect and Wind God lineage should rightfully be the ones labeled public enemies? Indeed, I asserted without hesitation. We negotiated with the White Lotus sect before the recent sect conflict. Under the condition that we achieve certain objectives within 10 years, we secured the guarantee of the independence of the Thunder God lineage in the Central Plains. This qualifies us to contest the White Lotus sect. What is that condition? I'm afraid I cannot reveal it until you accept our terms. After pondering for a good while, Ming Longzhi finally said, let's accept the conditions. Master, truth be told, the designation of public enemy is quite hollow right now, as you already know. If White Lotus sect is intertwined, holding on to a mere title would be foolish. A time when strength will dictate survival is fast approaching. Despite Ming Longzhi having a child's appearance, wisdom emanated from his words. Perhaps sensing this, Changpengzhe held his tongue and nodded, saying, I shall follow Master's lead. A smile broke across Ming Longzhi's face. Now then, you must grant us one condition. What is it? You'll need to stay with us in the Wudang sect immediately and pass on your techniques. That way, the balance is maintained. I almost agreed but was struck by a sudden thought of Mang Yang. With Mang Jiang's days numbered, I needed to use my medical skills to tend to him and help extend his life. Spending time in the Wudang sect would only complicate things. I can't do it right now. I promise to pass on what I know later. That simply won't do. Ming Longzhi shot me a cold stare. While your sect may be in a hurry, there's no telling when you'll return here. It's better for you to stay here and share your methods first. How can the Wudang sect not trust its own guests? Enough with the nonsense. This is technically not even in the scope of negotiations, yet we've made many concessions, haven't we? It feels like you're the ones trying to pull a fast one on us. His point wasn't without merit. Pausing in my thoughts, Jin Sochong stepped forward from the side, saying, I can swear on my honor as a martial artist that my master will surely keep his promise. Sure, he'll try. But when will that happen? My master will come back within 3 years to share his techniques with the Wudang sect. Such convenient words? What if 3 years pass? Jin Sochong replied firmly, then I, Jin Sochong, will personally come to the Wudang sect and offer up my life. What on earth is happening? I was shocked and sent a mental message to Jin Sochong. What are you saying, older brother? I heard Mang Jiang's days are numbered. Isn't this enough time to knock out the essentials? Adat novel bin adat. No, but why put your life on the line? They won't believe it unless I do. This is for the best. But, don't worry. This is our best choice. While we exchanged thoughts telepathically, Ming Longzhi appeared deep in contemplation. He then shifted to resting his chin on his hand, saying, You're Jin Sochong, right? You truly are a once-in-a-century genius. I have never encountered anyone with such a talent before. Too much praise. Yet you're willing to wager your life? Is that sincere? A man does not speak with a forked tongue. Fine, I will believe you. Thus, we brokered a pact with the Wudang sect. Our terms were that the Wudang sect would inform the Zhangtian alliance of the truth while striving for coexistence, and in return, I would return to share my techniques within 3 years. Ming Longzhi wanted me to remain right now, but he seemed to consider the busy schedule of the Thunder God lineage. After the negotiations concluded, we prepared to leave when the Shaolin master addressed Jin Sochong. Aren't you the son of General Jin Shenhuai? He paused. At those words, Jin Sochong halted in his tracks, softly responding. Why do you ask? I have received immense help from General Jin Shenhuai. Due to his brilliant strategies, I was spared my life several times. And your resemblance to him when he was younger. The Shaolin master was practically sure of his guess. Jin Sochong stood silently for a moment before finally replying. That is a matter you shouldn't discuss unless you are a comrade of the Thunder God lineage. Very well then. The Shaolin master smiled gently, bringing his palms together. Nam Mu Amitba. We departed from the Wudang sect, using the cloud ride to return to the Thunder God lineage. Upon our arrival, the alliance leader greeted us warmly. Welcome back, masters. And the others. They're in individual training. A moment later, we joined Li Kuang and Mang Yang in a meeting room where we recounted what had transpired. After listening intently, Li Kuang grinned, clearly pleased. Well done, Baek Wong. You've managed to relieve us from our burdens. Thank you. Li Kuang's smile revealed just how crucial this negotiation was. Without the Wudang sect's mediation, I could only imagine how bloody our confrontations with the Zhangtian alliance could become. Mang Yang appeared to have regained some color during the time apart and took a sip of warm tea, saying, "We should find a suitable moment to head back to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. They'll be sending someone from the Zhangtian alliance when the time is right." I plan to do just that. Li Kuang gazed at Mang Yang, speaking thoughtfully. It's about to become crucial. What will your moves be after the negotiations with the Zhangtian alliance commence? I believe the Thunder God lineage's Lightning 3 sovereigns might already be lurking near the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. What makes you think that? They likely share our perspective. Having assessed the power of the Thunder God lineage, they're probably waiting for the right moment to join forces. Mang Yang fluttered his Awachiljium. The concern is that even after they join, we may not have completed the ultimate technique of the Thunder God lineage. We'll have to endure and wait at least 10 years for other masters of the Thunder God lineage to arrive. Mang Yang gazed attentively at Li Kuang before asking, "Allow me to inquire, if the White Lotus sect leader permits a retaliation against the Wind God lineage, would you propose that the Thunder God lineage take their place?" Mang Jiang's question carried weight, making both me and Jin So-chung glimmer with tension. It seemed they had contemplated such a scenario too. Then, Li Kuang replied, his tone firm as if dispensing final judgment. "Out of the question. Must we really go as far as eliminating the White Lotus sect leader to appease you? Let's not get carried away. The Wind God lineage alone could not defeat the Thunder God lineage in their prime. My master's skill was easily twice that of anyone from Dragon Rising. White Lotus sect was only able to expel them from the Thunder God lineage because the latter was weak at that time." Li Kuang clenched his fists tightly. "The root of all evil is the White Lotus sect. Unless they are dealt with, the Thunder God lineage will never have a future. What do you think led to the expulsion of the Thunder God lineage?" I felt Mang Yang was taking a rather bold approach. Given that Li Kuang once nearly killed Mang Yang, urging such a candid discussion could provoke trouble. I worried Li Kuang might unleash that fury again, but strangely, he responded calmly. "Well, I can't say for sure. Can't say for sure. Right. In fact, my master the Thunder God lineage's law protector and the sect leader had always been friendly with the White Lotus sect leader. But one day, out of nowhere, my master suffered grave injuries and was banished. The very same day, the Thunder God lineage was scattered. Why the White Lotus sect expelled the Thunder God lineage is now entirely beyond me. Because of this, many cultivators of the Thunder God lineage have perished, losing their entire lives to it. The White Lotus sect must pay for the sins of their actions." "Understood. We must deliver punishment against the White Lotus sect," Mang Yang replied eagerly. "But now I have a favor to ask of you all. Since our matters have been resolved, we too must assist with your Bangkian alliance concerns. What is it you want us to assist with?" "Assassination." Li Kuang fell silent for a moment. Then, as if silently agreeing, he asked again, "Who are we assassinating?" Mang Jiang's eyes gleamed sharply, though they had an exhausted hint. "The Gold Yui Grand Commander, Zujfu, and the Alchemist. I need you to kill these three." After hearing Mang Jiang's plan, Li Kuang sighed, his expression contemplative. He didn't seem hesitant about whether it was feasible, instead reviewing the most effective course to take. True to that, Li Kuang produced precise words of judgment. "At least 1 year would be necessary. If you give me 2 years, there's an 80% probability of success. We need it done in 1 year. Must we rush?" "Yes. We are strengthened, but so will they be. It might already be out of hand." I'll consider it." Despite the gathering ending with Li Kuang and Mang Yang, I approached Mang Yang with urgency. "Mang Yang, what are you thinking? Isn't Zujfu your brother?" "That's right. Zujfu, known for his legendary martial skills and sorcerer's powers, is also Mang Jiang's brother?" It's no surprise I looked shocked. How could anyone be so bold? Mang Yang responded solemnly. "I don't wish to kill Zujfu, but it has become unavoidable." "What do you mean?" "In the event that my uncle, Zuj Sa, were still alive, even if I had to die, I could have collaborated with you against him. However, the power of the Thunder God lineage alone cannot contend with Zujfu, who stands alongside the Imperial Palace. It would be wise to eliminate him before his strength fully develops." After coughing, Mang Yang added, "One other thing, they've likely already started working on a new progenitor. Using the same method twice will not work. This time, we must kill him for good to avoid lingering issues." "Are you being overly cautious? Both Zujfu and the Alchemist are weaker than the law protectors of the White Lotus sect. In my eyes, the greatest obstacle now was the White Lotus sect. Sure, we didn't necessarily need to fight them, but their overwhelming power could easily crush the Imperial Palace. Thus, I thought there was little to worry about concerning the Imperial Palace." Yet, surprisingly, Mang Yang held concerns about it. Sitting down, he continued, "You two are aware that the Wind God lineage is collaborating with the Imperial Palace." "Indeed. The dragon people they showcased from the Huashan Mountain were likely the alchemist's creations. The fear of the Imperial Palace relies not on its individual members' strengths, but rather their ability to turn the tides using the powers of the foreign malevolent spirits, the evil gods. And having Zujfu with them serves as proof." "What do you mean?" I previously mentioned this, but Zujfu is extremely clever. He'll align himself with whoever holds the winning card. What does that imply? My expression froze. Meng Yang sighed deeply. Zujfu has already realized that White Lotus sect has the winning maneuver against us, and thus he intends to assist the Imperial Palace in overcoming us. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After a while, the disciples of the Thunder God lineage returned to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. Perhaps due to the recent commotion with the Zhangtian alliance, the guards seemed wary of us, but we passed through the gate without being marked as wanted. It seemed they wanted to avoid any troublesome conflicts with the alliance. Our main task was to tidy up the chaotic state of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts School. 3 days later, as if by appointment, a messenger from the Zhangtian alliance arrived bearing a letter to establish a truce. Li Kuang sat leisurely in a chair, scanning the letter before speaking. I suppose we don't need to meet in person, he said to settle it through the letter. Is that the will of Master Wei Zhihun? Indeed, and the entirety of the Zhangtian alliance's position. Li Kuang seemed to offer a bitter smile. After the messenger delivered the letter and departed, I said to Li Kuang. Seems like the master of the Zhangtian alliance wasn't much of a factor in this. Not entirely. Had Wei Zhihun refused, no matter how strong the 9 great sects' influence, this truce would have been dismissed. Really? Isn't the Zhangtian alliance being pushed around by the 9 great sects? Li Kuang replied after placing the letter in a corner of his study. Sure, an ordinary person might think that. But Wei Zhihun is special. We should be grateful he holds no ill will towards us. Thinking back, it seemed Li Kuang held Wei Zhihun in high regard. Although there were many talented figures among the 9 great sects, he seemed to acknowledge only Wei Zhihun and Yan Zhonghong. No matter how impressive a master might be, Li Kuang remained indifferent to their tales. He clearly had standards for assessing martial artists. Li Kuang subtly stepped outside and remarked, "It's time for us to talk, Thunderbolt 3 Saints." Swish. At that moment, out of nowhere, 2 phantoms appeared, seemingly materializing like white smoke. Peerless light body technique. One cloaked in red, the other in green. They appeared to be about the same age as Li Kuang, suggesting that if they were indeed the Thunderbolt 3 Saints, they must have achieved ordinary standing. The red-clad phantom clicked their tongue and said, "Li Kuang, you've stirred up quite the trouble. Just as I figured, you're as unruly as any disciple of the Thunder God lineage. Red Moon. Where's Green Moon? Are we your subordinates? Why do you speak so impertinently?" The red-clad figure known as Red Moon grew irritated. Just their annoyance seemed to conjure up a roaring tempest in the hall. Boom! Formless chi flows. The mere will of Red Moon moved with such power, indicating their mastery had reached an unparalleled pinnacle, far beyond mine at mere peak. As I swallowed hard, Li Kuang chuckled. When red, green, blue of the Thunderbolt 3 Saints unite, none can act so foolishly before them. But since there are only 2 of you now, I'm asking out of curiosity, aren't I? Next, the green-clad figure, donned in scholarly attire, burst into laughter. Ha ha, if you weren't the direct disciple of our master, I'd have your tongue out, Li Kuang. To do that, you'd have to lose your head first. You do have a fine sense of humor. Ha ha. I was taken aback by how casually they bantered, while the content of their conversation was harsh. Who would think this was merely a chat between individuals of the same faction? Red Moon had a look as if they couldn't wait to gut Li Kuang on the spot. Eventually, Red Moon calmed their emotions and spoke. Green Moon has gone to the Eastern Ocean far away. Why did that person go all the way there? To seek out the Round Moon heavenly killing technique. They seemed to believe it could rival the sect leader's capabilities. The Round Moon heavenly killing technique. What's that? Li Kuang seemed rather surprised. Understandably so, only a handful knew of its existence. I too wouldn't have known if it weren't for Kami Izumi no Butsuna. And then the White Lotus sect leader informed Kami Izumi no Butsuna of the Round Moon heavenly killing technique. A technique of fatality. As I pondered the Round Moon heavenly killing technique, Red Moon chimed in. I don't fully grasp it either. However, Green Moon seemed steadfast in leaving. I'm sure they'll manage. Have you kept in touch? Red Moon looked incredulous. Have you lost your mind? How would I contact someone in the Eastern Ocean? I meant, when was the last time you contacted them? In response, Red Moon flared up. Are you trying to court death, you little brat? Whoosh. At that moment, Red Moon lunged at Li Kuang. The moves, while merely what I knew of the Thunder God lineage, were executed like lightning. Red Moon's initial strike, reminiscent of the Maiyang Han technique, bore extraordinary devastating force, instantly targeting Li Kuang's chest. Crash. In that instant, Li Kuang intermingled the Thunder God fist with the thrust of the Heavenly Thunder Infinite Spear, effortlessly deflecting Red Moon's onslaught. Though Red Moon's attack transformed in a blink into over 10 variations, Li Kuang seemed to send it all away in spirals. Once their exchange lasted merely a single second, Red Moon retreated. Red Moon looked astonished. This brat has grown significantly. Did I receive your Thunder Spirit seal? Crackle. Around Li Kuang's clothes and hands, faint singed marks appeared. He had managed to divert Red Moon's lightning-fast strike, though not completely unscathed. Nevertheless, it clearly indicated Li Kuang's prowess matched that of Red Moon. Li Kuang replied. Do you think the landscape hasn't changed since that disgraceful day? I too have my master's honor to uphold, hence why I can't act rashly. Red Moon's eyebrows twitched, and the scholar-like figure beside him waved his hand. Enough, Red Moon. Li Kuang's skill is on par with ours. I believe he qualifies as a Thunder God lineage Grandmaster. Green Moon. Why must you acknowledge this arrogant brat? What if I don't? There's no need to dance around due to petty pride. Well, I suppose you're right. Reluctantly, Red Moon seemed to cease his teaching of Li Kuang. I stood by, feeling enlightened witnessing the clash of three peerless masters. So, these individuals are truly the supreme masters of the Thunder God lineage. Red Moon responded to Li Kuang's words. The last time I heard from Green Moon was 20 years ago. They carried news that they found solid clues regarding the Round Moon heavenly killing technique. They found a clue? Then why haven't they returned to the Central Plains? Well, they're probably training ever since, hoping to master what they found. That's obvious, isn't it? Then, what was that last clue? Red Moon huffed with irritation and replied, "Shut it, you little brat. I know you're trying to sound all authoritative, but when you were a child, we supported the Thunder God lineage, and now you dare interrogate us. My master entrusted me with his legacy and concluded the sect conflict, so it is within my rights to act as Thunder God lineage's Grandmaster. You, as protectors, are obliged to heed my command." Green Moon remarked mockingly. "A Grandmaster? Do you truly believe you're worthy of your master's legacy?" Unexpectedly, Li Kuang, who had appeared confident up to this point, hesitated at that question. Finally, he answered candidly, "I cannot claim to be as capable. My master could contest with your combined might. Whether or not skill dictates mastery is irrelevant, but to us, you're still lacking. We cannot accept you yet." Had this been the norm, Li Kuang would have retorted with bravado to showcase his prowess. Yet, in front of Red Moon and Green Moon, he didn't seem inclined to. Both were the very definition of previous era's supreme masters. Instead, Li Kuang replied calmly, "So, what do you want? While we can't recognize you yet as our Grandmaster, you surely are the closest individual to that level. We will lend you our strength in reviving the Thunder God lineage, as best as we can, and cater to your requests. Moreover, I commend your courage." Red Moon and Green Moon's words marked a significant turning point. After contemplating for a moment, Li Kuang said, "Agreed. But I assure you, you will soon acknowledge my worth. We shall see." Shortly after, the three of them entered Li Kuang's inner chamber. Seated around a table, they seemed prepared to discuss something crucial. At that moment, Red Moon, seated in a chair, glanced at me and said, "Li Kuang, who's this fellow? Quite the strange one." "My disciple." "Your top disciple." "Not quite." Red Moon stared intently at my face and remarked, "Your internal energy is at the level of a protector, yet you seem rather immature. Why do you appear so trivial?" Li Kuang snickered and said, "That's a long story. He is an unfinished talent." "Oh, how intriguing. Also, this child is entitled to hear this conversation. Leave them be." "All right then." Li Kuang must have felt my position was well assessed by Mang Yang. That's why I, who should normally have been expelled from such a gathering, was allowed to stay and listen. After a moment, Red Moon stated, "I want to hear what happened leading up to this." "Of course." Li Kuang remained calm as he began explaining the events that had transpired over the past while. Upon hearing his account, Red Moon and Green Moon appeared deep in contemplation. After some silence, Red Moon spoke first. "That Banshin Alliance leader is quite a remarkable figure." "True. Good. The situation appears manageable. We can indeed offer our assistance." As Red Moon cast a glance at Green Moon, they smiled and nodded in agreement. No objections here. It seemed the Thunderbolt Three Saints, Red Moon and Green Moon, had resolved to return as protectors of the Thunder God lineage. After taking a sip of tea, Red Moon said, "Now, regarding the White Lotus sect, you mentioned they asked for you to bring the ultimate technique within 10 years. Indeed. With no prior guidance." "Correct." When Li Kuang responded blandly, Red Moon stroked his chin and remarked, "This is odd. The sect leader seems to have a hidden agenda." "What do you mean?" "Li Kuang, you know as well as I that the ultimate technique of the Thunder God lineage isn't finished, and no completed form has been created yet. Therefore, to demand the result just seems odd. It certainly links back to your master's affairs." Li Kuang mumbled with a stiffened expression. "At present, it's all speculation. What do you want to do?" "I believe it's worth trying, not just for his sake. If the ultimate technique were completed, it might enable us to confront the sect leader." Red Moon hesitated slightly. Then, Green Moon, who was beside him, spoke up. "I disagree. Striving for the ultimate technique might only serve to benefit the sect leader." "That's also possible. But at the moment, I can't think of any other way to deal with the sect leader. If the Thunder God lineage continues down this path of collective inheritance, it might thrive again after the untimely demise of the current sect leader. The current sect leader, hailed as the strongest in history, is unparalleled. Confronting them head-on would be unwise." Li Kuang seemed to have perceived something from Green Moon's words. He glared sharply at Green Moon. "You two have created separate factions, haven't you?" Red Moon and Green Moon went silent, which confirmed Li Kuang's suspicion. "What idiocy is this?" Li Kuang growled in frustration, unable to contain his anger. "Are you suggesting we wait until our enemy dies? Even a child or a dilettante wouldn't claim that? You fear the enemy's strength, so you'd rather wait until they grow old and perish. Haha, it seems even the Thunderbolt Three Saints are losing their touch." Red Moon responded gravely. "Don't you think we're upset as well? Do we not wish for vengeance against the sect leader? But as you know, the techniques of the water god lineage are far too formidable and superhuman. Let alone prior generations' water god lineage leader, targeting White Lotus sect is simply impossible. Before we seek vengeance, as protectors of the thunder god lineage, we have a duty to maintain our faction. Shut it. You are merely doggedly loyal. What did you say? Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, a fierce spirit erupted from Red Moon and Green Moon. It transcended mere formless chi, entering a realm where both offense and defense could be manipulated freely. The two had taken offense at Li Kuang's remark. Li Kuang did not appear inclined to avoid the fight either. He had been trying to work towards avoiding combat but seemed ready to subdue them with force instead now that the two provoked his wrath. I sensed danger. If I leave this as it is, they will end up fighting. If the three began clashing here, it would spiral into chaos for the Thunder God lineage. We would end without discovering a way to cure Meng Yang, and all we had was doom ahead. Rushing in, I shouted. Please, gentlemen, grant me a moment. The fighting spirits surrounding the hall eased slightly. Green Moon fixed their gaze on me and asked, and who might you be? I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Baek Wung, a disciple of the Thunder God lineage. Baek Wung. This is not the time for interruptions. Even so, please hear me out. What? As Green Moon appeared puzzled, I bowed towards the table and declared, everything you three say is correct, but you have all forgotten the most crucial aspect. The three peerless masters' faces shifted to a look of astonishment. Seeing their tension lessen, I seized this opportunity to make my point. I possess the ability to locate and bring back the missing Green Moon. Unexpected words that had nothing to do with the current topic. Yet, oddly enough, they weren't entirely irrelevant, and in fact, it was crucial in some light. Their sheer astonishment would force them to relax their hostility? You mean you can bring Green Moon back from Eastern Ocean? Indeed, would that not be the case, Master? When I looked to Li Kuang for affirmation, even he seemed to predict how the conversation would unfold. With a reluctant expression, he uttered, indeed, if it's you, I believe you could bring back Green Moon, likely even within a few months. Li Kuang, what are you saying? This kid, Baek Wung, has such capabilities. Li Kuang addressed Red Moon and Green Moon. This child possesses such mystical abilities. If you share clues regarding the whereabouts of Green Moon, we can swiftly retrieve them from Eastern Ocean, and at much faster speeds. I can guarantee this with my master's honor. No one treasures their master's honor more than Li Kuang in this world. With him invoking his master's name, Red Moon and Green Moon began to trust his words. With a chilling yet serious tone, Li Kuang continued. Earlier, my inquiries may have seemed intrusive, but all of that was for the benefit of the Thunder God lineage. My aim was to bring Green Moon back quickly to rejuvenate our Thunder God lineage. By studying the martial arts of the three protectors alongside the lineage's teachings, I believe we can surely discover the ultimate technique. Yet you two have established your own factions somewhere in the realm, and your statement suggests you'd rather wait for the sect leader's demise. With a bang, Li Kuang slammed his hand on the table. Green Moon, who has gone to seek the ultimate technique, would surely find your words absurd. Red Moon and Green Moon were instantly left speechless. If Green Moon were forever lost in the Eastern Ocean, they might have been able to ignore him, but knowing he had a way to return at any moment would make them feel compelled to consider him. Thus, it became evident their pride as equal protectors of the Thunder God lineage wouldn't allow for Green Moon to belittle them. Red Moon cleared his throat lightly. Very well. Then we will cooperate in achieving the ultimate technique. Red Moon? I did not consent to this. Then what shall we do? Do we want to be laughed at by Green Moon? Well. Green Moon furrowed their brows and replied, damn it, fine. We'll aid in achieving the ultimate technique. Thank you for your support. Should White Lotus sect deliver any threats, we always have the right to withdraw. Feel free to do as you please. Thus, Li Kuang subtly pulled two out of the Thunderbolt 3 Saints into his fold. Red Moon spoke shortly thereafter. The final clue Green Moon last shared was that the Round Moon Heavenly Killing Technique is located in the Aokigahara Sea of Trees on the Eastern Ocean's Fuji Mountain. It's considered a perilous region and a wild place of the Eastern Ocean. A place I've never heard of before. So, is it only a matter of going to Fuji Mountain? I'm unsure. When Green Moon shared this info, they mentioned it to be a demon realm, so if you're going there, be ready to stake your life. After hearing about Green Moon's whereabouts, Li Kuang slowly began recounting his experiences with the two protectors of the Thunder God lineage. Throughout his story, I could see the expressions on the three faces easing up, with traces of faint smiles forming. These three truly share a bond as fellow disciples. Indeed, as the last remnants of the Thunder God lineage, their camaraderie seemed all but natural. After I attentively listened to their discussion, I excused myself. Once Li Kuang finished discussing with the protectors and assigned them accommodation, he formally introduced Red Moon and Green Moon to the Thunder God lineage's disciples. Although the disciples were astonished by their allocation, they seemed determined to honor their elders. Green Moon looked at Gekko and said, I hear you're the inheritor of the Maiyang Han technique. Indeed. Your pal Jiang Wan couldn't shake off the pursuit, huh? Do you know my master? Green Moon wore a complex smile. I do. He was the foremost expert of the Thunder God lineage. Since you carry on Jiang Wan's legacy, you will thrive. As long as we remain together, his essence shall continue. Green Moon's words seemed composure-laden, yet they carried an emotional weight that stirred all listeners. Gekko displayed a slightly overwhelmed expression but swiftly regained his composure, declaring firmly, I shall uphold my master's legacy. Thus, I fully realized that the Thunder God lineage had successfully taken off on the right path. Even with their current strength, they had formed an unprecedented and powerful elite faction. At the same time, Mengjiang's earlier words echoed in my mind. What will the Thunder God lineage embark on in the future? I contemplated for brief moments, shaking my head. Given that an imminent threat stood before me, I needed to train relentlessly to defeat it. Worrying about the future of the Thunder God lineage seemed entirely foolish. I summoned Meng Yang and Miho as well. Having utilized my medical skills for Meng Yang, he had returned to good health. Miho, meanwhile, had spent her days frolicking about as the youngest disciple of the Thunder God lineage with nothing but leisure. After sharing my experiences with the protectors, Meng Yang remarked, I too have heard about Fuji Mountain and its sea of trees. I've heard of it too. Both Meng Yang and I turned to Miho. With narrowed eyes, she replied, located at Fuji Mountain, the Aokigahara Sea of Trees is most definitely a demon realm. It's where the strongest yokai and spirits from the Eastern Ocean congregate. What? Is it that dangerous? Rather, I find it incomprehensible for that human, Green Moon, to dare train there. Even I have no idea how powerful the yokai present in that sea of trees might be, and wouldn't walk in uninvited. Miho had a terrified expression. Clearly, the Aokigahara Sea of Trees was a fearsome place. I scratched my head and asked, do you think I can take a stab at it with my current skill? Huh? You must be dreaming. You'd likely meet your end before you traverse even 10 li, being devoured by some nameless grade yokai. If you encounter a group of shoujo or tsuchigyumo, you'd surely nothing but bone dust left. Her tone was so unwaveringly harsh that I was left feeling slightly hurt. To put it in perspective, that demon realm is like a pit of rot. It's where immense powers of malevolence were amassed by the Yin-Yang clan, consequently birthing insurmountable powerful yokai. It's difficult to find places that are as perilous in the Central Plains or even Goryeo. Why would the Yin-Yang clan perform such madness? They believed keeping the world in filth is better than letting it run rampant. Since the Eastern Ocean is suspiciously heavy with malignant aura, they chose to consolidate it into one. Slightly annoyed, Miho continued. Baekwung, going to the Aokigahara Sea of Trees is an absolute no-go. Avoid any excuses, live to see another day. Got it. Meng Yang added. Now you must concentrate on your own training. Of course, I will. I felt confident as a practitioner, thanks to my recent experiences with healing Meng Yang. The previous state of debilitating fatigue was now gone. Given that my efforts had aided in freeing him from exhaustion and burden, if we could maintain this peace for about a month, Meng Yang could completely recover his health. What hung over my thoughts was the mysterious phenomenon of life. Sometimes, life could come under threat from simply existing in poor health, while others faced unprecedented accidents leading to sudden deaths. If I had mended Mengjiang's injuries, unforeseen calamities could completely strip him of life. So, when I finally slipped out of the room, I covertly questioned Miho. Miho, is there really no method available? Even if it's not the Peach Mountain spirit, there must be some way to prolong Mengjiang's life. Didn't I tell you? If there was such an easy solution, why on earth would Qin Shi Huang have sought eternal life? I knelt before Miho, imploring her. I'm really sorry, but Meng Yang must not die. I can't just sit idle and let him pass away. Miho seemed to contemplate deeply. After tossing a pine cone back and forth several times, she finally announced, at novel bin at. There's technically a way, albeit unconventional. Oh, what method? Heaven's mandate is fate decreed by the sky. Which means, it's as if Meng Yang has already sealed his fate. In other words, you could say Meng Yang holds the power of life and death through heaven's mandate, or rather a potential right of directive. But I can't expect Meng Yang to meet with me. Seek offerings. Miho declared resolutely. Meng Yang who stands among the gods won't simply refuse anyone wishing to offer tributes earnestly. If you present him with music or an offering that can gift him longevity, you could potentially bend heaven's mandate. Even if it's another master or sage, it wouldn't matter. Offerings? You mean like Maka's offerings, or what I previously used? Asking for an offering might indeed save him. Miho let out a sigh while gazing at my excited expression. Ha, you fool. Why are you so thrilled? What's wrong? What's so terrible about those offerings? If there were such convenient options, why wouldn't Meng Yang offer his life to Pashan for the Thunder God lineage? Let's be clear, Maka's offerings and any I've offered previously are treasures held in the highest regard. They are akin to the relics of the sage. These were about as valuable as sage artifacts. Someone would have had to offer them up. It was all the more frustrating. How much of an offering would I need? As my idle thoughts swirled, Miho's eyes narrowed subtly. Let's consider the approach of the evil cult. According to that assumption, if we were to exchange lives, at least 700,000 souls would be the minimum to trade. Even as treasures, you'd require several precious artifacts of the highest value, possibly 4 or so. I trust you already understand how rare they are. Thud. I collapsed onto the floor. Was there absolutely no way to evade Mengjiang's death? Would I truly be forced to witness him pass away? Just as despair overwhelmed me, Miho looked at me with confusion. Baekwung. In any case, whether I perish or Meng Yang does, if you die, none of this matters, does it? Why be so fixated? I understand. But, how can I stand still and merely watch someone die? Perhaps Mang Yang is already at peace with his death. It's simply ironic that you hold such a large burden. After remarking coldly, Miho turned her attention elsewhere. I'd rather not discuss this any further. You should ponder your own issues. And with that, she vanished using her hypnotism technique. It didn't seem like Miho was genuinely angry. She merely didn't wish to see me cling stubbornly to this. I knew what Miho meant. Naturally, after hearing about my past life, Mang Yang would have considerations about my future, preparing me towards the events that could unfold post his demise. I would merely need to follow that plan. That would indeed be the most rational path to take. Yet knowing and feeling were entirely different. No matter how I sliced it, how could I merely watch my closest companion die? I clenched my teeth and racked my brain. I toiled within my room that day, pacing back and forth as I contemplated the best course of action. What could I possibly offer to Mang Yang? I considered the Millennium Snowthorn, but that wouldn't suffice. It was purely an item imbued with great power, lacking strong ritualistic value. The black and white lotus bore energy, but it wouldn't equate to the measure of lives. Then, something clicked in my mind. I had a method. This should work. I found myself smiling faintly. I'd have to resort to it if this was the only available option. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I decided not to move just yet. If Mang Yang's death wasn't due to sickness or overexertion, it must be due to external circumstances. In that case, it would be fine to act after some change had occurred. With that thought in mind, I resolved to make the best of life in the Thunder God lineage, now that the Thunderbolt 3 Saints had joined. Once the Thunder God lineage was freed from the martial world's restrictions imposed by the Zhangtian Alliance, it collapsed fiercely and began to redefine its relationships with nearby sects. First, it rekindled ties with the 6 great families of Guanzhong and also gathered funds from wealthy merchants in the area. To be precise, it secured financial resources in exchange for a series of future collaborations according to the merchants' needs. Though Li Kuang firmly established his position in Guanzhong, he did not recruit new disciples for the Thunder God lineage. Several former disciples of the Azure Dragon martial arts school sought re-entry, but Li Kuang rejected them all. It was wise to remain a small, elite group, especially considering the possibility of spies from other sects infiltrating their ranks. I was formally introduced to Red Moon and Green Moon, members of the Thunderbolt 3 Saints. After hearing the circumstances, Red Moon exclaimed in astonishment. You possess the hidden teachings of Zhang Sanfen from the Weidang sect? Show me. Certainly. Before the gathering disciples of the Thunder God lineage, I demonstrated Zhang Sanfen's enlightenment just as I had learned it at Weidang. Red Moon and Green Moon, unable to conceal their shock, were left agape. Green Moon, trembling with excitement, exclaimed. Impressive. Truly like Zhang Sanfen. It's extraordinary divine skill. As Red Moon murmured, they turned to Li Kuang and said, the reason you've become stronger is that you've integrated this divine skill. I cannot deny that. And this monstrous kid likely did too. Red Moon shot a glance filled with suspicion at Jin So-chong. Unbeknownst to them, everyone recognized that Jin So-chong was currently the strongest in the Thunder God lineage. Both Red Moon and Green Moon regarded Jin So-chong like he was some untouchable anomaly. He gruffly stated, but our Thunder God lineage's martial arts are equally impressive. Who said otherwise? I think that brat should be part of the research on the ultimate secret technique too. As Red Moon and Green Moon spoke in unison, Li Kuang nodded. Of course, I had intended the same. Thus, I joined Li Kuang, Jin So-chong, Red Moon, and Green Moon to begin research on the ultimate secret technique of the Thunder God lineage. Though it was called research, we spent our time discussing the insights we'd gathered rather than practicing the practical forms of martial arts. Red Moon said, it seems you only know of Thunder Spirit Fist derived from our Thunder God Fist, and Thundercloud breathing technique. How well do you comprehend the higher principles of Thunder Spirit Fist? Li Kuang replied, regrettably, I do not. Very few have mastered the techniques of the Thunder God lineage. Ugh. If the heir of the sect leader doesn't even know, what hope is there for the rest? Red Moon sighed in genuine frustration. He then said, I will teach you the secret techniques of the Thunder Spirit Seal and 9 Nether Chi. Thank you, Green Moon added. Li Kuang, are you aware of Magnetic Ghost Blade and Hell King's Hand? I'm not. Those are unique techniques of your Ghost Spirit sect, even my master was unaware of them. Indeed. But they are undoubtedly techniques of the Thunder God lineage. I'll share the Magnetic Ghost Blade and Hell King's Hand with you. In an instant, the 4 secret techniques possessed by the previous masters of the Thunder God lineage were unlocked. Regardless of our quest for the ultimate secret technique, sharing such secrets so freely felt surprising. As I stared in disbelief, Li Kuang said slowly, as you disciples know, while all these techniques are part of the Thunder God lineage, merely mixing them won't guarantee that the ultimate secret technique will manifest. That is the issue. But we know. What do you mean by we know? You've probably heard something about the complete form of the ultimate secret technique from the sect leader. Red Moon and Green Moon looked at Li Kuang with meaningful eyes, but Li Kuang answered casually. You're quite the guesser. Cut out the meaningless talk and let's save time. Thus, the training commenced with Red Moon and Green Moon teaching us the main formulas for the Thunder Spirit Seal, 9 Nether Chi, Magnetic Ghost Blade, and Hell King's Hand for 3 full hours each day. Li Kuang also shared the insights he had created by incorporating Weidang techniques. In the free time remaining, we would discuss our impressions and outline the pros and cons of our martial arts. As I found myself in the midst of such a gathering again, I felt an overwhelming pressure. No, it was more than before. Last time, I merely shared my impressions, but now I had to delve into deep discussions with the Thunder God lineage's elite experts. My head might melt. Fortunately, perhaps due to Li Kuang's consideration for me, I only needed to focus on training the Weidang techniques and passing down what I learned, so I could simply listen without feeling compelled to join in the discussions. About half a year passed. The sharing of martial arts yielded considerable progress, as it seemed we shifted from discussions to practices focused on each individual's insights. Of course, the greatest achievement was Jin So-chong, who actively led the discussions since he was the most advanced among us. Red Moon and Green Moon urged me to hurry and search for Green Moon, but Li Kuang flatly refused. This was because I had previously informed him of the dangers surrounding Mount Busa, leading him to agree that without sufficient martial power, hunting for Green Moon would be impossible. Then, I received a significant update from Mang Niang. They are going to incite chaos. Indeed, Mang Niang said that finally, Wang Yian, along with the forces he had assembled, planned to launch a rebellion against the current dynasty. I had anticipated it, but hearing it was actually going to happen left me questioning. Wait, weren't you against the idea of killing the emperor? Why the sudden change? Because my heavenly mandate is nearly up. At this rate, the forces led by the emperor will keep growing endlessly. We must strike while we can. Mang Niang had completely regained his health. Despite that, he seemed sure he would meet his end soon. Last time, you completely crushed Eoimun. You should win again this time. Haha, that would be nice. But what? I've heard reports of unusual energies near the Imperial Palace. There may be unpredictable variables. Could it be they summoned beings from other realms again? Mang Niang shook his head. It feels different, like something that has always existed is deliberately revealing itself. It's unlike demonic energy. That being said, I can't avoid igniting the chaos. If I need your help and the Thunder God lineages, I will ask then. Then, not long after, just as Mang Niang foretold, the rebellion broke out in 3 months. Wang Yian's revolt? The justification was once again behind Dalyok's existence and the excesses of the Golden Eagle Guards. Additionally, it seemed Mang Niang had made extensive preparations through Banshin Alliance. Unlike last time, they amassed an even larger force than Eoimun. Even with fewer troops, Mang Niang's strategic prowess had led to victory before, so the outcome of this was likely clear. Li Kuang gathered all the members of the Thunder God lineage upon hearing the news. I plan to assist the patriot, Wang Yian. Having coordinated with Mang Niang for an extended period, Li Kuang showed no hesitation in his words. This also implied that they had agreed to form a united front with Banshin Alliance. Clearly, no one opposed Li Kuang's statement. Only Se Gongrin quietly raised her hand and asked, "Are we to fend off the ambushes from Dalyok or Golden Eagle Guards?" "Correct. Moreover, I and Jin So-chong will hold military ranks and lead the troops." After Li Kuang's statement, he gave a significant glance to Red Moon and Green Moon. "Both of you will be tasked with guarding the allied leaders. Are you underestimating us? You expect us to merely tussle with Dalyok and Golden Eagle Guards. This is a critically important task I'm asking for." Understood. The elite experts of the Thunder God lineage joined Mang Niang's camp the following day. In no time, Wang Yian's forces clashed with Eoimun's, and a grand battle erupted. I was assigned to guard Mang Niang, standing by his side. Once again, Mang Niang showcased his divine commanding skills, and this time, the forces of the Imperial Army fell like autumn leaves overwhelmed. Among the disciples of the Thunder God lineage, no one was inept enough to die on the battlefield. Green Forest King Guqiol was originally a top-tier expert of the Wind Spirit sect, while Jaehu and Se Gongrin had dramatically improved their martial skills over the last half-year and stood among the ranks of elite experts. Additionally, the newly initiated Seo Moonhai had integrated the martial arts of the Thunder God lineage into her repertoire. The battlefield echoed with the roars of war and destruction all around, and I could witness Red Moon and Green Moon, the two gatekeepers of the Thunder God lineage, rampaging like wild animals. Red Moon was skilled in fist techniques, while Green Moon wielded a blade, ruthlessly cutting down the elite members of the Golden Eagle Guards that came to assassinate the commanders. Wahahaha. Their terrifying combat skills sent chills down my spine. I was relieved they weren't my enemies. With the tide of battle tipping toward a complete victory, I turned to Mang Niang and remarked, "This war is ours? I see no sign of your impending doom." "Well, last time, we won by chance, and then the alchemist played his trick." As Mang Niang muttered that, he continued, "Baekwang, I have a favor to ask. Go immediately to Nanyang and meet Han Baekrai. Lead the main forces of the transformation sect here." Understood. As soon as I received Mang Niang's orders, I rode toward Nanyang, heading to the Han clan. Upon seeing me, Han Baekrai asked, "Are you here on behalf of the rebels or for the Thunder God lineage?" First option. Speak. Soon, the sorcerer from the Imperial Palace, what we call the alchemist, is attempting to cast foreign sorcery in the imperial capital of Nanyang. Please evacuate the masters of the Han clan before any harm comes to them. Foreign sorcery. I recounted the curse techniques the alchemist was likely to use and the potential changes that might ensue. After hearing this, Han Baekrai asked, "Evacuate? Does that imply you're asking us to surrender? I hope you'll consider it." After a moment's thought, Han Baekrai replied, "Fine. Please wait here a single watch. In only a watch, Han Baekryong seemed to have gathered the people and elite masters of the Han clan. Although there were Han clan retainers among them, there were many unfamiliar experts as well. These were likely top-tier masters stealthily sent by the transformation sect. After gathering them, I asked Han Baekryong, "What are your plans?" "I intend to gather the heads of the Twin Gate sect and discuss matters." "That doesn't sound productive. If you knew, why seek advice now?" Han Baekryong smiled coldly. Once I rode back to Mangnyan's camp, it was clear the battlefield had reached a victorious conclusion and was now in the cleanup phase. As I reported that I had accomplished my mission to Mangnyan, he smiled bitterly. Truly, a typical maneuver befitting the protectors of the transformation sect. Reckless. What do you mean? Let it be. There might be good news shortly. Mangnyan's words were indeed true. Though Wang Yian's forces were gathered in front of the imperial capital of Nanyang, the eerie mist and ominous clouds that usually surrounded Nanyang were nowhere to be seen. This meant the alchemist had not yet cast his sorcery, leaving me in a state of confusion. After about 2 hours had passed, 6 representatives from the Twin Gate sect appeared outside the city gate. "We have come to surrender." The leaders of the Twin Gate sect were indeed the ones I saw. They approached Mangnyan's command tent with a single box in hand. As a military officer beside Mangnyan opened the box, a horrendous scent of blood and decay flooded the tent. Mangnyan, pinching his nose to bear the stench, examined the contents and looked at the heads of the Twin Gate sect with an incredulous expression. "Is this the head of the alchemist?" "Indeed." The master of the Twin Gate sect replied succinctly. "He came to threaten us without a shred of shame, so we were prepared and killed him together." "Well done. You've achieved remarkable things." At novel bin at. That was right. It appeared Han Baekryong had learned of the alchemist's imminent moves ahead of time and likely showcased his strength and identity to the Twin Gate sect's heads. Then, when the alchemist attempted to involve them by casting his curse techniques, they successfully banded together and struck him down without warning. The difference in combat power for martial artists depends significantly on whether you were prepared or not, so the alchemist likely had no ability to fight back against the combined strength of the absolute experts. Naturally, with the master of the techniques dead, the sorcery was also dispelled. Mangnyan smiled meaningfully and said, "Almost there. Just one more step to take." One step. That fateful move would signify a complete upheaval of the Great Ming dynasty, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Mangnyan's choice was to ascend a lion. Although the alchemist had fallen, Zhuzfu's barrier remained a potent threat, leading to the decision to probe Zhuzfu's intentions first. Approximately an hour later, the lion returned. The lion dismounted and staggered into Mangnyan's tent, suddenly rolling its eyes back in a haunting manner. A somber voice emanated from the lion's throat. "Do you truly believe you have seized power?" "Why would I have any doubts?" It appeared Zhuzfu was using the lion's body to convey his thoughts from a distance, likely a type of sorcery. After a moment of silence, Zhuzfu spoke again. "Though I don't know how you managed to steal the ancestral spirit, that was a grave mistake. You have touched the reverse scale." "Reverse scale, you say? Who's a dragon here?" "You? Well, I suppose you are known as the human dragon." As Mangnyan replied nonchalantly, Zhuzfu retorted, "In this world, there exist horrifying truths beyond human imagination. What you've done has drawn the attention of the true ruler of that truth. Henceforth, even I cannot predict how the situation will unfold." Mangnyan's complexion changed. "Are you implying that the old ruler is directly involved?" "That seems unlikely. But soon, you shall bear the consequences of your actions. Out of kinship, I am warning you in advance, Hyuna. I will seek my own survival, so find a place for yourself to live." Whoosh! A moment later, the lion swayed, regaining its color as its eyes returned to normal, indicating it was likely a form of possession or spirit summoning. Mangnyan sent the lion away and immediately sought out General Wang Yian with the elites of the Thunder God lineage. Mangnyan bowed before General Wang Yian, saying, "General, we must retreat to Yunsa as well." "To Yunsa? Does that even make sense?" General Wang Yian wore a baffled expression. They were now on the verge of capturing the Luoyang castle with a grand army. Yunsa was a crucial location over 100 li away. Retreating while they could seize the emperor was akin to throwing away a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, leaving Wang Yian flustered. However, Mangnyan spoke with utmost seriousness. "We've done all we can with human effort. However, now it's the time for heaven's power to intervene. We must avoid disaster as much as possible. Please consider that." "But, Mangnyan, pulling back to Yunsa would give the emperor time to regroup and escape. Are you asking me to accept that?" "That's no longer the critical issue. If mythical beings begin to act, any human army is practically insignificant. There's a risk of irreversible damage." General Wang Yian pondered for a long while before shaking his head. "I cannot accept that. General, I trust you, but this is a matter I cannot concede. The defending forces around Luoyang barely number 3 to 4,000, with just half a day of siege, it would fall into our hands. We can discuss this after securing the emperor's safety." "No, that's the worst possible choice." General Wang Yian glanced at Li Kuang beside him. "Li Kuang, you owe me a debt." At that moment, Li Kuang's face turned ashen. Yet, he quickly regained composure and responded, "Yes, you'll repay that debt now. Bind Mangnyan and have him step back from his military position." "Understood." Clang! At that moment, I darted in, blocking Mangnyan's path. I spread my hands protectively and took a few steps back, glaring at the elites of the Thunder God lineage. Master Li Kuang, you promised to share fate with the Banshin Alliance, didn't you? Please trust Mang Niang to the end. Li Kuang grasped his spear tightly in silence. After a moment, he said, I owe my life to General Wang Yian. And whenever I'm called upon to repay that life, I must comply. Are you insane? Master, you know which side is right, don't you? Mang Niang has never made a wrong choice. Enough. Li Kuang glared at me coldly. Soldiers must obey military orders. If you do not step back, I will cut you down. I gritted my teeth. As I subtly reached for my violet flame, Li Kuang's imposing presence stalled my movements. Though he lacked actual coercive power, if I touched the violet flame, I'd soon be under a storm of attacks. Li Kuang's voice echoed in my mind. You lot should yield. Even I think retreating to Yunsa is a foolish act. General Wang Yian is risking it all in this lifetime, you shouldn't ruin that. Li Kuang too understood the validity of Mang Niang's words. He knew that if mythical beings involved themselves, great chaos would ensue. Nevertheless, as a warrior, he felt compelled to repay his past debts, convincing himself in the process. I couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why live so complicatedly? But it wasn't the time to argue. I had no choice but to bolster my resolve to wield the sword. Master, if it comes to death regardless, then I'd rather choose mutual destruction. Guong? At that moment, my latent power surged, shaking the tent. Jin Sochong, Li Kuang, Zhao Kuo, and Na Kuo froze momentarily at my released energy. Now fully unleashed, the level of my power was beyond human limits. Feeling this change in my mana, Zhao Kuo wore an expression of shock. How on earth did you amass such power? Li Kuang replied curtly. A fight isn't just fought with power. If you think you can end in mutual annihilation with our abilities, you are mistaken. Of course. But, I really can. I was confident. If I utilized the White Tiger Seal alongside the Heaven's Wrath, and found an opening for the Great Destruction, my combat power would multiply several times over. In that moment, I felt I could take down even the elites around me. When Li Kuang noticed the determination in my voice, his eyebrows twitched. At that moment, Mang Niang let out a sigh from behind me. I understand. I concede, bind me then. Mang Niang sent me a message. If this is an unavoidable flow, I have no choice but to follow. However, you'll end up seeking me out again soon. Do not worry. I lowered my sword and quelled my fighting spirit. The surrounding soldiers soon rushed in, tying up both me and Mang Niang with ropes. Before long, we were confined in a dim temporary supply tent. Boom! As the door to the temporary supply tent closed, Gakko ignited a torch. Once the flame flickered to life, Gakko secured it against the wall and sat before us, taking on the role of our guard. Gakko said, Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. Just a disagreement, that's all. I think the same. Mang Niang responded in an unbothered tone before continuing. Gakko, if a disturbance breaks out outside, please release us. I ask this of you? Sorry, but the disciples of the Thunder God lineage must all follow military orders. I cannot release you until either Master Li Kuang or General Wang Yian arrive. I will trust your judgment. Gakko only chuckled. Though he appeared carefree and capricious, he was sharp-minded, calm, and had strong willpower, making him the right choice for the guard post. Adat novel bin adat. Gakko added. By the way, don't even think about using that violet flame to escape. Why, elder brother, if you attempt to use it, I may not be able to stop you with my skill, but you won't ever regain our trust again. What's the point when trust is already shattered? Shattered, you say? If it had, I'd have sent someone like Jin Sochong to join you. Because I still believe you are on our side, I'll let you off with mere confinement. Otherwise, I would have killed you both on the spot. What does it matter? Annoyed, I replied curtly. Gakko widened his eyes. Don't provoke me for no reason. My patience isn't all that strong. With him pushing my buttons this much, I had no choice but to remain compliant. Gakko, being a disciple of the Thunder God lineage, bore an inner turmoil, so one wrong move could lead to significant trouble. Bound, we began to wait. I inquired of Mang Niang mentally. Mang Niang, what did Zujfu mean earlier? Zujfu has fled. The barrier protecting the palace has likely vanished. Why did he flee? It means that a being powerful enough to easily kill him has appeared in Luoyang. Moreover, that being will soon assail our army. No matter how powerful, that's still over 100,000 soldiers. I too have no idea what kind of being may come. We can only leave it to fate. About half a day passed. Gakko, as a supreme guardian, remained calm and still, leaning against the wall. As Gakko said, I could easily escape using the violet flame at any moment, but Mang Niang seemed to harbor no desire for freedom. I too had no choice but to restrain myself. Then it happened. Boom, boom, boom. A sound erupted outside, indicating something was happening. Gakko sensed the unusual and leapt up. Wait here a moment. He dashed outside, and shortly after, he re-entered the tent. He swiftly swung his spear, slicing the ropes binding us, and tossed a sword to me. Quick! We have to go. Big trouble is brewing. We must see General Wang Yian. What's happening? Gakko gritted his teeth. You were right, something strange has appeared. Whiff! Everywhere seemed engulfed in a vibrant blue mist. Visibility was barely a few meters, and the fog felt alive, swirling about. Yet even in this eerie atmosphere, Gekko maintained his bearings, guiding us to General Wang Yian's tent. Inside General Wang Yian's tent, the general and the elites of the Thunder God lineage had gathered. General Wang Yian, pale-faced, spoke. Mang Niang, a monster has appeared at Luoyang, leaving our forces paralyzed. Mang Niang sighed, replying, "What's the damage report? We've already lost over 10,000 lives. I've issued a retreat order, but the strange mist prevents the command from being relayed properly. What kind of monster is this? It's an earth soldier. Excuse me. Soldiers made of earth are relentlessly rising as if they were undead to attack us, and a white, foamy creature seems to be controlling them." A white, foamy creature, Mang Niang muttered, and then added, "It seems we'll soon be trapped in the fog as hundreds of thousands of our men are obliterated. What on earth is that? A mythical being, I presume?" Mang Niang continued, his expression twisted in despair. "The survival rate is a mere 30%. Prepare yourselves mentally." Looking around, Mang Niang then said to the elite members of the Thunder God lineage, "Fighting against this monster is tantamount to suicide. We must issue commands to various divisions to manage the situation now, but I must stress, while fleeing from the Earth soldiers is feasible, never engage that white, foamy creature. We must escape that at all costs." The Dharma protectors, Jeokwol and Nokwol, spoke dismissively. "Flee, you say? Without even trying to fight?" Mang Niang declared matter-of-factly. "If the sect leader is beyond the mist, what will you do?" "Well, we'd run. That's the answer. Fighting against an ancient being is impossible for humans, so recklessness is out of the question." Grr. Jeokwol and Nokwol's eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction. After all, as absolute masters who didn't fall short even compared to Li Kuang, the thought of running away from an unknown monster was likely distasteful. After a moment, the disciples of the Thunder God lineage dispersed to lead the remaining soldiers while protecting their leaders. I stepped outside, wandering through the mist until I stumbled upon a location thick with blood mist. Moving closer, I was met with a horrific sight. Drip, 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 slosh, grey ugh, gok. Earth soldiers, the monsters made of soil, stabbed corpses with their swords. They greedily drank the blood spewing from the corpses. Some were even using their hands to dig out and chew on the organs of the dead. Thud. Others, not earth soldiers, were single-eyed tentacled monsters slowly slithering about, plunging their appendages into the cadavers. The bodies bled a yellowish liquid, from which worm-like tentacles began to sprout as if eruptions of fungi, slowly lifting the corpses with their threads. Such brutality could drive an ordinary human mad upon sight. Yet, I observed calmly, realizing this scene resembled a human sacrifice, a grotesque banquet of beasts devouring men for their pleasure. I lunged in, swinging my sword at the earth soldiers and tentacled monstrosities. Slash. Eek. Kyak. The earth soldiers appeared agile and powerful, yet they fell before my sword with ease. Far weaker than I expected, but undoubtedly, they would overpower ordinary soldiers. As I scanned for additional enemies, an unexpected boom caught my attention. Boom. Miho suddenly transformed from the necklace shape into my view. She manifested in a half-human, half-fox form, the appearance she adopted when in partial combat mode. Miho stared at me with a face filled with dread. "Baekwang, stop and run. What are you talking about? Can't you feel this terrifying demonic energy? If you hesitate much longer, there won't be any time to escape." "What the?" Miho was genuinely scared. She darted her eyes nervously at the ominous fog. "A chaotic great demon lurks beyond there? We must run now." "A great demon? Which one?" "Ugh. No time to explain. Use the violet flame now." Seeing Miho so terrified reminded me of that instance with the Moon Guardian. Being a sensitive creature with resistance to demonic influence, she seemed to sense something different from us humans. With no choice, I complied and summoned my violet flame. Whoosh! In an instant, Miho and I appeared before Mang Niang's tent. Mang Niang was busy organizing documents when he looked at us. "Is the situation that serious?" "It's already too late. We must flee." "Understood." Our first priority was to regroup with the elites of the Thunder God lineage. Mang Niang had likely implemented a hardship strategy to preserve as many survivors as possible, but now the elites of the Thunder God lineage were at risk. Thankfully, they fought valiantly, exhibiting strong energy, allowing us to join them swiftly. Once reunited with all except Jeokwol and Nokwol, Li Kuang frowned, stating, "It's over. There were only corpses left." "That was fast. Where are the Dharma protectors?" At that moment, a horrific scream echoed. Grey. The dreadful cry reverberated throughout the area. We all turned our heads toward the source of the scream. At the same time, a massive lightning strike and flames exploded, parting the mist, creating cracks that extended widely. Boom! As the sounds subsided, we beheld an unbelievable sight before us. Jeokwol and Nokwol, the elite Dharma protectors recognized throughout the land, they hung lifeless, their hearts pierced by a new, luminous entity, a silvery figure. Although they still bled, indicating that they were clinging on to life, survival seemed impossible due to their grievous wounds. Jeokwol managed to muster his final strength to look toward us, shouting, "Run! This being is on a different level." Thwack! Those were the last words of Jeokwol. The ethereal silver tail flicked, and almost playfully, it pulled apart the forms of Jeokwol and Nokwol, scattering pieces of flesh through the air as crimson mists filled the space. Flames ignited in Li Kuang's eyes. He gritted his teeth, gripping his spear tightly. That beast. Following Li Kuang, Jin Sochung stepped forward, equally enraged at the deaths of Zhou Kuo and Na Kuo. Mang Niang shouted urgently. No, calm down. You'll die if you fight now. Don't even joke. We just need to take that beast down. Whoosh. The next moment, Li Kuang and Jin Sochung launched themselves toward the white, foamy creature. Lost in the mist, their figures soon extorted tremendous power, indicating they were engaged in combat against a formidable adversary. Rumble? As the thunder rolled, I felt a throb in my head. Gah! It's coming. He is coming. I sensed a force, Yadongbin, attempting to descend upon me. Unlike before, this time Yadongbin appeared remarkably cautious as he established a connection with my soul. I, in turn, endeavored to synchronize my mental waves with his. Yadongbin spoke to me. Your aura. I am Yadongbin. I've vanquished countless demons, yet, this time, even I struggle to ascertain my odds of victory. Yet, will you entrust your body to me? Swordsman, what exactly is that white, foamy entity? It is not merely a foam being. It possesses an overwhelming demonic power that renders lower beings incapable of even observing its form. Let me ask again. That enemy ranks among the most formidable I've encountered in my demon hunting endeavors. Will you entrust your life to me? I hesitated. If I go all out to fight, I could easily die, right? There's precedence. The odds of my demise are not to be taken lightly. If Yadongbin is pleading for permission, the danger must truly be beyond verbal understanding. Yet I felt that if I did nothing, I could sense Li Kuang and Jin Sochung might be tragically slain. Though I might make peace with Li Kuang, I definitely cannot allow Jin Sochung to die. I clenched my jaw and responded resolutely. Understood. Very well. I shall vanquish that ancient, absolute demon king. Great celestial sovereign, lend me your strength. Crack. Boom. This is the second stage of the celestial thunder sword technique, transcending belief to resonate with faith. Suddenly, thunder struck from the heavens, striking the sword I held aloft. Rather than pain or consciousness leaving me, I instead felt a surge of power course through my body. Apparently, Yadongbin deployed a spell to alleviate the strength borrowed from the sky, flooding my being with energy. Me transformed into a state of Yadongbin's descent. He glanced at both Mangniang and Miho, then turned to Miho and said, "The Queen Mother instructed you to return to the heavenly realm." Miho trembled, questioning, "What do you mean? You must disengage from this affair. If you do not, you will return to the celestial realm within 100 years. Whoosh! With those words, me dashed into the battlefield. Swish! Utilizing the sword of flight, I dove into the mist, taking the fight into full view. All around lay the bodies of soldiers who had tragically perished at the hands of the earth soldiers and tentacled monstrosities, amidst which Jin Sochung and Li Kuang were fiercely attacking the white foamy being. Ha! Boom! As Jin Sochung cried out, his thundering spear struck the creature, causing its form to tremor as a layer cleared away. This blow must have been Jin Sochung's lifetime attack, proving that even the creature had to respond to it. Shortly thereafter, a voice echoed through the air, tinged with astonishment. You, a mere human, have compelled one of my 9 tails to sever. Shut it, demon. Ahahaha. The next moment, something murky zipped past, swiftly severing Jin Sochung and Li Kuang's arms. Jin Sochung narrowly avoided a follow-up attack, but Li Kuang was less fortunate. In what felt like a jest, Li Kuang's head flew into the air. It was the tragic end of Li Kuang, the successor of the Thunder God lineage, the esteemed wielder of the phase of the heavens. Jin Sochung stood dumbstruck, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him, until Yadongbin swiftly dashed in, seizing Jin Sochung's body and safely bringing him back to the ground. Thud. Ah. Jin Sochung just managed to rise to attack again, but Yadongbin easily subdued Jin Sochung's resistance. As Jin Sochung fell still, he was flipped outward. Perhaps, to allow the other elite disciples of the Thunder God lineage to catch him. Once Yadongbin entered the fray, the white foamy entity began to speak. Are you one of the 8 immortals? You all still intend to engage in feudal battles, huh? I acknowledge you as the demon king of the ancient times, but I cannot tolerate further chaos in the realms. He. Even if the 8 immortals all join together, you alone are insufficient against me. As the white foamy creature laughed, Yadongbin raised the thunder sword, declaring, I shall withstand it. Then a troubling feeling creeped into my conscience. The power of the thunder sword began to swell, revealing that what had previously appeared to be foamy was, in fact, the gigantic white, silver tail of a vast, sinister fox looming behind. Roar! Ahahaha! This entity seemed intent on shaking the very heavens as it loomed over me. At that moment, I realized I had never faced an opponent of such overwhelming strength before. Though it appeared similar to Miho, it emanated a profoundly nefarious, malevolent aura, warping the natural energies surrounding it. The balance of the universe was distorted. As the swordsman Yadongbin prepared for a final showdown, I too felt the gravity of the situation. Dalichi. And thus, the battle commenced. 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yadongbin soared through the sky. Simultaneously, with the might of unity of body and sword, he ascended and summoned a gigantic sword from the sky. Heavenly escape sword technique. Whoosh. The giant sword, appearing as if it could slice through mountain ranges, was massive enough to rival the size of hundreds of ordinary swords. Moments later, it moved in accordance with Yadongbin's finger and shot towards Dalji. Despite its enormous size, the speed surpassed sound, rendering it incredibly frightening. However, 3 of Dalji's tails moved swiftly, wrapping around the blade of the giant sword effortlessly. With all the force absorbed without any harm, Dalji attacked Yadongbin with its remaining 6 tails. Asterisk kaboom, boom boom boom. As hundreds of blades were swept away, a devastating force akin to an explosion created a crimson scar on the ground. Each strike contained the entire essence of a peerless master, indicating that Dalji's prowess had reached a level impossible for any human to withstand. Capturing that with mere martial arts is out of the question. Even while entrusting my body to Yadongbin, despair engulfed me. I could deeply feel why Jin So-chong was effortlessly disarmed and Li Kuang lost his life. The upper limits between demons and humans were inherently different, and when a demon fully harnessed its power, a human's martial arts struggled to even touch it. However, Yadongbin, revered as the great immortal and fight with immortals, he summoned a fire dragon encircling his entire body to deflect the attacks. Simultaneously, he utilized an unknown counterattack to force Dalji back. Multicolored starlight flowed out, forming a sword shape, which flew toward Dalji and struck its forehead. Thud. Dalji staggered slightly after being hit by Yadongbin's attack, then erupted into laughter. Ah ha ha ha, truly the mightiest of the 8 immortals. You've quite the sting. What's so funny about being hit? While I scoffed internally at Dalji, Yadongbin's face hardened. He relayed to me mentally, that attack was with all my strength. To think that even with a full force strike to the forehead, the most it could do was a playful smack in the face. It seemed that a significant gap in strength existed between Yadongbin and Dalji. I hastily spoke to Yadongbin. You can summon the fire dragon of the heavenly realm. Fire dragon summon? Even though I died right after using it, there was no doubt about its power. The attack Yadongbin had just unleashed surely held even greater destructive capability. Surprisingly, Yadongbin replied. How do you know that? That's not what's important right now. Is it impossible to take him down with that? I cannot be sure. For Dalji is protected by the absolute teachings. Absolute teachings. Without answering, Yadongbin grasped his sword and shouted towards Dalji. Dalji, do you think the law of cause and effect will simply let you go despite your heinous deeds? Not even a god can be free from it. Swoosh. Dalji seemed to curl its massive body. It likely prepared to gather its tails for a single powerful strike. Chuckling, Dalji retorted. That was a headache. If I'm hit by the reverse scale, even I would be in danger. But by a stroke of luck, you've given me the perfect bait. Bait. Dalji narrowed its eyes and smiled. The human you're borrowing the body from has used a warlock's vitality to steal the ancestral spirit, and you've even offered it as a sacrifice without a care. You may not realize it, but that item ultimately becomes a tribute for that being. That being, from the time of the Great Destruction. He. No god forgives for having their offerings snatched away. Although the procedure took time, I was permitted to intervene as an apostle of that being. All backfire is blocked by that being's power. Having said that, Dalji unleashed a yell. Ah ha 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 ha, things are about to get interesting. The days of joyfully feasting on human flesh like during the Silver Age are not far off. That will not happen. I will stop you. Go on, try it. Thud. Yadongbin drew even more strength, simultaneously reciting some kind of incantation to bolster his own body. Sharing a bond with Yadongbin now, I knew that it was the celestial techniques and secrets he mastered in the heavenly realm. So that's why he held off on the fire dragon summon. The fire dragon summon was indeed Yadongbin's greatest secret, but if he failed even once, it would spell disaster. Currently, Dalji was protecting itself not just with physical defense but also a magical protection technique from its demonic power. For Yadongbin, he needed to dispel that protective spell before landing a solid hit. Could we win? The only certainty was that Yadongbin had used only 10% of his total internal strength so far. Through repeated training and refining my martial arts, my capacity, potential, and recovery rate had gradually increased, enabling Yadongbin to fight longer. But Dalji's strength was far superior, and for Yadongbin to inflict a significant blow, he would have to go through near-death experiences multiple times. Flames flickered in Yadongbin's eyes as his sword danced through the air. This was the pinnacle within the realm of using chi to command the sword, the Heart's Sword, piercing through space and striking Dalji's front in the shape of the 8 trigrams. Clang! Dalji displayed the same reaction as if it had just received a light tap. It slightly backed off. Was Yadongbin calmly contemplating an attack, deftly evading Dalji's tail strikes while continuing with his dazzling sword techniques? It seemed that Dalji had caught on to Yadongbin's strategy and spoke mockingly. So, you're saying no talisman mechanism entices fear in a talisman-less fool. Swish! After about 100 seconds of fighting, Yadongbin, while moving with an extraordinary celestial art, was suddenly caught by Dalji's tail attack. He raised his sword intent to repel Dalji's strike, but he could not escape the numbing shock across his entire body. Cough? Perhaps due to the limitations of a human body. Despite enduring with protective techniques, Yadongbin could only vomit blood. This happened because my body failed to keep up with Yadongbin's immense skill. The moment Yadongbin left an opening, Dalji seemed to revel in the chance, launching a series of relentless attacks. Asterisk bam, bam, asterisk. So fast, too fast. Even Yadongbin, who surpassed humanity with his sword speed, struggled to ward off each aggressive strike from Dalji. Furthermore, the enormous demonic energy infused in the tails made them fearsome killing blows. Finally, Yadongbin could no longer endure and began to unleash the power of the fire dragon. Roar! I felt all 8 gates of my body forcibly open in accordance with Yadongbin's will. I had experienced death twice when all gates were fully opened. So, throughout my life, I had been devising ways to keep my life intact. Let's close them. As Yadongbin opened the 4th gate, I hurriedly blocked 3 of the lung meridians flowing with blood and energy. This wasn't closely tied to the opening of the 8 gates, but it was a critical point to slow down the leakage of energy once that process began. Fire Dragon of the Heavenly Realm. At long last, when the 6th gate opened, Yadongbin concentrated power into the bright jade to summon the Fire Dragon. As the bright jade shattered, a colossal fiery dragon revealed itself in the air. The ethereal red dragon made of spirit energy was comparable to the peak divine beasts of the Heavenly Realm. Sure enough, even Dalji, upon witnessing the Fire Dragon's appearance, staggered backward, seemingly intimidated. Whoosh! Moments later, the Fire Dragon twisted its body, gathering divine ability all over, and lunged straight towards Dalji's main body. Furious, Dalji shouted, "You think an ordinary dragon can kill me?" Whoosh! A gigantic wave erupted from Dalji's mouth. It resembled the language of spells, but was actually the invocations of a foreign race's magic. The language of spells spat out by Dalji clashed with the Fire Dragon in midair, creating a colossal recoil. After a moment of exchanging power between the two techniques, the Fire Dragon managed to break through Dalji's incantation and surged forward. Kaboom! It was as if a mountain itself had caught fire. In an instant, a blinding light filled the sky, signifying the immense scale of the Fire Dragon's explosion attacking its enemy. I thought that staring directly at it would blind me, but perhaps because I inhabited Yadongbin's body, I could gaze at the intense light without any pain. It undoubtedly hit its mark, but Yadongbin's expression darkened. Though burnt, Dalji sustained only minor injuries. Dalji licked one of its tails as it wore a sinister smile. By exhaling the language of spells, it had greatly diminished the strength of the Fire Dragon. This was a foe of an entirely different caliber? Even with Yadongbin fully opened and ready to summon the Fire Dragon, thanks to my blocking of the vital points, I still had quite a bit of time left before death. Yadongbin floated in midair, murmuring, "My apologies, Yeonjae. I cannot deal with that demon." "Why? What on earth is this, Dalji? Wasn't it just a wicked evil woman that brought down the Yin dynasty during the Silver Age? How could such an existence possess such immense power?" As questions whipped around my head, I turned to Yadongbin, who answered bitterly, "The legend known as the investiture of the gods was created solely for humans. The truth is the great destruction. That was the intent of Emperor Huang and the great sovereign Gongsun Xianyuan, Yeonjae." "What do you mean? I truly am sorry." Before I could formulate more questions, a rapid loss of power surged through my body. At the same time, I began to lose control of my martial skills and slowly descended to the ground. Dalji, even with the opportunity to attack me, merely watched with a playful gaze, as if I were a toy. Before long, Yadongbin's great spirit departed completely from me. Ugh! An intense fatigue washed over me as if I had been struck 100,000 times. My eyelids felt heavy as though they weighed a ton, and I could have laid down to sleep right there. However, knowing that slumber would soon lead to death, I forced myself to conserve my strength and stay upright. Though I had opened the 8 gates, I would die shortly after anyway, but I wanted to survive even for just one more second. I came here resolved to obtain as much as I could before I perished. A determined glimmer flickered in my eyes as Dalji observed me, intriguingly. "A fascinating human, devoid of despair or fear in your eyes. Your mind is intact, ho ho. Please spare the humans here." "Why should I do that?" I chuckled weakly. "I possess a super-duper ultimate skill." Truthfully, I had nothing. Yet, for the sake of maintaining my bravado, I feigned confidence. With no remaining options, I was simply trying to flounder for survival for another moment. But, what should I do? It didn't suit my temperament to demand death humbly. Whether I lived or died, I would be the one to decide. If there was anything I could do, it would be to struggle a bit longer before my inevitable demise. Otherwise, it would be impossible to live out my former life. Dalji chuckled wickedly. "Ahahaha. Ahahahahahaha." Though both were 9-tailed foxes, Miho and Dalji's laughter significantly differed. While Miho could be ruthless toward the weak, she held a purity that Dalji lacked. In contrast, the colossal fox before me was steeped in malevolence and magic. There was a reason Yadongbin referred to Dalji as a demon king. Thus, Dalji's laughter stirred a mix of despair and dread in me, a powerful mental attack of its own. It felt several times stronger than the demons I had encountered in the Imperial Cave. Yet, I braved through its mental onslaught. Then I spoke. "I know the place and method to obtain the 7 luminaries." Dalji seemed genuinely surprised. For a mythical beast of that magnitude, the 7 luminaries held exceptional significance. Dalji leaned forward, intrigued. There was an evil and dreadful aura surrounding it. As my heart raced, Dalji queried, "Speak. If I open the 8 gates, I will soon perish." I said slyly, "Do you know why I mentioned this? Because you are merely a destructive demon without the ability to save a human who has opened the 8 gates. Savor the curiosity while you can before my death." Dalji grew furious in response. "You little? If that's a lie, I'll devour every last one of your companions." Well. My breath grew increasingly ragged. Blocking the effects of the 8 gates had its limits. I felt my energy dissipating with each passing second, intuiting that my breath might cease at any moment. As I slumped forward, Dalji declared, "One tail's power is plenty. A silver tail of Dalji rested above my head. Moments later, it melted into my being, beginning to replenish my life force. Instantaneously, my body felt like it had returned to its former state. However, having opened the 8 gates felt akin to having my vessel shattered. This was merely a temporary fix provided by the immense power of one of Dalji's 9 tails. I realized that once the effects wore off, I would die immediately. Dalji had intentionally forced me into a time-limited life. Of course, it just wants me to learn whatever it can before I die. Drawing a deep breath, I cautiously stated to Dalji, "Promise me this before I share everything. You will not kill or devour any life here." Dalji paused before responding. "How amusing. You dare to strike a bargain with me? A mere human." Something felt off about its reaction. While trying to press on with my negotiation, I sensed Dalji's power rapidly morph into hostility. Apparently, Dalji was genuinely offended. Swish! Suddenly, Dalji withdrew its power from me, declaring, "Just die. You can figure it out after you're dead." At novel bin at. Can the dead provide information? But at that moment, I had already passed the point of survival. No matter what trick I tried, death was inevitable. As I reached this dead end, the acceptance of death washed over me, and I embraced it. Life faded to the brink. I lowered my head faintly and murmured, "Mangniang, Miho, Jin So Chong, I'm sorry. Had I known I would die first, I would have prepared beforehand. Had I utilized that option, perhaps I might have avoided this tragedy." Regret was futile. The results of heralding a false sense of security were now painfully evident, just as I had forgotten the price of not being able to predict the future. Thump! My wrist fell, and shortly after, I completely lost my life. I knew this was my 14th death. Finally dead? Then it's my turn. Kaboom! With a monotonous voice, my body was lifted until I struck a punch toward Dalji's face. Aiaiaiaiak. Dalji's shriek. With a thunderous crash, the immense body, which Ye Dongbin had been unable to handle at full strength, flew backward and crashed into a mountainside. Simultaneously, the misty barrier around us trembled, growing brighter. Crackle! Sounds erupted from my clenched fist. A look of weariness reflected upon my face in the blood puddle. I stepped forward, saying, "I'll kill you." Whoosh! Dalji rose again, towering like a mountain. Its 9 tails accelerated, attacking with a speed beyond any human's martial arts. No one had previously managed to withstand or evade Dalji's attack. Attacks laced with poison, with my current abilities, it was only natural I would become skewered. "Whem? No," Dalji exclaimed in shock. In that fleeting moment, my body moved and caught all 9 tails simultaneously. With Yadongbin's glowing crimson eyes, I muttered. An unimaginable fierceness writhed within me as I called upon the forces of the constellations. Die. Ground? Crack? Dalji's mountain-like form lifted. Yes, if it had the weight of a true mountain, this should definitely be impossible. A body nearing 100 meters in height was lifted by a mere human. It was akin to uprooting a mountain, and as I hoisted Dalji, I slammed it into the adjacent mountainside, smashing it down. Boom! Dalji screamed. The terrain shifted dramatically upon collision. A mountain vanished, replaced by a newly formed valley. Dust clouds, a storm swept through the heavens, heralding a change in the world. Amidst that transformation, I cracked my neck while emitting an ominous red glow. This feeling was akin to an overwhelming surge of the celestial killing star's power, intent on slaughtering everything in sight. Die. My body surged forward. This speed was faster than when all 8 gates were opened. The power of the stars and the heavenly forces coalesced to summon an unimaginable divine might within me. Truly, the essence of sheer destruction. Yes, this was the power to engulf the world itself? Dalji shrieked. No, no way, how can you do this? Just before my body collided with Dalji's form in a body slam that would obliterate it. In that moment, Dalji let out a desperate dying cry, "Xiang Yu," and the world went black. Specifically, the moment Xiang Yu's strike hit Dalji, a section of the mountain range collapsed. Boulders ascended towards the heavens against gravitational pull, creating shadows that enveloped the sound waves, producing devastation akin to a meteor striking the earth. Only one being throughout history could embody these words, and they had finally emerged to fulfill their destined glory. As Xiang Yu's colossal power slammed down on Dalji, a volcanic heat surged through his entire being. The force Xiang Yu summoned was so immense that my body couldn't contain it, feeling as if it might burn away. As an observer trapped in the corner of consciousness, I instinctively knew Xiang Yu's strength was something entirely different. After all, he wielded such power even while severely weakened in vitality and energy. Kuwea, Xiang Yu's momentum split the mountains twice over. A massive gash was carved into the earth, while Dalji, who had until now been untouchable, became a mere puddle of blood. Struggling in a pool of her own azure blood, Dalji cried out, "I am empowered by that being. I will not be subdued by a mere fate decider." It sounded almost like a spell, each of her words wrapping her form in a magical glow. It seemed like she intended to invoke the forbidden technique of the absolute teachings mentioned by Gem Soai. Die. But Xiang Yu disregarded Dalji's flailing attempts and struck her down with all his might. Crackle! Thunder roared as the ground shifted. Hundreds of layers of magical defense surrounding Dalji disintegrated in a single kick. As her body soared up, battered and bruised, Dalji screamed, "Ah, this is the great sky's protection." Thud, thud. With that final scream, Dalji halted her movements altogether. My consciousness, shared with Xiang Yu, allowed me to feel his intuition as a warrior. Dalji, unable to maintain her physical form, was attempting to extract her soul and flee. A blessing from the fate decider. How absurd. While it seemed Dalji's magical prowess was tremendous, she appeared utterly powerless against Xiang Yu. Perhaps it was due to the weight of the great sky's protection binding her. Xiang Yu smiled coldly and reached out his hand. You can't escape. The moment his hand extended and grasped, the empty space beyond was ensnared, emitting an overwhelming darkness that surged forth like black smoke. Xiang Yu's strength, preventing Dalji's escape, was unfathomable. Dalji's soul cried, "Is there truly such a coincidence in this world? Can a being like you be empowered in existence since creation? And how can there be a coincidence that encompasses the great sky's protection?" It felt more like a lament to me. Even Dalji, recognized as an absolute demon king, seemed bewildered by Xiang Yu's strong resurgence. Xiang Yu replied in a deep voice, "Dai. Kahaha. I will not forget this." Xiang Yu. Smash. In that moment, Xiang Yu's ruthless fist crashed down, obliterating Dalji's wicked spirit into shards. As the black smoke dispersed, Xiang Yu's cold visage flicked across my vision. He remained suspended in the air for a moment before descending to the ground. Without further ado, Xiang Yu pulled out the flying bear from my possession. Whoosh! Using the flying bear, Xiang Yu effortlessly teleported to the Imperial Palace. I was left confused as to why he suddenly appeared there, completely ignoring the fact that he could use the flying bear. As Xiang Yu walked calmly, seemingly talking to himself, he said, "I came to clean up." Was he speaking to me? Despite my efforts to pry into his thoughts, Xiang Yu continued to march silently forward. The moment he materialized inside the palace, the nearby Golden Eagle guards drew their swords and cried out, "Stop! A suspicious individual? Kill him!" In an instant, dozens of elite Golden Eagle guards and heavenly hawks with remarkable martial skills surged toward him, not to mention the Dongchang martial artists rapidly converging from afar. However, Xiang Yu didn't draw his weapon. He simply stomped once. Pa 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 pa! Massacre? No screams had the chance to escape as blood mist thickly engulfed the area. With just a single ground impact technique, all living beings within a 50 jong radius were obliterated. Amidst the storm of blood, Xiang Yu walked forward without a single droplet of blood on him. Soon, two of the Imperial Palace's guard corps appeared before Xiang Yu, the Golden Eagle Guard's commander, the White Tiger, and Sun Mu and Dongchang's commander, Wan Ya. They looked pale with terror as they beheld Xiang Yu. A monster. I shall show you the power bestowed by the extramundane beings. Swish. Demon transformation. The Golden Eagle Guard's commander and Wan Ya suddenly underwent a transformation. They didn't turn into mindless beasts but appeared as a blend of human and monster, retaining their reason. Yet the fearsome speed at which they rushed at Xiang Yu could rival Jin Sochong's backstab technique. Rayarg. It was an overwhelming amalgamation of power and speed. As transformed beings, they attacked at a speed reminiscent of Jin Sochong, encroaching on a threshold already unattainable for ordinary humans. Could it be that upon mastering the alien arts, the commander fully gains the power of a demon? I recalled the prior commander becoming progressively stronger over time. Probably, until his abilities were completely mastered, he would remain in an imperfect monstrous state. And once fully realized, he'd possess a grotesque power that melded both humans and beasts. The notion that the palace shouldn't be left unattended echoed true from Mang Niang's warnings. But it was futile. Crack. As the two palace experts attacked, Xiang Yu's fists swiftly obliterated their necks. Despite their broken understanding of power and speed, they appeared as nothing more than children before him. When the decapitated bodies of the two warriors slammed against the wall, Xiang Yu shook off excess blood and resumed his march. Thud. As he continued forward, three portrait figures stood before him. They seemed to be newly forged versions of the ones we once stole, with emotionless faces staring back at him. The white-haired youth among the figures waved his hand. Die. In the next moment, Xiang Yu exterminated all three portrait figures in a single motion. Ugh. With one swift twist of two necks and a decisive strike to the heart of the white-haired youth, blood gushed forth. And Xiang Yu coldly remarked, "Such abilities do not work on me. It seems that way, you monster." As the portrait figure's head was sent to the ground, Xiang Yu pulled his hand away and moved forward again. It was apparent that despite having invoked their ability, everything was utterly disregarded by Xiang Yu. Thud. Thud. I felt a chill watching Xiang Yu walk, reading his emotions and momentum. Despite killing countless humans, he felt neither guilt nor remorse, only a mere annoyance, like swatting at pests. Even if an innocent stood in his path, they would likely be treated with the same disregard as a villain. No martial expert, even one tempered through countless battles, could possess such a mental state. He seemed to see any opposition as nothing more than bugs to crush underfoot, devoid of any human emotional nuance. It was eerie to witness such a complete severance from any emotional flow. Finally, Xiang Yu reached the emperor's throne room. The emperor, seated upon his throne, gazed at Xiang Yu weakly and said, "I never imagined Dalji would lose." Xiang Yu seemed to realize who he was. His eyebrows twitched as he spoke. "End your life." Zing! The dagger hurled from Xiang Yu's hand embedded itself near the emperor's ear. The emperor slowly extracted the dagger and said, "Thank you for your consideration. But may I know your name before I die?" Xiang Yu answered coldly. Xiang Yu. Upon hearing that name, the emperor trembled and shuddered. He then let out a wry smile. Truly, an honor. Thud. Finally, the emperor plunged the dagger into his own neck and committed suicide. Blood gushed forth, but he remained seated on the throne until the end. As his bloodied body slumped across the throne, Xiang Yu withdrew the dagger from the emperor's neck. As Xiang Yu laid waste to the imperial palace in an instant, he raised the flying bear once again. Whoosh! This time, Xiang Yu teleported to Gangwei Island, a sacred place in Goryeo where the moon luminary was sealed. He settled silently into the vault, promptly retrieving the moon luminary from its confinement. Rumble rumble. As anticipated, a great vibration echoed from outside, heralding the awakening of the guardian of the moon luminary. Soon, the formidable guardian would show itself. Confused as to Xiang Yu's intent, I felt turmoil inside, but he turned to me and spoke. You feel relieved now, don't you? What on earth was he talking about? Whether I offer blood to the altar or not, retrieving the moon luminary will awaken its guardian. So, you went all the way here just to tell me that? Correct. Having said that, Xiang Yu transitioned to a neighboring mountain region. Eventually, a colossal flash summoned the guardian of the moon luminary. Its enormous form resembling Izanagi no Mikoto roared into existence. Roar! Xiang Yu gazed at the guardian with an expressionless face, preparing to charge. Kaboom! It was nothing more than a body slam. However, upon receiving Xiang Yu's strike, the guardian staggered as a gaping hole formed in its side. The guardian, like a giant tree ripped from its roots, struggled to stabilize itself before suddenly summoning hundreds of energy beams to bombard Xiang Yu. Kaboom! Kaboom! Even in the wake of this destruction, Xiang Yu chose not to dodge. He swung his fist to retaliate. The beams returned, colliding with the guardian, which subsequently self-destruct. With the explosion of thousands of rays, the guardian was reduced to mere fragments. Xiang Yu flew gracefully through the chaos, seemingly unfazed by any damage, suddenly diverting his course towards a specific spot. He had discovered something lying on the ground where Izanagi no Mikoto had dematerialized. He bent down and picked up the object. It appeared to be a black gemstone, resembling obsidian. Looking around, he muttered, "How intriguing. What could possibly be intriguing about it?" But without a single explanation, Xiang Yu activated the flying bear once again. This time, he arrived at a site littered with grotesque rock formations. It resembled a remote mountain range steeped in dampness and chill. As he walked to the mountain's summit, he remarked, "This will be my last." What did he mean by last? My blessing ensures that you may tread the path of conquest with ease, granting any wishes you hold should you die. Could it be that my progress in conquest was aided by Xiang Yu's blessing? Also, I realized for the first time that he took over my body only after his death. As I tried to piece this together, Xiang Yu continued speaking. I never expected to battle Dalji, but it was entertaining. Thus, I will impart one last gift before I depart. But what more could he teach me? I was already dead, after all. What significance could that hold? You cannot see the Seal of Oblivion. Hence, the probability of your reincarnation is significantly high. Seal of Oblivion? What's that? Every fate decider is marked by a seal to forget when entering the cycle of reincarnation. However, every once in a while, that seal fades away or simply doesn't exist. Those individuals would reincarnate with their memories intact. After explaining, Xiang Yu added, "We've almost arrived." The summit was utterly tranquil, the air thin. In this silent mountain place, darkness blanketed while streams of light coursed through it. A stable spiritual energy enveloped this tranquil place like a sanctuary. Standing there, Xiang Yu said, "This is the place between heaven and earth where the paths to both are closed. This spot is where Zhuangzi, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, sealed the heavens?" Indeed. Thud. Thud. I'm not certain, but this place seems heavily guarded among the immortals. Usually, mere mortals can never wander here, and even sorcerers will face dismemberment if detected by the immortals. Adat novel bin adat. Why would the immortals resort to such extreme measures? Immortals are merely spiritual entities. To me, they are no different than those extraterrestrial beings. As Xiang Yu critiqued the celestial realm, he relaxed on a nearby stone. Slowly, he reclined, muttering, "Well then, take care." Simultaneously, Xiang Yu's spirit detached from my body, ascending among the clouds in the realm above. It seemed he had come to the heavenly realm effortlessly. Meanwhile, my body, revived by his strength, felt fatigue wash over me. With the energy draining from my limbs, sleepy thoughts crept in. A soft nap seemed appealing. Xiang Yu likely wished for me to succumb to a peaceful slumber. So, I chuckled lightly. Should I say thank you? I feel drowsy. As consciousness faded, I drifted off into a comfortable sleep. That marked my 14th death. The 15th life has begun. I felt like I was waking up in the stable after a long time. Unlike before, there was hardly any terrible pain or discomfort from my death. It was as if I had simply slept and awoken refreshed. Perhaps that's why I took a moment to calmly savor the moonlight in the stable and reflect. While my 14th life was filled with events, the actual time I spent alive was quite short. In reality, I had died before even reaching adulthood. However, during that time, I had acquired more diverse experiences and information than ever before. Therefore, rather than immediately jumping into action, I felt the need to organize the events in my mind. I began mentally sorting through the important information I had obtained one by one. Quite a lot, 8 pieces. First, Dongbang Mujiel went to find the young Awei water to cure the sickness of the young master of the White Lotus sect, discovering clues that led to his return to the White Lotus sect years later. Along the way, he became entangled with Dao King Baiyokji Sang, a woman of extraordinary beauty. Dongbang Mujiel hired the unparalleled powerhouse Bai Quan Sang Sama for protection. Second, according to Bakrai Zhonggun, a master of Young Wangok dwells there. Third, to meet the nine-tailed fox, one must go to the Imperial Palace in Kyoto. Fourth, this world is indeed round, and the second seal of the shimmering abyss of water lies in the North Pole. Fifth, carelessly touching the crystal stone tablet or the spirit of the ancestor in the Imperial Palace would awaken Demon King Dalji, the apostle of the old ruler. Sixth, there exists something called final O's in Thunder God lineage, and the three great Dharma protectors of red, green, and blue hold the key to it. Additionally, a person named Chongguol is hiding in Aokigahara Sui, known as a devilish land. Seventh, the blessing of Xiang Yu activates after my death, with a place called between heaven and earth existing somewhere that opens pathways to the celestial realm. Eighth, the illness was born from the old ruler's curse, and can be cured with black and white lotus. After recalling all this, I felt troubled. Could even Mang Niang offer guidance after receiving so much information? And I was also unsure whether I needed to receive Xiang Yu's blessing again. While it undoubtedly held immense power, the condition that it triggered after death felt a bit uncomfortable. Sure, it might feel refreshing, but ultimately, it still led to my death. This made me realize that I needed to reconsider the initial method I employed for movement. I thought through the steps I had been taking carefully. First, I get the Chinambaizio. I'll head to Shandong province to obtain the golden scale first. Then, I'll defeat monsters in the great dungeon to rescue Wang Yian. Next, I'll gather the 1,000-year snow ginseng from Huangshan after slaying the spider and obtain the shimmering abyss of water. At Taikaiyang village, I'll get the silver phoenix sculpture. Then, I'll clean up the pirates on the pirate island, give a revival fee to Wasong Maiyang, and entrust the Goryeo prisoners to him. After that, I'll meet Mang Niang to receive the blessings of the immortal. I'll then set the girls including Somun Hai free at Myung Mun and deal with all the prisoners. I felt this process was flawless without any unnecessary complications. But since I had gathered a lot of information while living my 14th life, I wasn't entirely sure if this was the perfect order. After contemplating for a moment, I decided. Indeed, I'll have to ask Mang Niang later. I thought that perhaps there might be something I overlooked. I trusted that Mang Niang would point out any issues and teach me the best course of action. I immediately set off to gather the Chinambaizio. After acquiring it, I promptly moved to Shandong province, using a Maio Linbo to jump, making excellent progress thanks to my diligent training in Thunder God lineage. Once I had the golden scale from Shandong province, I went to the great dungeon and prepared to fight the tentacle toad. Wuong, I have come to defeat you. Gem Soai, the sword master, descended upon me. Although I couldn't defeat Dalji in my 14th life, it was simply because she was too strong. Gem Soai possessed skills that were already beyond human limits. He effortlessly executed a GEOM and sword energy and wiped out the giant tentacle toad. Guru Yur. After defeating the giant tentacle toad, unexpectedly, Gem Soai spoke to me. You, how is the aura of the zodiac lingering on you? What do you mean? No, it must be my imagination. I can faintly sense the ominous power of the zodiac, but it's not concerning enough. After saying this, Gem Soai finished his divine blessing and left. I pondered over his words and began to see the reasoning. It must be Xiang Yu. According to the nine-tailed fox, Xiang Yu was a being who had received powers from 12 zodiacs. With Xiang Yu having blessed me and rampaged, it was no surprise that Gem Soai, a legendary immortal, could sense the overlapping traces from my past life. I found myself smiling wryly while recalling Xiang Yu. I was already contemplating how I would respond should I meet him again. A short while later, I rescued General Wang Yian and the prisoners before heading to Huangshan. I then collected the 1,000-year snow ginseng along with the black and white lotus roots before plunging into the ruins of the shimmering abyss of water to catch the giant spider. By now, the giant spider had been reduced to an inconsequential story for me. Kuku Kwonk? After slaying the giant spider and pinning it against the wall, I muttered to myself. I had already stored the golden chest in my necklace. I'll have to come back later with a special Dijin to pull out the inner treasures. I could probably borrow a special Dijin from the Sichuan Rising clan or other poison clans. After grasping the shimmering abyss of water, I went straight underground to obtain the statue of Zhuangzi, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Afterwards, I traveled to the study of the Wuklan at Taikaiyang village and nabbed the silver phoenix sculpture, swiftly making my way to the pirate island. I joyfully rampaged through the pirate island at dawn, utterly decimating the pirates. In the process, I rescued the prisoners, freed Somun Hai from her bondage, and successfully stuffed the treasures of the Bloodsaber group along with Muramasa's swords and all gunpowder into my necklace. After handing Hua Song Maiyang a golden ingot for the revival of the Wuklan, I headed to meet Mang Niang. Whoosh! It was a tremendous number of tasks, but I had become so accustomed to it that I could carry them out mechanically without feeling any qualms. Especially while decapitating the pirates, the righteous fury I used to feel was now almost non-existent. It felt tedious, like swatting away pests, as I kept slaying the same pirates over and over, far surpassing 5 or 6 times. Yet, despite that, visiting Mang Niang always stirred new emotions within me. He had consistently provided me with new directions whenever I shared fresh information. Meng Niang lay sprawled out in his usual spot on the deck, apparently with nothing much to do. I approached him and spoke. Hello. Huh? How did you? I am Beck Wong. Afterward, I explained the events of my 14th life to Meng Niang, showcasing the various treasures and artifacts I had collected. When I took out one of the rescued pirate prisoners to show him, Meng Niang's face turned into a picture of shock. The problem, however, was that recounting my 14th life had taken quite a bit of time, especially since there was so much information and action packed into the last life. What should have been a story filled with brief nuances dragged on for much longer than half a turn of the hourglass, surpassing a whole hour instead. By the time I finished my tale, a full 2 turns of the hourglass had passed. During that time, Meng Niang's face, which had occasionally shown curiosity or asked me questions, transformed to that of a boy listening to a grand epic read aloud. His hands trembled as he murmured, "Really, this is quite extraordinary." Then, looking at me, Meng Niang spoke. "I have one question. What is it? According to your description of your 14th life, my strategies failed several times and you ended up dead. Yet, you still trust me and came to seek my guidance. At novel bin at. The failures were entirely due to either misfortune, lack of strength, or my own errors. So what about the incident where you had me steal the spirit of the ancestor, and Dalji ran rampant? That was entirely my fault, wasn't it?" I replied with determination. "That was something no one in this world could foresee. I could never belittle your wisdom due to such an occurrence. Simply put, you are the smartest individual I have ever known. I simply trust in you. So please show me the way." Then Meng Niang appeared to want to say something but suddenly clenched his head, deep in thought, and eventually spoke resolutely. "Understood. From now on, leave it to me." After a moment, Meng Niang gathered his emotions and, fluttering the Owachilgium, stated, "First, I will compile the 8 pieces of information from your 14th life that you have discovered. Please do. First, the legendary master of Young Wongok, the location of the 9-tailed fox, and the second seal of shimmering abyss of water aren't immediately important, so we'll place them aside for now. Furthermore, the rest of the information currently holds minimal significance. With that said, the most critical discussion must be about the existence of Dalji." I let out a thoughtful hum and replied, "Dalji was truly powerful. Even Gem Soai, the immortal, would find it a challenge to defeat her one-on-one. If she's that much of a great monster, then it's reasonable to call her a demon king. However, what's truly important is how Dalji became involved. Isn't it because someone stole the crystal stone tablet and the spirit of the ancestor? When the offerings were taken, the old ruler got enraged and brought Dalji into the matter." Meng Niang nodded and responded, "In that case, order and intent are critical. Order and intent. Think about it. The one who initiated the creation of the spirit of the ancestor was the being known as an alchemist. Therefore, it indicates that the alchemist crafted it as offerings to the old ruler. So the question is, what was the offering for? At first glance, it seemed purely for the sake of honoring the old ruler. However, causing such a commotion with an amalgamation of Eastern and Western rituals for a single offering is a bit perplexing. It's likely that even the alchemist was equally powerful as those who summoned them initially, making a regular human sacrifice seem 100 times easier." Meng Niang continued. "As you might have guessed, the spirit of the ancestor wasn't merely created for offerings. That's why the old ruler, who ordinarily refrained from interfering with the mortal realm, reacted so strongly to the point of commanding his followers to cause chaos. There's something special about it. Without a doubt, the me that used to be Meng Niang merely viewed the spirit of the ancestor as a battle spell weapon. Thus, it's time to alter our approach. How should we approach it differently?" Meng Niang smiled knowingly. "If you touch it, a demon king level existence will come into play, but if you don't touch it, then the spirit of the ancestor will be completed and the enemy will become stronger. In that case, the solution is obvious. We'll have to wipe out the enemy decisively. Seems like that's the way. First, let's go to the immortal and present the offerings of the shimmering abyss of water. After we see what sort of blessing we can receive, we can then decide our subsequent actions." I headed with Meng Niang towards the village where he resided. After burying the Chinumbaizio and explaining the situation to Qin Wujin, we proceeded with the shimmering abyss of water offering ceremony. For the first time, Taigzu Tianzun conducted a divine blessing. "An odd human you are, why do I sense the power of the zodiac from you?" "I'm not sure what you mean." Feigning ignorance, Taigzu Tianzun tilted his head and said, "No, it can't be. Since my aura is present, I'll extend my blessing to other beings." Next up was Queen Mother of the West. Since I had some questions for her regarding the 9-tailed fox, I didn't just casually request her favor. Instead, I asked her directly, "I have a question." "What is it?" "I understand that Dalji is a follower of the old ruler and is a 9-tailed fox. However, it seems the Dalji currently in the mortal realm is different from the fox demon. Are they related in any way?" After a moment's silence, Queen Mother of the West responded, "It's a taboo. It's a closely guarded secret of the celestial realm that cannot be revealed to mortals. What if I desire to know the secret in exchange for the offering of the shimmering abyss of water?" Her expression darkened, visibly annoyed at my inquiry. Queen Mother of the West leisurely adjusted her pipe and replied, "You might just lose your mind over it. No matter how much you offer the shimmering abyss of water, I cannot disclose that matter. I believe you're worrying unnecessarily. That secret is something I cannot leak." So, say something else. I intuitively sensed that Queen Mother of the West held knowledge of a staggering secret regarding Dalji. According to the nine-tailed fox, Queen Mother of the West was an extremely ancient being in the celestial realm, even predating Emperor Gong Sun He Yuan. Thus, she would surely be aware of Dalji's existence. What could it possibly be that you refused to speak out, even at the cost of the offering? Knowing that presenting offerings to the shimmering abyss of water was an incredibly pleasant affair for even the great immortals of the celestial realm, her refusal to exchange it for a secret piqued my curiosity. I wanted to probe further, but she was an absolute entity of the celestial realm. If I unknowingly crossed her, it could mean losing a life for no reason. So I decided to let it drop and pass the opportunity to other immortals while hoping for Maiho's favor. As for Namewei's turn, I let that pass as well, leading to another elegant retry. Just as expected, the order in which the great immortals emerged was consistent, no matter how many times I lived again. The innate natural hunter, god of hunting, who was known for shooting down the sun, stepped forth. I am Ya. I shall grant you the ability to shoot with pinpoint accuracy. Remembering the last time I explained that I was a swordsman and not an archer, therefore didn't need such a skill, I recalled receiving Xiang Yu's blessing. While I felt apprehensive about being blessed again, I decided to try for other possible outcomes. Yeah, I'm sorry, but please listen to my circumstances. Your circumstances? Yes. In fact, I have powerful enemies. Thus, I recounted my battles with the White Lotus sect and the Imperial Palace. I explained thoroughly just how tough they were, in terms of both numbers and might, subtly implying how difficult the situation was. Therefore, I'm not convinced that the ability to shoot with pinpoint accuracy is essential for my survival. Could you either enhance the accuracy or introduce me to someone else? This time, Ye appeared to be deep in thought rather than his usual demeanor. After a moment, he declared, "All right. I hadn't planned to go this far, but since you put it that way, I will grant you my arrows." Arrows. Just then, Peruum. A sound like thunder erupted as the 8 trigrams materialized around Ye. The radiant trigrams enveloped him tightly. Confirming the presence of the trigrams, Ye cried up towards the sky. Dijun, what is the meaning of this? It was the moment when heavenly god Ye screamed like a banshee. Kuala-Arak. Suddenly, a bizarre creature began descending from the sky. It was rare to see a true divine power being demonstrated like this. It was usually just indirect methods, so both Mangniang and I stared in shock at the entity. The creature had a human face, dog ears, and an unidentifiable beast's body. Its appearance was undoubtedly monstrous, yet instead of malevolence, there was an aura of divinity surrounding it. As Mangniang gazed upon it, he whispered, "Shabai God coming down as the apostle of Dao King Jejun." The Shabai God finally opened its mouth and spoke in a booming voice that resonated with the soul. Here is the meaning of Jejun. Both Red Bow and White Arrow belong to the Heavenly Emperor. Bestowing them upon a mortal may be too much of a blessing. However, Ye scowled in annoyance, displaying emotions typically uncharacteristic for such a being. He then pulled a red bow from his back and addressed the Shabai God. "If that's the case, what about this bow that has vanquished the three-legged crow, Great Wind, Unclear, Chokshi, 9, or even the Bashi? That merit is something even the Yellow Emperor couldn't judge. Please make the right decision." The Shabai God fell silent for a long time. Then, resembling a raven, it shifted its beastly form slightly, causing a dazzling light to emit around it. Beautiful birds adorned with vibrant colors, unlike anything I'd ever seen before, took flight. Mangniang marveled at the sight. 5-color bird. Yat? The 5-color birds gradually fanned their wings, transforming into light orbs as they soared into the sky. Once that spectacle ended, the Shabai God too suddenly turned into a ball of light and vanished without a trace. As we remained bewildered by what had just occurred, Heavenly God Ye declared, "Jejun has granted permission. You shall receive my blessing." It seemed that the Shabai God had conveyed the will of Jejun solely to Ye. As Ye seemed ready to bestow the blessing and disappear, I hastily spoke up. I apologize, but I have a question." "What is it?" "If I receive a blessing I don't understand, it might be overwhelming. Could you provide an explanation?" I recalled the last time I unintentionally received Xiang Yu's blessing, which left me in a frenzy without knowing what to do. This time, it was vital to understand the specifics of the blessing. Though it might be seen as disrespectful to question a heavenly deity, Ye acknowledged the importance of my query and responded, "The blessing I will bestow is Red Bow and White Arrow. Furthermore, it also carries the ability of Fil Yung that I mentioned earlier." "What power does Red Bow and White Arrow hold?" "When you face a crisis, the Red Bow will appear and load the White Arrow for you. You will overcome danger with that arrow." "Payat?" With that final answer, Ye vanished. Chen Wujin stumbled and knelt to the ground. Clearly, he was exhausted from experiencing the divine presence of such godlike beings consecutively. I was curious what would happen if Chen Wujin were to receive the blessing from Ye, but I guess that would remain a mystery this life. After the ceremony ended, Chen Wujin forced back a nosebleed and said, "Heavenly God Ye is one of the most powerful war gods in history. As you've gained his ability, your actions may disrupt the balance of heaven and earth, so take care." This guy is giving me advice? It was so unlike him that I blinked in surprise. Chen Wujin usually spoke in a way that implied I should hurry up and get lost while being half-fainted from the fatigue of the divine ceremony. That itself was proof that something extraordinary had occurred with Heavenly God Ye bestowing me with the Red Bow and White Arrow. "What do you mean be careful?" Chen Wujin wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, displaying a pained expression. You'll cause disasters if you use it recklessly. I understand. Thank you. Ugh, my head, then be on your way. Mang Niang and I left Chen Wujin behind as we exited the village. I glanced back at the village, noticing that Mang Niang still had no visible reaction. Even if something was odd enough for Chen Wujin to warn me about, it didn't seem significant enough to warrant his involvement. I then headed with Mang Niang to a small tavern we often frequented. Mang Niang eagerly ate chicken dishes, commenting, "Just as you said, the next step is to go to Shadowless Gate and liberate the likes of Xiao Munhai. Indeed. It's the usual work." That sounds good, but let's think about it differently this time. How so? With a chicken drumstick in his mouth, Mang Niang muttered. Before doing that, we must visit my uncle, Zhuge Sa first. You may not think of it as very important, but within the next few years, Zhuge Sa will meet his end, which is a significant problem. That person cannot be killed by others. I turned to Mang Niang in surprise. He can't be killed by others. Mang Niang was no one to disregard people. His words and assessment were already recognized by great generals like Wang Yian, Li Kuang, and the heroes of the world. I hadn't expected Mang Niang to give such high praise so firmly. Mang Niang nodded. My father always said this, when Zhuge Sa serves the overlord, no one in this world can stop him. He and Zhuge Fu must join forces. Of course, Zhuge Sa is extremely cynical and has a negative personality, so he's not someone who serves others. However, his wisdom and strategies are beyond what even I can handle, so that assessment is by no means exaggerated. To be honest, accepting Mang Niang's evaluation was hard. If I were meeting him for the first time, I might wonder what right he had to praise himself like this, but after 14 lifetimes and decades of connection, I had witnessed Mang Niang's abilities clearly. In my eyes, no strategist could possibly surpass Mang Niang. At novel bin at. But to think Mang Niang could barely handle Zhuge Sa's strategies? That made me feel a bit rebellious, and I replied gruffly. Who knows what kind of guy he is? He'll probably die of his own accord. He doesn't seem very impressive. Haha, I think I might get along well with you. Huh? What do you mean? You'll find out once you meet. Mang Niang looked completely carefree now. Considering that, I thought there was no need to keep complaining. So I moved on to more practical matters. By the way, I heard that Zhuge Sa, as the ruler of Zhongling Valley, poses 3 riddles to visitors and rewards those who answer with gold. Do you happen to know the answers to those riddles? I know the answers but not their meanings. What do you mean? Mang Niang, crossing his arms, replied. That's quite tricky, though. It feels like he hasn't predetermined the answers. Rather, it seems like he wants to know what responses others would produce. He appears to want something from those who visit him. If I go with you, we should be fine. That seems right. I agreed with Mang Niang's assessment. He probably had already solved all 3 of Zhuge Sa's riddles before, and since understanding their answers didn't matter much, the key was to see if Zhuge Sa was alive or dead. Time within the Zhongling Valley almost comes to a standstill. A day or 2 of delay shouldn't matter. Finding out whether Zhuge Sa was alive sooner rather than later would be much more beneficial. I decided to postpone the matters regarding Shadowless Gate for a while. After finishing our meal, Mang Niang and I moved using a beetle to a small village. This village was where I had saved people from a flood back when I knew very little about the Maki and had received information about Zhongling Valley in exchange. Feeling nostalgic, I glanced at the village chief's house. Sure enough, there was the sturdy old village chief I had led away from drowning years ago. I felt happy to see him and greeted him. Hello. However, the village chief frowned. Who do you think you are to speak casually to someone older than you? I felt dumbfounded, but I realized he had reason to react that way. To martial artists, my overwhelming prowess would likely make them wary of me, but to the average person, I merely looked like a teenage brat. I awkwardly waved off the greeting and dragged Mang Niang away from the village. After we stepped outside the village, Mang Niang tilted his head. You should know better than to speak casually given your physical age. Why did you make such a mistake? Well, I hesitated before answering, telling Mang Niang that it was an unconscious mistake due to memories from the last time. After hearing my explanation, Mang Niang said, You must not make such mistakes for your own sake from now on. Until now, you may not have had to care much about it in your previous lives, but as you gather more memories and connections, you will notice that if they become intertwined, you may experience mental issues in the long run. I firmly shut my mouth. Just like Mang Niang said, while this incident might appear to be a simple mistake, it could serve as a trigger for potential mental distress. And the idea that accumulating memories could impact my mental state was completely plausible. I reflected deeply and replied to Mang Niang. But regardless of anything, memories are always accumulating. What if the day comes when my memory can't keep up? That's something to think about as well. Mang Niang pondered for a moment before responding. I might have a solution, but I'm not certain. What is it? Let's head to Zhongling Valley first. Once we see my uncle, it won't be too late to talk about it. I realized Mang Niang was urging me to stop thinking deeply about this matter for my own sake. He instinctively guessed what kind of gloomy thoughts I was having as a reborn. And that assumption was almost correct, so I smiled wryly. Right, my memories are definitely piling up. So far, I had managed to remember everything without issue, but somehow I felt that after just 10 more lifetimes, considerable forgetfulness might set in. While it wouldn't be a cause for concern regarding simple experiences, it could become a significant flaw in areas requiring precise knowledge. So, how can I effectively transfer the accumulation of memories? As I walked along the mountain path with Mang Niang towards Zhongling Valley, those thoughts raced through my mind constantly. Mang Niang would surely have arrived at an answer with his brilliant mind, but that didn't mean I would stop my own thinking. What Mang Niang had continuously emphasized was the principle of thinking for yourself. Knowledge not understood and realized with one's own mind holds no value. Eventually, we arrived in front of Zhongling Valley. It was a basin-like location, enclosed by towering walls as tall as Zhongling itself. There was no gatekeeper in the passage leading into Zhongling Valley. Mang Niang walked ahead and said, "If we walk about 5 li straight, we'll encounter a barrier." A barrier? Can Zhuge Sa cast spells? Of course. He's quite an adept sorcerer. After making that claim, Mang Niang, feeling hot, wiped his face with his sleeve. Last time I came, there was a long serpent drinking water array set up. Given that human's twisted nature, I'm sure he has not kept the same formation, so we'll probably need to crack a new barrier this time. Are you confident? Well, not entirely. So if things don't go well, you'll have to help me escape. Even Mang Niang's knowledge of formations was incredibly strong, able to quickly solve even the dilemmas Chen Wujin had faced with Kim and Dunjia. If he lacked confidence in dealing with Zhuge Sa's formations, it was clear meeting with him would be more of a hassle than I expected. Damn it. I need to learn proper spells. As I grumbled internally, Mang Niang suddenly stopped. Before us lay a flat area filled with flags. Mang Niang stared at the arrangement of the flags before saying, "Take a single step forward and the formation will activate." What kind of formation is this? It's a heavenly chaotic unity formation. This is atrocious. As Mang Niang clicked his tongue, I cocked my head. Chaotic? Is it that evil of a formation? More like a bothersome formation. Even if you get trapped, you won't die, but you'll suffer terribly and likely end up crying for help. It's designed to humiliate those caught within. Perhaps Zhuge Sa felt humiliated after being answered by Mang Niang when he previously cracked his formation and solved the riddles. That seemed quite likely, and I certainly didn't want to voice it aloud. After all, a twisted personality would surely amplify whatever misfortune loomed. Swai. Mang Niang carefully examined the flags and moved forward in an orderly fashion. He appeared to be stepping in a pattern fitting established rules, moving meticulously from side to side as he walked. After about 20 steps, Mang Niang said to me, "Follow my lead, I've opened a way, but I can't memorize that." I scratched my head. Of course, I should have been focusing on Mang Niang's footsteps, but somewhere along the way, I started to feel confused and unsure of my position. Then Mang Niang said, "In that case, we'll have to circle around and crush the core of the formation. Just hold on for a moment." After saying that, Mang Niang walked about in an unknown rule of paths, moving back and forth among the densely planted flags. After about 300 steps, he halted at a specific point and uprooted a red flag from the ground. The formation's gone. Now we can just walk through. Will it really work like that? This heavenly chaotic unity formation is a classic, textbook-level formation. Even a top-tier master trying to dash through would get caught, but if you break it down in the correct sequence, even a child could dismantle it. Wow. Still, it was tightly wound, so even a considerable level of formation knowledge wouldn't have made it easy to crack. Observing Mang Niang mumbling those words, it appeared he had struggled to unravel the heavenly chaotic unity formation despite his appearance. Mang Niang must dislike Zhuge Sa. It felt more like there was a bond of a bad friendship. As I followed Mang Niang into the dismantled formation, I couldn't believe that tiny flags could somehow trap or enchant a person. Eventually, Mang Niang and I came upon a peculiar house with alternating blue and green tiles. There was a bamboo grove nearby, swaying strangely in the wind. Thak. Outside the house stood an odd contraption without a handler. It had 4 wheels and appeared to be made for a person to ride and move. While I stared intently at the object, Mang Niang suddenly shouted, "Zhuge Sa, what's up with just leaving this cart out for guests? Come out immediately." But no response was heard. Instead, the unmanned cart began creaking and moved towards the tiled house. Clearly, this was due to some magic, as it was evident Zhuge Sa was leading us in. With no other choice, we walked along with the cart until the door of the tiled house opened. Dolkak? It felt like there was magic at work inside here too. Upon entering the tiled house, we saw a bear. Giant panda? A lazy bear, said to inhabit bamboo groves nearby, lay sprawled on the floor of the tiled house, covered in black and white fur. I stared at the giant panda in shock, but moments later, it opened its mouth and spoke human words. Shhh. Pert. Cock. Phew. Is this? Shut your filthy mouth, you punk bastards. A language that's usually used by low-life punks? It appeared the real body was somewhere else and this bear was merely being made to speak on its behalf. I was taken aback by the unexpected situation that didn't incite anger, but rather just a feeling of surreal amazement. Mang Niang scratched his head and asked, "Aren't you going to give us riddles?" The giant panda spoke again. "Hey you bastard with your fucking mouth, back when I was in good shape now my body is fucking sore." It seemed to speak slowly while trying to be annoyingly aggravating. Then, the giant panda picked up some nearby bamboo shoots and began to chew on them. "That's enough. I'm tired of this cursed life, so I'll just quit, ha ha ha. So get out, you fuckers." This is the advice from a wise elder who has lived longer than you all. And thus began my first impression of Zudge Essay, completely insane. Anyway, amidst that jumbled speech, one thing was clear, Zudge Essay was currently feeling unwell and seemed intent on driving both Mang Niang and me away. Mang Niang said, "If you don't want to give us a riddle, that's fine too. I read the signs and it seems you'll die in a few years, so I thought I should visit just in case." At that moment, the Great Brave Monument twitched. Then, it walked on all fours a bit and finally stood before us on its hind legs. Surprisingly, the Great Brave Monument turned out to be quite large, exuding an imposing presence. It opened its mouth again. "Very accurate. Damn, why, did you come here just to watch me die? He he he." Mang Niang glared at the Great Brave Monument directly. This was rare behavior for him as well. "Stop that weird way of talking. Did you acquire some bizarre knowledge from the otherworldly realm? Damn it, what are you gonna do about it, you little bastard? I thought Baek Wong might quench your thirst, but it seems it was a wasted trip. We shall take our leave." After saying that, Mang Niang turned to leave. Just then, Zudge Essay spoke through the Great Brave Monument in a proper tone. "Come on, you can't even joke around? An interesting oddity was supposed to stop by, and I prepared in advance for some fun." Mang Niang relaxed his gaze a little. "Uncle, please stop using that poor Great Brave Monument as a gag. You know that sorcery isn't good for animals." "Fine. You scholarly brat. Why is being called a scholar considered an insult? The term scholar refers to someone of high status with great power, so it should not be derogatory in any manner." I could not understand Zudge Essay's language or behavior at all, and it seemed Mang Niang felt similarly. "Payat?" A moment later, the Great Brave Monument staggered out on all fours, and in the empty room, a young man in his 30s appeared. He had a buzz cut and a dangerously dissatisfied look in his eyes that resembled Mang Niang's character description precisely. What was surprising was how little the age difference seemed. The young man looked almost the same age as Mang Niang. Zudge Essay was wearing a Daoist robe adorned with 8 trigrams, but he didn't seem very Taoist at all. He had a strange cyberpunk vibe, as if a worldly person had thrown on a Daoist robe. Zudge Essay said, "Adat novel bin adat. Hyena. Yes. I'm indeed feeling unwell, you bastard. You've come to bother a sick person." He complained, but Mang Niang asked without changing his expression. "You said you're not well? Is it an illness?" "No, just that I've snooped too much, and my eyes are shot." Mang Niang managed to brush off that mocking remark without getting angry. I was dumbfounded hearing that. Snooping? Snooping? Does that mean he's been peeping on others' lives like a thief? Is that the kind of shady behavior he engages in after mastering sorcery? I felt Mang Niang's earlier high assessment evaporate instantly. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't bring myself to trust Zudge Essay. Zudge Essay hung some sort of frame with a glass orb in front of his nose, a curious object I had never seen before. He then said, "Anyway, I don't feel like I have much time left. I'm not in the mood for riddles, so you should leave." "That's so self-centered." Suddenly, Mang Niang raised his voice, sounding uncharacteristically angry. "Will you just do whatever you want when you've seen a vision of me and Zudge Fu settling things in the future? What do you think about your own life?" His voice carried quite a bit of emotion. It seemed frustrating to just let him die like this, a mixed feeling of annoyance because they were blood relatives. Then Zudge Essay sat on a nearby bed and replied bluntly, "What's wrong with dying comfortably? What's all this nonsense? It's clear I'd rather die in a miserable way than awkwardly extend my life. That's done. What blessing is better than dying comfortably, right?" Saying that, Zudge Essay looked at me as if seeking agreement. He was such a repulsive character, yet at that moment, I found myself momentarily speechless. I felt as if my mouth had hardened. Dying comfortably is great. He's not wrong. There's no one who understands and resonates with that truth better than him. After experiencing various deaths, dying peacefully is indeed a fantastic blessing. Hearing that question, I finally grasped the meaning behind Mang Niang's earlier remark. Perhaps Zudge Essay and I could surprisingly get along. Even this guy accepts death with understanding, living as if it doesn't matter when one dies, with the mindset of wanting to do what one wishes until the end. Though he's not a reborn person like me, for him to genuinely adopt such an outlook is akin to madness. Most people, despite claiming life is fleeting, instinctively cling tightly during significant moments. However, Zudge Essay truly meant those words. There lay an intriguing bond of understanding. Then Zudge Essay displayed a strange expression. He seemed to empathize with my hesitance. "Look at this. I thought you brought a world-renowned hero or righteous knight, but instead, you brought some dirt-poor character." Mang Niang calmly replied. "His name is Baek Wong. I plan to travel the world with him from now on." "Wow, if you're bringing him along, I assumed he'd be someone like Liu Bei, but who is this pathetic loser? Your father would weep." "Don't casually talk about my father. We are estranged." "Oh, sorry. But it's so absurd." Zudge Essay mumbled incredulously and then looked at me with half-open eyes. "Your internal power seems immense and your martial arts quite impressive, but you can't deceive my eyes, you bastard. You've been trying to expand an earthen pot, but it's still a pot, right? You're not a genius, but can you ever become a hero?" This guy is infuriatingly arrogant. I wanted to punch him in the face right away. But despite that surge of anger, all accumulated experiences clearly indicated one undeniable truth. He's remarkable. Zudge Essay accurately judged me, and that's something no ordinary person could do. Even the hawk-eyed Li Kuang could not? It astonished me that he could grasp the core of my essence. Zhuge S.A. was undoubtedly a genius, a brilliant oddball of the highest caliber. Responding emotionally to him based on my present feelings would result in irreparable harm. That harm could be unimaginable. It might lead to my death in this lifetime, or even something I'd regret for decades in the afterlife. Thus, I repressed my anger and spoke calmly. I don't know how you figured it out, but I am certainly an ordinary human. However, regardless, I'm living my current life to the fullest because I have things I need to accomplish. Living your life to the fullest? A very plausible response. There's hardly any counter-argument to such a political statement. By the way, I've never seen anyone claiming to live well actually do so. What nonsense are you talking about? Meh. Zhuge S.A., who had been mockingly making fun of everything, crossed his arms and continued speaking. Fine. I'll acknowledge that you're interesting, if not extraordinary. So go ahead and try to solve one of my riddles. I replied irritably. I'm not particularly confident in my wisdom. He. Well, this sort of thing isn't fun without a wager. Zhuge S.A. let out a crazy laugh. Based on my experience, that kind of laugh could only belong to someone whose mind was a little broken. Yes. This guy is insane. Something in him must be charred and twisted within the chaos. You're suggesting a bet, huh? If you can solve the riddle I give you, I'll grant you anything you wish. And if I get it wrong? When I asked back, Zhuge S.A. wore a contemplative expression. Well, usually, death is the punishment. But you seem to have a weird fear of death, so that wouldn't be much of a penalty. This is my first time encountering someone like that. Let's see, what should it be? Suddenly, I understood why Meng Niang dislikes Zhuge S.A. Given this guy's personality, when he was the lord of Yonggryong Valley, he probably awarded gold to anyone who solved his riddles but condemned those who failed to death. He's basically a murderous joker? No wonder Meng Niang would hesitate to treat him like an uncle. After thinking for a moment, Zhuge S.A. snapped his fingers. Got it? If you fail, I'll place a curse on you. A curse? What kind? Hehe. I can't tell you, but you can look forward to it. Zhuge S.A. chuckled ominously. Then he asked. Now decide. Will you attempt to solve it or not? I glanced at Meng Niang. He shook his head. Receiving his message, I quickly replied. I won't do it. Why would I agree to a curse? Only a madman would choose yes in this situation. Zhuge S.A. jeered. I knew you'd say that. Scared? Huh. Think whatever you want. Meng Niang seemed to think solving Zhuge S.A.'s riddle was quite a dangerous undertaking. I saw no reason to recklessly take a risk, so I decided to withdraw from the game. Zhuge S.A. laughed sinisterly and then laid down on the bed. Well then, scram. I'm a patient, so I need to rest. I didn't ask you and I'm not curious either. I retorted with a sense of stubbornness, and Zhuge S.A. laughed in delight. Ha 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 ha. What a coincidence. He was completely incomprehensible. What on earth did he see or hear that made him so deranged? I left Yonggryong Valley with Meng Niang, casting a disapproving glance back at it. Even if I could recruit him, I'd refuse. While he might possess remarkable abilities, something about him was just off. Unless absolutely necessary, I wouldn't take the initiative to come to Yonggryong Valley and recruit him. While I fumed internally, Meng Niang spoke bitterly. Just for your information, the riddle he set for me last time was in the morning. It has 4 legs. In the afternoon, it has 2. In the evening, it has 3. What is it? Is there even a creature like that? A human. A cane. I was momentarily flabbergasted before grasping the meaning. Indeed, if one likens a person's life from early stages to the final years, that would fit. Then Meng Niang sighed. That was a riddle he threw at me when he was in a good mood. Although I solved it, it felt like he tossed it out just to see if I could answer. But now, he doesn't look like he's in a good mood, which means he'll unleash some truly insane problems. Aren't we supposed to solve 3? That's just a rumor made up to filter out the mediocre. You only need to get one right, but that one will be exceedingly difficult. Isn't that him arbitrarily deciding the answer? It felt like I was harboring growing dissatisfaction, which Meng Niang seemed to notice. He might be on the verge of suicide, stacking up madness and depression for years. I doubt we can recruit him, so let's just give up. Fine. Yet, I felt as though I were missing something. What's going on? I get the impression he's hiding something. My instincts as a reborn person. That lingering feeling, probably something yet to uncover? Logically, Meng Niang's judgment was 100% correct, but something told me Zhuge S.A. wasn't just someone who would end his life because of insanity or depression. That feeling could be regarded as my intuition as a fellow oddball. Whatever. Let's come back another time. I decided to put Zhuge S.A. aside for now. I had too many things to take care of without fixating on him alone. I haven't been feeling well for a while and had various things to manage, so my updates have been irregular. However, I'm not planning to switch to an every other day update schedule and will strive for daily updates moving forward. Please always look forward to the exciting chapters. 3 Sovereigns and 5 Emperors. I returned to Jinrang Valley with Meng Niang. Then Meng Niang said, From what I've gathered, I realize now that I've mistakenly executed my strategy thus far. What do you mean by that? After sipping a warm cup of tea, Meng Niang continued. The Meng Niang until now has allowed you to cultivate and navigate variables on your own, growing the Banghian alliance to keep the Imperial Palace in check while preparing to ally with the Thunder God lineage in a pinch. With the powerful piece called Wang Yian, it was only natural for that path to follow. In other words, I was prepared to seize the world at any moment. However, now that the existence of Dalji has been revealed, that strategy has become obsolete. In simpler terms, it means there's a pressing need to significantly revise our strategy for your 15th life. I tilted my head in confusion. What does that mean? For instance, if we assume in your 14th life, we let the portrait of the ruler sit unclaimed in the imperial palace as time passed, Dalji wouldn't have intervened. But in a few years, the portrait of the ruler would have been crafted to a point where it could be practically used. Press one button, and the other side flourishes. This means, as things stand, we can never defeat the imperial palace in a direct confrontation of organizations. But I successfully took over the imperial palace when I assassinated the emperor with the power of the old ruler. Yet, you couldn't handle Zujfu, the final defense, with your own strength. Even if the situation unfolds favorably and Zujfu were to surrender to us, then, touching the imperial palace amounts to attacking the underlings of the old ruler, responsible for his sacrifices. It's only a matter of time before the old ruler intervenes and dispatches Dalji. After explaining that, Mangyang sighed. That's why I said I've set the wrong strategy. Until now, our plan was merely to overthrow the royal family and establish order before the intervention of the old ruler. But if Dalji's power is as tremendous as suggested, we must reassess all our plans. Above all, we currently don't even understand why the alchemists are casting magic of the demonic path or for what purpose. Listening to Mangyang's words, I pondered deeply before asking, what should we do? Mangyang picked up the teapot and poured hot tea into my cup. The current situation is so flooded with information that it leaves us perplexed about what to do. I believe your will should be prioritized. My will. I have a logical solution in my mind, but I can't readily present it to you. Because there are too many unknown truths at play, hastily moving forward could lead to mistakes or misunderstandings, like before. Mangyang gazed at me earnestly as he continued. That's why your intuition is important. I don't really have good intuition. You have already repeated time regression 15 times. You possess experience far beyond that of an average person. I believe you have senses only you can access. There was uncertainty in Mangyang's words, leading me to hum in contemplation. Intuition? Did I ever have that? Up until now, whenever something seemed good, I had approached it haphazardly and made judgments afterward. I often ended up dying because of it, so I couldn't confidently trust my intuition. However, considering Mangyang's words, I couldn't disregard it either, so I thought through my options. Then I voiced what I most wanted. First, I want to meet Maiho and then master of the White Lotus sect. Mangyang responded with surprise, at novel bin at. You want to meet the master of the White Lotus sect? What makes you think that? I felt awkward bringing it up with Mangyang, a lowly being like myself, as I had no solid reason for my thought. I scratched my head and answered, well, I thought giving the world to the White Lotus sect wouldn't be too bad. Whether the White Lotus sect dominated the martial world had nothing to do with me. I just wanted to let them do whatever they pleased without unnecessary resistance. Mangyang's face stiffened. I wondered if I had said something wrong, feeling anxious, until Mangyang sighed deeply. I can truly believe now that you are a reborn person. What you just said was one of the solutions I had in mind, but it's not something an ordinary person would suggest. Moreover, your approach is completely different from mine. Mangyang appeared genuinely impressed. Since I had spent a lot of time with him, I hadn't seen him react that way often, so I felt oddly pleased. I had mostly spoken without thinking it through, but it felt like I stumbled upon a lucky chance. Mangyang said, yes, I agree that trying that method now is worth a shot. Up until now, we tried to topple the Imperial Palace through our efforts alone, but perhaps yielding control to the White Lotus sect entirely isn't such a bad idea after all. It's better to risk lesser evils than the worst evil. Sounds good. However, this implies one crucial fact. Is that all right with you? What do you mean? As Mangyang continued, my expression hardened. You cannot ally with Li Kuang in this life or receive his teachings. Li Kuang sees the White Lotus sect and all its supporters as enemies. I hadn't considered that. Indeed, if I were to assist the White Lotus sect, I could not engage with the Thunder God lineage, who viewed them as adversaries. Moreover, it would be questionable whether I would ever have the chance to meet Li Kuang again in the future. While I didn't particularly like Li Kuang, missing out on training alongside martial geniuses like him and Jin Sochong would be quite a painful hit. I pondered before replying. What if I hand over the world to the White Lotus sect and then join the Thunder God lineage to fight together? That's too self-centered an approach. Handing over the world to the White Lotus sect means the master of the White Lotus sect will mobilize all their power for the conquest of the Central Plains. Do you think the Thunder God lineage could survive that? Without a doubt, it will be completely different from dealing with the contemplative White Lotus sect from the previous life. It will be an overwhelming degree of difficulty. There are ways to have both, but I'll leave it to your intuition. It felt like I had to make a choice again. I sensed that this was a significant turning point. Until now, whenever I consulted Mangyang, he had simply provided a straightforward direction. However, this time he was making me choose, which indicated how crucial this matter was. I sat in silence for about 60 breaths, drinking tea while deep in thought. Mangyang also participated in the silence, sipping his tea as he waited for me. I soon replied, I'll let go of the Thunder God lineage, but I want Jin Sochong on our side. Upon hearing my answer, Mangyang looked astonished. Then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you are indeed an interesting person. Out of the 10 choices I considered, you picked the one that looks the toughest. Is that impossible? What could make it impossible? Let's give it a try. Thank you. I felt gratitude towards Mangniang. He said. Well then, I will prepare while you go get Maiho. Understood. Oh, and for now, don't think about heading to Aokigahara. It might complicate things. I will take note of that. It seemed Mangniang was concerned I would become overly curious and strive to explore Aokigahara, ultimately leading to my demise. Indeed, such a magical realm should not be ventured into at my current lack of strength. I felt that this 15th life was meant for monumental preparations, so I resolved to act as cautiously as possible. I then prepared to use cooking to head to the Heavenly Palace. Whoosh! Maiho asked me to bring her directly from the next reincarnation, didn't she? Recalling Maiho's request, I stepped into the interior of the Heavenly Palace. If I didn't meet her directly, Maiho would have to travel for hundreds of miles to reach the Central Plains, following the orders of the Queen Mother of the West. As I walked through the inner chambers of the Heavenly Palace, suddenly a spine-chilling sound rang out. King? It was an unsettling sound, seemingly designed to bewilder the mind. Knowing how to prepare for a spell of this sort, I closed my ears as much as possible and focused my inner power. As a result, the dizzying sensation in my head subsided, and I was able to stand upright. Bang! Bang! At the same time, 2 goblin-like creatures appeared from a distance. Knowing full well what those beings were, I murmured. Front demon and back demon, huh. When I first met Maiho, these were the spirit puppets that had nearly annihilated the warriors of the 12 beats. The power of the front demon and back demon is proportional to that of the sorcerer, indicating that Maiho's illusion skills are extraordinarily impressive. Of course, even I couldn't look down on the front demon and back demon now. The front demon and back demon did not launch an attack but merely glared at me. And from somewhere, an echo of the heart language spell reached my ears. Who are you? Who dares to intrude upon the Heavenly Palace? That tone sounded very familiar. I chuckled and replied. Maiho, I figured you'd be looking for me. You must have heard from the Queen Mother. Let's skip to the chase. For a long moment, Maiho didn't respond at all. Then suddenly, her half-fox, half-human form manifested between the front demon and back demon. With an imposing expression, the beautiful yet mystical fox monster Maiho looked at me with caution and said, So it is true. You are the human that the Queen Mother spoke of. That's right. But how is it that you were able to arrive so quickly when I only received the revelation just a day ago? First, shouldn't you dispel those spirit puppets? They're too scary for me to even speak. Humph. Bam! When Maiho waved her hand, the front demon and back demon vanished. She approached me and said, From the looks of it, you seem to be a martial artist from the Central Plains. What's the story? Of course. I came here to find you. However, you must believe everything I say. Trusting is the hardest thing in the world, you know. If you don't want to believe me, that's fine. After all, your tasks won't change regardless. Then Maiho wagged her tail playfully, flashing a peculiar smile. You're an interesting one. Why do you speak as if we've been acquaintances before? Well, that's because I've been reincarnated. What? Then, like I did with Mangniang, I shared the lengthy tale of my past lives with Maiho. Recounting my 14 lives felt exhausting, but Maiho listened intently, without showing any signs of boredom, her expression serious the whole time. To bolster my credibility, I showed her the cooking and mock gap as proof. The moment she witnessed their capabilities, she was taken aback. Wow, this must be a demonic artifact? Incredible. Now do you believe me? What a fascinating story. Maiho had plenty of questions for me, and I responded sincerely, sharing all that I knew. After about a 60 breaths of back and forth dialogue, Maiho finally sighed. It truly seems to be the case. You don't look all that clever, yet your story holds together perfectly. The comment about not looking clever stung a bit. When my face fell, Maiho hurriedly tried to soothe me. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I was merely trying to ascertain the truth of your tale. What do you mean? Humans can weave all sorts of lies, but once you dive into the details, inconsistencies arise. Yet, your story lacks that feeling. So I believe in its truth. Well, that makes sense. It is indeed difficult to believe such things right off the bat. As Maiho gently patted my cheek playfully, she said, Ahaha, Baekwung. So, did you come to pick me up to prevent me from journeying to the Central Plains on my own? Yep. That was your request. Speaking of which, how about just living here instead? I could place you on the throne of Dongyang. I shook my head at Maiho's offer. Sorry, but I can't do that. Leaving the Imperial Palace unattended would spark a tremendous catastrophe. After saying that, a realization hit me, and I asked Maiho, by the way, have you ever heard of Dalji, the Great Yokai? Maiho hesitated, then responded, I haven't been on the ground for that long. To start, I was born in the Heavenly Realm, and during ancient times like the Silver Age, beings like that didn't even exist. I've never heard of a great nine-tailed fox like that. But nine-tailed foxes aren't all that common, are they? You alone are a heavenly fox. When I raised my objection, Maiho replied, there are a lot of fox demons around, and more than a few could train long enough to acquire 9 tails and achieve the status of heavenly fox. Perhaps Dalji was also a creature like that, undergoing severe levels of cultivation since the days of the Silver Age. Maiho's reasoning made sense. Just like humans, yokai can also gain powers through training, so if they cultivate it for a long time, they'd acquire strength according to their effort. I nodded in understanding and said, then let's go. I look forward to working well together. Just a moment. Why? After hearing you, I'd like to bring my loyalists along. They could prove quite helpful in whatever Mangniang has in mind. Your loyalists? Yes. After enchanting Dongyang, I have a couple of chosen ones in mind. Curiosity piqued my interest. It seems Maiho, on her journey to the Central Plains, hadn't considered bringing her loyalists along. Now that she had heard my story and knew of cooking, a convenient means of transport was present, suggesting she might want to take her loyalists to the Central Plains. The more allies, the better, so I nodded fervently. Sure? Who are they? Maiho laughed gleefully. I intend to bring just 2. So who could they be? Maiho confidently replied. Miyamoto Musashi and Hattori Hanzo. The next day, Maiho summoned 2 men to the imperial palace. Of course, they were called by the emperor's decree, who was merely a puppet, and they believed without a doubt it was in response to the emperor's command. The emperor said to the 2 warriors who knelt before him, "You shall follow the noble consort to the Central Plains from now on." "Yes, my lord." They answered without hesitation at first since it was an imperial order, but suspicion filled their faces. To avoid raising unnecessary doubts, the emperor added an explanation. "Escort the noble consort, and seek out the 7 luminaries, to obtain the legendary treasure and ensure the prosperity of the nation." Understood. With that, Maiho and I stood before them. Miyamoto Musashi. He was known as the strongest warrior of the Dongyang and bore the flamboyant title of Unmatched under heaven. His specialty in dual-wielding swords was remarkable, especially in the art of war, and he was renowned as the best among sword masters. Hattori Hanzo. The ninja guarding the ruling Tokugawa clan of the current shogunate, and the head of the prestigious Hattori clan. In terms of ninjutsu, he had reached the pinnacle on Dongjung's soil. So, I'm really going with the best samurai and ninja in Dongyang. I muttered to myself. This kind of company would indeed be a significant help, as Maiho claimed. With her beautiful guise as the noble consort, she spoke. "Thank you for your cooperation. This is Baek Wung, a warrior from the Central Plains, who is pursuing the whereabouts of the 7 luminaries. I hope you will work together." Then, standing beside her, Hattori Hanzo, dressed in his characteristic dark ninja attire, spoke up. "Noble consort, the shogun has yet to respond to this matter. Could you wait for a few days? You know that the Hattori clan is a loyal servant of the Tokugawa clan. So, what will happen if the shogun opposes this?" Hattori Hanzo hesitated for a moment and then replied. "Thank you for naming me, but I cannot involve myself in this matter. Moreover, I believe the noble consort's journey to the Central Plains will require deep consideration." I understood why Hattori Hanzo was speaking this way. The nominal emperor was the ruler of Dongyang, but in reality, he was no more than a figurehead without any real power. The true authority lay with Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and now the Tokugawa Ieyasu's shogunate. Thankfully, thanks to Maiho's efforts, the imperial family hadn't fallen completely, allowing them to maintain some power, but the shogunate was undoubtedly the seat of absolute power. Maiho scoffed. "Huh? Do you mean to say that this is my matter, and I must ask for the shogun's permission? I hope you make a wise decision." "Hattori Hanzo, how do you perceive me? Do you believe I am treating you gently because I cannot handle you?" Whoosh! At that moment, Maiho unleashed her formidable demonic power, causing Hattori Hanzo to flinch and step back. He seemed tense, swallowing dryly as he spoke. "Everyone, including myself, knows that the noble consort is an extraordinary being beyond human comprehension. Until now, we recognized your efforts to maintain balance in the human realm, yet if you act on your whims, I cannot simply stand by." It seemed Hattori Hanzo was already aware that Maiho was a great demon. If he was this cautious, then enchanting him might prove tricky. As Maiho glared at him, Miyamoto Musashi interjected. "There's no need for us to face off like this. The key point is whether what we do is beneficial for the shogun or harmful, isn't it? If the noble consort adequately explains the importance of this matter, this ninja will advise the lord." Musashi had a clear grasp of the situation. Maiho relaxed a bit at Miyamoto Musashi's words and said, "Right. I apologize for being hasty, Hattori Hanzo." "Not at all. I also apologize for being rude to the noble consort." Maiho then explained to Hattori Hanzo about the 7 luminaries and their powers and roles. It seemed that Hattori Hanzo and the current shogunate knew nothing about the 7 luminaries, as he displayed evident surprise. He calmed his excitement and replied, "Indeed, this is quite astonishing. I will respond within 3 days. I shall wait." Swish! Hattori Hanzo vanished using his characteristic ninja stealth. Left behind, Miyamoto Musashi inquired, "What should I do?" "You should go ahead to the Central Plains with Baek Wung. Is that all right? You aren't affiliated with any specific daimyo, right? Even if you leave first, the shogunate won't find fault with it." "Understood." With that, Miyamoto Musashi and I departed for the Central Plains first, intending to return for Maiho later. Whoosh! I arrived at Jinrang Valley using the boiling technique alongside Miyamoto Musashi. Immediately after moving, he asked, "What was that illusion just now?" It was incredibly terrifying. Adat novel bin adat. When using the golden bubbling technique, if one doesn't break free quickly, they could witness the Amshinhyang or the undersea two-legged. It seemed Miyamoto Musashi caught a glimpse of that scene since I hadn't fully severed the connection yet. I explained. Those are treasures of the other races. Other races. As I explained about the other races, Miyamoto Musashi expressed his admiration. Indeed, it seems that the magic tribe forms communities as well. Well, something like that? I responded while observing Miyamoto Musashi. Is this guy really the best warrior in Dongyang? He certainly had to be an extraordinary master. I could sense his sword aura just like when I faced Kami Izumi no Butsuna, a sign of a true top-tier swordsman ready to let loose incredible sword techniques. Yet, inwardly, I felt a slight doubt. While he had to be on par with Kami Izumi no Butsuna or even better, why does he give off this awkward vibe? His speech and demeanor implied he was a supreme expert. It was strange. Well, that's not the main issue right now. I brought Miyamoto Musashi to meet Mang Niang. Upon seeing him, Mang Niang exchanged greetings with Miyamoto Musashi. After I explained the details about both Miyamoto Musashi and Hattori Hanzo, he nodded and said to me, "Then, Baekwung, please accompany this man to the Shadowless Gate." That doesn't sound bad. I sensed the hidden meaning behind Mang Niang's words. Up until now, he had yet to finish organizing everything using the Black and White Lotus and other resources I had provided. So, he was essentially telling me to handle my tasks before the plan could be established. And he also seemed to be suggesting that I utilize Miyamoto Musashi efficiently. Got it. Whoosh. I arrived at the Shadowless Gate in Hainan with Miyamoto Musashi. We then freed Somunha and other pirate prisoners who had been inside Mock Gap. Miyamoto Musashi looked utterly astonished as the people suddenly sprang out from the Mock Gap. Whoa. Somunha, realizing he was near the Shadowless Gate, grabbed my hand with teary eyes. "Thank you so much. It's nothing, really. Now, let's get organized." Somunha gathered the women among the pirate captives who wished to continue life at the Shadowless Gate and set them aside. They would likely receive care at the Shadowless Gate, while those not interested would return to their hometowns with the help of the Shadowless Gate. Once we reached the Shadowless Gate, we encountered the sword demon Somun Daeryong. Upon seeing Miyamoto Musashi, he stared at him intently. A warrior from Dongyang. Miyamoto Musashi responded, bowing elegantly in a manner befitting a warrior. "I am Miyamoto Musashi." Naturally, the sword demon Somun Daeryong spoke the language of the Central Plains and wouldn't understand Dongyang's language. Since I could translate, I provided a brief introduction of Miyamoto Musashi to Somun Daeryong. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "So, this person is the finest warrior in Dongyang? Disappointing." I felt there was no need to translate that statement. While Somun Daeryong might have expressed a sincere opinion, it was undoubtedly offensive to a warrior. Instead, I sent a message to Somun Daeryong. "My comrade was meticulously recruited. Please do not belittle him carelessly." I apologize. Yet, I simply spoke what I thought. At that moment, a problem arose. Miyamoto Musashi seemed to have gathered a general idea of what Somun Daeryong had said. Despite not knowing the details, he could sense the underlying contempt. Perhaps that was why his hands began to tremble, and the muscles around his brow tensed as he firmly declared, "I cannot tolerate this insult. I challenge you to a duel, Somun Daeryong." Somun Daeryong didn't understand Dongjung's language but seemed to catch on to the general context. "Of course, I will accept." Oh no? I felt exasperated, thinking I shouldn't have brought Miyamoto Musashi here. Mang Niang would have anticipated this situation. Why did he insist I take him? The pride of a warrior can sometimes weigh heavier than a mountain, and if they were this adversarial, bloodshed was inevitable. I couldn't skip translating this, but I tried to persuade Miyamoto Musashi instead. "Calm down. The sword demon is very proud and somewhat arrogant. He often shows rudeness to strangers. He even acknowledged his mistake and wanted to apologize just now. I'd rather not see bloodshed on such a fortunate day." But Miyamoto Musashi, now even angrier, shouted with a red face, "A warrior does not tolerate insults. I must see what your Central Plains techniques are made of." Ugh. I held my head in frustration. There was no way to stop this now. Sighing with a hint of amusement, Somun Daeryong looked at me and added, "Baekwung, was it? Do not meddle further. It seems he and I must settle this with swords. Please be mindful. Today is a fortuitous day with Somunju's return. Returning to the sect has nothing to do with this duel." A moment later, I found myself being dragged towards the Shadowless Gate's training grounds. This time, I wouldn't be stepping up to fight. I would merely observe as Somun Daeryong, the sword demon, and Miyamoto Musashi prepared to duel against each other. I gathered with a few other members of the Shadowless Gate to watch, and we started lighting torches. As I lit the flames, I asked one of the onlookers, "Is it true that you don't turn down a challenge?" The member respectfully answered, likely due to my status as a benefactor of Somunju. "Of course. The leaders of the Sepa have challenged our lord many times, but he has never been defeated. What usually happens to those challengers? Many are buried somewhere over there." The member pointed toward a hillside visible over the wall. Although it was getting dark, there clearly seemed to be a burial ground. In other words, those who challenged the sword demon Somun Daeryong usually ended up dead. No way, no way. From my perspective, Miyamoto Musashi was undoubtedly an extraordinary expert. If it came down to mere swordsmanship, he would surely be at least my equal or far superior. In Central Plains, he would be known as the best swordsman of the 9 families. No way could the sword demon take him out effortlessly. Crack. Somun Daeryong and Miyamoto Musashi faced each other, standing 3 steps apart. Miyamoto Musashi exuded an aura of killing intent, while in stark contrast, Somun Daeryong remained as calm as ever. Given the fact that I would be officiating the duel, I had no choice but to call for the start. Begin. Whoosh! In an instant, a dazzling light exploded like storm winds in 6 directions. Unlike any of the mediocre Dongyang warriors I had seen before, Miyamoto Musashi could command sword fire, rivaling even the sword techniques of well-established lineages from the Central Plains. The way the tip of his sword slithered as if it were a snake, ready to crush human flesh, was undeniably the form of a peak master. Somun Daeryong calmly countered Miyamoto Musashi's strikes. Clang! After about 10 seconds of fierce exchanges, they seemed to have established their rhythm. In other words, they were measuring each other's abilities. After finishing a few attacks, Miyamoto Musashi steadied his stance, and Somun Daeryong, seemingly pleased, turned to me and asked, "Hey, Baekwang, can you translate this? What is it? If you sheath your sword now, I will take this friend as my apprentice." Are you insane? That thought bubbled to the surface inside me. There's no way a master of swordsmanship would accept such an offer? It would be a stroke of luck if Musashi didn't take a blow for this? However, Somun Daeryong's face appeared sincere. I sighed in exasperation. Well, he is a member of the demonic 8 peaks after all. Somun Daeryong seemed decent for someone from a Sapa background, but he was still a member of that group? He walked the path of dominance while disregarding others' well-being. I decided to lie to Miyamoto Musashi. Take it. You've made a mistake. You should sheath your sword. Musashi replied bluntly. Don't joke with me. I must sever that guy's arm. Ugh, why are you being so stubborn? Just stop. Don't interfere. I will surely avenge this insult. There was no communicating with him. Ultimately, I could only watch helplessly as they prepared for battle. It seemed Somun Daeryong recognized that the negotiations had failed. He stared at Miyamoto Musashi with a cold gaze and muttered, "What an unself-aware man. I will now teach you what it means to be in a vast world." Whoosh! At that moment, Somun Daeryong lightly waved his hand, and intangible sword chi erupted in thousands of directions. Miyamoto Musashi, sensing that something was wrong, desperately drew his sword, but it was already too late. No. Having experienced that attack myself, I knew how devastating it could be. It was a horrendous strike that might very well bypass the usage of brain burst even when I attempted to react. I grit my teeth in frustration. It's too late to intervene. Somun Daeryong shouted. Kill! Whoosh! Miyamoto Musashi seemed to have unleashed his sword barrier, but it was of no use. In the very next moment, Somun Daeryong's sword chi flew in and shattered one of Miyamoto Musashi's arms. As Miyamoto Musashi staggered amidst the shower of blood, 5 streams of sword chi pierced through his vital points. Thud! Miyamoto Musashi spewed blood from his mouth, glaring at the sword demon in disbelief, and shortly thereafter collapsed forward. Thud! Somun Daeryong ordered the nearby members. He was a remarkable warrior. Bury him with his sword. Yes, sir. Members of the Shadowless Gate began to remove Miyamoto Musashi's body. I stared at the scene before me, feeling utterly despondent. What the hell? This is just how it begins. Miyamoto Musashi had been slain by the sword demon Somun Daeryong. I reluctantly decided to at least gather Miyamoto Musashi's remains. All he had left was a single sword and a book on military strategy. I raised an eyebrow at the title of the book. Book of 5 Relationships. It seemed to be his own compilation of military principles. After stashing the Book of 5 Relationships, I turned to the Lord of Shadowless Gate, Sword Demon Somun Daeryong. I'm sorry, but I would like to bury his remains in his hometown. I hope you understand. It can't be helped. Such a tragedy. I shall take my leave now. I shoved what was left of Musashi, his bloodied corpse, into the mock gap after the Lord of Shadowless Gate's men cleaned up the mess. Riding the boiling currents towards Jinrang Valley, I couldn't help but let various thoughts swirl in my mind. Is it really possible for things to go awry this early? Who would have thought Maiho would say the strongest warrior of Dongyang would be slain by the sword demon? I felt my motivation plummet in an instant but quickly shook it off. It wasn't over yet, and I hadn't even had a chance to do anything. I went to Mangniang and showed him Miyamoto Musashi's body and the Book of 5 Relationships, explaining what had happened. To my surprise, he appeared unfazed. He calmly stated, "I see. What lesson have you learned from this? Do you understand Musashi's personality and skill? While it is unfortunate that things turned out this way, let's try to think positively." Right. I felt Mangniang was reminding me that he always kept my identity as a reborn person in mind. Given the current situation, losing Musashi was a painful blow. However, considering my rebirth, I could view it as a gain. Now that I understood what kind of person Musashi was, I wouldn't make the same mistake again, and it would be easier to utilize him effectively in the future. I understand. Don't think too deeply about it. With that, Mangniang continued. Since this has happened, let's briefly discuss future plans. It might help to clear your confusion. I'm ready to listen. I will establish the Bangqian alliance again as before. However, this time I plan to bring Wang Yian into the light rather than blindly helping him. What does that mean? I felt puzzled for a moment, so Mangniang explained further. Up until now, I've rescued Wang Yian and his clan, instigating resentment toward the current Huang dynasty to incite rebellion. But, without proper preparation, the time for confrontation will come sooner, and we'll face the powerful forces of the Imperial Palace before we're ready. Therefore, we will avoid rebellion and plan to tackle Dongchang and the Golden Eagle Guards head-on. Is that even possible? Dongchang and the Golden Eagle Guards are operating under the Emperor's orders. I expressed my concerns. Ignoring the will of Dongchang and the Golden Eagle Guards could lead to chaos. Though they acted in self-interest, the Emperor was undeniably their master. Politically targeting such powerhouses within the Imperial Palace seemed extremely treacherous. Meng Niang replied. It's not impossible. No emperor can suppress every political faction through oppression. It might be easier to confront the emperor directly with a righteous cause. What do you mean? I need to explain the political landscape of the Great Ming Empire. Meng Niang took a sip of water as if his throat was dry before continuing. The emperor is an absolute monarch, a figure of unparalleled power. Below him are the Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang, serving as his eyes and ears, monitoring powerful ministers and eliminating any threats to his rule. This part you should know. Of course. I once worked as a diplomat for the Golden Eagle Guards. I was familiar with the basics. Meng Niang nodded, continuing. Do you also know why the Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang exist? Well, it's for the sake of maintaining power. That's the general reason, but digging deeper, it's because the emperor doesn't trust his ministers. Meng Niang leaned forward slightly. The Hongguyu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhong, came from a commoner background and had a fierce hatred for the ministers and the privileged class. Thus, he treated the existing aristocracy harshly and purged anyone who could challenge his authority. For instance, you might recall the notorious death by Lingji, death by 1,000 cuts. He was infamous for that. While these actions were to strengthen the imperial authority, they also had side effects. On the surface, it appears that eradicating powerful ministers would aid in preserving the imperial power. However, those ministers are crucial for governing this vast land. Without them, the Great Ming Empire would not be sustainable. Therefore, there are limits to how many ministers can be purged, and doing so stifles the emergence of capable, independent, and outstanding officials. Meng Niang sighed. What can the emperor lean on to govern without excellent ministers? Can he operate the country merely based on his own fallible judgment? After Zhu Yuanzhong, subsequent emperors had to create groups to serve as their eyes and ears and their potential allies in times of need. Whether they liked it or not, the Great Ming Emperor had to make peace with Dongchang and the Golden Eagle Guards. I understand that the Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang have deteriorated. It's not just that. To overcome the political pitfalls created by Zhu Yuanzhong, later emperors tried to balance the power between Dongchang and the ministers. As a result, the previous emperor granted considerable power to individuals capable of restraining him, including the Clearstream faction, even allowing local lordships significant military power. This rendered the Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang reluctant to abuse their authority, ultimately leading to the enhancement of the emperor's power. This was because, by that time, the commanders of the Golden Eagle Guards and Dongchang exploited the emperor's reliance on them for unchecked power. I was quite surprised by Meng Niang's explanation. Wait, you mean they handed over military power to local lords? That surely opens the door for rebellion. Yet, there were no rebellions. Why? Because rebellion doesn't merely stem from military might, it requires the right time, talented individuals, public sentiment, the right conditions must all align for a rebellion to be attempted. The lands ruled by the former emperor were relatively peaceful and harmonious, so a rebellion was out of the question. But the current emperor governs amidst chaos and turmoil. He strengthened his imperial authority again, centralizing power while also promoting Dongchang and the Golden Eagle Guards. Prominent members of the Clearstream faction feel a sense of urgency and see the need for checks on the emperor's power. Moreover, Wang Yian, the general, finds himself at the center of this ticking bomb, especially considering the incident at the Talismans of the Great System. Meng Niang concluded with a confident tone. If I can help restore Wang Yian and unite the Clearstream faction and the opposition, it will be possible to inhibit the emperor and his loyal forces from acting recklessly. This battle has a fair chance of success. Feeling a sliver of hope, I asked hesitantly, At Novel bin At. Everywhere I traveled, I've noticed the stark divide between rich and poor while countless commoners suffer. Could this too be a result of the emperor's skewed reign? It can be considered half true. Half true. Meng Niang chuckled softly and shrugged. Unfortunately, even if the current emperor were as virtuous as Yao or Shun, he wouldn't be able to eliminate all misfortunes in the world. No matter how outstanding the emperor and the honest officials might be, villains and corrupt individuals are ubiquitous. What politicians can realistically do is minimize the suffering of the realm and put a stop to what they can. Sounds difficult. But allowing tyrants to run rampant will exacerbate the chaos and suffering manifold. It's merely that kind of issue. Hearing Meng Niang's words opened my eyes to a new perspective on politics. It was refreshing, differing significantly from the vague intuitions or knowledge I previously held, knowledge that could never have been derived merely from my experience in the Golden Eagle Guards. After that explanation, Meng Niang said, Thus, I would like to enlist your help in rescuing Wang Yian's family. It seems I won't have enough time to cultivate the expert I need for the Banghian alliance. You want to infiltrate a place guarded by at least 3 units of the Golden Eagle Guards. Indeed. Without the assistance of Neisin Ryu masters. I mulled it over. It wasn't impossible, but it sure would be challenging. It seemed Mang Niang was set on abandoning the Neisin Ryu route but opting instead for recruiting Jin So Chong. I decided to ask my question. By the way, how do you plan to bring over Jin So Chong? I have my own schemes. Don't worry about that now. Let's first deal with the urgent matters at hand. Hurry and act. Understood. Taking Mang Niang's advice, I made my way back to Maiho. Arriving at the Imperial Palace in Kyoto, I found Maiho waiting for me. Welcome back. I'm still waiting for a response from the Shogun. You seem unwell. What happened? I hesitated, finally admitting. Well, the thing is, Miyamoto Musashi is dead. Maiho looked shocked. I went on to explain everything that happened after bringing Miyamoto Musashi to the Lord of Shadowless Gate. As I finished, Maiho couldn't suppress her disbelief and sat down heavily. What? How can we lose Musashi so easily? That caliber of warrior is equivalent to Kamiizumi no Butsuna, yet he's a pinnacle swordsman of Dongyang who can't be easily mustered. I'm sorry. Ugh. Well, it seems that guy was too reckless after all. It can't be helped. Maiho too seemed to come to terms with reality. I showed her Miyamoto Musashi's possessions. This is the sword he left behind and the Book of 5 Relationships. We need to bury these with him. Book of 5 Relationships. Yeah, that's the title of the book. Let me take a look. Maiho took the Book of 5 Relationships, flipping through it as she began to read. About half an hour later, she seemed puzzled as she spoke. What is this? It seems like a military strategy book, but is this some kind of secret martial arts manual? Looks like you didn't read it carefully. It subtly hints at breathing techniques and swordsmanship here and there. Following Maiho's suggestion, I began to read the Book of 5 Relationships. Sure enough, the deeper I delved into it, the more it appeared to be a detailed commentary on martial arts rather than just a military strategy manual. It seemed that the further I read, the more it was like a manual demonstrating extraordinary swordsmanship, with even breathing methods outlined in detail, and the pages bore signs of frequent handling. Maiho remarked. Well, you've essentially acquired a martial arts manual now. Keep it for yourself. Sure. Persuading Hattori Hanzo isn't going to be easy. Maiho's worries weren't unfounded. Sure enough, a few days later, when Hattori Hanzo appeared at the Imperial Palace, he was absolutely stunned to discover Miyamoto Musashi's corpse and belongings. Miyamoto Musashi is dead. How could this happen? If a ninja should control his emotions, yet he appeared startled, it was clearly a monumental upheaval. Maiho spoke calmly. He was slain by a master from the Central Plains, an incredibly powerful one. And no way, there was someone who could kill Musashi. Hattori Hanzo trembled in disbelief. Amid his shock, Maiho added. They say he was a master of the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect. Maiho concocted a false narrative for him. She spun a tale about how Musashi, while journeying with me to search for the 7 luminaries, unexpectedly encountered interference from the White Lotus sect, bravely fighting to save me and beautifully perishing in battle. I nodded along with Maiho's fabricated story. After hearing all this, Hattori Hanzo cleared his throat and stated, honestly, I find it hard to believe. Given this situation, I'm afraid I can't accompany the noble consort on her journey to the Central Plains. What was your original reason for coming? I intended to accompany you in safeguarding the noble consort. However, it seems meaningless now. I'll take my leave. Maiho, arms crossed, replied confidently. I won't see you off. Regardless, I intend to head to the Central Plains. Do as you wish. The Shogun has instructed me not to involve myself further. Much appreciated. Whoosh. With that, Hattori Hanzo vanished using his ninja stealth. Maiho mumbled in disappointment. I never expected it to end up like this. How frustrating. It's all right. We won't face major issues without him. Hattori Hanzo is the best ninja in Dongyang. Having him would have made things easier. Maiho licked her lips, contemplating. Let's go to the Central Plains together then. Using boiling currents, we arrived in the Central Plains. As we reached Jinrang Valley, we were greeted warmly by Mang Niang. Welcome, Maiho. I am Mang Niang. So you're Mang Niang. It seemed Maiho had heard plenty about him from me, as she displayed a softer demeanor than usual toward Mang Niang. After the mutual introductions, Mang Niang got straight to the point. We need to rescue Wang Yian's dependents swiftly, ideally within a month. Is there a particular urgency? Curiously, I asked, and Mang Niang nodded seriously. Yes, because afterward, you'll need to rush to the second ceiling of Maya. Second ceiling? You don't mean? I felt my eyes widen. Mang Niang confirmed. The journey to the northernmost edge of this world. Please provide comments or recommendations for earlier works. They really help. I felt a bit taken aback by Mang Niang's words. The northernmost edge of this world, huh? Of course, according to the information I've gathered so far, in order to unlock the second seal of Moya and obtain the true power of the 7 luminaries, I must go to that northern edge and overcome the trials. But do I really have to do that right now? When I looked at him with curiosity, Mang Niang provided clarification. Do you know what our biggest problem is at the moment? It's a lack of power. I had no words because his statement pierced the reality too bluntly. As I fell silent, Mang Niang continued. The power of the being known as Dalki is likely of a level that even the great immortal would struggle against if they all ganged up. Even if I were to train for hundreds of years, reaching the level of Dalki is uncertain, even for you. That makes sense. I managed to fend off Dalki using Huang Wu's strength, but I knew that had been extraordinarily lucky. If Huang Wu hadn't possessed exceptional strength beyond the ordinary great immortal, and if I hadn't received Meng Niang's heavenly favor to overcome Dalki's secret techniques, I wouldn't have had any means to resist. While I can't say for sure until we reach the ancient ruler, we need to find a way to deal with Dalki. The strongest card we have right now is undoubtedly the Suyo known as Moya. Is that even feasible? The 7 luminaries are the greatest treasures bestowed upon humanity by the divine beings of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors during the prehistoric era. Even the great immortal would revere them, so if we can't rely on the 7 luminaries, then nothing else will suffice. Meng Niang scratched his head as he spoke. Originally, my plan was to seek the secret of Moya after toppling the imperial palace. Honestly, that seemed like a pipe dream due to low success probability. But right now, I believe this is the best option. Even if it means going to the northernmost edge of the world, it still feels somewhat vague. Well, there's no rush to head there immediately. I would like you to contemplate and research how to head north in your own way. Going to the northernmost edge of the world had unexpectedly turned into my new task. As I pondered, Maiho, who had been listening beside me, spoke up sharply. I don't know, but this feels too half-hearted. Why not think of looking for other 7 luminaries? The 7 luminaries possessed by the Dan clan are impossible to seize, and if we try to steal the moon luminary, it would spell disaster. The fire luminary is likely located deep in the southern continent's wilds, and the whereabouts of the 8 trigrams are as clear as mud. We can't do anything but make the best of what we have. Maiho fell silent for a moment before glaring at Meng Niang. Are you really not giving up? I am not. We simply need to accept that trial and error is necessary. Then, we began plotting an operation to rescue Wang Yian's family. Since we didn't have any allies we could mobilize immediately, we decided to prepare for about a month before making the rescue attempt. Most importantly, I needed the time to refine the martial arts I had gained so far. Through countless battles in my 14th life, I could feel my martial skills stepping distinctly beyond the threshold of the peak level into a higher realm. Specifically, the enlightenment I gained from Zhang Sanfan and training with geniuses helped me break through the barrier. No matter what I do, mastering the peerless sword slash feels impossible. I muttered while once again unfolding Zhang Sanfan's insights. Other martial arts techniques felt like second nature to me now, but I couldn't seem to grasp peerless sword slash. More precisely, I found it hard to comprehend fully. I understood it was a counterattack-oriented technique, but its specific power remained elusive. If only Musashi or Hanzo were here, it would be easy. On the day of the operation, Maiho expressed her disappointment. But it was unavoidable, so I moved with Maiho toward the village where Wang Yian's family was being held captive. We arrived at a secluded warehouse in the village. Maiho said. Then, I'll set up here and summon the front demon and back demon along with the spirit puppets. You deal with the rest. Leave it to me. Moments later, an ethereal light conjured by sorcery floated around Maiho, and the front demon and back demon appeared. Simultaneously, the spirit puppets fluttered here and there before gradually solidifying into physical forms. What the heck is this? The Golden Eagle Guards screamed in terror as they fought against Maiho's summoned creatures. Even the 12 Rhythm Expedition Group, known for its large numbers, had to brace for annihilation, so there was no doubt the guards would struggle. I watched Maiho with worried eyes. Be sure to dodge if it gets too dangerous. Maiho laughed heartily at that. Are you genuinely concerned for me? How sweet of you. I felt a bit flustered. The truth was that Maiho had displayed some intimidation against the Peerless Peak experts, but in reality, she was wielding the power sufficient to be called a great yokai. So worrying about her was ironically absurd in my current state. My concern arises from issues relating to the Thunder God lineage. That kind of situation should never happen again. Meng Niang's words that power is lacking echoed in my mind, fueling my desire to grow stronger. I ventured outside the village to witness the chaos unfolding everywhere. Amidst the turmoil, I noticed that Wang Yian's family was gathering towards a specific building. Over there. I silently used the soul destruction technique to approach the building. However, not long after, 5 Golden Eagle Guards suddenly appeared around me, surrounding me with murderous intent. Just a kid. Don't underestimate me. That agility technique is no joke. Swish, swish. It seemed they had reached a silent consensus to kill me. As I faced their murderous intent, I thought, you all are truly guilty of many things. Just puppets moving to satisfy the ruler's whims without thinking for themselves. They didn't seek to comprehend anything beyond satisfying their own interests. In some ways, they could be considered pitiable beings. Yet, even so, I would still kill them. Because if you commit a crime, you should be punished. Farewell. I shouted briefly, charging forward and unleashing my sword flame. It spread like a thread in the air, swiftly cutting the 2 nearby Golden Eagle Guards in half. The remaining guards gasped, launching their own techniques at me, but I quickly realized their attacks were surprisingly easy to evade now. Were they this weak? Crack? I sent one of them to the netherworld with a knee strike and then delivered a sword strike to the hearts of the remaining 2. Watching them fall like puppets with their strings severed, spilling blood, was quite pitiful. Despite appearing feeble, each of them held the rank of a top-tier expert in their own right. I had been playing at such a high level that they seemed weak in comparison. However, that didn't foster a feeling of reward. As Ikwang had once said, as long as I recognized the existence of beyond heaven, I would forever feel shortchanged. To shake off this dirty feeling, I had to grow even stronger and build my own power. Who are you? As I arrived at the building where Wang Yian's family was imprisoned, I looked around and spoke to them. I am Beck Wang, here to rescue you. There's no time for explanation, so please extend your hands to this mock gap. Wait, 3 of them are in another building. Which building? In the lumberyard just 20 paces away. Got it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After placing all of Wang Yian's family members into the mock gap, I snuck outside, only to find 3 experts waiting for me, arms crossed. They all radiated a terrifying murderous intent, indicating they were at the peak expert level. This brat. Looks like he's come to die. He won't be dying easily. As more elite guards from the Golden Eagle Guards began to gather around them, there were now more than 10 of them. I cast a glance at them and spoke. Heavenly Tigers, huh? You've got some nerve coming here. You won't die comfortably. All 3 of the Golden Eagle Guards' ranks were peak experts, a terrifyingly renowned level in the martial world. If 3 of them collaborated with other guards, I was sure it would be a formidable threat. But instead of feeling daunted, I gazed calmly at them and said, I don't harbor any personal grudges. Just so you know. One of the Heavenly Tigers scoffed at that. Huh? A madman. Kill him. As soon as he finished his sentence, attacks from the elite guards of the Golden Eagle Guards rained down simultaneously. These were not the predictable attacks of street thugs, each one was a deadly assault laced with intent from experienced martial artists. In my past self, I would have had to brace for a serious injury from this onslaught. However, I grinned and activated both the Baekwang form and the Thunder God's will, casting the soul destruction technique. Suddenly, it felt as though time had slowed, and my reaction speed skyrocketed. Shwayay! With the soul destruction technique, I dodged every incoming attack while using Thunder God's will to accelerate, slicing through the enemies with the peerless sword slash, instantly merging 7 opponents into the spirit world. Amidst the blood-spattered scene, I directed a wave of sword energy at the brow of one of the Heavenly Tigers. With a whoosh, a small gash opened, and blood began to trickle. While he bore no significant external wounds, his brain had turned to mush, leaving him lifeless. I then continuously unleashed the Thunder Spirit Seal at the remaining foes. Boom, Kashao, Uaa, Arg. Those were the sounds of the Thunder God lineage's supernatural techniques. The Thunder Spirit Seal? This was an advanced technique of the Thunder God lineage, launching an attack infused with the energy of thunder. Although my mastery was only at the first level, my overwhelming energy turned the scene into complete chaos within moments. It took me merely about 15 seconds to defeat the peak experts from the Golden Eagle Guards. I soared forward like a sparrow, capturing one of the Heavenly Tigers. He seemed resigned, lowering his head. Kill me. I have a question for you. Swish. I grabbed him and flew lightly to land on a roof about 20 paces away at the lumberyard. In a place devoid of others, I murmured to him. If orders came from above, would you have killed the elderly or children among Wang Yian's family? Without hesitation, the Heavenly Tiger replied. Of course. It would be our mission. Even if that meant killing your own family. I don't wish to kill you without cause. Give it some thought. I had seen enough blood. I had killed enough already. So, I slowly released my grip on his neck, and he bit his lip in anger, saying, Damn, don't get ahead of yourself. We are loyal to our country, putting our beliefs on the line. We are not here to take sermons from a traitor like you. Indeed, that's what you'd say. We are loyal to His Majesty the Emperor. As the veins in his neck bulged, I grew annoyed and drew my sword. Thwack, at novel bin at. The Heavenly Tiger's head flew through the air. I let out a sardonic laugh and muttered, Go die while serving His Majesty the Emperor. What a fool. In that instant, I found myself shocked at what I had just said. I couldn't believe those sinister and cruel words had emanated from my mouth. Yet, that was certainly my resolve, leaving me in turmoil. But I calmed myself with the thought that it wasn't a big deal, moving inside the lumberyard to rescue the last 3 members. Once the rescue was complete, I returned to where Maiho was. She greeted me with a broad smile. Great. Now, let's move out. Pa. Together with Maiho, we arrived at the entrance of Jinrang Valley. Maiho seemed eager to rest quickly, but since I had many thoughts to chew on, I walked slowly. What's with that expression? I cautiously spoke to Maiho, feeling rather uneasy. Maiho, I feel like my will has become rather capricious. I wanted to confess this to Mang Niang, but for now, I decided to share it with Maiho. As she looked at me curiously, I continued. When I killed those Golden Eagle Guards just now, at first, I did so without a thought. Then, halfway through, I didn't want to kill anymore and tried to be a bit merciful, but suddenly, I got irritated and ended up killing them in one go. I don't know. It's like I have this sudden mood swing. What is happening? I was confused. Up until now, while executing martial arts and killing, I had only focused with pure concentration. I'd kill or spare as the situation called for. But now, my actions seemed erratic, as if I could not control my own will. This was not a good mental state for a martial artist. Maiho pondered briefly before saying casually, I can understand your heart. You know why? That's an easy one. After her following statement, I found myself speechless, standing still. You just enjoyed the last battle as a form of amusement. You toyed with the defeated until you got bored and then killed them. That's all there seems to be to it. I fought, just for fun. It isn't that simple. You fought with seriousness, your attitude towards the defeated changed. Maiho smiled with her characteristic yukai glint in her eyes. I'd say it's rather delightful. So what if you kill a few mere humans? If you enjoy it, that's all that matters. I couldn't help but think this was a big problem. What on earth should I do? What Maiho implied was one thing. My inner cruelty had grown considerably. I apologize for the shorter length. I was writing in a half-dazed state. Please consider giving me support. After returning to Mangniang, he called upon General Wang Yian to confirm the rescue of his family. As General Wang rejoiced, Mangniang said, "General, we have fulfilled our promise, so please take the fulfillment of yours seriously as well." Of course. However, there is a problem. A problem? What do you mean? If I confront the Emperor directly about the injustice of this affair, there will be no one to help. I need political strength beyond military authority. At this, Mangniang replied, "I plan to bring Diang Guok to our side." Diang Guok? Is that even possible? The purposes of our missions align. Especially when there is evidence or testimony of those who have suffered at the Great Dungeon, it is certainly feasible. Then I won't hold back my old bones either. Once their conversation concluded, Mangniang went to speak with those who had been rescued. When he returned, I asked him. I attempted to persuade Diang Guok once before but failed. You must know this, so what do you plan to do? Indeed, Diang Guok, the leader of the Clearstream faction and a highly esteemed official, was known for his incorruptibility. He had the political clout to navigate through the intrigues of the Imperial Palace and Golden Crow Legion. Diang Guok had a significant political power as a scholar and nobleman. However, back in my previous life when the Bangqian Alliance first united with the Thunder God lineage, the attempt to persuade Diang Guok had failed. I hadn't been present at that time so I didn't know the details, but they had been unsuccessful even with Li Kuang, who was on friendly terms with him. As I recounted my experience, Mangniang waved his Ohu Chilkum talisman. According to you, Diang Guok from the Clearstream faction was in fact Li Kuang's sworn brother, and Li Kuang, using that connection, attempted to persuade him but failed. And even though I don't know the specific circumstances, it seems there were complications beyond mere political self-preservation. Is that right? Indeed. As I recall, Li Kuang gave his all but lamented his failure. Then our efforts to persuade Diang Guok should start with understanding his circumstances. At that time may have been tight, but now it's different. If our actions have not yet been revealed, we have plenty of opportunities to try. After saying this, Mangniang asked, "Baek Wung, could you lend me your twin broadsword?" The twin broadsword is a cherished weapon of Liu Bei, the king of Shu Han. I had obtained it after defeating monsters in the Great Dungeon. Of course. But may I ask what you intend to use it for? I will explain my plan all at once. Mangniang sat in the Grand Hall and continued. Our fundamental direction is to pass the hegemony to the White Lotus sect. Thus, the first foothold must naturally be the Han clan located in Luoyang. I will establish a connection by persuading Han Baekryong, the head of the Han clan, who is also the guardian of the Wademon lineage. I will demonstrate to her the feasibility of overthrowing the Imperial Palace along with our merits. Furthermore, from now on, Black and White Lotuses will also be conveyed through her to the White Lotus leader, building trust. Once the restraints imposed by the White Lotus sect are lifted, they will likely support us wholeheartedly. The twin broadsword will serve as a tribute to persuade Han Baekryong. I said to Mangniang. In that case, allow me to accompany you to assist as her martial prowess is beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. Mangniang shook his head. No, that won't do. In this lifetime, you should avoid exposing your identity and martial arts in public as much as possible. Unless, of course, it's a rescue mission in which the enemy's annihilation is a prerequisite. What do you mean? Exposing yourself means you're placing yourself in a very unfavorable situation. If the enemy figures out your name, appearance, techniques, and capabilities, it would greatly restrict your range of movement. I plan to use you, Baek Wung, as the final trump card. By the way, news of your identity shouldn't reach the White Lotus sect either. Keep this in mind. I didn't quite understand. Why shouldn't I be exposed to the palace, the White Lotus sect, or anyone's scrutiny? It seemed there was another reason behind this, but I could only accept it as I didn't want to be the final trump card. Mangniang continued. Of course, I don't intend to persuade Han Baekryong immediately. I expect it will take about 2 to 3 years to build up our martial arts and abilities before I initiate the plan. So for now, focus solely on tracking the whereabouts of the Moya. Do we really have to go all the way to the northern edge of the world? It may sound absurd, but right now, that is indeed the most direct route. Without the power of the 7 luminaries, whatever happens next is unpredictable. Leave the matters of the Central Plains to me, and you go find Moya. Understood. Heading to the northern edge of the world. As I contemplated this, Mangniang added. And another thing, find a place to practice your surgical techniques. Got it. Until now, you've focused solely on martial arts, but in the upcoming fights, it seems you also need your magical powers. Currently, you are at the beginner level of sorcery, but you need to level up further. That wouldn't be an easy task. Raising my proficiency in magical arts was even more challenging than martial arts. While Mangniang had mastered the basics and was improving his abilities, I did not possess such experience level. I pulled away from Mangniang and headed out of the Jinrang Valley first. He seemed eager for me to head north to gather clues. As I exited the valley, Maiho appeared next to me and said, "If we're speaking of the northern edge, it likely means something above the Great Prairie. The Great Prairie refers to the vast plains inhabited by nomadic tribes beyond the Great Wall of China. It was known that the warlike nomadic tribes that had once formed the foundation of the Yuan dynasty had seen drastic reductions in their number due to the Great Ming Empire's military campaigns. I said to Maiho, "Have you ever been to the Great Prairie or beyond?" I'm not sure, but I think I passed by there once. I certainly crossed lands north of Yadong, but I've never actually been as far as the northern edge of the world. I've been to the North Sea Ice Palace. I should head out from there. The North Sea Ice Palace? Isn't that one of the 12 rat clan? Something like that happened. In my past, I had traveled to various locations to challenge the 12 rat clans. Most of the 12 rat factions were often found in Yadong, but the North Sea Ice Palace was unusually located in the frozen north. It was situated in a small city known as Haishan, Sea Cucumber. Of course, the region surrounding the North Sea Ice Palace was extremely cold. Even with a tremendous level of internal energy and almost supreme martial arts, I had to wrap myself in heavy furs whenever visiting the North Sea Ice Palace. Even though I could form my internal energy to resist the cold, it was evident that I was continuously losing energy due to the extreme chill. Maiho suggested, "Why not ask for help from the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace? He should be quite knowledgeable about the northern continent. Is that a good idea?" Maiho had a point. The Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace wasn't just a master of the 12 rat clan, but he was also the ruler of the area. He would undoubtedly possess extensive knowledge of the history, geography, and culture of that region. Maiho added, "Oh, but there is something we need to consider." "What's that?" "Didn't Mangyang tell you not to expose your appearance or whereabouts?" "That definitely applies to the 12 rat clan as well. You'll need a way to conceal your identity." I paused for a moment upon hearing Maiho's words and then said, "In that case, I need to drop by Goryeo for a bit." A little while later, I arrived in Goryeo using the teleportation magic with Maiho. To be precise, I visited Hwasong Maiyang, the physician of the Jung family in Yeongdo. When Hwasong Maiyang spotted Maiho and me unexpectedly entering the medical hall, he showed a surprised expression while rearranging herbs. "Ah, young Baekwung from the extended Jung family. It's been a while. I hope you've been well." As I performed a polite greeting, Hwasong Maiyang regained his composure and laughed heartily. "Haha, of course, the gold ingots you sent are being used well. I'm currently arranging for my clan members to come to Goryeo through a merchant in Hwabuk. You are a hero to our Jung family. Have you spoken about my business with anyone else?" "No, not at all. Only you and the head of the Jung family know about your existence. It's a closely guarded secret." Fortunately, it seemed Hwasong Maiyang and the head of the Jung family had kept my existence confidential. I sighed quietly to myself. Hwasong Maiyang glanced at Maiho and asked, "Who is that?" Before I could say anything, Maiho cheerfully smiled and replied, "I'm pleased to meet you. I am Maiho, wife of Baekwung." Oh, it's a pleasure." I looked at Maiho with disbelief, but she just returned a look saying, "So what?" I had no choice but to get to the point. "The reason I'm seeing you today is to discuss surgical techniques." "Surgical techniques?" "Yes, I have a basic understanding, but I'm unsure of the specifics, so I'd like to ask the renowned physician Hwasong Maiyang for more detailed information." Hwasong Maiyang took on a serious expression. He then brought over a human model for acupuncture practice and laid it down, saying, "Explain to me what you know about surgical techniques." Well, surgical techniques are a branch of medical practice that falls under surgery. They involve direct incision, but also require the use of secret techniques in acupuncture and herbal medicine. Additionally, a delicate understanding of human muscles and skeletons is necessary. That summary is sufficient. Now explain to me the specific methods you know. First, the path of the secret needle involves catching these two swami points. I tapped into my memory and described surgical techniques for about half a shishin, 1 hour. Afterward, Hwasong Maiyang stroked his chin and said, "It seems you've had some training before. However, you are mistaken. Your knowledge of surgical techniques appears to have significant omissions, and it seems you lack practical experience." With an embarrassed expression, I nodded. That's true. I had once studied medicine for decades under Hwasong Maiyang, learning about surgical techniques as well. However, due to its complexity, I struggled to grasp it. Furthermore, there were very few patients needing surgical interventions, so I never had the opportunity to practice them. On top of that, considerable time had passed, causing me to forget many details. Hwasong Maiyang said, "If you proceed this way, you may temporarily alter your appearance, but in the long term, it will create significant strain on the muscles and tissues of your face, leading to a hideous form. Allow me to impart genuine surgical techniques to you. Can I administer this on myself?" Frankly, what you've learned about surgical techniques is using acupuncture to fix an imaginary face and stabilizing the body's energy with herbal medicine. It's a makeshift method at best. To truly master surgical techniques, you would require decades of refinement, yet it should be feasible for you to perform on yourself at that level. That's a relief. With a curious look on his face, Hwasong Maiyang asked, "Is there a reason you need to change your face?" "Yes, there is." "Then it looks like I owe you a favor. I shall perform surgical techniques on you personally. Of course, my surgical techniques are special, so there's no need to worry about returning to your original appearance. After stimulating the Demai several times, you can revert back to your original form easily." Hwasong Maiyang was ready to perform surgical techniques? If that were the case, it would be far more perfect than what I could do. Hwasong Maiyang stole a glance at Maiho, who was a stunning beauty, and whispered into my ear, "Although when you're grown, based on looks, you may fall somewhat short, I'll make sure to enhance your appearance significantly. Your wife will surely appreciate it." Maiho probably overheard that entire conversation. However, she pretended not to hear a thing. Then, she shot me a teasing look. "Baek Wong, get that surgery. If you don't, I won't let it go." "Hey, is that a threat?" Hehe. Maiho chuckled and added, "Being handsome is the best." Thus, from the next day, I began receiving surgical techniques lessons from Hwasong Maiyang while making time to relearn and enrich my knowledge of surgical ways and healing arts. This was an endeavor to improve my proficiency in surgical techniques enough to be useful on my own. It took about 7 nights to complete my surgical techniques. After those 7 nights, when Hwasong Maiyang unwrapped the bandages around my face, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "All done. Thank you. Adat novel bin adat. Your wife might faint from shock." Haha. As I stepped outside, I saw Maiho, who had been playing alone with a ball. She glanced at me and gasped in horror. Who are you?" "It's me, Maiho." Eek. Maiho was utterly unable to hide her shock. Then, she quickly flew over and hugged me tightly. "Oh, my dear husband? I didn't recognize you." Let go." "Ha ha ha. How could you be this good looking?" Seeing Maiho so thrilled made me feel a bit anxious. Then Hwasong Maiyang showed me a mirror. What is this?" In the mirror stood a stunningly beautiful boy reminiscent of a girl, not the distorted, dark, and unattractive face I used to have. Just a bit of grooming and I could easily pass for a maiden? Hwasong Maiyang mentioned that his surgical techniques would evolve alongside my growth, meaning if I continued like this, I would eventually possess an appearance that embodied beauty rather than merely handsomeness. As I wore a perplexed expression, Hwasong Maiyang cleared his throat. "Ahem. Your wife specifically requested this." It seemed Maiho's preferences definitely influenced the outcome. What was I to do? The thought of going forward with the face of a pretty boy filled me with a rather dismal feeling. Maiho and I began to traverse the area known as the Great Prairie. We had previously heard from the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace about a large lake to the north, which could be considered a water source, so we headed straight in that direction. About half a day later, a huge lake came into view. This must be it. It was the location known as Hanka Lake, and this area wasn't completely frozen ground, sunlight filtered through, and there was quite a bit of greenery in the form of grass and trees. Also, probably because it was a lake, I could see nomadic tribes wandering nearby. While this place currently belonged to Goryeo, it was said that since they couldn't exert full control over the Liaodong territory, they had entrusted some local tribes with a degree of autonomy. I thought the size of Hanka Lake was considerably vast. It wasn't just a matter of being 1 or 2 li across, it seemed nearly comparable to Dongting Lake. With its width and the distant ends not easily seen, it was a vast oasis unlike a typical lake. Well, I suppose it's all right to stop here. In exploration, water was incredibly important. Especially in the case of a lake, it was easy to find abundant ingredients and places to rest. Naturally, I intended to make a stop at Jinreng Valley, but in urgent situations, we could think about starting again from Hanka Lake. Maiho dipped her feet into the lake and joked around. Let's play in the water for a bit. We can do that later. It's more important to save time and rush to the territory of Ereza. TCH. We're not crossing the continent in one go, right? What's wrong with taking a little break? I'm sorry." Although Maiho said this in a sulky voice, I could only console her. Having had plenty of travel experience, I knew that the longer the journey, the tighter the reins should be held to finish it quickly, as it was beneficial both in terms of time and stamina. Lengthy travels could mentally wear one down, undoubtedly making it more difficult in the later stages. I said to Maiho, "For now, we'll move towards the lake. Our first target will be the Huron Lake. How do you plan to navigate?" Since my chi is abundant, I can always accurately orient myself in all 4 directions depending on the situation. When one's internal energy became extremely strong, it felt like connecting with the chi of heaven and earth, allowing me to understand the directions without needing to see. Even without a compass, I could tell the east, west, south, and north better than anyone. This ability was precisely why I could embark on a long journey to Sichuan province. Alright, let's hurry. Maiho, as a great demon, could also use her magic and demon power to travel at a speed comparable to mine. Agreeing that we should travel fast, she began to run with all her might. As we started to soar over rivers and mountain ranges, we were able to move much faster than before. Whoosh! When we reached Huron Lake, about a day and a half had passed. Having run almost non-stop, Maiho and I decided to sit by the lake for a half-day break. Maiho, looking a bit tired, tapped her legs and said, "Phew, this land is really vast. As far as you can see, it's just land. It's the same with the Central Plains, right? But here, it gets too cold at night. The temperature swing is so big, it's exhausting. Then how about transforming into an inanimate object? I'll do all the running anyway." Until now, we hadn't stopped by Jinreng Valley. If Mangniang had too many things to worry about, it would be unfavorable, and Mangniang urged to avoid exposing myself as much as possible. The more regularly we visited Jinreng Valley, the higher the risk of attracting attention. Then Maiho shook her head. "I think it's fascinating to step on unfamiliar land. I haven't been to places like this, so I want to savor the scenery a bit more." I chuckled softly. "Do you prefer nature over people?" It's not a big deal. It's just that being in nature replenishes my demon power faster and helps me recover more quickly. I see. I want to catch some fish. Swish. At novel bin at. Maiho exuded a sharp aura from her hand and sent it flying toward Huron Lake. Shortly after, it was as if threads of chi speared 8 fish and lifted them into the air. As the fish flopped down onto the ground, Maiho wagged her tail, seemingly pleased. They looked delicious. As Maiho reached for the fish, I smacked her hand away. Maiho, no. What do you mean no? Lake fish are often full of parasites, so they need to be cooked. Maiho momentarily wore a dumbfounded expression but quickly got annoyed. It doesn't matter for me since I'm a demon. If I'm not of the magic clan, it's not a concern. I firmly replied. I have to eat too, you know. I don't like raw food. Back in my days as a civilian, I had witnessed several people who died or became incapacitated after consuming freshwater fish carelessly due to parasites. Because of those memories, I had developed the habit of never eating freshwater fish raw. Ugh, fine. Maiho, looking disappointed, ignited a fire with her fire technique. As the fish began to roast, I asked Maiho, isn't it about time you taught me that fire technique? During our 3-month stay at the North Sea Ice Palace, Maiho had resisted teaching me the fire technique under the pretext of it being bothersome. However, since a promise was a promise, I urged her to keep it. I suppose you're right. As disappointing as it is, I'll teach you. Squatting down, Maiho continued. The fire technique I use is different from what humans use. While human techniques rely on the powers of trigrams, mine is rooted in demon power. So originally, it's impossible for humans to replicate my technique. But you can use it. Why? Because the essence of the fox spirit's power is intertwined with you. The power of my tail is latent within you, so with a little familiarity, you should be able to use the fire technique. Having explained this much, Maiho gazed at me and said, Baekwang, have you ever thought about becoming a demon? What was she talking about? However, Maiho's eyes were serious. As the fish began to cook a bit, Maiho poked at the head of one with a twig and continued. You know that human bodies are inconvenient and filled with limitations. If you became a demon, you would gain several times your current lifespan, along with a powerful body. Plus, all the chi you've accumulated until now would remain intact, so becoming a demon would instantly make you a formidable great demon. Don't say such nonsense. After all, demons are ultimately of the yin category and bound to be vulnerable to magic techniques. They tend to have weaknesses against languages of spells as well. It's better to continue living as a human. Knowing the weaknesses of demons based on my magical knowledge, I bluntly responded, causing Maiho to smile slyly. Wuha, you say you won't become a demon just because they have weaknesses. You're certainly different from regular humans. What do you mean? Put differently, does it mean you'd seriously consider becoming a demon if there were no weaknesses? That's not a thought typical of a regular human. It was a valid point, so I didn't outright deny it. I wasn't particularly attached to remaining human, and if becoming a demon meant gaining power, it could be something worth considering. However, since demons are inherently associated with the yin element, there would always be a critical weakness, and they are also innately weaker to magic techniques. So for now, there was no need to gain demonhood while also bearing such weaknesses. Eat this, and I'll teach you. It shouldn't be too hard. I watched in fascination as Maiho devoured the roasted fish. She seemed to be enjoying it so much, I felt hungrier just watching her. Is it really that delicious? I decided to tear into the fish myself, but unsurprisingly for a freshwater fish, it didn't have a strong taste. Even so, it was edible enough, so I resolved to make this my meal. Of course, it would be much better to eat something once we reached Jinrang Valley, but Maiho seemed to be keen on enjoying delicacies. Moments later, I learned how to draw out fire and the incantations to summon flames from Maiho. Whoosh, you're doing it right away. Am I a genius or what? Pfft, impossible. Of course you're good at it, since you possess the energy of my tail, haha. I felt a bit embarrassed for boasting unnecessarily. After receiving the fire technique from Maiho, I found I could summon will-o'-the-wisps with just a simple invocation, and I realized I could use this for both illumination and combat. Maiho smiled. Though that technique is weak for now, it will grow alongside your own power. So how strong it becomes depends on you. Can I also use illusion techniques? You'd be better off learning that from human techniques. It's a far more innate technique, and I don't think it would suit you. Got it. Once the teachings were finished, we began to run again. We had just entered the vast plateau of the Great Prairie, with tribes appearing here and there. They were descendants of the once great Yuan Empire. Among them, there seemed to be several who had cultivated martial arts, but realizing that we were moving at a speed that vastly exceeded theirs, they refrained from provoking us. Creek. After running for about 3 days and nights, I felt we arrived at a lake in the middle of the night. Having gone almost non-stop, we truly had come faster than a galloping horse. I patted Maiho on the back and said, I'll ask someone here what this place is. Ugh. Maiho, having exhausted her energy, sat resting against a tree stump. According to her, this was a type of training for her. After a steep decline in stamina, her demon power would rise. I left Maiho behind and ran to find any signs of life nearby. Whoosh! It wasn't long before I encountered a prairie tribe camping nearby with a fire. They seemed startled upon seeing me, drawing their swords and bows, shouting something in alarm, but I performed the greeting I had learned from the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace. Calmly placing my hands on my arms and shoulders in sequence, I knelt with my hands over my heart, and after a moment, they relaxed and lowered their weapons. This was a common greeting among the prairie tribes, signifying, "I am a traveler and I seek assistance." Once I lowered my guard, an older-looking prairie man approached and spoke. And email protected asterisk and at %. Of course, I had almost no knowledge of the prairie language, so I asked if there was anyone who could speak the Central Plains language. The prairie man called over a nearby youth, and after a moment, the young man spoke. "I can speak the Central Plains language. Please, traveler, go ahead." I studied the youth and the prairie tribesmen's attire. They're wielding matchlock guns. It confirmed that the prairie people knew how to use firearms and seemed to equip them regularly. With their guns in mind, I spoke. "I am So Wung, a traveler from the Central Plains. I'd like to camp by the lake here, and I'm looking to know the name of this lake." The young man translated for the older prairie man, and soon his response came. "It is called Ove's Lake. We are journeying towards the Crimean Khanate. How much farther do we have to go?" This was also a question based on the Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace's advice. If I were to mention that we were headed to the capital of the Ereza Empire, which is Moscow, the prairie people would never see me favorably. Upon hearing my question, the young man looked somewhat surprised and replied, "That place is very, very far from here, over 2,000 li away. Is there any worthwhile destination along the way?" After the young man relayed my question, the older man seemed to say something in return. A moment later, the young man responded, "If you're aiming for Tatar territory, it would be good to stop by Astana to seek wisdom from the prophet." Astana. The young man chuckled slightly. "It's the coldest land in the world. There's a great prophet who could assist travelers like you." "Where in Astana is the prophet located?" "In the Grand Temple." "A prophet in Astana? A Grand Temple? Why should I seek wisdom from the prophet? That person is the smartest being in the world and is respected by all." "I see." In any case, after receiving explanations regarding the terrain and directions from them, I felt I had a rough idea of where to go. As payment for their help, I took out 3 of the roasted fish I had caught previously and handed them over. They seemed pleased. Unlike the people of the Central Plains, the prairie folks preferred trading necessities over gold and silver. I returned to Myho and said, "This place is Ove's Lake, and we're going to see the prophet in Astana to ask for directions." "The prophet in Astana? What's that all about?" "I'm not sure. Seems like either a seer or a sage." Myho let out a scoff. "Humph. Anyway, it's just a human bum, isn't it? We've rested long enough, so let's get going." After a brief rest, Myho and I set off running across the mountains and fields again. For an ordinary human, this would be an impossible level of exertion. However, I could sustain this due to my immense internal energy, and Myho, being a great demon, had stamina incomparable to any human. So, after about a day or two of running almost non-stop, I soon realized we had reached an incredibly cold land. The area was filled with snowfields, and the biting cold was beyond anything I'd experienced before. I glanced at Myho, who seemed alright, and she said, "I won't feel the cold as long as I summon my fox flames." Whoosh! As several fox fireballs flickered around, Myho seemed to overcome the cold with ease. I could withstand the chill with just my internal energy, but not wanting to waste it unnecessarily, I pulled out a thick fur coat from my gear and wore it. Whir! It was utterly frigid. My breath transformed into frost as it floated away, and I imagined that if I were to relieve myself, it would instantly freeze. It was hard to believe that someone could live in this cold. We trudged through the endless expanse of snowfields for a while when, finally, a peculiar temple caught my eye. Thud. No way. I was astounded. Despite the hellish cold, there stood an enormous temple, likely hundreds of square feet in size. It wasn't haphazardly constructed but built with proper architectural techniques, and it didn't resemble the styles of the Central Plains either. The lack of any signs of life within the temple only added to the strangeness. Whir! Whir! A fierce, biting wind howled. Standing still wouldn't do, so reluctantly, Myho and I pushed open the massive door to the Grand Temple. The door was already ajar, allowing us to enter without much force. Bang! As the door to the temple closed behind us, we were filled with wonder at the unfamiliar architecture within. While exploring, I noticed what appeared to be a temple altar up ahead, where a figure stood beside it. As I approached the being, it spoke. "You are a traveler from afar. Are you heading west?" The voice was similar to the heart language that Myho used. Perhaps because of that, I could understand it without needing a translator. It came into my mind directly. The figure was shrouded in darkness, making it unclear what it looked like. Seems to be skilled in magic. I glanced at Myho before responding to its words. "Indeed. Are you the prophet?" "Yes. Why have you come to this grand temple?" "I am So Wung, and this is Myho. We are heading to the capital of the Ereza Empire and came seeking you because we believed you would know the way." Swish. After a brief moment, the prophet revealed itself from the shadows. In that instant, I was struck with shock, as if I had been hit by lightning. Otherworldly creature? It was unlike any other otherworldly creature I had encountered thus far, being neither human nor demon but a bizarre, grotesque being. Protruding from its core were tentacles that seemed to function as a face, with pincers extending in multiple directions. Soft hissing sounds echoed, as if the otherworldly creature was undergoing some peculiar metabolism. For a moment, I nearly drew my sword and charged at the prophet, but Myho, showing no signs of fear, calmed my bloodlust. As I stared intently at the seer, it sent another message. Do you think of me as a monster? I am merely a prophet. Maiho, standing next to me, spoke up. Were you not the one who conveyed messages to the heavenly realm? I didn't expect to find you in a place like this. I turned to Maiho in shock. Did she actually know this otherworldly being? To my surprise, the being seemed to recognize Maiho and spoke slowly. Ah, it's the fox from the heavenly realm. I hadn't anticipated that you would come with a human. What in the world was happening? As I stood there flabbergasted, Maiho explained. Listen, So Wung. That being has existed since ancient times and occasionally visits the heavenly realm. Although it's an otherworldly being, it maintains a cordial relationship with the heavenly realm and possesses exceptional intelligence and wisdom. Is that even possible? Isn't the heavenly realm hostile towards otherworldly beings? Raising my voice, the prophet replied. You humans tend to lump all otherworldly beings together, but in reality, there are hundreds, even thousands of different races. While many of them view you humans merely as prey, I harbor no malice towards you and believe we can coexist with the heavenly realm. That's true. This prophet is special. They call it a great race. Shock and horror mixed within me. Could it be that an otherworldly being was playing the role of a prophet in this frozen northern wasteland, even maintaining friendly relations with both the heavenly realm and demons? As I stood there dumbfounded, the prophet spoke again. What is your purpose in heading to the capital of the Ereza Empire, Moscow? We are actually on our way to the Arctic. We believed that Moscow would provide maps and related knowledge for our journey north. The prophet twitched its visage. You are correct. There is ancient knowledge there. Many ancient races reside in that area. So what are you seeking in the Arctic? Did I really have to answer that? I glanced at Maiho, who telepathically urged me. Don't worry. That being only cares for its own thirst for knowledge and has been acknowledged as harmless even in the heavenly realm. You can trust it. Understood. I steadied my thoughts and responded to the prophet. I'm looking to unseal the second seal of Makia. Makia, you say? To unseal that which bears the dreadful scars of the Great Flood. The prophet sounded somewhat incredulous. Aren't you scared? It's the second seal of Makia. Have you ever pondered what kind of being protects it? I only had a vague idea based on the inscription, which merely hinted at it. After a moment of thought, I asked the prophet. Wait a second. Can you read strange words? Strange words. I mean the language unique to your kind. The language of spells is incredibly vast. I don't quite understand what you're referring to. Please bring a specific example. Just a moment. I took out the magical lamp and headed straight to the ruins of Suyo Makia. Whoosh. Then, I swiftly sliced the base of the stone tablet at the ruins and stored it in my lamp before teleporting back to the Grand Temple. As I appeared before the prophet with the tablet, it looked intrigued. You are using the relic of a warlock. That golden lamp was crafted by Abdul al-Hazred, and you seem to be making excellent use of it. I'm not concerned with who made it. Can you read the contents of this tablet? Just a moment. The prophet moved its form toward the tablet. Surprisingly quick despite its seemingly clumsy appearance, it examined the stone tablet for a while before declaring. I've interpreted it. Do you want to know the contents? Perhaps being a fellow otherworldly being enabled it to fully interpret the text. All I could manage was a partial understanding. I nodded my approval. Please, tell me. After hearing it, I wonder if you can still head towards the Arctic with your sanity intact. The prophet began to interpret the altar of Suyo inscription, its ominous voice echoing through the air. There is a pair that sings in darkness. The cold, white silence of the god awaits. To those reaching the primordial north, there shall be no trials. However, for those seeking to unseal, meet the god of silence. Carve blood to awaken the ancient blood vein to reach there. Only the blood of the seeker may be offered at this altar. Oh, great ancient being, grant glory to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Curious, are we? Have you offered your blood at the altar of Suyo? I pondered it for a moment. It indeed required dedicating blood to unlock the secret passage towards Suyo, so I had performed the offering without question. I have. Then you possess the qualification to unseal the second seal of Suyo. Only those who have offered blood may attain that. I was aware of that. Was there something new? But the prophet replied. Do you even know what this ancient being hinted at in the inscription refers to? I do not. Isn't that why I'm asking? The being referred to as the cold, white silence of the god, is only one. It refers to the ancient ruler, who has existed since the beginning. It is known as the one who walks on the wind because it traverses the interstellar winds. The prophet continued. That ancient ruler is the one who walks on the wind. Based on the conditions of the inscription, it is uncertain what will happen when you meet it. However, the being cannot be opposed by human strength. Even the power of the great immortal. The prophet answered my retort, sounding amused. How could merely the spirit of an immortal debate its power with the ancient ruler? Hearing this confirmed fact left an unsettling feeling within me. If that were true, then even if I made it to the Arctic and found the second seal of Makia, it meant I could very well be abruptly killed by that entity. While I was deep in thought, Maiho turned and asked the prophet. Are those known as ancient rulers immensely powerful beings that could overturn the world? Why, then, do they simply guard the seals of Makia? The prophet fell silent for a moment before responding. Makia was not created by humans but was bestowed upon them by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The distinction is considerable. In other words, Makia possesses immense powers that could serve as a threat even to the ancient ruler. So what you're saying? The prophet continued, sharing his speculations. The intricate details remain unclear, but perhaps there was some sort of transaction between the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors and the ancient ruler. Especially since Emperor Gongsun Huanyuan was an exceptionally peculiar existence, it may have been possible. The emperor was an exceptional existence. Emperor Gongsun Huanyuan was the only one to break a contract. And at the same time, he became the architect of a new order surrounding himself. That's why even I cannot fathom their whereabouts. A contract? What kind of contract? It concerns an ancient contract, one that dates back to a time long ago. I cannot provide particulars, it's merely something the spirits frequently mention. Contract. I had a feeling that this term would become a critical clue going forward. The prophet seemed equally uncertain, so I thought I would have to dig into this further later. Shaking my head, I interjected. Wait a minute. Speak. If I unseal the second seal of Makia and survive an encounter with the one who walks on the wind, would I then be able to confront the ancient ruler using that power? That is entirely possible. Didn't I explain this clearly earlier? Then how can I obtain the ancient knowledge located in the capital of the Areza Empire? Is there a map to the Arctic? Seek out the library there. It should be in the ancient library. How do I find that? Suddenly, the prophet shut its mouth tightly. Maiho and I exchanged puzzled glances as it responded with a hint of irritation. I have provided all the information I could without charge. Now you must offer a price. A price. The prophet's eyes gleamed fiercely. Indeed. I have accumulated this knowledge painstakingly for thousands of years. You think you can take it all for free? I will demand compensation out of sheer injustice. That's a valid point. Indeed, the knowledge I had gained thus far was worth more than its weight in gold. But what kind of gift could appease the prophet? I hesitated, then pulled a gold ingot from my lamp to show it. How about this? Pure gold. Put that away. Such a thing holds no meaning. What about this? 1,000-year snow ginseng. It's a highly concentrated mass of qi, but to me, it's less than worthless. Why so picky? As I grumbled internally, the prophet seemed equally annoyed. Fine. If you have nothing more to offer, I shall take my leave. Whir? At that moment, the space warped, creating a strange passage. True to its nature as an ancient being, this otherworldly creature could utilize such fascinating spells. I sensed I wouldn't find it again if it disappeared down that passage and hastily called out. Wait. What about this? What are you talking about? In a flash, I pulled out a magic book from my lamp. Excluding the Heavenly Dawn book I always carried, I retrieved the story of Lu Ri I'd acquired previously. I felt a bit regretful but shook it off. After all, it's something I can neither read nor use. Upon noticing the story of Lu Ri in my hand, the prophet froze, a look of disbelief crossing its face. No, is that? This is a magic book I picked up during my travels. Wouldn't this have some exchange value? Whoosh! The prophet dismantled the spatial passage it had created. It then looked decidedly more collected as it replied. Of course. The Book of Lu Ri is indeed worthy of such value. The Book of Lu Ri. It is a magic book concerning the cursed deity and its kin. From what I can see, it appears to date back to the Xia dynasty. If you give it to me, I shall share information in return. What exactly is Lu Ri? It's the undersea city where the cursed deity resides. Is that truly what it was? I felt odd as I tossed the story of Lu Ri to the prophet. It flipped through the book, verified its authenticity, and then said, "Do you have any idea where you obtained this treasured item?" I recounted my battle with the giant tentacled toad at De Ryok and said that I found it in a cave behind the creature. To my surprise, the prophet appeared odd. You mean a beast of the moon was set as a guard there? How unusual. The beast of the moon. The creature you fought was a monster dwelling on the far side of the moon. Originally, it does not belong in this world. Fair enough. It seemed the prophet had extensive knowledge of otherworldly creatures and wasn't of the same ilk as other knowledgeable beings. After securing the story of Lu Ri, the prophet continued. As I've received a considerable reward, I shall open the gate for you. You will arrive straight at the ancient library. The gate. The prophet's eyes twitched as it emitted a peculiar green luminescence into the air. Fizz. Whoosh. In that instant, a large portal materialized in the middle of an expansive hall. Apparently, this prophet possessed the ability to manipulate time and space to such a degree. As I stared in amazement, it announced, "You may proceed now." Great. So this path leads straight to the ancient library in Moscow. If you have any magic books or artifacts of otherworldly beings, feel free to visit me again. I will exchange corresponding knowledge. Of course. But can you open a path to the Arctic? My spatial magic operates on the same principle as that lamp. I cannot open gates to places I have not visited. I suppose that can't be helped. Either way, since I had little use for the magic books, I could build potential trade relations with the knowledgeable prophet moving forward. Oh, is it possible to trade for other things, not just knowledge? That depends on the price. Got it. What should I call you? You may call me the prophet. Satisfied with having acquired a new trading partner, I stepped toward the portal. Whoosh! As Maiho and I entered the portal, we soon arrived in a grand library filled with ancient tomes. Maiho gazed around in amazement. Adat novel bin adat. So this is the ancient library. Indeed. Not a trace of human presence could be found. It felt as though time had frozen since eons past, and the air itself seemed to be suspended. Most likely, it functioned as a hidden space, sealed by ancient technology to preserve the books. I began to pull a few books from the surrounding shelves to read, but my expression soon shifted to one of disgust. Ugh, ancient script. This wasn't the language of the otherworldly beings, nor was it Cyrillic characters. It appeared to be an entirely new language, indicating I would need to learn it to decipher the books here. Myho patted my back, noticing my dejected expression, saying, "Look, we made it to the capital of the Ereza Empire, didn't we? For now, let's go out and see what Ereza has to offer." The library definitely seemed to be underground. There was a round, dark passageway carved out that was wide enough for someone to walk through. The floor of this worm-like tunnel was finished with a steel-like material, and there was hardly any earthy smell. It was eerily quiet, but it wasn't something to worry about too much. Wheeing. The round door opened. Uniquely, instead of sliding or swinging open, it opened as I approached, as if it had detected our presence. I marveled at such technology that I had never seen before and stepped through the door. After climbing a spiral staircase for a while, I saw a round door leading up toward the surface. This door seemed to open manually, unlike the last one, as it didn't automatically respond to our approach. I had no idea how to open it, so Myho and I pondered for a moment. How do we open this? After a while, Myho noticed a square device next to the door and said, "Isn't it a matter of touching that? What if it's a trap? Don't worry. I'll keep watch." No matter how extraordinary Myho's reflexes and reaction time were, if there was a preset trap, she could still get hurt. But since she was confident, I decided to take the risk and placed my right hand on the square device next to the door. Beep. At that moment, the door opened as if it had been waiting for me, disappearing into the floor. Wheeing. It opened. It was so unexpectedly easy that I felt a bit deflated. Myho chuckled and said, "It'd be odd if there were traps. If we were entering from outside, it'd be one thing, but having a trap activate while leaving goes against common sense. Who knows? At least we can get out." Myho looked around the library exit and said, "This library was definitely built by otherworldly beings. The internal partitions and the technology used for the doors seem very advanced. Right? Who could have made this? According to the prophet, the otherworldly beings aren't just one race but consist of hundreds, even thousands of different races. So the ones who built this library likely belonged to a specific group." Intrigued, I headed for the exit. Stepping outside, I found myself in a dimly lit basement. Myho and I spotted various spell-like Cyrillic characters engraved throughout the underground space. She carefully examined each character and said, "It's a seal. It prevents entry from the outside." "What do you mean?" "This place is a structure somewhere, and local sorcerers designated it as a forbidden area. They likely made sure that no one could enter, thinking it was a relic of the otherworldly beings." I looked across the basement. It was only about 3 meters away. "Adat novel bin adat. There's a door there, can't we just open it and leave? Since we're going from inside to outside, that shouldn't be a problem. There aren't any direct attack barriers set up either. But there is a detection barrier, so the moment we go out, we'll alert the local sorcerers to our presence." "That's annoying." As Mandu said, it wasn't just a matter of whether our actions would be revealed to the outside. The place we occupied was very likely the capital, Moscow, of the Ereza Empire, and causing a ruckus here would undeniably create serious problems as we headed towards the Arctic. I asked Myho, "Isn't there a way to sneak out?" "It seems unlikely. I don't have the skill to cleverly unravel such complex magic spells. Sigh, I guess we have to go out as is." "Are you sure about this? If worst comes to worst, we'll just run away." I muttered nonchalantly as I approached the door and opened it. The moment I did, I felt as if dozens of gazes were scanning my body, along with a slight tingling sensation in my fingertips. Opening the door itself posed no problem, but I was definitely sensitive to the latent magical energy surrounding me. So that's what it meant. At this very moment, the sorcerers in Moscow were surely rushing towards us. I shouted to Myho, "Myho, turn into an inanimate object." "What? Are you planning to go in alone? It seems wiser that way." Just don't overdo it. While I could return to the River Song's Mandu through the teleportation, it would be quite a waste. The distance from Moscow to Central Plains was several thousand li, so if I just confirmed the important spots here, I could save time next time. Besides, there was the possibility that fighting together with Myho would complicate things. As Myho transformed into a necklace, I stepped out of the door and started running. This place undeniably featured an architectural style distinct from that of the Central Plains. Is this a palace? With a grand, majestic feeling, it resembled a royal palace. I quickly confirmed that there were no signs of life around and rushed deeper inside. Using the soul destruction technique, I reached the opposite side in less than 10 seconds. Swish. Climbing up the stairs, the ground level came into view. Once again, there were no signs of life here either. Suddenly, I felt a pang of unease. Why is there no sign of life? I could usually sense the presence of surrounding creatures easily, but even after rising from the underground to the surface of this massive palace, I still felt no life signs. It was strange that not even a single person occupied such an enormous palace. Spotting the palace gate leading outside, I found myself in deep thought. Should I go in or out? There might not be another chance to explore inside next time. Thinking like that, it might be better to disturb the interior first, but if it caused unnecessary trouble, it could be wiser to leave it untouched. Either way, benefits and risks coexisted, so I hesitated for a moment. Just then, whoosh, an illusion appeared before me like smoke. It took the form of an old man wrapped in a robe, leaning on a staff. His lips fluttered as he spoke. Someone, $. I couldn't understand it, but I could vaguely tell it was in the language of the Areza Empire. I had learned it from the Lord of North Sea Ice during the 3-month course. But since I barely understood it, it seemed the old man was using very refined vocabulary. So I cleared my throat and responded in the basic vocabulary of Areza that I knew. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is So Wung. Have you eaten yet? Maybe my pronunciation was bad. The old man fell silent, as if he picked up on something. He mulled over something deeply before finally speaking. A person from the Ming Dynasty. Central Plains language. I let out a sigh of relief and answered in Central Plains language. That's correct. How did you come out of the seal? What is your purpose in coming here? Fortunately, the old man spoke Central Plains language fluently. His appearance suggested he was well versed in literature. I replied cautiously. While traveling, I had to seek the prophet in the Grand Temple of Astana. He merely transported me to this ancient library, and I just came out. The prophet of Astana. I see. After all, it's a library created by his race. So you are a traveler from the Ming Dynasty. Indeed. What's going on? There's no choice but to trust you. As the murmuring old man paused for a moment, he continued. Hurry and leave this place. The Kremlin Palace has transformed into a magical city, and it's extremely dangerous. This is the Kremlin Palace? Who are you then? My name is Vilov, the Archbishop of the Eastern Orthodox Church. Eastern Orthodox Church? Archbishop? I wasn't entirely sure, but since he spoke Central Plains language fluently, I understood his name was Vilov. His name wasn't difficult to pronounce, and as I memorized it, he said, "There's no time to chat. Quickly escape from the palace. If you're late, there will be no opportunity left." I glanced back into the dark interior of the palace. What's in there? There's a nightmare that drove Ivan IV into madness. Hurry and leave? There are many minions of malice around, but I will grant you the power of the holy relics. Swish. As Vilov extended a sacred energy towards me, golden leaves infused into my body in an instant. I was startled, fearing it might harm me, but it seemed to be nothing of the sort. Is this like the blessing of a great immortal? The figure of Vilov vanished. He must have exhausted all his magical energy after granting that blessing. Realizing I couldn't afford to hesitate any longer, I began to leave the Kremlin Palace. If a mysterious ally went that far to warn me, the internal circumstances of the palace must be dire. Thud. The Kremlin Palace was impressive with its white walls. It was also incredibly large, seemingly rivaling the imperial palace of the Central Plains. As I crossed over the palace's inner wall and approached the outer wall, I sensed a suspicious presence. What is that? It wasn't just a presence. It was a clear animal presence, filled with murderous intent. I drew my sword, pausing for a moment to scan my surroundings. Sure enough, something began to creep out around the gate. Growl. It was a beast. Its skin was flayed and stained with blood, shaking alongside the human form, complete with the head of a mad wolf. One hand wielded a mace, indicating they were beasts capable of wielding weapons. What kind of monster is this? Nevertheless, I planned to sweep away the beasts. I gathered my energy and released it, but the beasts showed no signs of being affected. Given that even a peak expert would find it hard to ignore such pressure, they appeared to lack any emotions or survival instincts. In that instant, I seemed to understand the essence of these beasts. It might sound strange, but they were already dead. Being dead, they were not influenced by techniques that stimulated survival instinct. Swish. I charged in, slicing the necks of 2 beasts. They fell, and others began to pounce. But I dodged easily, unleashing the Thunder Spirit Seal as I moved. Boom! The Thunder Spirit Seal exploded, tearing 3 of them apart simultaneously. As the remaining beasts hesitated, I took the chance to observe them and made a startling discovery. Regeneration. With a slurping sound, tentacles surged from the severed necks of the beasts, quickly pulling them back toward their bodies. With the bodies re-attaching, the beasts grabbed their maces and stood again. Even those who had been torn apart by the Thunder Spirit Seal were sprouting tentacles from their bodies, attempting to regenerate. Fighting them for a long time would only drain my energy. Grimacing, I tossed out the Thunder Spirit Seal once more and then darted forward using the Soul Destruction technique. Boom! The beasts were battered by the Thunder Spirit Seal, yet made no sounds as they were obliterated. My assumption that they were not living beings was confirmed. They resembled the legends of the Jiangxi, it seemed. Ugh, this is unsettling. Snow silently began to fall around me. I leapt under the roofs of the houses, shaking off the snow, lest it trigger any spells. It must have been roughly 10 li when suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed loudly. Ho 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 ha ha. I hid under the eaves of a house. Even though it was a house, only the structure remained, and not a single human presence was felt. This city, Moscow, was devoid of humanity. Everyone had vanished. When the laughter finally quieted down, an enormous illusion appeared in the air. Boom! It was the image of a young man dressed elegantly. The young man, resembling a foreigner, rose to a colossal size, his aura ominous and powerful as he boomed. You dare to intrude into my palace? Do you intend to leave without greeting me, barbarian? Come here at once. Perhaps it was due to his overwhelming ability that I could grasp some of his meaning, breaking through the language barrier. Then that guy is. I could infer his identity from what he said. This was Moscow, the Kremlin palace was at the center of Moscow, and the only person claiming to be I could only be one. This young man's illusion was none other than Ivan IV, the emperor ruling the Ereza Empire. However, from what the Lord of North Sea Ice had told me, Ivan IV was reportedly an old man teetering on the brink of madness. He had launched a powerful campaign of conquest, but for unknown reasons, he had amassed a reputation for being half crazy. No, it's not the time to think about that. Fighting him now would be extremely disadvantageous. This was his territory, and I had no idea what abilities or strength he possessed. I realized I needed to escape Moscow before relying on the shadow step to flee. There was no point in taking chances in a den of evil. Thud. As I attempted to leap over the city walls, a sudden wall of darkness blocked me, bouncing me back. I was so close to getting over when the fateful obstacle appeared. I unleashed a slash of flame infused with my energy against the dark wall, yet it didn't budge at all. As Ivan IV came floating in the air, he let out maniacal laughter. Hoo. Your power is vast. Barbarian, accept your fate. I turned back, irritation bubbling inside me. What do you know about my fate, you idiot? I yelled in Central Plains language, yet Ivan IV wore a look as if he understood. I contemplated whether to use Shadow Step right then, but at that very moment, golden leaves sprouted from my chest area. The energy from Vilov, the Archbishop of the Eastern Orthodox Church. Boom! The sacred energy bestowed by Vilov punctured a large hole through the dark wall. Realizing this was my only escape route, I dashed through. Behind me, Ivan IV erupted into insane laughter. Hoo. Ho ha ha. Whoosh. As I landed on the ground, the dark wall sealing off the magical city of Moscow visibly began to restore itself. It seemed Ivan IV had no intention to pursue me beyond the city walls. I let out a sigh of relief, grateful to be alive when a voice suddenly rang out. You're quite a martial artist despite your young age. To have escaped that place. It was Central Plains language. I glanced at the old man emerging from behind a snow-covered tree. He appeared identical to the illusion I had encountered earlier. Vilov. Thank you. The man identifying himself as the Archbishop of the Eastern Orthodox Church stood there, smoothing his jet-black beard as he spoke. You are a boy from the Ming dynasty. Come, follow me. I believe we have much to discuss. Before that, I have a question. What's on your mind? The beasts I just faced and the illusion of Ivan IV were not demons, but they displayed immense power. What was going on? Indeed, the illusion of Ivan IV exhibited an overwhelming strength I could barely contend with, but he stood there unyielding. The same went for the beasts. Their power was not derived from demonic origins. You seem to understand what demonic races are. Vilov, speaking in a hushed tone, replied. His power does not come from demonic energy. It comes from the power of mythology. Mythology. In any case, make your decision. Will you follow me or not? After a moment of contemplation, I answered. I will follow. While finding Makya was important, and I had a gut feeling that understanding this matter was equally crucial. Given the likelihood that this case involved otherworldly beings, there might be significant information at the end of it all. 200 chapters?